Chapter 1 The All-Powerful Dream. Somewhere woke he from the expanse of 600 square meters. His vacant gaze drifted towards the enormous crystal chandelier in the ceiling, composed of 123,908 exquisite crystals that sparkled with a precious luster under the sunlight. Gradually, his visions harpened, revealing a hint of fatigue Wemming led with this calm demeanor. Suddenly, he felt her tightness in his chest, as if something heavy pressed against him. Frowning slightly, he lifted his head to behold a long, pale lip perfectly shaped and slingly white before him. With a frown, Sumupas had the leg aside, Korzinjit son at her turnover, pouting hurried lips in displeasure before drifting back to sleep. A fused trance of hair fell across her face, unveiling a breathtakingly beautiful visage, her lips glistening with droplets of saliva. In the presence of such stunning beauty, Sumu felt no stir of motion after her, he had Lavino this just alike here. Indeed, those 11 women lay sprawled across the vast bed, filling the air with a sweet fragrance. If Anya Nora to witness this scene, they would be astonished to discover that has 12 women were top-tier stars, models, and campus beauties. Sumo's gaze swept over the array of exquisite forms, ultimately settling on a cool beauty with an innocent, first lovely countenance, as she reached out towards her. Bang! The pure-hearted school beauty was off the way, rolling twisty across the heaped. The commotion startled her awake, her bewildered eyes blinked in confusion, reflecting the disorientation of Sir just roused from slumber. Disregarding her, Sumu retrieved the books having been pinned beneath her. One book felt familiar in his hands, its cover inscribed with the title Practical Guide to Clinical Hypnosis. Flipping to page 128, he was drawn to a bold heading How to Use Voice, Props, and Gestures for Hypnotic Suggestion. Sumu immersed himself in the text, deeply engrossed in his studies. Meanwhile, the 12 stunning women began to awaken, engaging in playful banter. A woman with exotic features approached, playfully chiming, "Darling, why are you doing were ephemera captivating, hee." Her words elicited laughter from the others. Yet, a flicker of displeasure crossed Sumu's face as she snapped his finger slightly. Snap! It was as if he hard-pressed as with the entire space was suddenly engulfed in a near silence, the laughter of the 12 beatus abruptly ceasing. Then, an inexplicable force descended upon the room, like an razor gliding over a canvas. Swish! The 12 enchanting figures vanished into thin air, leaving Sumu alone in the vast room, accompanied in with the sound of pages turning. 2 hours later, Sumuto set the book aside, his brow furrowed. The entire volume contains an full technique west theristisma drivel. Bang! Hevel heavily back into the bed, his emaciated body enveloped by the soft mattress, few urination highs deepening. This fatigue was peculiar not born of toil, but rather aged exhaustion following the indulgence of for desire, akin to all visionable. This life is truly unbearable, Sumu lamented a Midas tiny toady in such monotony. The Optirum offered no reply. After a long pause, Hazide, perhaps he should watch a show. Herosian approached the enormous floor-to-ceiling window beside the television, the bright glass reflecting a handsome indefinite face with sharp contours and deep black eyes that shimmered like her black gemstones, reminiscent of out stepping out of a painting. The inner floor washes excessively gaunt frame, his skin exhibiting a sickly pallor, combined with the lingering fatigue in his gaze, lending him an almost vampiric nobility. Standing at the window, he gazed down at his sprawling city below from hundreds of meters in the bustling metropolis teemed with life, vehicles flowing like a river, pedestrians currying lichens. He casually picked up the remote control beside the television and pressed the button. Click. Time is a tough easy at that moment next second. The television remained dark, yet his cute side ablaze bright, as if the sun had fallen to earth. Boom. 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 Deafening explosions erupted, shaking the very fabric of the old, as vibrant city was suddenly struck by a barrage of atomic bombs. Mushroom clouds rose majestically, and the searing white light consumed everything, obliterating the entire city. Sumu calmly observed the apocalyptic scene before him, the blinding light reflecting his momentarily dissipating eyes' weariness. Even after witnessing it countless times, it remained a visual feast, he marveled. In the next instant, the white light engulfed the skyscraper he occupied. Somewhere woke on a bed measuring on a meter wide and 2 meters long. Gonori the 12 a stunning beauty found himself surrounded in libus light yellowing walls, an old wardrobe, and a wooden desk cluttered with books. Thesta contrast fell taken to being reborn. Yet, he was not reincarnated, he had merely awakened from a dream. Indeed, he had just been dreaming. As the saying goes, dreams encompass everything. And so must dreams were, in their truest sense, all-encompassing. In his dreams he was nearly omnipotent, capable of creating worlds with a without be a hedonistic modernity, a fantastical realm of immortals, or a world of sword-sang magic whatever he envisioned, heckled manifest. Desiring beauty, school beauties, stars, fairies, and saintly maidens lined up, ready for selection, each feeling gas realist world. Yearning for power, he could embody our federal speaker, an ancient emperor, a celestial deity, or a supreme god, switching growless apple. Craving wealth, he had no need for it, as she never spent a dime. Irago, when Sumu first began to dream, her Evelyn didn't experience in reality, he was just an ordinary student, an orphanate destitute, but Marilla scraping bee. The intense thrill of his dream world provided unparalleled stimulation, allowing him to indulge his desires and savor all the be out I fueled her tougher, event-fabricated beauty of our thrilling novel where I called Beth the protagonist. He had indulged in his escapism frequently, exploring countless trees, yet his favourite writer remained on it until death do us part. He had immersed himself in it no 10 times, still una plateau tear himself away. Moreover, he could manipulated flow of time within that dream, extending it for up to air. One night so he pecuted to a year spent in the dream. However, human beings are curious creatures, suffering from unfulfilled desires while simultaneously growing weary of those that they are satisfied. For over a century, Sumu endured a live pleasure, but gradually, he got bored, even developing a sense of inexplicably annoyance. It was akin to a player losing an invincibility cheating again for over 100 years to initial thrill for dead into monotony. Especially when he discerned that the greatest distinction between reality and dreams the inhabitants of his dream were, in essence, NPCs mere automatons crafted by his imagination. In the dream, unexpected events never occurred. He knew precisely what each person would see or the next, for he alone possessed true consciousness, while he allowed the sexist dead soul to base in his thoughts. This revelation lied deep in it highs anyway. Thus, Hesh seed tope satisfied with marine enjoyment and began to seek out thrills, adventure, and event violence. Decades passed, yet no form of stimulation could pique his interest. This simply felt to profound boredom. Simultaneously, Sumu noticed Dyson's robust body beginning to awaken, suffering from sporadicidicus and nosebleeds, while his mind grew increasingly sharp with his memory and cognitive ability soaring. At first, he paid little heed, continuing to immerse himself in dreams, hoping to uncover some unconventional thrill he was disinclined to confront reality, diminutive and duller. Until one day, he woke with a splitting headache, a cipher drill were boring into his skull, followed by blood seeping from his orifices, and ultimately, he fainted. It was then that I recognized something was a medical examination yielded no results, with the doctor merely suggesting a lack of exercise, mild anemia, and low blood sugar. Consequently, he began to reduce his dreaming time, attempting to exercise, but it proved futile, nothing worked. Exercise, medication, dietary supplements had every method, yet his body continued to awaken, and the headache is intensified. Sumu could have indistinct licentious life ebengerway, feeling of impending death at a lie beyond his control, compounded by the bewildering absence of a discernible cause was simply magnificent. Chapter 2 The Realness of Infinite Mental Growth. Sumu, upon rising, sat at his desk, crimson blood trickling from his nostrils unto the pristine pages of his notebook, thus splattered patterns creating an unexpected allure. His cheeks bore a morbid flush, and the intense headache he caused his body to tremble involuntarily, yet he smiled, as if he had discovered a delightful prey. He seized his pen and swift line scribed upon the blood-stained pages 7 days, I have bu 7 days left olive. For the 368th time waking from a dream, my mental fortitude has once again augmented. As I previously surmised, each dream enhances my mental power not in a linear fashion of fixed increments, but rather as a percentage increase. The precise amount of mental enhancement per dream uses quantification currently like the standards to measure my mental power, however, is to match an approximate increase of around 20%. At this juncture, Sumya paused, Adinga concluding Gramak summary of the hypothesis regarding dreams. Dreams possess the capacity to restore and enhance mental power, even if only exhausts their mental energy in working life. Asing ledrem can replenish it and augment the total mental capacity by 1%. The increase in total mental capacity is independent of whether mental energy has been expended. Hesha Sidritin and review it his earlier summaries on dream hypotheses. 1.1 Will inevitably dream upon following asleep upon working, the total mental capacity must increase. This can be circumvented by avoiding sleep. 2. Activities in dreams such as reading, learning, experiencing fright, indulging in pleasure, or causing disruptions can effectively deplete mental energy and trigger emotional fluctuations. 3. The physical body serves as a cell while mental energy is a contour. Should mental energy exceed the body's capacity, it inflicts severe harm manifesting as headaches, tinnitus, nosebleeds, fatigue in limbs, muscle atrophy, and so forth. Withersnap, Sumu closed the notebook, Happers Esther clear understanding of his current predicament in essence, he whistle, afflicted by a bethera condition theta load for the infinite growth of mental power, his physical form wasel reg overwhelmed, unable to bear the ever increasing mental energy, and he had but 7 days before death would claim him. The mediforize ailment was straightforward enhanceth the physical body strength to accommodate the overwhelming mental energy. Yet, given his current condition, conventional methods of exercise would yield no benefit much like asking a critical ill patient to engage in vigorous physical activity which would exacerbate their decline. Now, he could enlily in the daily consumption of first amount of mental energy to alleviate the strain in his body. Twalistrateth simply, thebodiasakin to a bladder, while mental energy represents serin, Sumu found imsel finner state to ice bladder felt near lyri dito burst in sakar condition, even walking become a challenge. Only by liusing thysurani cold he returned to normalcy, after which, following a brief slumber, his bladder would fill again, even increasing beyond 1%. Thys ways why had previously sought out 12 quisite efficacy in his dreams, engaging in study and destruction within that dream world whose essentially expelling consuming mental energy. Now, having awakened, his mental energy was replenished and enhanced once more. Feeling the intense pain that threatened to split his skull, simulated over his just having cold sweat beading on his forehead. Meanwhile, a discreet yet luxurious black sedan came to halt before the dilapidated apartment building. Passers-by glanced at the vehicle, force opulent cars were seldom seen in District 13. When the occupants exited the car, the Lucas expression shifted to fear, hastily averting their gazes. Two robust men clad in black suits, adorned with tattoos of black serpents around the annex, emerged from the vehicle, scanning the surroundings. The pedestrians quickly averted their eyes, unwilling to meet high gaze. These two men included a narrative menace, and it would not be an exaggeration to describe them as embodiments of terror. However, what true line still had fear in the Lucas was not merely their fierce demeanor, but rather the black serpent tattoos bore an emblem understood Bulu who lived in District 13. The Serpent Gang. The most infamous criminal organization in District 13, known for their ruthless methods and brutality, net targeted by the Serpent Gang rarely vivid to see the next day. The members of the Serpent Gang disregarded fearful glances of the surrounding crowd, instead retrieving Gore chair from the car before entering the crumbling apartment building. Once it they've shed from sight, the crowd collectively exhaled, whispering among themselves. Why would members of the Serpent Gang come here? Someone must have borrowed money to exorbitant interest to collect. One person exclaimed in terror, did he set the wheelchair? They must be planning to break some legs. Foolish, no matter how dire the situation, one must never bore from the Serpent Gang its deeds intents. Perhaps they truly have new eruptions, thys Richard Wald will live inside. Let's get out of Harry the antics of Serpent Gangery not for us to witness, Weckeld end up drenched in blood. The crowd whisper seed like startle birds, hastily varketing theoria. Moments later, the Dutosuma's home swung open, and the towman in black suit strode in, pushing the wheelchair. They swept across the room with a predatory intensity, ultimately locking onto Suma's bedroom, where the door stood ajar. Exchanging a glance, they proceeded toward the bedroom. Having momentarily alleviated his sheetache, Suma heard the commission and turned to see had two fearsome figures standing at the threshold like sentinels. Boss! The two jointed men exclaimed with fervor. Suma frowned slightly. How many times must I tell you? Donator siagax jargon address mebe metitel. The towman immediately go hastily correcting themselves. Yes, leader. Only then did Su Mu know din satisfaction ha picked up the tinty glasses from theda scandanet them, his deep-set ease becoming partially obscured, adding an irof mistrato his vampiric nobly appearance. As these enigmatic figure prepared to rise, a sudden wave of designers struck him, causing him to collapse back into that chair. The two-jointed men stood rigidly, like wooden mannequins. Su Mu, maintaining Gasto's expression, commanded, "Help me up." Obeying the order, the women rushed forward, cautiously assisting Su Mu into the wheelchair. A moment later, Su Mu was seated in the wheelchair, and the two men hoisted him into the car. Chapter 3, Hypnosis. At the headquarters of the Serpent Gang in a dimly lit hall, Su Mu sat in a wheelchair, his back against a strikingly large wall adorned with dazzling dark golden patterns. Upon closer inspection, one would discern that these so-called dark golden patterns were, in fact, a multitude of intricately intertwined Ouroboroses, forming an array of mysterious symbols. Before him stood a dense assembly of men, numbering no fewer than 100, all clad in black suits with ties, their robust necks tattooed with images of black serpents. Surrounding the hall were candles, emitting a fragrance reminiscent of jasmine, suffusing the air with a subtle floral aroma. "Leader," the throng of men in black suits chorused, their fierce and intimidating faces alight with fervor, gazing at Su Mu as if he were a deity. Su Mu nodded calmly, initiating the day's session of brainwashing hypnosis. This was part of his daily routine, employing hypnosis to expend his overflowing mental energy. Having self-studied the art of hypnosis, he had perused every book available on the market, yet the methods documented were few and cumbersome, with anyone possessing even a modicum of caution proving resistant to such techniques. However, this was not the case for him. Endowed with an extraordinary mental prowess, he wielded hypnosis as a transformative power. The Serpent Gang was the most formidable faction in District 13 of Star City, boasting a core membership of hundreds and a potential force of thousands of peripheral underlings, notorious for their ruthless and unscrupulous methods. Within, each member was a scoundrel, their infamy echoing throughout the entire district. Yet, such a vicious gang appeared as docile as lambs before Su Mu months prior. He had meticulously infiltrated the Serpent Gang through hypnosis, starting with a solitary underling, whom he hypnotized using his mental energy, subsequently coaxing the entranced individual to summon his comrades, and so forth, day by day, until every core member of the Serpent Gang had succumbed to his influence. Despite their ferocity, they were, at their core, merely ordinary individuals, unable to withstand such extraordinary manipulation. For Su Mu, who was a celestial emperor, a supreme being of the demon realm, and a deity of the divine realm, controlling a gang held no sense of accomplishment. The Serpent Gang merely served as a vessel for him to expend his mental energy. Hypnosis was not a permanent state, akin to brainwashing. Without regular reinforcement, it could easily wane. Under the watchful eyes of the Serpent Gang members, Su Mu retrieved a dark golden pocket watch intricately engraved with the same Ouroboros patterns as the wall behind him. This was his designed hypnotic symbol, based on the teachings of psychological hypnosis, which emphasized the necessity of creating a unique symbol to serve as an anchor point. This symbol should be uncommon, retaining an air of mystery and peculiarity to capture attention instantly. Thus, he chose the Ouroboros, a serpent devouring its own tail, a timeless symbol representing death and rebirth, eternity and unity, as well as infinity, cycles, and immortality. With a gentle release of his grip, the pocket watch slipped from his hand, suspended in midair by a slender golden chain, swaying like a pendulum. "Everyone, focus on the watch," his deep, magnetic voice resonated, flowing into the ears of the Serpent Gang members like a gentle stream. In the next moment, all eyes fixated on the enigmatic timepiece, swaying in synchrony with its movement. The surrounding candles continued to release the scent of jasmine, the wall's intricate patterns harmonizing with him. Suddenly, he lowered his tinted glasses, revealing the profound depths of his eyes, which, under the enhancement of his mental energy, sparkled like stars in the night sky. A hum resonated as an invisible wave of mental energy radiated from Su Mu's gaze, akin to countless unseen serpents scattering to infiltrate the minds of the gathered throng. In an instant, the fervor on the faces of the Serpent Gang members ignited, and they instinctively knelt, as if reverently worshipping their god. "Long live the leader! Long live the leader!" The chorus of adulation echoed, lingering in the air. This was Su Mu's hypnosis. The principle was deceptively straightforward, guide the attention of the subject and exploit the opening to implant suggestions. By directing their focus upon the watch, he induced a state where their defenses against their inner worlds faltered. This was precisely why he had chosen the Ouroboros design. A mundane pocket watch would likely be overlooked, but with the mysterious motif, it drew significantly more attention. The choice of a pocket watch was equally strategic. In an era dominated by wristwatches, producing a pocket watch would undoubtedly captivate interest. Furthermore, the surrounding scented candles were specially crafted to induce mild relaxation, promoting a sense of calm without harm. The backdrop of the Ouroboros wall reinforced the psychological suggestion, while the tinted glasses served to obscure his eyes, creating an allure of curiosity. Human psychology is peculiar. The less one can see, the more one desires to look. For instance, a woman in a bikini, while revealing much, draws the gaze to the concealed areas. Similarly, the tinted glasses blurred his eyes, causing an instinctive focus on the glasses themselves, driving the desire to glimpse the eyes hidden behind them. Thus, when Su Mu removed his glasses, it naturally drew attention, compelling others to gaze into his eyes. All these methods served a singular purpose: to guide the attention of the hypnotized subjects, allowing him to penetrate their consciousness. Such techniques were commonplace, even somewhat ineffective, as ordinary hypnotists lacked the ability to harness mental energy. Even when redirecting attention, they could only rely on verbal suggestions to create psychological impressions. In contrast, Su Mu utilized his mental prowess to directly manipulate the minds of his subjects, marking a qualitative difference between their approaches. Su Mu exhaled a sigh of relief, the void left by the intense expenditure of mental energy bringing him a sense of liberation, his body feeling lighter. This allowed him to rise from his wheelchair. He gently raised his hand, causing the fervent cheers to abruptly cease, all eyes fixated on him, awaiting his divine decree. That one stays. The rest may disperse. Upon receiving his command, the crowd immediately dispersed, leaving behind a burly man with a scarred face and triangular eyes, clad in a loose black suit that clung to his muscular frame. The man, known as Zhao Chaoyao, bore a name that was both cumbersome and incongruous with his appearance, hence Su Mu never addressed him directly, opting instead for the cryptic reference of a that one. Zhao Chaoyao served as the Serpent Gang's enforcer. Since the accidental demise of the gang's upper echelons, he had taken on the daily operations, now standing as the second-in-command. Leader, Zhao Chaoyao intoned respectfully. That one, have you any news regarding the matter I assigned you? In response, Leader, the two subordinates I dispatched to surveil Yang Dongqing have gone entirely silent. Yesterday, I discovered their bodies in a refuse site near Yang Dongqing's residence. Oh. Su Mu's eyes narrowed slightly, a flicker of interest igniting within him. What was the cause of death? Chapter 4. The extraordinary Zhao Chaoyao inhaled deeply, a flicker of trepidation crossing his eyes as if he were recalling a disturbing memory. Bludgeoned to death with a blunt instrument, multiple fractures throughout the body. During their disappearance, Yang Dongqing happened to be absent from home. Judging by the evidence at the scene, it can be reasonably concluded that he is responsible. But what? Su Mu's lips curled into a subtle smile, as if he had stumbled upon an intriguing prey. My subordinate lacks understanding of the professional jargon used in forensic analysis. Nevertheless, their deaths are peculiar. It appears they succumbed to blows from some kind of steel weapon, yet there are also residual fist imprints on their bones. Chief, could it be that Yang Dongqing used iron knuckles to beat them to death? At this revelation, Su Mu chuckled silently, his tinted glasses failing to obscure the glimmer in his eyes. At last. I have finally found him. Zhao Chaoyao's expression shifted. Are you suggesting that Yang Dongqing is the fabled extraordinary being? Yet, my subordinate has investigated his background. He is merely a destitute student, an orphan, and moreover, as he trailed off, his voice dwindled to a whisper, his demeanor betraying a hint of fear, unable to meet Su Mu's gaze, for he suddenly recognized how closely his own description mirrored that of the chief. The chief, too, was an orphan, a poor student, and an extraordinary being, so why could Yang Dongqing not be the same? Wait, could it be? Zhao Chaoyao seemed to grasp a pivotal insight. The criteria for becoming extraordinary is. Sumu paid no heed to his anxiety, turning instead to grasp a crystal decanter from a nearby table. The deep crimson liquid swayed gently with the movement of the bottle. Clink! The sound of the bottle's mouth meeting the goblet resonated pleasantly, as the rich red wine flowed smoothly into the glass. Sumu lifted the goblet, taking a delicate sip, a hint of colour blooming on his pallid visage, his eyes closing slightly as he savoured the taste. After a moment, he opened his eyes, his brows furrowing slightly. As always, it remains undrinkable. He found the flavour of red wine unpalatable. He preferred the crispness of beer and the robust aroma of white liquor. Yet, regrettably, given his current physical condition, he could only indulge in red wine, using the alcohol to numb his nerves and alleviate his headache. Continue, he urged, swirling the wine in his glass. Zhao Chaoyao hastily shifted the topic. By the way, Chief, should we continue to monitor Yang Dongqing? No need, the surveillance was merely to ascertain whether he is indeed extraordinary. It is now largely confirmed. An ordinary student who single-handedly shattered the skulls of 2 members of the venomous snake gang and even left fist imprints on their bones. This cannot be merely attributed to innate strength. What shall our next step be? Sumu raised his goblet slightly, the crystalline glass reflecting the enigmatic smile at the corner of his mouth. He then drained the wine in one swift motion, parting his lips slightly as he spoke languidly, his words tinged with the scent of alcohol. Hunt the extraordinary. Zhao Chaoyao trembled, his expression a mixture of excitement and anxiety. To hunt a legendary extraordinary being, that was a notion he had never dared to entertain. A sleek black car traversed the dilapidated streets, flanked by lowly dwellings. Behind the row of houses stood several towering chimneys, belching thick black smoke into the air, releasing fine dark particles incessantly. Seated in the back of the car, Sumu gazed quietly out the window, observing the scene beyond. The passers-by were predominantly clad in deep grey or navy work attire, their strides hurried, their expressions numb. Occasionally, a few brightly lit houses adorned with small pink lamps revealed the presence of flamboyantly dressed women, their attire vibrant and breezy, predominantly featuring yellow and red short skirts, akin to blossoms blooming in a drab and colourless world. Sumu was uncertain whether he could be classified as an extraordinary being. Even prior to his control over the venomous snake gang, he had been unaware of the existence of extraordinary individuals. After all, he was merely an ordinary citizen residing in Star City, one of the 72 cities under the rule of the Crimson Flame Empire. In Star City, the first 10 districts comprised the upper city, where social elites, dignitaries, celebrities, and wealthy individuals thrived, alongside imperial nobility. The 11th to 20th districts formed the lower city, populated by numerous workers and farmers, plagued by rampant gang activity. With beggars and thieves lurking at every corner, the lower city was dotted with factories and vast farmlands, housing livestock and landfills, all dedicated to supplying food and goods to the upper city while managing waste. The upper city revelled in abundant resources, leaving pollution, backwardness, and barrenness for the lower city to contend with. The chasm between the upper and lower cities was akin to a vast divide, forcibly stratifying society and segregating them by walls, as if they inhabited 2 entirely different worlds. Perhaps in the upper city, extraordinary beings were not particularly concealed, but in the lower city, they were synonymous with mystery. Ordinary individuals, crushed by the weight of their labor, had no access to such knowledge. Through the information network of the venomous snake gang, Sumu learned of the existence of such individuals who wielded unimaginable powers, powers known as the extraordinary. He was clueless as to how one could become extraordinary, nor did he understand the source of their power, and he could not even ascertain whether he himself qualified as extraordinary. Yet, none of this impeded his impending hunt for the extraordinary. The hunt for the extraordinary individual named Yang Dongqing. Currently, his physical condition was deteriorating at a visibly alarming rate, and conventional medical methods proved futile. However, the emergence of Yang Dongqing sparked a glimmer of hope. With mere fists capable of shattering skulls and leaving imprints on bones, such formidable physical prowess spoke volumes. If he could acquire this power, he could momentarily harness the ever-growing mental strength and thus continue to survive. Half an hour later, the black car came to a halt near a school. A tarnished brass plaque hung at the entrance, its surface marred by the elements, rendering the words "Elite Secondary School" nearly indecipherable. Yet, true to its name, the institution cultivated only the elite, individuals who could effortlessly secure factory positions upon graduation without needing to leverage connections, truly a sanctum of innate talent. Chapter 5. Sumu, I Adore You. Dressed in an ensemble of black casual attire, Sumu gracefully descended from his luxurious vehicle, instantly capturing the attention of numerous students. After all, in District 13, few could boast of arriving at school in such opulence. Wow, the latest Thunder X600. Whose extravagant ride is this? Who else could it be? It's the young Master Su from Class 2, Grade 3, as someone derisively remarked, their tone laced with palpable envy. The young Master Su, is he not that frail boy plagued by hypersomnia? I've heard he often takes leave. Rumor has it he even fainted during class. What brings him to school today? Sure, keep your voice down. Are you trying to get us killed? A classmate has seen him associating closely with the Serpent Gang. Outside, they whisper he is the heir to their throne. At the mention of the Serpent Gang, the murmurs ceased abruptly, plunging the students into a hushed silence, none daring to utter another word or even glance at Sumu. With a serpent-patterned cane in hand, he strolled toward the school gate, the handle of which was adorned with a golden diamond, concealing a small clock at its center, the dial intricately etched with an enigmatic Ouroboros. He walked slowly, akin to a monarch surveying his realm, his striking visage, slender and pallid, coupled with the mysterious allure of his dark-rimmed glasses, enveloped him in an aura of exquisite enigma. Some admirers among the female students even speculated that his lineage was noble, having fallen to the lower districts due to unforeseen circumstances, whimsically dubbing him their lost aristocrat. However, the truth of his circumstances remained solely with him. The cane was not for show, but rather a necessity due to his current frail condition, which would likely require him to rely on it for the remainder of his life. As he approached the academic building, a petite girl with ear-length hair, clad in a deep blue student dress, hurriedly came into view. She abruptly stopped in front of Sumu, a rosy blush adorning her fair cheeks, clutching a pink letter tightly in her hands. Sumu. Her large eyes flickered like stars. Too timid to meet his gaze, the girl seemed to be somewhat well known among the students, for as she appeared, all eyes swiftly converged upon her. Isn't he that Jiang Yu from Class 2, Grade 3? Is she holding a love letter? Is she about to confess to Sumu? Why is it always girls confessing to Sumu? This world is utterly unjust, lamented a boy. Har, if you were chauffeured in luxury every day and possessed such looks, naturally, girls would flock to you, another chimed in. Jiang Yu's cheeks flushed deeper with the surrounding whispers, and had the weather been any warmer, one might have imagined steam rising from her. Sumu, have you been feeling better? Jiang Yu mustered the courage to inquire. Sumu smiled gently, his voice resonating with warmth and magnetism, and much improved. Thank you for your concern. In that instant, the girl's face turned even redder, her gaze fixated on her toes, unable to lift her head. Well, that's good, she fumbled with the pink letter, stammering yet unable to articulate her thoughts. Fortunately, Sumu came to her rescue, pointing at the letter. Is this for me? Jiang Yu's petite frame trembled slightly, as if a spring had been released, and she dared to meet Sumu's gaze, only to be met with his gentle smile. Her fleeting courage dissipated like a receding tide, and her head instinctively dropped once more. However, bolstered by her final resolve, she successfully raised both hands, presenting the letter before Sumu. Sumu, I like you. The words finally escaped her lips, although she still dared not meet his gaze. This time, as she bowed her head, she did not merely see her toes. Her vision was drawn to the slightly tilted serpent-patterned cane beside her, the golden dial glimmering in the sunlight, the Ouroboros seemingly coming to life, burrowing into her consciousness. In that fleeting moment, the shyness that had enveloped Jiang Yu faded, replaced by a mask of indifference. Then, a voice, cold and robotic, broke the silence. Leader, Yang Dongqing arrived at the school 10 minutes ago. After this, Jiang Yu momentarily lost her composure, reverting back to her previous anxious and bashful demeanor. Sumu's smile grew softer, a glimmer of intrigue appearing beneath his dark glasses. I understand. Jiang Yu, trembling, lifted her head. You know, then Sumu, do you? Thank you for sharing, Jiang Yu. However, as a student, I believe we should prioritize our studies. Don't you agree? Jiang Yu shivered slightly, tears welling in her eyes, yet she bit her lip, trembling as she looked up. She found Sumu's glasses had slipped slightly, revealing a pair of dark, inscrutable eyes under their gaze. Her tears mysteriously ceased, replaced by a look of bewilderment, and she instinctively nodded. I believe you are right. Then what are you waiting for? Go study. All right. With that, Jiang Yu walked away as if nothing had transpired. Her friends, hiding nearby, rushed over, eager to inquire. How did it go? Did you succeed? I knew Sumu would surely be enchanted by you. Who doesn't he know our little Yu is the class flower? Jiang Yu smiled at her friends. No, I failed. The girls fell silent, their expressions a mix of astonishment and disbelief as they gazed at Jiang Yu. Don't tease us. How can you be so cheerful after failing? You've been secretly in love with Sumu for ages. After all this time, if you still failed, I don't believe you could smile. You'd be in tears. Jiang Yu chuckled softly. Do you really see me as that fragile? I'm not joking. I was indeed rejected by Sumu. Her friends were increasingly astonished. Is that true? Jiang Yu, you haven't been traumatized, have you? One girl reached out to touch Jiang Yu's forehead, but Jiang Yu playfully dodged. Come on, I'm perfectly fine. Although I was rejected, Sumu said something that resonated with me. What did he say? Jiang Yu tucked her loose hair behind her ear, a smile gracing her unadorned face. To prioritize our studies. As Sumu entered the academic building, classes had yet to commence, and the corridors were still alive with students' laughter and chatter. Some were discussing their plans for after school, others boasting about their newly acquired photo albums, while a group of boys playfully tugged at a girl's hair, only to be chased down the corridor by her, a fiery expression on her face, though the glint in her eyes suggested she was not truly angry. The boys dashed away, occasionally glancing back in a taunting manner, faces alight with mischief. Soon, one boy dashed right in front of Sumu, startled by his presence, and quickly swerved to the side, narrowly avoiding him. Leader Yang Dongqing is in the restroom. The low, terse voice emerged in passing, almost like a whisper. The girl followed closely behind, her face radiating youthful exuberance, yet, as she passed by Sumu, that vibrancy abruptly dimmed, her expression turned blank, as if she were a puppet being manipulated. Leader Kui Hao and his group are extorting Yang Dongqing in the restroom. After stating this, she seemed to revert to her previous self. Don't run. If you dare not return to class, I swear I'll make you regret it. Sumu's demeanor remained unperturbed. He continued to lean on his cane, moving forward with the grace of an aristocrat. However, instead of heading back to class, he made his way toward the restroom. Chapter 6. The extraordinary Yang Dongqing. A wisp of smoke curled out from the restroom, mingled with muffled groans and anguished cries. He lifted the soiled curtain, stained with yellow marks, using his cane to part the way as he stepped inside. At that moment, a male student was exiting. The boy bore an unremarkable face, one that could easily be lost in a crowd, yet there was a hint of arrogance and aggression in his brow, with several dark red streaks of blood marring his knuckles. Upon spotting Sumu, the boy said nothing, merely furrowing his brow slightly, his eyes flashing a warning, before striding confidently out of the restroom. Sumu paid him no heed, despite the fact that he was the intended target of his hunt, Yang Dongqing. He walked directly to a stall, pushing the door open with his cane, and beheld 3 boys with bleached hair sprawled haphazardly beside the toilet, wailing in despair. What the hell are you looking at? One began to curse, but was abruptly interrupted by a dull thud as Sumu's cane tapped the ground. An unusual mental wave radiated outward, causing the once ferocious glares of the 3 boys to turn vacant, then serious. Boss. Yes, what happened? Under Sumu's gaze, the leader of the trio, Kui Hao, began to explain. We were extorting money from Yang Dongqing as usual, but this time he refused to pay and gave us a beating. Sumu nodded, What do you plan to do next? I told him to stay after school if he had the guts, and he agreed. I've made contact with a powerful brother outside, with dozens of followers under him. I intend to reach out to him and ambush Dongqing after school. At this, Sumu silently smiled, offering no words as he turned to leave the restroom. Shortly after his departure, the cries within the restroom erupted once more. In the classroom, Sumu sat by the window at the back, lost in thought as he gazed out at the scenery. A middle-aged, portly teacher with balding hair and glasses monotonously recited from the textbook, while some students dozed off and others whispered amongst themselves. Only a few in the front row appeared to be paying attention. The teacher showed little regard for classroom discipline, only sending a few troublemakers outside to stand in punishment when the noise became unbearable. Otherwise, he delivered his lesson as if merely fulfilling a duty. An ordinary classroom, an ordinary teacher, everything appeared so mundane, yet who could have imagined that within this small room resided a legendary extraordinary being and a hunter of the extraordinary? Yang Dongqing was Sumu's classmate. Unlike Sumu, who drew attention and commanded respect, Yang Dongqing was one of the most inconspicuous students in class, often bullied and even extorted. But now, things had changed. The once timid Yang Dongqing bore a hint of pride in his demeanor, an air of superiority that made everyone else seem insignificant. At this moment, Yang Dongqing sat with a pen in hand, staring blankly, occasionally bending down to scribble a few words in his notebook. No one knew what thoughts occupied his mind. As time slipped by, nearly half the class had passed when Yang Dongqing's expression suddenly shifted. He instinctively clutched his chest, fear flickering across his face. Mr. Wang, I need to use the restroom. He suddenly raised his hand. The teaching Mr. Wang glanced at him dismissively and waved him off. Go ahead. Yang Dongqing hastily scribbled over the words in his notebook before rising and leaving the classroom. The management at Elite High School was notably lax. Despite this, it remained the top school in the 13th district, albeit with very few schools in total. Tap, tap, tap. As the footsteps outside the classroom gradually faded into silence, an eerie scene unfolded. Mr. Wang's voice abruptly ceased, and the previously whispering students fell silent as if choreographed. The entire classroom seemed to have been paused, plunging into an eerie stillness. All the students sat rigidly, like marionettes, and in unison, they turned their heads to fix their gazes on Sumu in the last row. Boss! The unified, low murmur echoed. Sumu withdrew his gaze from the window, focusing on the students. What did he write? Yang Dongqing's deskmates replied in unison. Dream, nightmare. Sumu's eyes flickered, a contemplative expression surfacing on his face. Dream, nightmare. Why would Yang Dongqing write these two words? It was not unusual for adolescents to scribble down their thoughts, as they often entertained peculiar fantasies, but as an extraordinary being, Yang Dongqing was undoubtedly different. Having been bullied for so long, his recent rise was evidently a transformation that occurred over the past month. To suddenly become extraordinary meant that his thought processes would not align with those of an ordinary individual, akin to the disparity between someone earning 3,000 a month and another earning 3 million. Their concerns would naturally differ, thus, Yang Dongqing's choice of words could not merely be dismissed as youthful angst, it must relate to the sudden change in his demeanor and his extraordinary abilities. Could it be? Sumu pondered, could Yang Dongqing, like himself, have gained his power through dreams, while his own abilities stemmed from an infinite expansion of mental prowess? Perhaps Yang Dongqing experienced an enhancement of his physical form. Was it possible that he too was an extraordinary being? No, something felt amiss. Yang Dongqing had not been sleeping during class. Sumu distinctly remembered that when he first learned to manipulate dreams, his greatest desire was to sleep. The mundane reality paled in comparison to the limitless possibilities of dreams. If Yang Dongqing shared this inclination, Sumu found it hard to believe that he could resist the urge to sleep. Interesting, a smile crept onto Sumu's lips. He relished the unknown, for uncertainty heralded surprises, and he had long grown weary of omniscience within dreams. Thud! His cane tapped the ground, and with that, the classroom erupted back into noise. Students, please turn to page 138. The droning voice of the teacher resumed, lulling many into a stupor once more. Sumu's thoughts drifted along with the classroom's noise. In truth, he had already hypnotized everyone in the school, including the security guards. Pet to dissipate his ever-growing mental energy, he would not overlook his classmates. This was also why he had discerned Yang Dongqing's extraordinary nature. About half a month prior, he discovered that Yang Dongqing had somehow broken free from his hypnosis. In other words, the entire school was akin to his marionettes, yet the strings attached to Yang Dongqing had snapped. It was at that moment that Sumu realized Yang Dongqing had become an extraordinary being. Half a month ago, Yang Dongqing had missed around a week of classes, and upon his return, Sumu had intended to strengthen his hypnosis. Thus, he accidentally waved the Ouroboros symbol on his cane before Yang Dongqing's eyes, only to find him utterly unresponsive. To further test this, Sumu conducted a series of hypnotic suggestions, arriving at two conclusions. First, Yang Dongqing had undergone some change, rendering conventional hypnosis ineffective. Second, this transformation was primarily physical rather than mental, or else the hypnosis would have been detected long ago. It was based on this premise that subsequent events unfolded. Chapter 7: The Gambler Father and the Ailing Mother. Dingling, dingling. The school bell rang, echoing the eager anticipation of the students. Finally, school is over. Let us go play games. A new arcade has opened on Shishan Road. I'm so hungry. I need to get home for dinner. Amidst the cacophony, Yang Dongqing silently exited the classroom, seemingly burdened by unspoken worries. Ever since he raised his hand to request a bathroom break during the first class, his countenance had not brightened. As Yang Dongqing reached the school gate, he encountered Kui Hao, whose face was bruised and battered, already gathered with a throng of dozens, waiting impatiently. He was promptly seized by Kui Hao and his entourage. Sumu, unfazed by the commotion, climbed into his luxury car and drove away. Soon, the opulent vehicle halted before a residential building. Under the leadership of Zhao Chaoyao, the second in command of the Snake Gang, he ascended to the top floor. The room was dark and empty, furnished only with a solitary chair and a telescope positioned by the window. Additionally, two burly men in black stood watch, alongside a young girl clad in a cheap dress, her innocent appearance radiating a timid demeanor. The juxtaposition of the two muscular gangsters and the fragile girl inevitably conjured unsettling images. Disregarding the others, Sumu took a seat in the chair, prompting Zhao Chaoyao to hastily raise the telescope and carefully position it beside Sumu's eyes. Lower it a bit. Yes, Chief. Zhao Chaoyao swiftly adjusted the telescope's angle. Sumu's gaze, through the lens, fell upon a narrow alleyway bustling with people. Kui Hao and Yang Dongqing among them. Kui Hao, brimming with arrogance, pointed a finger at Yang Dongqing's nose, hurling insults, while the crowd behind him echoed his taunts, some wielding baseball bats. Yang Dongqing. Weren't you quite the hotshot before? Now that my brother is here, let us see you act tough. Surrounded by dozens, Yang Dongqing showed no sign of fear, his brow furrowed, as betraying a flicker of anxiety as if concerned about something. Hey, Mouse, don't scare the classmate. A man dressed in ripped jeans and a denim jacket, cigarette dangling from his lips, patted Kui Hao on the shoulder. Brother, it's this kid who hit me. Kui Hao exclaimed, visibly agitated. The man referred to as brother smiled slightly, nodding with an air of authority, signaling Kui Hao to calm down. He then sauntered over to Yang Dongqing, not bothering to meet his gaze, instead taking a leisurely drag from his cigarette before theatrically patting Yang Dongqing on the shoulder. So, you're Yang Dongqing, right? Remove your hand. Yang Dongqing replied coldly. The man's hand faltered momentarily, his smile turning sinister as he remarked, young people these days are so fiery, somewhat reminiscent of my own youth. However, Yang Dongqing, you must understand a vital truth. Youthful arrogance is not always commendable, especially, ouch, let go of me. In a swift motion, Yang Dongqing seized the man's hand and twisted it behind him. With a sharp crack, he snapped it cleanly. A blood-curdling scream pierced the alley, the man's face drained of color as he fell to his knees in agony. Damn it! What are you waiting for? Kill him! The gangsters, initially stunned, quickly regained their composure and charged at Yang Dongqing, shouting curses. Facing the onslaught, Yang Dongqing smirked coldly. You are quite unfortunate, for I am in a foul mood today." He plunged into the fray, a veritable human tank, bulldozing through the crowd, his fists sending blood flying as enemies crumpled to the ground. The bat swung at him failed to inflict harm, instead ringing out with metallic clangs. Sumu withdrew his gaze, harboring a vague suspicion. He no longer focused on Yang Dongqing, instead redirecting his attention to the girl in the room. She trembled slightly, a beguiling smile spreading across her innocent face. "Is this the person you brought?" Sumu scrutinized the girl. "Chief, her name is Jasmine. She is the star of the Fengyu Club." "Jasmine, quickly greet him." Zhao Chaoyao urged. Jasmine's smile grew increasingly seductive as she sweetly said, "Hello, boss." Sumu frowned slightly. He diminished the aura of the world-weary. "What I desire is purity, untainted by life's tribulations, the kind of purity akin to a moonlit night. Do you understand? It's not as simple as merely changing your outfit. What did you communicate to her?" Zhao Chaoyao's body tensed, hastily explaining, "Chief, I conveyed everything as per your instructions." "Oh?" Sumu cast him a sidelong glance, his tone laden with implication. "So you're suggesting that the fault lies with me?" Cold sweat erupted on Zhao Chaoyao's brow, and he quickly knelt. "I would never presume." "Jasmine, recall how I instructed you. Embody the essence of a student." Sensing the heavy atmosphere, Jasmine panicked. I'm merely adept at playing a student role. I haven't really attended school." "The club promotes me as a student. You." Zhao Chaoyao blurted, his voice laced with urgency, as though feeling deceived. Never mind," Sumu sighed. "I should have anticipated that someone with only muscle for brains would struggle to comprehend my directives. Jasmine, do you understand your task?" Jasmine nodded eagerly, akin to a chick pecking at grain. "I understand. My mission is primarily to gain Yang Dongqing's trust, ideally making him fall for me. Boss, you must believe in me. I have prepared thoroughly, even crafting a character profile, backstory, and script." Sumu's interest was piqued. "Enlighten me." "I am a good girl who dropped out of school to work, harboring dreams of singing since childhood. However, my father is a gambling addict, squandering our money, and my mother is ill. I have a younger brother in school. To repay debts, treat my mother, and support my brother's education, I had no choice but to leave school and work, singing in bars and serving drinks. Later, a patron got me drunk and forcibly took me away. On the way, I encountered Yang Dongqing, and I pleaded for his help. He rescued me, and then stop." Sumu interrupted, exasperation evident as he rubbed his forehead. "Your cliché narrative, an addicted father, an ailing mother, a sibling in school, and a broken protagonist, utterly devoid of originality." In response to this critique, Zhao Chaoyao's gaze toward Jasmine hardened, while her complexion paled, fully aware of the formidable figure before her, an unassailable power in District 13, the Snake Gang. Especially the young man in front of her, whose mere presence commanded such deference from the second-in-command. His standing was unmistakable. Should he be displeased, the Snake Gang could eliminate her as easily as squashing an ant. However, Sumu's sudden shift in tone sent Jasmine's heart racing. As the saying goes, classics endure through time. Since you all share the same template, it indicates that this template is indeed effective enough to deceive a naive student. Jasmine exhaled, relief washing over her. She had passed the test. While the script is acceptable, your demeanor requires adjustment. You must embody the character of a girl who has faced numerous hardships yet refuses to abandon her dreams, someone who bravely confronts life's adversities. You need to exude a sense of stubbornness, resistance, and an air of fragility. Do you understand? I understand. I can do it, Jasmine replied, inhaling deeply and closing her eyes. When she reopened them, she seemed transformed. The weariness evaporated, replaced by a fierce determination. She bit her lip defiantly. Her bright eyes, although glistening with unshed tears, no longer shied away, boldly meeting Sumu's gaze. Like a blade of grass enduring a tempest, though diminutive, it continued to struggle, resilient in spirit. Gradually, her eyes sparkled with a newfound light, a testament to her fight against fate and a yearning for a brighter tomorrow, akin to the brightest star piercing the darkened sky. Not bad, Asumu remarked, admiration evident in his tone. Jasmine's face lit up with delight, her expression transforming into one of alluring charm. Asumu furrowed his brow and maintained that state. And you, take her down and arrange the next steps. Yes, Chief. Zhao Chaoyao exclaimed, as if liberated from a great burden, promptly escorting Jasmine for rehearsals. Chapter 8. The Beauty Trap. Nightfall enveloped the world, clad in dark attire, with a cap and mask concealing his identity. Yang Dongqing stepped outside, his appearance a calculated choice driven by an unwavering thirst for vengeance. Earlier that day, Kui Hao had dared to provoke him not once, but twice, igniting a fury within him that could not be quelled. He could not permit the man to share the same air as him. Had it not been for the throngs of people during the day, he would have undoubtedly extinguished that life on the spot. Such was his nature, unyielding and vengeful. Since the harrowing events of the past, his perspective had undergone a profound transformation. Clenching his fists, the sound of his palms colliding resonated like the clash of steel, a spark of fervor igniting in his eyes. Power. This is the essence of possessing strength, yet it is insufficient. I crave more power, for only then can I survive the depths of hell and seize control of my destiny. With a fervent gaze that flickered with reckless ambition, he donned his hood, shrouding his face in shadow, and stepped into the night. His speed was remarkable, akin to a spectre gliding through the darkness. Upon arriving at a secluded alley, he halted abruptly, furrowing his brow at the anguished cries that pierced the night air. Help! Please, no! Spare me! Don't do this! Shut up, you filthy wench! Were you not so aloof in the bar just moments ago? Now you plead for mercy? It's too late. The desperate pleas of a young woman mingled with the lewd laughter of men echoed from the depths of the alley. Yang Dongqing's expression remained impassive. He knew all too well the dangers that lurked in the outer districts. With a cold shake of his head, he muttered, "You reap what you sow," in his mind. Any girl who would choose to linger in a bar at such an hour, fully aware of the perilous surroundings, could not possibly be virtuous. Just as he was about to depart, the taunts continued. "Hey, big brother, this girl is quite the catch. She can't still be a student, can she? Hey, I've never seen such a beautiful woman before. Today is my lucky day." Yang Dongqing halted, his resolve ignited as he turned and sprinted towards the alley. Within the pitch-black recesses, illuminated only by the silvery moonlight, he beheld a scene of depravity. A young woman, donned in a cheap dress, was cornered by two unscrupulous men. Though she fought valiantly, her strength paled in comparison to theirs. Despair radiated from her expressive eyes, as if a veil of gloom had been cast over her spirit. Yet, in her moment of utter hopelessness, a figure emerged. Her eyes sparkled with a flicker of hope. "Save me." The newcomer was none other than Yang Dongqing. "Stop! Release that girl." He charged forth like a locomotive, not pausing to allow the men a moment's reaction. With a resounding thud, he unleashed two powerful punches, sending the assailants sprawling against the walls like kites severed from their strings. When they finally managed to rise, they felt as though their very bones had shattered. It hurts. Who the hell dares to ruin my fun?" In response, Yang Dongqing delivered two swift kicks, further propelling them into the darkness, blood spilling from their mouths. "Leave," he commanded with a cold snort. Realizing they had encountered a formidable adversary, the men dared not utter another word but scrambled away in haste. The girl, now freed, appeared to be in shock, collapsing onto the ground, burying her face in her knees and softly sobbing. "Are you all right?" Yang Dongqing approached cautiously. She trembled slightly, and after a moment, lifted her gaze. At that instant, the moonlight bathed her face, leaving Yang Dongqing momentarily speechless. Despite possessing extraordinary abilities, he was still a student at heart, and the innocence of youth led him to appreciate beauty, for there was a reason that everyone gravitated towards a familiar visage during their school years. In the moon's glow, he beheld a tear-stained face, delicate and fragile, with reddened eyes and dishevelled hair, reflecting a blend of despair and quiet defiance. The scene was imbued with a poignant sense of fragility. Never before had Yang Dongqing witnessed such a sight, and an overwhelming instinct to protect surged within him. Sensing his gaze, the girl instinctively recoiled, hastily retrieving her fallen shoulder strap. Thank you for saving me, as she managed to say, struggling to rise, though it was evident that she was injured. Yang Dongqing instinctively reached out to assist her, but she flinched away like a startled fawn. Please, don't misunderstand, he stammered. I am not like them. I would never harm you. Perhaps his words had resonated, for the tension in her demeanor began to ease. She lifted her head, meeting his earnest gaze with her own, the moonlight reflecting in her eyes. Thank you. What is your name? I promise I will repay you. Yang Dongqing. The name slipped from his lips without hesitation. Dongqing, as she blinked, her earlier fear dissipating significantly. If I remember correctly, Dongqing refers to a type of flower and also a medicinal herb, symbolizing life, resilience, integrity, and vitality. Yang Dongqing was taken aback, realizing for the first time the profound significance behind the name bestowed upon him by his late parents. The girl smiled softly. It's a beautiful name, one that suits you well. I should be heading back. I'll accompany you. The words escaped him almost involuntarily, momentarily forgetting his quest for vengeance against Kui Hao. A flicker of wariness crossed her features. No, it's all right. I can manage on my own. Disappointment washed over him as she prepared to leave, and yet, he found himself at a loss for words to persuade her to stay. Perhaps fate had intervened, for as she took a few steps, she suddenly winced in pain, faltering and nearly collapsing onto the cold ground. Yang Dongqing, being an extraordinary individual, reacted swiftly, closing the distance and catching her in his arms. In that moment, he finally understood the sensation of warmth and softness enveloping him. His heart fluttered. How delicate she was every girl so petite and fragile? Just as he became lost in thought, a soft voice, akin to the buzz of a mosquito, broke through. Can you let go of me now? Realizing his embrace, Yang Dongqing blushed, hastily releasing her. Thank you, she repeated, then began to limp away. It was then that he noticed the redness and swelling around her slender ankle. Your foot is injured. Walking back like this might worsen your condition. Allow me to escort you. Without looking back, she replied, No need, I've already troubled you enough. I can manage. Once more, her balance faltered, and she began to topple towards the ground. However, instead of meeting the unforgiving pavement, she found herself embraced by a chest as solid as steel. Moments later, she felt herself lifted effortlessly into the air. Stop being stubborn. I will take you home. Yang Dongqing's resolute voice resonated in her ear. The girl, though hesitant, curled up in his embrace, murmuring a soft agreement. As the young man carried the young woman under the moon's gentle light, the atmosphere was tranquil and enchanting. Nan Mo, she suddenly broke the silence. Chapter 9. The peculiarity is harder. What? Yang Dongqing was initially perplexed by the meaning. My name, she replied. Yang Dongqing momentarily lost his train of thought. Nan Mo. He savored the name, finding it melodious and seemingly poetic, yet lacking the literary knowledge to articulate its significance as Nan Mo might. It's a beautiful name. Is there a story behind it? Beautiful? The girl appeared surprised. It's the first time someone has said my name is beautiful. My friends often find it strange, so they usually call me Jasmine. Not at all. I think it's lovely. Nan Mo smiled, her expression softening with a hint of joy, losing some of her earlier caution. Banana trees droop with twin clusters, while jasmine in southern states outshines all flowers. What? Yang Dongqing was taken aback again. Oh, that's the story behind my name, isn't it what you asked? Nan Mo replied with a playful pout. Is it? Ha ha ha. Yang Dongqing chuckled awkwardly, stealing a glance at the girl nestled in his arms. Indeed, it does overshadow all flowers. What did you just say? Nothing. You must have misheard. But I distinctly heard you mention something about flowers. In a distant residential building. Sumu slowly lowered his night vision binoculars, a mysterious smile curling at the corners of his mouth. What a remarkable Nan Mo. What a jasmine. Indeed, reality is far more interesting than dreams. Even the most ordinary individuals possess their own brilliance. To be precise, it is not reality that is fascinating, but the people within it. He concealed himself in the shadows, having witnessed Jasmine's splendid performance firsthand, even capturing the dialogue with clarity. He was adept at reading lips, rendering any communication barriers non-existent. Having learned in his dreams, which drained his mental energy, he devoted his later days to acquiring numerous intriguing life hacks, such as bomb-making, hand-to-hand combat techniques, and poison preparation. Casually tossing the night vision binoculars to Zhao Chaoyao, he nonchalantly commanded, "A look into Nan Mo. This woman is not as simple as she appears." Zhao Chaoyao felt a chill run down his spine. "Yes, Chief." The next day. At the headquarters of the Serpent Gang, Su Mu sat vacantly in a wheelchair before the imposing Ouroboros wall after undergoing hypnosis. "The condition is worsening," he murmured, his pallid complexion betraying a lack of color, yet his eyes sparkled with unprecedented intensity. "Chief, Jasmine has arrived." Zhao Chaoyao, a fearsome figure, ushered in the petite Nan Mo. Nan Mo appeared visibly anxious, her gaze darting toward the motionless Serpent Gang members standing like statues around her. "How is the situation progressing?" Su Mu's slightly hoarse voice echoed from the elevated platform, reverberating through the spacious hall. Nan Mo, nervously observing Su Mu beneath the ornate gold-patterned wall, inexplicably felt as though she were in the presence of an emperor struggling to suppress the urge to kneel. She quickly replied, "Everything is going smoothly. Yang Dongqing is not suspicious. Millimeter." Su Mu nodded, scrutinizing Nan Mo before slowly inquiring, "Did you sleep?" Nan Mo stiffly shook her head. "No. He is very concerned about me, knowing I was frightened and injured. He did not touch me." Seemingly fearing Su Mu would deem her insufficiently diligent, she added, "But I told him I was scared, so I asked him not to leave. He slept on the floor, and in the latter half of the night, I worried he would catch a cold, so I let him sleep in the bed." Su Mu's gaze shifted downward to her slender ankle, where the pale skin still bore traces of redness and swelling, indicating that her injuries were genuine. "You performed admirably. Things that come too easily are seldom cherished by men." A flicker of joy crossed Nan Mo's face. "Thank you for the compliment, but I really haven't done much. It's mainly because Yang Dongqing is too naive." Su Mu shook his head, a smile playing on his lips as he regarded her with intrigue. "There is no need for modesty. Your acting is remarkably authentic, so genuine it hardly seems like acting." Nan Mo's expression stiffened. "People like us, who deal with various customers daily, inevitably pick up a bit of acting. Your talent lies not in your profession but in your experiences. After all, only those who have truly endured can portray that kind of stubbornness in the face of despair. Boss, what do you mean?" "I don't quite understand." Nan Mo's smile grew increasingly strained. "Nothing in particular. I merely had someone investigate your background, and it turns out your life closely resembles the script you prepared. A gambling father, ailing mother, a younger brother in school, and you were indeed a student once, fond of poetry and music. The only difference is that reality is often far crueler than any script, and you yourself are far stronger than the character within." Nan Mo fell silent, her complexion paling as the facade of the worldly woman she had donned faded, revealing a hint of tragic beauty. "The characters in the script at least have parents. While my father was killed by debt collectors, my mother has passed away from illness, and my only brother severed ties with me due to my work. Initially, I did want to perform in a bar, but I had no notoriety and had to comply with the bar owner's unspoken rules to sing there. Eventually, stop." Su Mu interrupted. "I know your life story better than you do." Nan Mo was taken aback, her smile turning increasingly bitter as she realized the man before her was the leader of the Serpent Gang. Such a person held no sympathy, and over the years, she had grown accustomed to the absence of compassion. Any that existed was merely a facade masking ulterior motives. "Your brother is currently working at the Chengchen machinery factory, isn't he?" Those seemingly casual words struck Nan Mo like a bolt of lightning, sending her into a panic. "No, please, don't harm my brother. I will do whatever you say. Stop. Sumu frowned slightly. Have you watched too many dramas or formed a severe stereotype of me? Why would I harm your brother? What do you possess that would necessitate my direct intervention? Nanmo was momentarily stunned, her rising emotions dissipating, leaving her bewildered. Perhaps that is indeed the case. I provide the funds, and you perform the tasks. It is as simple as that, understood? Why yes, understood, but I mentioned the Chengshan Machinery Factory simply to propose an alternative method of compensation. The factory is a small workshop that has fallen into debt with the Serpent Gang due to mismanagement. The owner intends to hand over the factory to the gang, and coincidentally, your brother is there. Thus, I plan to convert the payment I promised you into the factory itself, allowing your brother to become the factory manager. The Serpent Gang will incur no costs and will not need to dispatch anyone to manage such a small operation. Your brother becoming the manager would be a win-win situation. What do you think? Nanmo was filled with uncertainty, acutely aware that the other party's intentions were far from altruistic. Bringing up the Chengshan Machinery Factory was a veiled threat. If she performed well, her brother would become the factory manager. If she faltered, the factory would likely become a graveyard. Nonetheless, she chose to comply, realizing she had no room to refuse. I'm willing. Excellent. Next, I have a second task for you, but before that, tell me if there is anything peculiar about Yang Dongqing. Nanmo pondered for a moment before finally uttering a single word: hard. Hard? Indeed, he is very hard. Impudent. Zhao Chaoyao, unable to contain himself, interjected. Didn't he say you didn't sleep? If you didn't sleep, how would you know he is hard? Furthermore, our leader inquired about any peculiarities, not about whether he is hard or not. Chapter 10, Rest assured, I am not a bad person. Nanmo was taken aback, yet she pressed on. I don't mean that kind of hard. Rather, his entire body is as unyielding as steel. Sumu narrowed his eyes slightly. Steel-like skin. Is this the ability of a transcendent being, or merely Yang Dongqing's own power? He did not dwell on it for long, as answers would soon present themselves. He then proceeded to inform Nanmo of the subsequent plans. Upon hearing this, a look of concern crossed her face. Are you intending to kill him? Sumu chuckled softly. No, I merely wish to ask him a few questions. But is it necessary to go to such lengths just to ask questions? Nanmo's worry did not abate. You are speaking too much, he replied. Instantly, a chill ran through Nanmo's heart as she lifted her gaze to meet his, those eyes concealed behind brown glasses, flickering with an unsettling quality, devoid of any human emotion. The owner of those eyes continued to smile, yet it was a smile that sent a shiver down her spine. She dared not utter another word and respectfully excused herself. That night, in a dilapidated bungalow, Yang Dongqing was lost in thought as he observed the figure bustling about in the kitchen. It was a young cook wearing an apron, flitting about the cramped space like a butterfly. After enduring the relentless pressure of life and death for so long, he found himself surprisingly relaxed. Dinner's ready. The young cook, Nanmo, beamed as she brought out 2 plates of dishes, her pale arms glimmering in front of Yang Dongqing, the aroma of the food mingling with her own fragrance, wafting into his nostrils. Hey, what are you staring at? Hurry up and taste my cooking. I've pulled out all the stops to repay you, as she teased. Waving her delicate hand in front of him, Yang Dongqing snapped back to reality and picked up his chopsticks to begin eating. This was his first experience dining closely with a girl, especially a beautiful one, which made him somewhat anxious, leaving him at a loss for words to ease the awkwardness. Fortunately, Nanmo was as lively as a lark, chattering incessantly. He ate heartily, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction. Are you full? Yes, I'm full, he replied. Nanmo's eyes sparkled with joy, crescent-shaped as she smiled. As long as you're full, I'm off to work now. At her words, Yang Dongqing's he was aware that Nanmo was heading to perform at a bar, and for a young girl, it was far too dangerous. Could you not go? Nanmo continued to smile. If I don't work, will you support me? Yang Dongqing felt a surge of warmth rise in his chest, those words nearly escaping his lips. Oh, come on, I'm just joking. What do you have to support me with? People like us can barely make ends meet as it is. I'm off now. Yang Dongqing, a bang, the rickety door was slammed shut, and that petite figure vanished, leaving behind an echo of laughter that felt like a mere illusion, replaced by an overwhelming silence. Yang Dongqing clenched his fists and declared resolutely, Mo Li, I will support you. In the past, he could never have uttered such words, for even sustaining himself was a struggle, but now, having become a transcendent being, wealth? It was but a mere trifle within reach. He then stepped outside, determined to earn money. As for how, it was simple: rob the rich to aid the poor, seizing from others' abundance to alleviate his own scarcity. In District 13, there was no shortage of wealthy scoundrels. After a long while, Yang Dongqing returned, laden with spoils, making his way to the moonlit bar, where Mo Li worked. I earned about 50,000 this time. This money should suffice for a while, he mused, recalling the inexpensive dress Nan Mo had worn, which she had repaired and continued to wear despite being torn by those brutes. I can buy her a new dress now. However, as he approached the moonlit bar, he was struck with a jolt, for he discovered that the entrance had been smashed to smithereens. Whoosh, he dashed into the bar, greeted by chaos. Shattered glass lay strewn about, and liquor was spilled across the floor, while the staff bore injuries, and a man resembling a boss lamented repeatedly. He searched frantically yet found no trace of Nan Mo. Panic seized him. Where is Mo Li? Where is she? Yang Dongqing's voice erupted, veins bulging on his forehead. The crowd recoiled in fear, none daring to respond. He seized a staff member by the collar, lifting him off the ground. Where is Mo Li? She was taken. The staff member stammered in terror. Yang Dongqing's fury ignited. Taken by whom? It was 2 customers wrapped in bandages. They stormed in with a group, smashing everything, saying something about how someone saved you last time, and this time, let us see who can save you. Realization struck Yang Dongqing. Those were the 2 brutes who had attempted to harm Nan Mo before. Regret washed over him, regretting not having killed them outright then. Where did they go? I don't know. The staff member was nearly in tears. At that moment, the boss interjected. The Snake Gang. I saw black snake tattoos on those thugs. They are from the Snake Gang. Bang! Yang Dongqing released the staff member, who crumpled to the ground, while he bolted out without a backward glance. The notorious reputation of the Snake Gang was known throughout District 13, their headquarters located at the northwest edge, near the derelict area, a place rife with chaos. He was consumed by anxiety, unable to fathom what kind of treatment a delicate and beautiful girl like Nan Mo would endure in the clutches of these serpents. After Yang Dongqing left, the bar, once filled with lamentation, fell into an eerie silence. All activity ceased as everyone fixated on his departing figure. The previously woeful boss turned expressionless, pulling out his phone and holding it to his ear, respectfully stating, Boss, the prey has taken the bait. Understood. A deep, magnetic voice replied from the other end of the line. Is it delicious? In a surveillance room, Su Mu, clad in a black suit, inquired while holding a glass of red wine. He sat at a sizable mahogany table. Across from him sat Nan Mo cautiously. She savored the exquisite red wine, inevitably leaving a delicate lip print on the transparent glass. It's delightful. I've never had such fine wine before. Su Mu smiled slightly. I have little patience for faucets. Nan Mo stiffened. Actually, it's not that great. It's a bit bitter. That's more like it. I find it unpleasant as well. Try the steak. It's top-notch. M9. Nan Mo nodded in response, then cut a small piece of steak and placed it in her mouth. The moment the steak touched her tongue, she realized what it meant to be tender and juicy. This bite surpassed any food she had ever eaten before, except for snacks. However, after that single bite, she hesitated to continue eating, as Su Mu had yet to touch his meal. It's fine, eat up. There's still some time before Yang Dongqing arrives to heroically rescue you. The mention of Yang Dongqing caused Nan Mo to grow silent, quietly consuming the exquisite steak while feeling a strange pang in her heart. You truly want to kill him? The eyes hidden behind the brown glasses narrowed slightly. Have feelings developed so casually? Nan Mo shook her head. No, he is a good person. I am not worthy of him. I just feel guilty. If he were to die because of me, rest assured, I am not a bad person either. Nan Mo was silent. She glanced at the two burly men standing behind Su Mu, their waists bulging, clearly concealing firearms, and then at the surveillance screens, where numerous armed figures in black were lurking in every corner. This made it utterly impossible for her to associate Su Mu with the term good person. Chapter 11. What an unparalleled glory it is to die for the leader. As the steak was consumed to about halfway, a sudden scream pierced through the surveillance feed. Nan Mo hastily set down her knife and fork, turning her head to see Yang Dongqing, his eyes ablaze with fury, forcefully breaching the headquarters of the Viper Gang, a narrow corridor. At one end stood Yang Dongqing, resembling a ferocious beast, while at the other surged an overwhelming tide of men clad in black, wielding gleaming steel blades, exuding an aura of lethal intent. As the first black-clad man swung his blade towards Yang Dongqing's head, Nan Mo gasped in horror, instinctively covering her eyes, unable to bear the sight, yet the surveillance merely echoed the clash of steel. Clang! Nan Mo instinctively opened her eyes, her mouth agape in shock, as the brilliant steel blade halted against Yang Dongqing's forehead, as if it had struck iron, leaving him unscathed save for a few fallen strands of hair. How is this possible? A gleam flashed in Su Mu's eyes, his smile widening involuntarily. This is precisely the power I seek. If he could harness this strength, he would no longer need to fear the ever-expanding mental energy. In the surveillance footage, Yang Dongqing's expression was as cold as ice as he brought his right hand down with a mighty chop. Crack! The steel blade shattered into two segments. However, this astonishing spectacle failed to intimidate the Viper Gang members, for Su Mu had long since hypnotized and brainwashed them. They were now fear-free automatons. In the next moment, countless steel blades descended upon Yang Dongqing, the continuous clashing of metal resounding throughout the corridor. Simultaneously, Su Mu's voice crackled through the headsets of the black-clad giants. Experiment with different angles. See if there are any vulnerabilities. Following the command, the men in black began to strike at various parts of Yang Dongqing's body, disregarding the tactical formations, even leaving openings for him, yet they remained undaunted. Bang, bang, bang! Yang Dongqing barreled through the corridor like an armored tank, leaving a trail of chaos and bloodshed in his wake. His immense strength, combined with his iron-like fists, truly embodied the essence of bare-handed skull-crushing. Though the battle was a one-sided massacre, Yang Dongqing could not find joy in it. Instead, a profound chill settled in his heart. A black-clad man, whose chest cavity he had just nearly obliterated, rose once more from the ground, brandishing a blade with an expression not of fear, but of fervor, shouting, "For the leader!" Yang Dongqing's pupils constricted slightly. He could scarcely comprehend how one so grievously wounded could still stand. One such instance was alarming enough, yet they all exhibited the same tenacity. He had dealt with gang members before, who were typically cowards, readily submitting upon the display of overwhelming power. Yet now, the faces of all the Viper Gang members were filled solely with fanaticism. Faced with the fearless onslaught of the Viper Gang, the chill in Yang Dongqing's demeanor deepened. He unleashed a relentless barrage of strikes, and in mere moments had cleared the entire corridor. Grabbing a blood-soaked black-clad man, he glared fiercely and demanded, "Where is Mo Li?" The black-clad man sneered coldly, blood frothing at his lips, "For the leader." With the last of his strength, he swung a fist at Yang Dongqing. Yang Dongqing's gaze hardened as he swiftly seized the man's left hand, twisting it with force. A sickening crack echoed as the man's hand contorted grotesquely, bone shards piercing through his skin. "Arr!" The black-clad man screamed in agony. "I shall ask you one last time, where is Mo Li?" Yet the response was, "Long live the leader." The black-clad man, summoning his final reserves of strength, lunged at Yang Dongqing, his only weapon left being his teeth, which he bared in a blooded snarl. Bang! Before the iron-like fist, the man's skull shattered, his broken body collapsing limply to the ground. With the black-clad man's obstruction gone, the surveillance revealed Yang Dongqing's impassive visage, though his trembling fists betrayed his inner turmoil. In the surveillance room, Nan Mo was retching violently, her complexion pale, her body shaking uncontrollably, clearly overwhelmed by the harrowing images. Su Mu shook his head slightly. "Is such a pity for my M9 steak." He raised his glass and drained the red wine within. Why? Nan Mo, clutching the trash bin, suddenly asked in a low voice. Sumu offered no reply. Why must you do this? Just to ask a few questions. You toy with Yang Dongqing like this, leading to so many deaths. Why? Nan Mo abruptly lifted her head, her gaze trembling yet resolute as she locked eyes with Sumu. You have lost so many subordinates, yet you lament over a piece of steak. What do lives mean to you? Silence enveloped the room, a suffocating stillness. Har 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 har, Sumu's uncontrollable laughter shattered the silence. What are you laughing at? Nan Mo stared incredulously at the man before her, who appeared as joyful as a child. How amusing, truly amusing. To be mired in muck yet unable to bear witness to others equally soiled. It is precisely because of people like you that the world is so vibrant. What is a life worth? You ask what it amounts to. A life is merely a life, nothing more. His eyes, concealed behind brown-tinted glasses, sparkled with interest as they scrutinized Nan Mo, glimmering in the dim light of the surveillance room. Nan Mo was profoundly shaken, her disbelief growing as fear and discomfort washed over her like a tidal wave. You must have heard of the Viper Gang's infamous reputation, and you should know the kind of individuals that gather here. To be precise, they cannot even be called human, merely scum. Suddenly, Sumu poured himself another glass of red wine, swirling it gently, the crimson liquid twirling within the glass, mirroring the hue reflected in his pupils. He took a sip, savoring the numbing effects of the alcohol, a smile of pleasure gracing his face. Is such individuals waste the air they breathe. For them to die for me is their honor. Do you feel honored? Sumu abruptly directed his question towards a black-clad man behind him. The man knelt fervently, his face alight with zeal. Honor, to die for the leader is the utmost glory. For wretches like us, societal outcasts, it is you, leader, who has given our lives meaning, allowing us to be reborn. We shall uphold the leader's will with our lives. The fervent declarations heightened Nan Mo's fear. From Sumu, she sensed a profound arrogance, a disregard for life and everything else, an insolence that placed him above the world, as if he alone were the only authentic being, while all others were mere instruments for his amusement, NPCs. At this moment, Yang Dongqing had ascended to the second floor of the Viper Gang headquarters, which consisted of 5 levels, each one laid with ambushes and traps. Chapter 12. It must be quite intriguing. Upon reaching the second level, one's gaze is immediately drawn to the dark golden Ouroboros intricately engraved upon the wall, its patterns so vivid that they seem almost alive. Surrounding corners are adorned with rows of white candles, exuding the delicate fragrance of jasmine. Yet, Yang Dongqing pays little heed to these details. His focus is entirely consumed by the ominous, gaping maw of a gun not far away. The presence of the poisonous snake gang is minimal this time, only 2 members, but both wielding dual pistols, resembling formidable sentinels barring his path. Where is Jasmine? Yang Dongqing demands, only to be met with the resounding crack of gunfire. Bang! A fleeting spark erupts from the dark barrel, and a brass bullet hurtles forth with a piercing wail. Yang Dongqing does not flinch. He knows he cannot outpace the bullet. Clang! The projectile ricochets off him, tearing a hole in his clothing and exposing the metallic sheen of his skin beneath. With an expressionless gaze, he stares at the 2 men. Such toys, bang bang bang. The cacophony of gunfire rudely interrupts his pretentious bravado. Clang clang clang. The barrage of bullets strikes him like rain upon iron walls, leaving only tattered fabric in its wake, without inflicting any other wounds. In the surveillance room, Sumu observes the display of power with increasing satisfaction, simultaneously noting Yang Dongqing's vulnerability. His eyes dot as the bullets rain down. Yang Dongqing instinctively shields his vision with his hands. In that case, let us employ grenades, Sumu instructs calmly through the intercom. With the command given, the 2 men in black withdraw grenades from their jackets. Upon witnessing this, Yang Dongqing visibly loses his composure. His expression shifts, and he charges toward the duo with blinding speed, leaving them no time to throw their grenades. However, if they cannot throw them, then they shall not. For the leader. The 2 men raise their grenades high and, with reckless abandon, rush toward Yang Dongqing. Boom! A deafening explosion ensues, shattering the surrounding walls. As the smoke clears, only 2 mangled corpses remain, alongside a seemingly unscathed Yang Dongqing. Su Mu's eyes blaze with intensity. Is the extraordinary truly this formidable? Yang Dongqing, having only become extraordinary less than a month ago, is already capable of disregarding bullets and enduring grenades? The next moment, a violent fit of coughing disrupts his thoughts. The footage reveals Yang Dongqing unable to contain his cough, blood erupting from his mouth, yet he does not pause. He merely wipes the blood from his lips and presses onward. Is the weakness within his organs? It appears his insides are not made of steel. On the 3rd level, the same Ouroboros pattern, the same white candles. The difference lies in the adversaries, 2 heavily clad firefighters, brandishing massive flamethrowers. Upon spotting Yang Dongqing, they waste no words and commence their assault. A torrent of flames surges forth like a tidal wave, engulfing the corridor and consuming Yang Dongqing's form. But in the next instant, a charred figure bursts forth from the inferno, charging toward the 2 men as swiftly as a leopard. It seems the pair had anticipated their fate. They instantly discard their flamethrowers, opting instead for pre-prepared grenades to confront Yang Dongqing. For the leader! Boom! They are obliterated, while Yang Dongqing, too, suffers, his organs once more damaged, causing him to expel blood in great heaves. His hair and eyebrows are singed away, and his clothing has been reduced to charred remnants, clinging to him as if made of plastic, yet his speed of movement indicates that he is not incapacitated. In the surveillance room, Nan Mo stares in astonishment, her mouth agape, finally grasping the nature of the man who had held her throughout the night, invulnerable to blades and bullets, impervious to fire. He is nothing short of a superhuman. Is this what is known as an extraordinary being? The term extraordinary was one she had learned from Su Mu. No wonder he went to such lengths to capture Yang Dongqing. If it is Yang Dongqing, perhaps he could. Out of the corner of her eye, Nan Mo glances at Su Mu, but finds no trace of fear upon his countenance, only intrigue, akin to a hunter reveling in the thrill of a captivating prey. For reasons unknown, she suddenly perceives that this man before her is far more terrifying than Yang Dongqing, the extraordinary. Aren't you at all concerned? Nan Mo inquires abruptly. Concerned about what? Targeting an extraordinary being like this, once he discovers that you are the mastermind behind it all, what do you think he will do? Your subordinates are clearly incapable of stopping him. Su Mu tilts his head slightly, his penetrating gaze fixated on her. Are you testing me? Nan Mo's expression stiffens. I'm merely curious. Su Mu offers a gentle smile. Rather than concern, one might say I'm filled with anticipation. Anticipation? Imagine, when Yang Dongqing finally stands before me, only to find his beloved woman unscathed, perhaps even savoring a piece of M9 steak, what might his reaction be? Nan Mo's complexion pales suddenly, understanding the implications of Su Mu's words. When Yang Dongqing learns that she is, in fact, allied with the poisonous snake gang, what fate awaits her? She is unwilling to contemplate it, let alone dare to envision it. It must be quite amusing. Su Mu's soothing voice resonates within the surveillance room, sending a chill down Nan Mo's spine. Relax. It won't be easy for him to find me. The 4th level contains toxic gas. Previous tests have confirmed that while his exterior is impervious to blades and bullets, his internal organs are relatively fragile. This means he cannot be immune to the gas, which is a specially concocted toxin I procured at great expense from the black market. I believe even an extraordinary being would struggle to withstand it. What if he endures it? What if he successfully reaches you in the end? At this question, Su Mu's smile broadens with delight. Then it would be even more entertaining. I imagine. I would likely be torn to shreds. Har. He seems to envision this scenario with eager anticipation. Nan Mo finds herself at a loss for her current emotions, her mind drifting to unrelated thoughts. She recalls her childhood, a time before her father's descent into gambling, when their family was still joyful. She remembers acing a test, and her father rewarding her with a trip to the amusement park that weekend, a joy that had sustained her for an entire week. The mere thought of that happiness brings a smile to her face. She realizes that Su Mu now embodies that very state of being. Chapter 13, Nan Mo, the true 4th challenge. Would you like to play a game? Su Mu suddenly directed his gaze towards Nan Mo. A primal sense of panic surged within her, for she was acutely aware that Sumu harbored no benevolent intentions. What sort of game? Nan Mo inhaled deeply, striving to project an air of composure. A game of choice. Who do you think will prevail? Is it I who have captured Yang Dongqing, or will Yang Dongqing tear me apart? Nan Mo fell into a contemplative silence, grappling with the disconcerting notion that the man before her treated his own life as mere fodder for amusement. I do not know, nor do I wish to choose. No, you do wish to, Sumu replied, gently tapping his fingers against the table, the sound resonating in a rhythmic, dull cadence upon the mahogany surface. I now grant you the opportunity to leave. You may inform Yang Dongqing of the toxic gas in the 4th level. Nan Mo's pupils dilated in shock. She had indeed contemplated that very course of action, feigning a trip to the restroom in hopes of alerting Yang Dongqing. The aura exuding from Sumu was overwhelmingly perilous, and she could not fathom what he might do after seizing Yang Dongqing. Could someone so indifferent to their own life truly care for another's? She could not bear the thought of Yang Dongqing perishing due to her actions. A test, he is testing me. Nan Mo's realization crystallized, and she feigned calmness as she responded, it would be futile for me to tell him. Upon seeing me unscathed and freely traversing the Serpent Gang, he would undoubtedly become aware and, in his wrath, would kill me. Sumu smiled slightly. That is not necessarily the case. You could weave a tale, perhaps that your brother was coerced by the Serpent Gang, and that you had a sudden epiphany, risking your life to escape, to warn him of the gas trap ahead, urging him not to enter. Then, you might sprinkle in a few heartfelt apologies and a passionate embrace. After such a performance, what do you suppose Yang Dongqing's reaction would be? Nan Mo remained silent, a chill coursing through her. This man, he is toying with me, manipulating both me and Yang Dongqing like puppets. At that moment, Sumu continued, a Yang Dongqing would certainly choose to forgive you. Well then, he is soon to venture to the 4th level. Make your choice swiftly. Will you remain by my side, or seek out Yang Dongqing? With the conversation reaching this critical juncture, Nan Mo could no longer remain silent. Though fear lingered in her eyes, a streak of defiance could not be extinguished. She gazed intently into Sumu's eyes, even as her vision was obscured by the tint of his glasses. What is it that you truly desire? Sumu appeared taken aback. Is it so difficult to comprehend? I am offering you a chance at survival. If I am defeated, when he arrives and sees us enjoying a jovial conversation over steak and wine by candlelight, it will be too late for you to apologize, and you shall surely meet your demise. Of course, should I prevail, you may return home safely, and your brother will become the director of the Integrity Machinery Factory. If you choose to pursue Yang Dongqing, and I lose, you and he may live happily ever after. If I win, it will be a cause for celebration, for I am not a villain, merely someone with a few questions for Yang Dongqing. You two can return home safely, with your brother as the director. The choice lies before you. How will you decide? Sumu interlaced his fingers, propping his chin, observing Nan Mo with keen interest. Given the circumstances, even a fool would know how to choose. Yet Nan Mo felt an unshakable unease. What scheme do you harbor? Sumu shrugged in exasperation. Miss Mo, you harbor a profound misunderstanding of my intentions. Throughout our collaboration, have I ever harmed you or your family? Have my offered rewards failed to satisfy you? Indeed, they have not, but ere enough, time is of the essence. On the screen, Yang Dongqing had already begun his ascent to the 4th level. In a moment of panic, Nan Mo stood, casting a complex glance at Sumu before making her way to the exit. Just as her hand grasped the door handle, he called out, "Wait." Nan Mo turned, fury igniting in her gaze, for she knew this man would never allow her to leave unimpeded. The members of the Serpent Gang could not contend with Yang Dongqing. She could not be the one to issue a warning. You are playing, every encounter is fate, let this toast serve as your farewell. Sumu smiled, raising his glass, and, in a show of gallantry, offered Nan Mo her drink. Receiving the glass, she locked eyes with him for a moment before downing its contents in one swift motion, leaving an inevitable imprint of her delicate lips upon the transparent rim. May you find success. With a resounding thud, the door closed tightly behind her retreating figure. A deeper smile spread across Su Mu's face as he drained his glass of red wine. Leader, are you truly allowing her to go and warn him? Is that not excessively reckless? What if from the shadows, Zhao Chaoyao, who had stood like a statue, stepped forward, concern etched upon his face. Su Mu furrowed his brow, as though his reverie had been abruptly interrupted. Are you instructing me on how to conduct my affairs? Zhao Chaoyao's expression shifted dramatically, and he hastily knelt. I would never presume. Su Mu shook his head in resignation. A foolish man, let me ask you. Do you genuinely believe the toxic gas of the fourth challenge can deter a transcendent being? It should be effective. Zhao Chaoyao pondered aloud. After all, a transcendent is still human and requires air. Once inhaled, such poisonous gas could fell even an elephant. So you understand the need for air. How long do you think you can hold your breath? Zhao Chaoyao scratched his head. A minute. And how long do you believe Yang Dongqing could manage? Surely longer than I, being a transcendent. At least 2 minutes, I would think. Do you comprehend now? Zhao Chaoyao grew increasingly perplexed. Understand what? Su Mu sighed in exasperation, regretting not having retained a higher-ranking member of the Serpent Gang, for at least they possessed some intelligence, unlike Zhao Chaoyao, whose mind seemed filled solely with muscle. How vast is the entire fourth level? As a transcendent, if Yang Dongqing runs at full speed, he could traverse the fourth level in a mere 20 seconds. Even if I had erected iron gates to hinder him, with his formidable physique, he could break through within a minute and 40 seconds. Do you grasp the situation now? Zhao Chaoyao's realization dawned, his complexion shifting as he quickly rose to assist Su Mu. What are you doing? Leader, if the fourth challenge cannot impede him, we must hasten our departure. Your life is invaluable. With a sudden impulse, Su Mu struck Zhao Chaoyao's bald head with his serpent-patterned cane. Get away from me. Do you truly think I allowed Nan Mo to pass for no reason? Zhao Chaoyao blinked in confusion. Why? Of course, it is because, never mind. Su Mu sighed. Explaining it to you would be futile. You only need to understand this. Nan Mo is the true fourth challenge. Chapter 14, The one who should flee is Su Mu. With his entire body scorched black and devoid of hair or eyebrows, Yang Dongqing rushed to the fourth level without pause. The extraordinary individual, who had remained unfazed amidst an assault by dozens, facing blades, gunfire, and flames, now finally displayed a change in expression. This was due to the sight of a graceful figure at the end of the fourth level. Jasmine! Yang Dongqing exclaimed in delight, as he stood at the entrance of the fourth level. Upon entering, he found himself in a vast, empty hall, and there stood Nan Mo, separated from him by the expanse of the hall, at the exit of the fourth level. Jasmine, thank goodness you're not hurt, are you? Yang Dongqing, overcome with excitement, prepared to rush towards Nan Mo. But to his surprise, her expression shifted dramatically. Don't come over, Yang Dongqing paused, bewildered. What's wrong, Jasmine? Don't worry, I'm here please, don't come closer, retreat quickly, there's toxic gas here, Nan Mo shouted desperately, her lovely face flushed with urgency as she called out across the hall. Toxic gas. Yang Dongqing's expression changed slightly as he halted, the joy of seeing Jasmine slowly dissipating. Once the excitement subsided, he quickly sensed something amiss. Why was Jasmine here all alone? Hadn't she been captured? She appeared unscathed. Jasmine, what on earth is going on? Yang Dongqing, I'm sorry. I deceived you. You must not approach. It's a trap. At this. Nan Mo's voice quivered, her beautiful face filled with remorse. You deceived me. Yang Dongqing's countenance darkened instantly. He was no fool and began to grasp the implications. I'm sorry, I was coerced by Su Mu. Su Mu. Yang Dongqing was taken aback. You referring to my classmate Su Mu? Yes, he is the leader of the venomous snake gang. He threatened me with my brother's safety, forcing me to stage a ruse to lure you here. His objective is your extraordinary power. I had no choice but to comply, but after getting to know you, I realized you are a good person. I don't want you to die. I am so sorry. Wu Wu's hair sparkled and fell like a broken string of pearls. Yang Dongqing fell silent, his head bowed, the shadows obscuring his expression. The next moment, thud, his footsteps echoed heavily as he stepped into the depths of the 4th level. Nanmo was instantly frantic. No, don't come over, please, I beg you. Yang Dongqing, as if in a trance, advanced step by step into the whole of the 4th level, his steps unusually resolute. Bang! Upon his entry, the iron door behind him closed automatically, sealing shut, along with the iron door at the exit where Nanmo stood. The cold, unyielding iron doors separated the passionate pair. Nanmo was frantic with worry, pounding desperately on the iron door. Yang Dongqing, Zizi's. The sealed hole began to fill with a pale purple toxic gas, gradually enveloping Yang Dongqing's figure. Yet, surrounded by the toxic gas, Yang Dongqing exhibited no signs of panic. Instead, a cold smile crept upon his lips as he even looked up at the camera in the corner of the hole with disdain. You know nothing of the extraordinary, he silently proclaimed, then held his breath and suddenly accelerated, transforming into a fleeting shadow as he charged towards the iron door at the exit of the 4th level. Jasmine, get back! Bang, bang, bang. He relentlessly slammed his body against the iron door, the sound of his steel-like form colliding with the door resonating violently. To his surprise, the seemingly indestructible iron door began to visibly warp and cave in under his assault, until bang. The entire door was shattered. A fierce silhouette leaped out from the purple mist, and Jasmine, who had been hiding nearby, stared in shock at the scene. Yang Dongqing, you. Before she could finish her sentence, she collided with a solid chest, and in the next moment, her feet left the ground as her body was swept away by Yang Dongqing. Behind them, the purple mist continued to rage and spread. Yang Dongqing sprinted with Jasmine in his arms, directly reaching the 5th level. It was only when he realized the toxic gas could not reach them that he finally came to a halt. He still held onto Jasmine, scrutinizing the tear-streaked face in his embrace. In that moment, their equally fervent gazes met. You terrified me. Why did you do that? Do you know how dangerous it is? Jasmine said, her voice trembling with tears. Yang Dongqing's stern demeanor softened slightly, akin to an ice mountain melting, as he gently spoke to the tearful girl in his arms. Fool, it's because you are here. Jasmine's eyes widened, as if something had struck the softest part of her heart, causing her body to tremble. Tears flowed anew. But I deceived you. It's all my fault. A glimmer of compassion flashed in Yang Dongqing's eyes as he tenderly interrupted. I don't blame you. In fact, I am grateful to Su-mu. It is precisely because of this that I was able to meet you. Jasmine gazed blankly at the man before her, and in that moment, overwhelming emotions surged forth uncontrollably. Acting on a most primal impulse, she wrapped her fair arms around Yang Dongqing's neck, leaning in to kiss him passionately. Time seemed to stand still in that instant. Even deep within the jaws of danger, nothing could hinder their most sincere and fervent emotions. Naturally, the members of the venomous snake gang, playing the role of the antagonists, wisely refrained from interrupting. This is what love is, Su-mu remarked with a smile in the monitoring room, watching the entire scene unfold through the surveillance footage, feeling as though he were watching a television drama. Leader, you are truly remarkable. The plot unfolds exactly as you described. A sudden realization, a life-threatening escape, a warning about the trap, heartfelt apologies, a passionate embrace, and even a little pearl of wisdom. Zhao Chaoyao flattered, though a moment later, he expressed concern. But, leader, considering the time, shouldn't we be making our escape? He has already passed the 4th trial. Su-mu smiled mysteriously. You are mistaken. He has not passed it. In fact, he has fallen into a trap. Zhao Chaoyao was momentarily taken aback, glancing at the couple still locked in their kiss on the monitor, wondering how it seemed like a grand finale for the protagonists. How has he fallen? Prepare yourselves. Let us go meet the male lead of our production. The two finally separated after a minute of kissing. A bit salty, Yang Dongqing mused, savoring his first kiss. You insufferable. That was tears. Jasmine playfully punched his chest. And I haven't even mentioned your smell. You reek of burnt flesh. As she spoke, she seemed to recall something, quickly grabbing Yang Dongqing to inspect him closely. You not hurt, are you? Just minor abrasions. Then let us hurry and escape. Yang Dongqing chuckled dismissively. The one who should flee is Su-mu. Jasmine's expression shifted slightly. You still plan to go forward? Of course, Su-mu dare to use you. I will make them understand the consequences of provoking an extraordinary being. But Jasmine, don't worry, I've got this. I will protect you, Yang Dongqing declared resolutely. Yet, Jasmine remained anxious, the image of that man's face, with his calm madness and unyielding confidence, lingering in her mind, filling her with unease. Chapter 15. If negotiations fail, there's no need for discussion. By the way, Jasmine, how did you manage to escape? Nan Mo's gaze flickered evasively. The members of the Serpent Gang were all occupied with dealing with you. Only one person was guarding me, so I pretended to go to the restroom and then came to inform you. You've worked hard, Yang Dongqing said, grasping Nan Mo's hand as they proceeded deeper into the 5th level. Soon, a massive wall adorned with dark golden floral patterns came into view. Flanking the wall were 2 rows of impeccably dressed, armed men in black, each sporting a tattoo of a black serpent around their necks and wearing pitch-black gas masks. Yang Dongqing shielded Nan Mo behind him, his eyes gleaming with a menacing aura as he regarded the group. Suddenly, the 2 rows of black-clad men shifted in unison, stepping back to clear a path down the center, their heads bowed in fervent anticipation as if awaiting the arrival of a distinguished guest. Yang Dongqing's eyes narrowed. He understood that the mastermind had arrived. Before his gaze, a bold, robust man in a black suit pushed a wheelchair slowly out from behind the wall. The occupant of the wheelchair was impeccably dressed, wielding a serpent-patterned wooden cane, with a strikingly handsome face that even the tinted glasses could not conceal, albeit it bore a sickly pallor. Chief, a dozen black-clad men exclaimed fervently, bowing in unison to welcome the figure. Sumu. Yang Dongqing's expression grew increasingly grim. So it's truly you. Sumu smiled lightly from his wheelchair. It's a pleasure to see you here, Yang Dongqing, my classmate. HMPH. Soon, you will no longer be so pleased, Yang Dongqing retorted with a heavy snort, his gaze directed at Sumu brimming with murderous intent. Oh, but didn't you just express your gratitude for my arranging your meeting with Jasmine? Sumu inquired nonchalantly. Yang Dongqing's eyes turned icy. Enough with the pleasantries. You threatened Jasmine first, then dare to send people after me. Speak. How do you intend to die? Sumu remained unfazed by the threat emanating from an extraordinary being, even taking the time to toy with his serpent-patterned cane. Yang Dongqing's gaze instinctively shifted, catching a glimpse of the dark golden floral pattern at the cane's tip. Before we engage in combat, why not hear my conditions? Your power is indeed formidable, but have you considered the implications for Jasmine behind you? Bullets are indiscriminate. If one were to inadvertently puncture this beautiful body, it would be quite regrettable. At these words, Yang Dongqing's expression darkened. You dare to threaten me? Nan Mo's complexion paled, finally grasping why Sumu had allowed her to escape. He must have known from the outset that the poison gas on the 4th level was ineffective, thus positioning her as Yang Dongqing's Achilles heel, rendering him unable to act freely. Yet, upon further reflection, she found the reasoning flawed. If he intended to restrain Yang Dongqing, he could have easily taken her as a hostage. Sumu shook his head. Let us refrain from harsh words. It's merely a benevolent reminder. After all, you wouldn't want anything to happen to Miss Jasmine, would you? At this, Nan Mo instinctively shrank back behind Yang Dongqing, who sensed her fear and hesitated momentarily. Sumu continued, It seems I can now present my conditions. In truth, there's no animosity between us. I merely wish to ask a few questions. What questions? Sumu smiled slightly, stating nonchalantly, for instance, how one might acquire extraordinary power? Yang Dongqing scoffed coldly. Do you truly think you are worthy of coveting the extraordinary? Sumu, unperturbed, maintained a faint smile. Let us not be so absolute. If you can attain it, why not I? Yang Dongqing's anger flickered momentarily before he retorted, HMPH, abandon that hope. First, hear my terms, 1 million for the clues to extraordinary power. In the 13th district, that sum was astronomical, as most wealth was concentrated in the upper levels. Not enough. Sumu seemed to have anticipated this, raising the offer. 10 million. Yang Dongqing chuckled coldly. Sumu, I once thought you clever, yet you appear quite foolish. Killing you would yield the same wealth for me. Sumu shrugged indifferently. Since we cannot reach an agreement, there is no need to continue this discussion. Creak. The sound of several handguns being cocked echoed as the members of the Serpent Gang flanking Sumu raised their weapons. Yang Dongqing's expression turned grave, a palpable aura of menace radiating from him, and tensions escalated between the two factions. Jasmine, do not worry. As long as you stand behind me, I will shield you from all bullets. Their ammunition is not infinite. Once their magazines are emptied, it will be Sumu's demise, he whispered reassuringly to Nan Mo. Sumu watched the pair with keen interest before waving his hand. In an instant, gunfire erupted. Bang, bang, bang. Barrage of gunfire filled the dimly lit hall, weaving a deadly tapestry of lead. Meanwhile, Yang Dongqing erupted in a flurry of sparks as the bullets struck him. His robust frame staggered slightly with each impact. Although he could withstand the bullets, the force of their strikes was unavoidable. The shooting persisted for half a minute, and as the last round was discharged, Yang Dongqing finally lifted his head, panting heavily as he surveyed the now empty magazines of his assailants. He smirked coldly. And now, it's my turn. Just as he prepared to strike, he noticed Sumu calmly reaching into his coat. Yang Dongqing's expression tightened, and he halted abruptly, nearly forgetting that Sumu had yet to fire a shot. To his astonishment, Sumu produced not a handgun, but an antiquated dark golden pocket watch with intricate cutouts. Ding! The watch snapped open with a crisp sound. Yang Dongqing discerned the complex patterns upon it, the dark golden filigree intricately forming an Ouroboros. The time is ripe, Sumu remarked calmly. He then stood from his wheelchair, leaning on the serpent-patterned cane, and began to stride towards Yang Dongqing. This surreal spectacle filled Yang Dongqing with trepidation. What exactly do you intend to court death? Sumu smiled faintly. Yang Dongqing, have you not yet realized? Realized what? Do you not feel a touch dizzy? Dizzy? Yang Dongqing's expression shifted slightly. Ever since he arrived on the 5th level, he had indeed felt a bit lightheaded, but dismissed it as a remnant of his previous injuries. Could it be? Do you feel your limbs growing weary? Your vision blurring? After Sumu's remarks, Yang Dongqing acknowledged a sense of fatigue and dizziness, shaking his head vigorously in an attempt to dispel the sensation. Yang Dongqing! Nan Mo exclaimed anxiously. Are you all right? What on earth is happening? Yang Dongqing began to panic. At that moment, Sumu, resembling an elegant villain from a film, continued his leisurely walk while commencing his victory proclamation. Chapter 16. Are you certain that the one being held hostage is me? You have been poisoned. Poisoned? Yang Dongqing glared fiercely at Sumu. That's impossible. I never inhaled the toxic gas from the 4th level. How could I possibly be poisoned? Sumu chuckled amiably. Who said you were poisoned by the 4th level's toxin? Yang Dongqing was momentarily bewildered, unable to fathom when he might have been poisoned. However, Nan Mo behind him suddenly trembled, her pupils constricting violently. Clearly realizing something, Yang Dongqing noticed Nan Mo's strange behavior and also began to react. Was it the meal that Mo Li prepared? At that moment, his expression became a rich tapestry of disbelief, fury, and profound sorrow, all intermingling on his face. Mo Li, you? No? It wasn't me. Nan Mo, her face pale, explained, I didn't poison anyone, and I ate it too. Miss Mo Li, it seems you have forgotten that you vomited earlier, Sumu kindly reminded her from the side. But I didn't poison him. Yang Dongqing, you must believe me, I truly did nothing wrong. It must have been Sumu who secretly poisoned the food while I was cooking. At this moment, Yang Dongqing's mind was in chaos, the sensation of weakness intensifying, his breath quickening, feeling as if the world was spinning around him. Thud! He stumbled and fell to the ground. Yang Dongqing! Nan Mo was horrified, rushing to support him, but as a frail woman, how could she lift a man with a body of steel? All right, actually that meal wasn't poisoned, as Sumu's words offered a slight reprieve to Nan Mo, yet it was swiftly dashed. However, it was indeed Miss Mo Li who poisoned it. You're talking nonsense. I didn't. Nan Mo exclaimed, somewhat losing her composure. No, you did. The poison lingers on your lips. Oh, I almost forgot. By now it should all be in Yang Dongqing's stomach, perhaps with a hint of saltiness. Nan Mo was left momentarily stunned, and after a full 2 seconds, she came to her senses, gazing at Su Mu in horror. It was that glass of red wine. No. Wait, you drank it too. It was the wine glass. You coated the rim of the wine glass with poison, and then it touched my lips. I understand now. No wonder you insisted I drink a glass of wine before I left. It was to make up for the poison I wiped off when I vomited. It was you. Dongqing. Dongqing. Did you hear that? I didn't poison anyone. It was Su Mu. He did it. Yang Dongqing seemed oblivious, his spirit shattered, his dim eyes looking at Nan Mo, his voice hoarse. Didn't you say you snuck out? Why then were you drinking red wine with him just now? You accurately located me, which means you were watching the surveillance, right? So, you were sitting with him in front of the monitor all along, enjoying my pitiful state while laughing and drinking red wine. Mo Li. Which of your words are true, and which are false? Nan Mo was taken aback. Her hands that had been supporting Yang Dongqing fell limply to her sides, her beautiful face devoid of color, staring blankly as if she had lost her soul. By the way, it wasn't just the red wine. Miss Mo Li had quite the appetite and also indulged in a fine M9 steak, Su Mu added, offering another reminder. Double kill, one sentence shattering the psychological defenses of both individuals. Observing the two, who appeared as if their souls had been stolen, Su Mu felt a twinge of sentimentality. Love is indeed wondrous. Moments ago, they were passionately kissing, and now they stood as strangers. So, may I pose my questions now? Yang Dongqing, my dear classmate. Su Mu stood 3 meters away, a gentle smile adorning his face. Yet, to Yang Dongqing and Nan Mo, that smile resembled that of a devil. You go ahead and ask. Yang Dongqing hung his head, his voice a mere murmur. Very well, thank you for your cooperation. The first question, go to hell. Suddenly, chaos erupted as the previously weak Yang Dongqing surged forth, squeezing out the last remnants of strength from his body, lunging at Su Mu like a ravenous tiger pouncing on its prey. At that moment, the 3-meter distance between them represented the chasm between life and death. Even in his weakened state, if Yang Dongqing could make contact with Su Mu, it would likely spell doom. However, Su Mu seemed prepared, nimbly leaping back, effortlessly evading Yang Dongqing's desperate assault. Bang! Yang Dongqing fell hard to the ground, the impact creating several depressions in the rigid surface, expending his final ounce of strength, unable to rise again. Resentment, fury, hatred, a myriad of negative emotions filled his gaze as he glared at Su Mu, wishing to rend him to pieces. I anticipated you would not cooperate. After all, isn't that how dramas unfold? Su Mu lightly brushed off the dust from his clothes raised by Yang Dongqing's fall. Now, I ask, you answer. In your dreams. I would rather die than divulge anything to this despicable scoundrel. Yang Dongqing roared defiantly. Su Mu remained unfazed, merely shrugging in resignation. It seems I have no choice but to employ some special methods. No? The dazed Nan Mo rushed forward, gripping Su Mu's clothing, her delicate face streaked with tears. I beg you, please do not harm him. Mo Li. Yang Dongqing's fierce eyes turned red, his heart in turmoil. You must not plead for him. Dongqing, it's my fault. I cannot allow him to hurt you any further. The man and woman shared a deeply emotional gaze, their eyes glistening. Su Mu, caught between the two, sighed deeply. You both are making me feel like a true villain, when all I wanted was to ask a few questions. Why must you force me? If that is the case, then I have no choice. Whoosh! A glimmer of silver flashed. Su Mu then felt a chill at his neck, the sharpness piercing his skin painfully. It was a glistening dagger, wielded by none other than Nan Mo. Leader. Protect the leader. Zhao Chaoyao and the others turned pale, rushing forward. If you dare approach, I will kill him. Nan Mo roared like a feral cat. Zhao Chaoyao and the others hesitated, not daring to make a move. Su Mu, you must release Yang Dongqing immediately, or I will kill you. Though Nan Mo's hand trembled, her gaze was unwaveringly resolute, for she knew she was protecting the one she loved. Mo Li. Don't you worry about me, you must escape. Yang Dongqing urged frantically, prioritizing Nan Mo's safety over his own. TSK, you two really are a comedy of errors, reconciling so soon. Is there even a minute? The hostage Su Mu mused with a hint of irony. Su Mu, you must order the release of Yang Dongqing immediately. Unlike Su Mu's nonchalance, Nan Mo was filled with urgency and anxiety. Yet, Su Mu pretended not to hear, continuing, although the process was steeped in romantic melodrama, it was still quite the spectacle, especially at the end. I enjoyed this unexpected twist. I had been wary of Yang Dongqing's desperate retaliation, yet I overlooked you, Miss Mo Li. You are quite brave. Not everyone possesses the courage to harbor a dagger within the Serpent Gang and seize the opportunity to hold me hostage. However, Su Mu's tone shifted, growing somber. Miss Mo Li, are you truly certain that the one you are holding hostage is me? Chapter 17. The substitute. As the words left his lips, an inexplicable chill surged within Nan Mo's heart, yet she feigned calmness and retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting? It's impossible that you are not, for the leader." A fervent whisper unexpectedly erupted from Su Mu's throat. In an instant, he grasped Nan Mo's hand and ruthlessly dragged the dagger across his neck. Sizzle, the sound of the blade piercing flesh was followed by a torrent of blood. Nan Mo was splattered with warm blood, her gaze fixated in shock upon the fallen Su Mu, whose face bore an indelible look of fervor. I have killed someone. Why? She stared at her blood-soaked hands, the dagger slipping from her grip and clattering against the ground with a sharp sound. At that moment. Clap, clap, clap. The abrupt sound of applause echoed in the empty hall. Splendid, truly splendid. I thank both of you for presenting such a marvelous performance. Among the dozen or so black-clad members of the Serpent Gang, a slender man, who appeared almost frail, was clapping. He slowly stepped forward from the crowd and removed his gas mask, revealing a pale, handsome visage. Su Mu, how can this be? Nan Mo's voice trembled as disbelief washed over her while she looked at the figure before her. If you are Su Mu, then who is he? Trembling, Nan Mo turned over the body lying in a pool of blood, and as she beheld the face, she was frozen in place, a bone-chilling terror coursing through her. For that face was not Su Mu's, it belonged to a stranger, bearing a slight resemblance to Su Mu, but adorned with makeup that rendered his skin even more pallid. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Yang Dongqing shouted in disbelief from the side. Though he felt utterly weak, his eyes were not deceived. It was obviously Su Mu who had been abducted. How could it now be another person? Even if this individual shared a semblance with Su Mu, it was not to the extent of being mistaken for him. He was not face-blind. Wait. Yang Dongqing suddenly recalled something amiss. In his memory, Su Mu had always been a frail figure, prone to sudden nosebleeds during class, reliant on crutches, wheelchair-bound, as if a gust of wind could topple him. With such a constitution, how could he have evaded the deadly retaliation just now? That agile backward leap was not something a sickly person could accomplish. You are also an extraordinary being. Yang Dongqing exclaimed, disbelief etching his features as he stared intently at the newly appeared Su Mu. Su Mu merely smiled in silence and turned to instruct, bring these startled gentlemen and lady below to rest. Yes, leader. Two henchmen promptly stepped forward, dragging away the lifeless Yang Dongqing and the puppet-like Nan Mo. He would not indulge in the villainous trope of lengthy explanations, thereby granting the opposition an opportunity to turn the tables. The previous substitute had been so audacious mainly to test whether Yang Dongqing possessed any trump cards. He did not wish for a sudden turn of violence during interrogation. However, he had not anticipated that instead of revealing Yang Dongqing, a different Nan Mo would emerge. Leader, you truly startled me. I previously thought you. Zhao Chaoyao, still shaken, glanced at the body of the substitute on the ground and hastened to Su Mu's side. A gentleman does not stand beneath a perilous wall. I am well aware of this principle. Su Mu's voice suddenly resonated from behind Zhao Chaoyao. Zhao Chaoyao's skin crawled. The leader was clearly before him, so why did the voice emanate from behind? He whirled around only to see a robust man among the black-clad figures removing his gas mask, revealing a pale, handsome face. It was indeed Sumu. In that moment, Zhao Chaoyao's scalp tingled with disbelief. What is happening? He hurriedly glanced at the Sumu before him, but found that the face was growing increasingly unfamiliar, entirely that of another person. Meanwhile, the Sumu behind him was leisurely unfastening his black suit, revealing the bulging bulletproof armor beneath, piece by piece. This was also the reason for his robust physique. Zhao Chaoyao stood there in a daze, resembling a person who had seen a ghost. Sumu remarked casually, What is there to be astonished about? Did I not say that a gentleman does not stand beneath a perilous wall? In a state of shock, Zhao Chaoyao instinctively replied, But you have resorted to deception, ambush, poisoning, and even manipulated emotions. This hardly aligns with the virtues of a gentleman, Hem? Sumu cast a cold glance at Zhao Chaoyao, causing the latter to hastily shift the topic. Leader, you truly found splendid substitutes. They bear a remarkable resemblance to you, a rarity indeed. As he spoke, he suddenly paused, cautiously scrutinizing Sumu once more. By the way, leader, you are not another substitute, are you? Sumu paid him no mind, instead retrieving a pair of tinted glasses from his pocket and donning them, his profoundly enigmatic eyes gradually obscured. Whether resemblance is significant or not is irrelevant. What matters is the hypnosis. The Serpent Gang's headquarters is laced with calming candles on every floor. He fought his way through while inhaling their essence. Coupled with countless subliminal hints from the Ouroboros symbol, and with Nan Mo having disclosed my information in advance, he was predisposed to these thoughts. All of this laid the groundwork for this hypnosis. The reason for specifically seeking a somewhat similar substitute was merely precautionary, as I had never hypnotized an extraordinary being before. Brilliant, leader, you are truly remarkable. Zhao Chaoyao's fervor intensified, yet a hint of confusion soon clouded his expression. But, leader, what of the poisoning? Earlier, I was astounded by your substitute's words, yet upon reflection, it seems rather questionable. If Nan Mo's lips were poisoned, what if she licked her own lips midway? Furthermore, if she had not kissed Yang Dongqing, wouldn't that mean my plans will not falter? Sumu smiled enigmatically, because there was simply no poison. What? Zhao Chaoyao was taken aback, his mind momentarily overheating. Have you heard of the water drips experiment? Once, an experiment was conducted where a blindfolded death row inmate was told that his blood would be drained. A slight prick was applied to his wrist, and then a faucet was turned on, allowing water to drip continuously, creating the sound of dripping. After a while, the inmate truly died, yet the truth was, he had not bled at all. It was merely the sound of dripping water. This illustrates the power of psychological suggestion. As he spoke, a look of rapture spread across Sumu's face. He seemed to revel in the manipulation of human psyche. Chapter 18, Jasmine. So luscious the power of psychological suggestion is formidable, so powerful that when one believes they are dead, they truly perish. Similarly, when Yang Dongqing thought he had been poisoned, under the influence of mental hypnosis, he began to exhibit symptoms of poisoning. Zhao Chaoyao's mouth gaped open in disbelief, utterly stunned by the revelation. Sumu furrowed his brow slightly. Is it truly so difficult to comprehend? But, Chief, the premise of Yang Dongqing being poisoned is that he believes he is, yet what caused his initial dizziness and fatigue? That cannot be mere psychological suggestion, can it? Sumu found himself increasingly at a loss for words. Imagine if you were consumed by urgency, racing here after a fierce battle, having endured several grenades and the searing heat of flames, while simultaneously inhaling the soothing fragrance emitted by the melted calming candles. After all of this, if you were to hold your breath in a gas chamber for a minute and kiss for another minute, do you truly think you would not feel dizzy? Zhao Chaoyao fell silent for a moment, a flicker of contemplation crossing his eyes. After a serious deliberation, he finally arrived at a conclusion. I would die. You fool. Bang! Sumu struck Zhao Chaoyao's bald head with his serpentine wooden cane. It is utterly redundant for me to explain this to you. Zhao Chaoyao clutched his head, wincing in pain, yet his face remained obsequiously eager. Chief, it is merely my dull-wittedness. I am sincerely striving to grasp your profound words. Your strategic demeanor is akin to a deity descending from the heavens. Please, enlighten me further. He racked his brain to conjure 2 idioms, delivering them in one breath. Observing Zhao Chaoyao's sycophantic behavior, Su Mu suddenly felt a headache return. Having previously alleviated his discomfort with a glass of red wine, he now found himself beset by renewed affliction. If only hypnosis could render one more intelligent, yet, he recognized the impossibility of such a notion. A student struggling with academics would still be unable to solve problems they previously could not, even under hypnosis. Mathematics is inherently fair, inability remains inability. If you cannot comprehend the extraordinary version, allow me to present a more mundane one. I indeed administered poison. Zhao Chaoyao appeared bewildered, grappling with the contradiction of poison being present one moment and absent the next. Chief, is there poison or not? Su Mu continued, seemingly oblivious. The meal prepared by Jasmine for Yang Dongqing is, in fact, poisonous, yet this toxin remains inert until a chemical reaction occurs. The wineglass Jasmine drank from was also tainted with poison. This particular toxin is harmless on its own, but serves as a catalyst for the first. Thus, when the two shared a kiss, the poison within Yang Dongqing reacted with that on Jasmine's lips, resulting in true poisoning. Zhao Chaoyao was taken aback, but soon he discerned a flaw in the logic. Oh wait, Chief, Jasmine also consumed the meal. She vomited once. So, are you suggesting that her earlier bout of vomiting was also a result of your hypnosis? At that moment, he felt a shiver run down his spine. At that juncture, Su Mu chuckled. Would you care to hear a third version? What, there's a third version? Indeed, the third version merges the extraordinary and the ordinary. I employed both poison and psychological suggestion. The reason Yang Dongqing succumbed to poisoning is due to this dual influence. Otherwise, how could an extraordinary individual be so easily overcome by poison? Upon hearing this, Zhao Chaoyao was utterly confounded, feeling as though his head was about to burst with newfound understanding. Chief, which version is true? Su Mu merely smiled in silence, leaning on his cane as he departed, leaving Zhao Chaoyao to scratch his head in confusion. He could not allow himself to be the sole vessel of headache. Chief, wait for me. Which version is true? Just tell me. Chief, may I pose a different question? Why not directly hypnotize Jasmine to execute your orders instead of allowing her to choose, resulting in a substitute's demise? Su Mu gradually halted, his silhouette shrouded in the dim corridor. Without turning back, his calm voice echoed back to Zhao Chaoyao's ears, because I relish surprises. Zhao Chaoyao was momentarily taken aback, gazing blankly at the darkened figure, unable to grasp the meaning of those words. Do you not find the struggle of human nature to be fascinating? A life where everything is controlled is far too tedious. As Su Mu's ethereal voice gradually faded away. In the depths of the Serpent Gang's dungeon, Yang Dongqing was ensnared by chains the width of an infant's arm, firmly secured to a steel chair that was welded to the floor, immovable. Beside him stood a middle-aged man clad in a white lab coat. Upon Su Mu's entrance into the dungeon, the man in the lab coat fervently bowed. Chief. What is the current situation? He inquired, disregarding the fiery glare emanating from Yang Dongqing. The man in the lab coat hastily responded, as per your instructions, we have administered paralyzing gas every hour. I assure you, he currently lacks the strength to even move a single finger. Millimeter. Su Mu nodded, then turned his gaze toward the imprisoned Yang Dongqing. Su Mu. You despicable scoundrel, even if I die, I will never divulge any of your questions. Oh? Su Mu adjusted his tinted glasses, a playful smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. You are unafraid of death, but what of Miss Jasmine? Yang Dongqing stiffened, his fury igniting like a raging storm, his eyes ablaze and muscles taut. In the next instant, the chains binding him began to rattle ominously under the strain of his immense power. If you dare lay a finger on Jasmine, I will ensure your body is torn to shreds. Su Mu regarded the man in the lab coat with an impassive expression. The man in the lab coat broke into a cold sweat. At that is impossible. He just inhaled the paralyzing gas. Even an elephant could not move in such a short time. Chief, I will increase the dosage immediately. Please don your gas mask. Moments later, both donned gas masks, and as the man in the lab coat pressed a button, a hissing sound filled the room as a torrent of white smoke billowed forth from the pipes. Minutes later, the violently struggling Yang Dongqing was rendered utterly powerless. Peering through his gas mask, Sumu scrutinized Yang Dongqing with a contemplative expression. It appeared that his strength was linked to his emotions or willpower. Just moments ago, upon the mention of Nan Mo, his anger had rekindled some strength within his previously paralyzed body. To further experiment, Sumu slowly approached Yang Dongqing, observing his slightly dazed pupils. He leaned down and whispered in his ear, "Jasmine, so luscious." Chapter 19, The Cruel Punishment. With a sudden jolt, Yang Dongqing, whose gaze had been vacant, lifted his head, bloodshot eyes ablaze with a terrifying power surging from within him. "I'll kill you." The sound of chains rattling echoed violently as he struggled, his entire being shaking, even causing the very dungeon to tremble. "Chief, we must flee," he is about to break free. The man in the white coat paled in fear, perceiving Yang Dongqing as a ferocious beast on the verge of escape. Yet, Sumu remained unfazed, calmly observing Yang Dongqing. In an instant, a tremendous force of mental energy surged forth, attempting to hypnotize him, but encountered formidable resistance as it entered Yang Dongqing's mind. A flicker of realization crossed his eyes. Indeed, Yang Dongqing's strength appeared intertwined with emotions and willpower. The angrier he became, the more potent his power surged, along with a significant increase in his mental resistance. "Bring Miss Jasmine here," Sumu commanded. The man in the white coat hastened to comply. Shortly thereafter, the impeccably dressed Nan Mo appeared in the dungeon. The moment she arrived, Yang Dongqing's rage began to subside. "Jasmine, are you all right? Did they harm you?" he asked anxiously. "No, they didn't hurt me. They merely confined me." "Dongqing, are you okay?" Tears welled in Nan Mo's eyes upon seeing her beloved shackled by heavy chains. Seeing that Nan Mo was unharmed seemed to calm the tumultuous power within Yang Dongqing. "Jasmine, rest assured, I will definitely rescue you." He turned abruptly to Sumu. "Didn't you want to ask me questions? Fine, I'll tell you everything, but only if you release Jasmine." To his surprise, Sumu shook his head. "I do not favor things that come too easily. Do not speak just yet." Yang Dongqing was taken aback, staring at Sumu as if he were a madman. "Too easy? You've been plotting for so long, and so many of my subordinates have perished, and now you say it's too easy. You must be insane." Sumu disregarded him, instructing his subordinates, "Take Miss Jasmine back to her room. No one is to approach her without my orders. And bring her a bottle of red wine and a fine M9 steak." In the end, Nan Mo was taken away, and Sumu departed the dungeon. He was not the madman Yang Dongqing claimed. He simply did not trust him. Could one truly believe the words of someone filled with animosity? If the opponent were to fabricate claims regarding extraordinary powers, or even just conceal a few key words, the consequences could be dire. Thus, he preferred to pose his inquiries in his own manner. Once everyone had left, Yang Dongqing found himself utterly alone in the silent dungeon. However, it wasn't long before laughter and merriment filled the air, accompanied by a waft of fragrant scents. "Sumu! What the hell do you want?" Yang Dongqing roared, his eyes ablaze with fury. Beside him stood a row of voluptuous, alluring young women clad in revealing attire. "Hey there, handsome, your expression is quite frightening. Come on, give your sister a smile. No smile, then let me smile for you. Darling, I don't know why, but my heart races the moment I see you. Just listen to it. Wow, ladies, this handsome guy has an amazing physique. He's all solid muscle. Is it really that hard? I don't believe it. Let me feel." Under the onslaught of the young women, Yang Dongqing could no longer maintain his furious demeanor, even feeling a hint of blush creeping onto his cheeks. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, Sumu silently observed the scene unfold. Zhao Chaoyao beside him was wide-eyed. "Chief, is this what you call torture? What, do you wish to try it?" Sumu replied nonchalantly. Zhao Chaoyao gulped. "Well, it's not out of the question, millimeter. No, no, I'm just joking, I can't handle such temptation, just watching is torturous enough, this torture is different from what I imagined. Yang Dongqing possesses a body of steel. Ordinary punishments cannot harm him, and his strength appears linked to his anger, so while punishing him, we must ensure he remains unprovoked. Zhao Chaoyao gazed enviously at the monitor. But chief, what's the point? This doesn't harm him at all, will he really submit? What I seek is not submission, but to leave him in a state of confusion, to weaken his will. Hours later, Yang Dongqing's eyes were bloodshot, gasping for breath, his throat parched to the point of smoke. To prevent him from experiencing fatigue from monotony, Su Mu had deliberately rotated several groups of women. Have them withdraw, Yang Dongqing has adapted sufficiently, proceed with the next punishment, Su Mu instructed through the intercom. Soon, the young women departed, leaving behind a disheveled Yang Dongqing, marked with lipstick stains. Su Mu, you bastard, you think you can make me submit with such tactics? Come at me again. Yang Dongqing spat, panting heavily. With a creak, the dungeon door swung open once more, this time revealing a stern-faced man clad in a black suit, holding a box of powder. Yang Dongqing's face turned ashen. How had it switched to a man? Before he could react, the man poured the powder over him instantly. Yang Dongqing was overwhelmed by an unbearable itch. Is this itching powder? Har har har. Su Mu, you har har har. A laughter erupted in the cold dungeon, filled with Yang Dongqing's mirth. Several hours later, Yang Dongqing's spirit was utterly depleted, his voice hoarse from laughter. It is well known that unrestrained laughter is a tremendous drain on one's energy. He had come to realize that he had underestimated the situation. The reality of punishment was a far cry from the portrayals on television, proving to be something that could not be resisted merely by willpower. However, what he did not anticipate was that even more severe punishments lay ahead. With a creak, the dungeon door opened again. Fear flickered across Yang Dongqing's face as he fixated on the entrance. Su Mu entered slowly, thick volumes of books in hand. Upon seeing him, Yang Dongqing's fury resurfaced. Su Mu, you, Chapter 20. Just a trigonometric function. Yang Dongqing, do you know what the greatest responsibility of a student is? Su Mu interjected calmly. What trick are you trying to pull this time? The paramount duty of a student is to learn. And you, Yang Dongqing, as one of the lowest performers in the class, have severely hindered our progress. As the class monitor, I am obligated to provide you with after-school tutoring. Su Mu adjusted his glasses, cradling a hefty tome in his arms, almost as if the words exemplary student were inscribed upon his face. Su Mu. You're absolutely insane. What do you mean by learning? Su Mu shook his head in disappointment. Your attitude towards learning is utterly improper. It seems I must motivate you. With that, he produced a mathematics workbook and placed it before Yang Dongqing. Now, solve this trigonometric function. The necessary formulas are all in the book. I'll solve your. Yang Dongqing was about to unleash a torrent of curses, but Su Mu's next words caused his expression to shift dramatically. If you cannot complete it within 15 minutes, I shall sever a finger from Miss Jasmine. Su Mu declared with a smile. Yang Dongqing's eyes widened in fury. How dare you, if you so much as touch Jasmine? Sure, remain calm. I am a man of my word. If I say I will cut off one finger, I shall not take two. The opportunity to save her lies before you. If you truly care for her and wish to prevent her harm, then solve this trigonometric function. It is merely a trigonometric function, one you have studied in class, and the textbook is right in front of you. If you fail to accomplish this, do not blame me now. Let the timer begin. With a smile, Su Mu produced a pocket watch, its intricate floral patterns gleaming brilliantly under the light. He placed the watch on a nearby table and then departed. Yang Dongqing continued to curse, but after a while, he shifted his focus to the trigonometric function, for he understood that Su Mu was capable of anything. Huff. It's just a trigonometric function, quite simple. He took a deep breath and carefully examined the problem. Given in triangle ABC, A60, A3, B3, find the size of B. Time slowly elapsed, 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Damn it! What is the size of B? There is a saying that when pushed to the brink, one can accomplish anything. But clearly, this adage is false, for mathematical problems remain unsolvable. Not knowing means just that, unfathomable. 15 minutes later, Su Mu, leaning on his cane, gracefully entered the chamber, a crystal goblet filled with crimson liquid in hand. Yang Dongqing, have you arrived at an answer? Enthralled by mathematics, Yang Dongqing abruptly raised his head. His mental state was far from stable, bloodshot veins spiderwebbed across his eyes, and he muttered incessantly, a sin b b siner a, which is also 3 multiplied by sin 60, the 15 minutes are nearly up, Silence. I'm close to the solution, sin b1 2, since ab, it follows that ab, and given that sin b1 2, therefore Yang Dongqing's expression shifted suddenly, and an answer escaped his lips, ab 30 har har har. I've got it. Applause erupted from Su Mu, his face alight with satisfaction. Congratulations, Yang Dongqing, you have saved Miss Jasmine's finger. Yet before Yang Dongqing could revel in his triumph, Su Mu presented another mathematical problem. Another 15 minutes. Should you fail, I shall sever a toe from Miss Jasmine. Su Mu, you absolute bastard. What do you intend to do? Su Mu smiled slightly, realizing that Yang Dongqing's mental state was still too stable. Several more mathematical challenges were required. 15 minutes, remember. With that, he departed, leaning on his cane. On the brink of mental collapse, Yang Dongqing, having vented his frustrations, turned his attention to the new mathematical problem. A brief glance left him feeling as though darkness had enveloped his vision. 1, 3, 8, 20, 48, 112, 256. 1. Please identify the general term formula for this sequence. 2. Determine the 20th term of this sequence. 3. From which term does this sequence exceed 10, 0, 0, 0? Su Mu. The following day, Yang Dongqing experienced an entire night devoid of sleep. He had devoted the entire night to solving mathematical problems, resulting in a significant enhancement of his mathematical prowess. He had now adept mastered the formulas of trigonometric functions, arithmetic sequences, geometric sequences, and systems of linear equations, among other profound mathematical principles. At this moment, his overall mental state was nearly on the verge of collapse. His eyes were deeply sunken, his face bore a pallid expression, and his gaze was devoid of focus. The group of young ladies from the previous day had returned, yet no amount of their graceful dancing could coax even the slightest movement from Yang Dongqing's eyes. Within the monitoring room, Su Mu observed that the time was ripe to initiate hypnosis. Everything he had previously done was aimed at tormenting Yang Dongqing's mind, particularly the final mathematical problems, which could only be comprehended by those who struggled academically. The anguish of racking one's brain without arriving at an answer was precisely the plight of Yang Dongqing. The mental resilience of extraordinary individuals is remarkably high. It is essential to weaken the mind to its utmost limits to ensure the success of hypnosis. This time, he intended to employ deep hypnosis, as opposed to the earlier psychological suggestion. Psychological suggestion was merely a form of superficial hypnosis, where the subject retained their own thoughts, yet acted in accordance with the suggestions given. In contrast, deep hypnosis is akin to the manipulation experienced by those under the influence of a hypnotic serpent, thoroughly distorting the thoughts of the subject. However, this form of deep hypnosis is not enduring. It requires reinforcement at intervals. Perhaps when his mental strength becomes more formidable, he may achieve a permanent form of hypnosis akin to a stamped imprint of thought. Bang! The door to the dungeon swung open once more. Yang Dongqing, already in a daze, reacted to the sound of the door opening with a reflexive jolt, his face contorted in sheer terror. No. Please, I cannot endure another math problem. As he spoke, Yang Dongqing began to gag uncontrollably. Su Mu regarded this with satisfaction, stating, Student Yang Dongqing, it appears you have thoroughly absorbed and digested those mathematical concepts. You seem to be somewhat overwhelmed. It seems we can proceed to the final stage. Yang Dongqing, oblivious to his surroundings, continued to mutter involuntarily, a sine, cosine, tan, cot. Chapter 21. The Bronze Lamp. An exquisitely crafted dark golden pocket watch, adorned with intricate filigree patterns, sprang forth from Su Mu's fingertips, gracefully descending before Yang Dongqing. The watch was tethered by a slender chain, the end of which was grasped firmly by Su Mu. With a subtle exertion of force, the dark golden timepiece began to sway. It oscillated slowly yet rhythmically, each movement precise, akin to the second hand of a clock. "Focus your gaze upon it," Su Mu's deep voice resonated. Simultaneously, he removed his tinted glasses, revealing a pair of eyes as profound and resplendent as obsidian. Whether it was an illusion or not, those eyes seemed to emanate a faint glow, reminiscent of a luminous pearl in a dim dungeon. A wave of immense mental energy began to permeate the confines of the dungeon. Instinctively, Yang Dongqing's gaze fixated upon the dark golden pocket watch, his eyes unconsciously following its lateral motions. His consciousness gradually became ensnared, slowly, until only the watch remained in his vision. The silent darkness enveloped everything. Even Su Mu, who stood close by, seemed to vanish into the shadows. Gradually, the dark golden Ouroboros on the watch came to life, writhing and intertwining within the darkness, exuding an air of mystery. "Now is the moment." Su Mu's eyes sparkled with brilliance as an overwhelming surge of mental energy surged into Yang Dongqing's mind, silently imprinting an Ouroboros symbol within his consciousness. The dark golden serpent appeared to be reflected in Yang Dongqing's pupils, ultimately fading away. Su Mu exhaled, feeling a sense of lightness beneath his feet, as if his very essence had been drained. Truly remarkable, an extraordinary individual. Even after enduring such inhumane torment, your mental resilience remains formidable. Thankfully, it has succeeded. His gaze shifted towards Yang Dongqing, who now appeared vacant, resembling a soulless puppet. "Yang Dongqing," Su Mu spoke slowly. His words seemed to activate the puppet's command. In that instant, Yang Dongqing's lifeless eyes began to shimmer with color, a fervent passion ignited within them. "Leader!" Su Mu silently smiled. Yet he did not linger in elation, for he required the extraordinary power swiftly, as his days were numbered. "How did you become an extraordinary being?" "I became extraordinary in the nightmarish realm." Su Mu furrowed his brow slightly. It indeed pertained to dreams. He recalled his own dreams, where each slumber inevitably led him into a dreamscape, and each venture into that realm would augment his mental prowess. "What is the nightmarish realm?" he posed a second inquiry. "The nightmarish realm is a world that exists in slumber, composed of countless nightmares, teeming with bizarre, horrifying, and unfathomable nightmarish creatures." As he uttered this, the once imperious extraordinary being displayed a flicker of fear upon his countenance. This revelation astonished Su Mu. The emergence of fear in a hypnotic state indicated the profound terror the nightmarish realm had instilled in Yang Dongqing. Yang Dongqing took a deep breath and continued, "I do not know when it began, but the boundary between reality and dreams has been shattered, allowing the entities of dreams to invade reality, while those in reality can unwittingly stray into dreams." "Are you implying that nightmarish creatures lurk within the realm of reality?" Su Mu recalled various rumors he had once heard. Those absurd and unfathomable horrific incidents were often the talk of student circles. However, he had been too immersed in his dreams to heed the realities around him. "Indeed, if humans can enter the nightmarish realm, then the creatures of that realm can certainly invade reality." "Can you fathom such terror? Your innermost nightmares, the very things you dread, suddenly crawling out from the depths of dreams, or perhaps you find yourself plummeting into a tangible nightmare, confronting the terrors within your heart." That sensation is simply, utterly, the fear etched on Yang Dongqing's face intensified. "Simply marvelous." Su Mu suppressed his excitement, dissipating Yang Dongqing's trepidation. He found himself anticipating the nightmarish realm, having long forgotten what fear was. During his century-long existence within dreams, he had experienced all that the world had to offer. In the latter stages, to expend his mental energy, he had relentlessly conjured terrifying monsters and harrowing scenes to stimulate himself. The consequence of such actions was that his emotional thresholds had become infinitely elevated. Regardless of how intense the fear, it was difficult to affect him. To be candid, this feeling was rather tedious. When all external stimuli failed to provoke any inner response, it felt akin to a castrated monk. This was not a transcendent state of detachment, unaffected by external joys or sorrows, but rather a weary ennui resulting from having grown weary of everything. "How does one enter the nightmarish realm?" Su Mu inquired eagerly. "By sleeping." One can only access the nightmarish realm through slumber. It resembles an unending nightmare from which one cannot awaken. A month ago, I awoke in the nightmarish realm, having fallen into a deep sleep. There, I encountered others like me, who had also entered through dreams. We faced a horde of terrifying monsters that, they devoured humans, they all perished. The terror etched deeper into Yang Dongqing's expression, hinting at a subconscious desire to break free from the hypnosis. Su Mu narrowed his eyes, swiftly redirecting the conversation. How does one become extraordinary within the nightmarish realm? The Bronze Law. Yang Dongqing revealed a term that was unfamiliar to Su Mu. What is the Bronze Law? I do not know. Yang Dongqing's eyes flickered with confusion. It is like an immense web, hidden within countless dimensions in the nightmarish realm. It encompasses everything, omnipresent. By connecting to the Bronze Law, one can become extraordinary. Su Mu's brow furrowed deeper. He comprehended each word Yang Dongqing spoke, yet the connection eluded him. The Bronze Law, an immense web. How does one connect to the Bronze Law? There is no fixed method, it depends on individual talent. Those with high aptitude can sense the Bronze Law upon their initial entry into the nightmarish realm, thus establishing a connection. What about those with low aptitude? Those with low aptitude may require multiple entries into the nightmarish realm to connect with the Bronze Law. There are also individuals devoid of talent, who will never be able to forge that connection. How many times have you entered the nightmarish realm? Once? Su Mu, so you are indeed a genius, then. Do all extraordinary beings possess a body of steel like yours? Yang Dongqing shook his head. My extraordinary power is known as iron will, which is considered a relatively common type of extraordinary strength. After acquiring iron will, my physical attributes were enhanced across the board, and my body became comparable to steel. This physical fortitude can further amplify with fluctuations in willpower and emotion. Chapter 22. In Yang Dongqing, you wouldn't wish any harm upon Miss Jasmine, would you? Su Mu mused thoughtfully. It appeared that Yang Dongqing's previous state of paralysis, upon hearing Jasmine's mellifluous voice, had indeed been related to this matter. The iron will. The term iron signifies a body of steel, while will denotes one's resolve. The emotions serve to fortify this iron physique. In simpler terms, the more fervent the emotions, the stronger the steel body becomes, or, alternatively, the more resolute the will, the mightier the iron form. The Bronze Laws encompass a multitude of phenomena corresponding to various extraordinary powers. However, I am not privy to the specifics. Even this information was relayed to me by an individual from the upper city who was among us in the Nightmarish Apostle encounter. Nightmarish Apostles. Is that a collective term for individuals like yourselves? Yang Dongqing nodded in affirmation. Anyone who has ventured into the nightmarish realm, be they extraordinary beings or ordinary folk, is collectively referred to as Nightmarish Apostles. It is a foreboding appellation, for all nightmarish apostles are destined to perish in their nightmares. Why is that? The individual from the upper city explained that each day, unfortunate souls unwittingly dream and become nightmarish apostles, entering the nightmarish realm in their slumber. This occurrence is wholly erratic, anyone could fall victim to it. Moreover, once one has entered even once, it is akin to being cursed. Periodically, they will re-enter, enduring one nightmare after another, until death. If I wish to enter the nightmarish realm, is there any method to do so? Yang Dongqing shook his head once more. There is no method. No one knows how to access the nightmarish realm, just as no one comprehends how to extricate themselves from it. Being chosen as a nightmarish apostle seems entirely arbitrary, devoid of any discernible pattern. Upon hearing this, Su Mu's expression darkened. Can one become extraordinary without entering the nightmarish realm? Yes, I have heard that there exist some extraordinary individuals within this world, who are not nightmarish apostles. And how do they achieve their extraordinary status? I am aware of only a fragment. The individual did not finish his explanation before being slain by a nightmarish creature. His exact words were that these extraordinary beings in the real world are a collection of cowardly opportunists, thriving solely by siphoning the blood of nightmarish apostles. Yang Dongqing pondered briefly. His tone was one of great indignation, seemingly resistant to the identity of a nightmarish apostle. This aversion not only pertains to confronting nightmarish creatures, but suggests that individuals in the real world may also harbor animosity towards nightmarish apostles. Sumu's eyes flickered, siphoning the blood of nightmarish apostles. Is it to be taken literally, or grant me a sample of your blood? Yes, Chief. Without a moment's hesitation, Yang Dongqing extended a finger, using a nail as sharp as a blade to make a deep incision on his wrist. In a room brimming with medical instruments and experimental apparatus, a man in a lab coat held a test tube filled with blood, conducting various experiments with a pipette. How does it fare? Sumu inquired, leaning against the wall. Chief, this blood bears no distinction from that of an ordinary person, save for perhaps being slightly healthier. Drink it. Yes, Chief. The man in the lab coat downed the blood in one gulp. Sumu waited a full hour, yet there were no discernible changes. It seemed that the earlier assertion regarding the siphoning of blood was not to be taken at face value. Now, two paths lay before him. One was to journey to the upper city to investigate the extraordinary beings and learn their methods of acquiring extraordinary power. The other was to devise a way to enter the nightmarish realm and become extraordinary himself. He chose the latter without much deliberation. The upper city and the lower city were separated by a natural barrier. Entry was not merely a matter of wealth, but required connections and influence to obtain a residence permit in the upper city. However, this posed little challenge for him. It merely required some time, yet, once inside, gathering intelligence on extraordinary beings would likewise demand considerable time, and time was precisely what he lacked. In pursuit of Yang Dongqing, he had already expended 3 days. His remaining lifespan was but 4 days. The aforementioned reasons, however, were not the core of his decision. The true motivation behind his choice of the second path was who could resist the allure of a nightmarish realm that was fraught with danger, mystery, and exhilarating thrills. Upon hearing Yang Dongqing's depiction of the nightmarish realm, his long-dormant heart finally felt a pulse of excitement. But how could he enter the nightmarish realm? Or rather, had he already unwittingly entered it? In a moment, Sumu recalled the dream he experienced nightly. It was so vivid that it hardly felt like a dream, yet it bore no resemblance to the nightmarish realm Yang Dongqing described. In his dream, while danger was absent, everything else was present. Whatever he desired, he could have. According to Yang Dongqing, to enter the nightmarish realm, one could only rely on their luck. If one's luck was sufficiently poor, they might dream of the nightmarish realm and subsequently enter it, but the dilemma was that every time he fell asleep, he entered that omnipotent dream, effectively blocking access to the nightmarish realm. After a moment of contemplation, an idea slowly began to take shape in his mind. Sumu returned to the dungeon. Upon encountering Yang Dongqing, he was astonished to find that Yang Dongqing had managed to break free from hypnosis. It had only been an hour since the event transpired. "You bastard, what did you just do to me?" Yang Dongqing roared, a mixture of fury and fear evident in his voice, clearly traumatized by the recent hypnosis. The sensation of being entirely transformed was more terrifying than the prospect of death itself. Sumu studied him intently. Such remarkable mental resilience. Were all extraordinary beings like this, or did Yang Dongqing's iron will confer a degree of resistance? Never mind. It was of little consequence. He had never intended to treat Yang Dongqing as a mere puppet. In his view, individuals of interest were scarce in this world, yet it was precisely these individuals who rendered the world vibrant and multifaceted. He had grown weary of the omnipotent feeling of control. His reluctance to fully dominate Nanmo was indicative of this, and he had no intention of entirely subjugating Yang Dongqing's thoughts either. However, while he was disinclined to exert control, it did not imply that he would let Yang Dongqing go. The two had already forged enmity. Releasing a foe would be an act of folly. Thus, Sumu began to adopt another approach, psychological suggestion. Compared to the coercive nature of hypnosis, psychological suggestion was undoubtedly subtle, difficult to detect, and this method could bypass mental resistance. In essence, hypnosis is the forceful imposition of control over another psyche, inciting mental rebellion. Conversely, psychological suggestion is a covert form of brainwashing, distorting one's thoughts to naturally accept the imposed ideas. It is akin to a workplace scenario where a superior assigns you a task beyond your usual responsibilities. You might resist. At this juncture, the superior has two methods to counter you. One is to exert authority, threatening repercussions for noncompliance. The other is to employ persuasive tactics, suggesting that acquiring new skills is beneficial and that this task is a form of training necessary for you to provide greater value in a higher position. The resulting psychological backlash from the two approaches is evidently distinct. Thus, Sumu now intended to employ no to psychologically suggest to Yang Dongqing that he settled into a chair, hands clasped around his serpent-patterned cane, calmly observing Yang Dongqing, and slowly articulated, "Yang Dongqing, you wouldn't wish any harm upon Miss Jasmine, would you?" Chapter 23. A pleasant cooperation. Yang Dongqing's expression suddenly shifted. "What do you intend to do now?" The iron chains entwined around him trembled violently. "Oh, nothing much, merely a trifling compensation is all I require." Yang Dongqing's chest heaved with intensity, struggling to suppress the urge to unleash a torrent of curses. He gritted his teeth and retorted, "What compensation? You have captured me and now demand compensation?" Sumu's face bore an expression of surprise. I extended an invitation to Miss Jasmine to visit, to enjoy some red wine and steak. Yet you, without discerning right from wrong, barged in uninvited, wreaking havoc. So tell me, should you not compensate? That was an invitation. You were clearly coercing her. I merely made a phone call to invite Miss Jasmine over. And you did so through threats. Enough of this tedious detail. Simply state whether you will compensate or not. I will compensate. Yang Dongqing's countenance darkened. Though he was academically challenged, he understood the harsh reality of being at the mercy of another. Sumu nodded with satisfaction. Considering you are a pauper, the only thing you can offer is your own flesh. Thus, you shall work for me for 3 years, and that shall suffice as compensation. For Sumu, 3 years was more than enough. He could already manipulate Yang Dongqing, let alone what his mental prowess would be in 3 years, provided he survived. Work for you. Yang Dongqing's expression softened slightly, as it implied he would not meet his demise just yet, and Jasmine would be safe. He merely sought to feign compliance, biding his time for vengeance. Sumu seemed to see through his thoughts, speaking calmly, "You must be aware of my capabilities. Dealing with an ordinary person like Jasmine is child's play. To be frank, I have already implanted a notion in her mind, a suicidal thought. Should you harbor ill intentions, Jasmine shall take her own life at my behest." Yang Dongqing's face paled. "You bastard. Do not harm Jasmine. If you dare, come at me." "How touching, your love," Sumu marveled. "In that case, you ought to consider Jasmine's plight. She loves you dearly, even daring to betray me for your sake. Such a splendid girl. Her life rests in your hands. If you agree to work for me for 3 years, I shall grant you both your freedom afterward." Yang Dongqing's expression was a tumult of shadows. After a prolonged silence, he finally said, "I accept your terms, but should you fail to uphold your promise or harm Jasmine, I swear, even if I am reduced to ashes, you shall pay the price." Sumu smiled faintly, a pleasant cooperation. At that moment, a glimmer flickered in the depths of his eyes concealed behind the tinted glasses. An invisible mental force began to radiate waves as he initiated psychological suggestion, reinforcing the notion of sincere collaboration within Yang Dongqing. At this juncture, Yang Dongqing faced two choices: to trust in the promise of freedom after 3 years and genuinely cooperate, or to disbelieve and feign cooperation, seeking an opportunity to betray. The purpose of the psychological suggestion was to strengthen the inclination toward genuine collaboration, nudging Yang Dongqing toward the first option. "Whom do you wish me to eliminate? Your rival? Let us refrain from such violence. Who decrees that a gang leader must resort to murder? I am quite the advocate of peace, and your tasks shall not involve killing." Those words hardly seem to originate from you. "Your first task will be to assist me in entering the nightmare realm." Yang Dongqing trembled, rendered speechless. "Setting aside whether I can accomplish that, do you comprehend what entering the nightmare realm entails? No need for excessive prattle. I have my plans. If I am not mistaken, you sensed a sudden palpitation during class earlier, which signified your imminent return to the nightmare realm." Yang Dongqing nodded silently, and after a lengthy pause, he replied, "A nightmare apostle experiences a sensation just prior to entering the nightmare realm. Typically, one enters within 2 to 3 days after sensing it. Earlier, you mentioned that entry into the nightmare realm occurs through sleep and dreams. What if one does not sleep? Not sleeping can delay the entry, but who can truly remain awake indefinitely? A person cannot survive without sleep. Sumu refrained from sharing his thoughts. Even in a world with the extraordinary, it was not uncommon for someone to go without sleep for an extended period. However, Yang Dongqing, being new to the extraordinary, had only a limited understanding of the information available. Is entry into the nightmare realm a matter of the spirit departing while the body remains in reality, or do both spirit and body travel together? Yang Dongqing shook his head. I am uncertain. I have only entered the nightmare realm once, and who can observe their own body while asleep? The gaze behind the tinted glasses flickered subtly as Sumu suddenly conceived an idea. He pondered whether, during his nightly excursions into that realm of infinitely growing mental power, his body remained asleep in bed. Verifying this was simple enough. One could merely install a camera in the bedroom. However, this was not the time for validation. Yang Dongqing continued, I suspect that both spirit and body enter together, for the nightmare realm resembles a tangible world, akin to traversing dimensions. Injuries sustained there manifest upon returning to reality. You previously stated that one enters the nightmare realm within 2 to 3 days. Today should mark the 3rd day, correct? Indeed, as I did not sleep last night. Otherwise, I might have entered then. Why did you not sleep last night? You. Yang Dongqing shot him a furious glare. Why the hell do you think I did not sleep? Was it not you who had me studying mathematics all night? A mysterious smile played at the corners of Sumu's mouth. Well then, let us not dwell on such trivial details. Prepare yourself to assist me in entering the nightmare realm. Yang Dongqing frowned deeply. If that is impossible, entry into the nightmare realm is random, and to my knowledge, no one can choose to enter. Sumu smiled enigmatically. You need not worry about that. I have my own plans. Nightfall, within an opulent chamber, a dozen men clad in black stood in a neat row under Zhao Chaoyao's command. Chief, as per your instructions, I have summoned all the elites from the Viper Gang. Zhao Chaoyao spoke respectfully. Sumu scrutinized them closely, noting their robust physiques, imposing stature, and the faint aura of menace surrounding them, their waistbands bulging with concealed firearms. At that moment, a nearby bald man, devoid of eyebrows and bearing lip marks on his face, displayed a disdainful expression, smirking. The nightmare realm is not something that can be conquered by sheer numbers. Bringing these useless people will only be a burden in the end. Oh, by the way, that is assuming you truly possess a method to bring so many inside. Chapter 24, The Realm of Nightmares. The bald man speaking was none other than Yang Dongqing. Ever since the two reached an agreement, Sumu had released him. Under the influence of psychological suggestion, Yang Dongqing did not cause any trouble. Instead, he diligently fulfilled his duties, eagerly anticipating the day 3 years hence when he would soar through the skies with Mo Li. As for the lip imprint on his face, it undoubtedly belonged to Mo Li. Upon his release, he insisted on seeing her, and after a tender reunion, he learned from her that his brother had been appointed as the factory director, and Mo Li herself had been signed by a record company. This outcome could be deemed a triumph for all. His brother ascended to the position of director, Mo Li was chasing her dreams, and Sumu gained an extraordinary bodyguard. The only one burdened was Yang Dongqing, who was destined to toil like a beast for 3 years. Sumu paid him no mind and merely instructed, prepare to sleep. Yang Dongqing strode directly towards the sole bed in the room. Unexpectedly, Sumu extended his snake-patterned wooden cane to block his path, declaring, you shall sleep on the floor. Yang Dongqing's face flushed with indignation. Is there not a bed? Why must I sleep on the floor? The bed belongs to me, Sumu retorted, retracting his cane and casting a dispassionate glance in Yang Dongqing's direction. Ultimately, Yang Dongqing could only curse under his breath as he lay down on the floor. At that moment, Sumu turned to Zhao Chaoyao and the others, commanding, you all should sleep as well. Thud, thud, thud. A dozen men in black collapsed onto the ground, instantly succumbing to slumber, some even beginning to snore. Yang Dongqing raised an eyebrow. Do these individuals have such high-quality sleep? Sumu shook his head. It is merely hypnosis. Would you care to try? Yang Dongqing was instantly reminded of unpleasant memories and, his face darkened, he vehemently declined, promptly shutting his eyes. Approximately 10 minutes later, he gradually slipped into a dream, his mind utterly exhausted after a night spent solving mathematical problems. Observing that everyone had fallen asleep, Sumu commenced his own plan. He retrieved a dark golden pocket watch from his pocket, letting it slip from his fingertips, where it began to swing like a pendulum in the air. 1, 2, 3. Thud. Sumu collapsed onto the soft bed. In the vast and ethereal celestial realm, an immortal emperor stood proudly, surrounded by an aura of celestial energy, as if radiant rays of light exploded from his very being. His figure was grand, towering like a peak, seemingly capable of supporting the entire heavens. This immortal emperor was none other than Sumu. Indeed, he had entered his own dream. Transforming into an immortal emperor was merely a basic skill for him, a habit cultivated subconsciously. Sumu stood in the void, clad in a magnificent celestial robe that fluttered in the wind, embroidered with the stars of myriad heavens, as though it contained the profound truths of the universe. He gently raised his hand, and the celestial power flowing from his sleeves transformed into dazzling light, illuminating the entirety of the dreamscape. The dream realm had no walls, indicating that it bore no boundaries. What he needed to do now was infinitely expand the dream until it connected with Yang Dongqing's dream. In his conception, since he was the master of the dream, why could he not control the connection between his dream and that of others? With a mere flip of my hand, I can command the rise and fall of the universe. Connecting dreams should be no difficult feat. Time slipped by second, as Sumu slowly closed his eyes, pushing his perception to its utmost limit, and his dream expanded wildly, akin to a cosmic explosion. At last, he sensed something extraordinary, a peculiar sensation, as if the immortal emperor atop a pinnacle had suddenly perceived the barrier of the world. Once his perception pierced through the barrier, he glimpsed another realm. In the desolate fringes of the dream, there lay only endless darkness, yet at some point, a dozen twinkling stars emerged, mysterious and splendid. Sumu could distinctly perceive that these stars did not belong to his dream. Since he could perfectly control his own dream, he was acutely sensitive to any extraneous elements. Is this their dream? Sumu opened his eyes, and the gaze of the immortal emperor resembled a boundless black hole in the universe, encompassing the brilliance and dimness of countless stars, the passage of time, and the cycles of change. As his gaze swept across, it was akin to a bolt of lightning cleaving through the darkness of the dream's fringes, fully revealing the dozen stars. The scenes displayed upon these 12 stars were remarkably consistent, depicting Sumu seated upon a throne, beneath him a sea of black-clad figures, collectively chanting, "Long live the leader." Clearly, this was the dream of Zhao Chaoyao and the others. They had been brainwashed daily, and even in their dreams, they were fixated on Sumu. Apart from these 12 stars, there was another, forged of steel and radiating a metallic sheen, displaying a somewhat different scene. The imagery bore a hint of color, with Yang Dongqing as the male lead and Mo Li as the female lead, the two engrossed in a romantic exchange until Sumu appeared, seizing the love away. This is Yang Dongqing's dream. Sumu furrowed his brow. How cliché. In Yang Dongqing's dream, Mo Li had already been taken by Sumu, and the plot grew increasingly melodramatic. Mo Li, I'm sorry, Dongqing, a love triangle is simply too crowded. Yang Dongqing, no, Mo Li, how can I live without you? Sumu, he felt somewhat speechless, just as he was about to voice a complaint, his brow furrowed slightly, his gaze like a cold lightning bolt, locking onto Yang Dongqing's dream. Suddenly, a strange crimson hue appeared out of nowhere within Yang Dongqing's dream. This blood-red hue resembled ancient rust, akin to dried blood, silently spreading through the dreamscape, emanating a chilling aura. It was as if the blood of a demon had seeped from the depths of hell, thick and sluggish, each drop brimming with endless pain and resentment. Yang Dongqing's dream gradually succumbed to the crimson tide. Simultaneously, the dream star representing him began to tremble violently, as if it were on the verge of being extracted from existence. Is this the summoning of the realm of nightmares? Sumu's eyes narrowed slightly, and without hesitation, he immediately connected his dream with Yang Dongqing's. The moment their realms touched, his form jolted violently, for the once celestial realm, suffused with an aura of immortality, had inexplicably been tainted by a sinister blood-red hue. This crimson stain spread like a virus, rampaging uncontrollably. He attempted to assert control over this blood hue, but found it utterly impossible, even though he was an omnipotent immortal emperor within the dream. Before the blood-red presence, everything seemed illusory, and only that crimson hue bore the essence of reality. It felt akin to a supreme being in a novel, capable of annihilating worlds with a mere gesture, yet unable to escape the confines of fiction to inflict harm upon the tangible realm. Chapter 25. As anticipated, the nightmare realm draws individuals through dreams. The moment I connect my dream with that of the nightmare apostle, I shall be engulfed within. Sumu's eyes glimmered, gradually veiled by a strange blood-red hue. In that case, I can employ the same principle to draw them in as well. He manipulated his own dream, linking it with the dreams of Zhao Chaoyao and others. When all dreams intertwined, it seemed to create a conduit for the crimson essence to spread, proliferating infinitely until it stained the dreams of all with blood red. That sanguine expanse resembled a vast net, ensnaring everyone's dreams, rendering them utterly trapped, as if once ensnared, they would be devoured by unending terror and despair. And this was precisely what Sumu desired. Seated upon the exalted throne, his dark golden starry robe had been tainted crimson, as torrents of blood raged and gradually coalesced into a sea of blood, slowly engulfing him. His abdomen, chest, and neck. At this moment, Sumu was enveloped by the blood sea, leaving only his head visible. A pallid smile, tinged with suppressed delight, emerged upon his face. How truly exhilarating! As the words left his lips, the blood sea wholly consumed him. The inky shroud of night enveloped Zhao family village, rendering the entire hamlet desolate, devoid of the warm glow of countless homes. Only one two-story dwelling flickered with candlelight, its illumination starkly apparent in the darkness. Beneath the night-esque cover, this modest abode appeared shrouded in a thick veil of gloom, its mottled walls adorned with eerie vines, while the rusty iron door creaked hauntingly in the gentle breeze, echoing the sounds of anguished moans. Within the dwelling, 4 men and 1 woman anxiously encircled a candle, their eyes frequently darting toward the darkness beyond its feeble light, as if a horrific creature might emerge at any moment. It is already dark. According to our initial plan, we must venture out to seek sustenance and candles, spoke a young man in his 20s with a close-cropped haircut, his countenance grave, yet lacking the palpable fear exhibited by the others. Brother Yi, are we truly going out? What if there are nightmare monsters lurking outside? A quavering voice issued from a middle-aged man, clad in a faded work uniform and worn-out rubber shoes, his dark skin and slightly stooped posture revealing the toll of years of arduous labor. The close-cropped man cast a cold glance at him. What shall we do if we do not venture out, await our demise? We have been here for 3 days, 3 full days without a morsel to eat. If this continues, we shall perish without the intervention of those nightmare creatures. Moreover, our candles are nearly spent. Once extinguished, the consequences need not be elaborated. The middle-aged man, somewhat intimidated, withdrew slightly, refraining from further comment, while the others remained silent. At that moment, the man named Yi rose to his feet. Everyone, split up and search the village for food. It is night. Those humanoid monsters will not appear, but do be cautious of shadows. Additionally, any food found must be brought back to me for equitable distribution. Should anyone dare to hoard, I shall not be merciful. Having spoken, he prepared to leave, but the sole woman among them hastily grasped his hand, her appealing visage adorned with a pleading expression. Brother Yi, I am afraid, may I accompany you? Clad in a delicate silk nightgown, her silhouette subtly outlined, the neckline slightly open, revealing a glimpse of her fair skin and alluring collarbone, the slender straps precariously perched on her rounded shoulders, as though they might slip at any moment. Her pitiful demeanor prompted the others to swallow hard, their protective instincts surging. Yet the man named Yi remained expressionless, his demeanor frosty as he retorted, I have stated, split up. The more of us there are, the easier it is to attract the shadow's attention. The woman persisted, biting her delicate lip as she implored, please, Brother Yi, you are the only extraordinary one among us. Only you can safeguard me, just take me with you. I can do anything. Yi scoffed, a hint of mockery glinting in his eyes, as he callously wrenched his hand free. If you know I am extraordinary, then you ought to realize that there are plenty like you around me. In the real world, it may not matter, but this is the nightmare realm. I can scarcely protect myself, let alone you. If you can do anything, then go eliminate the shadows lurking in the dark. If you succeed, I shall protect you day and night. The woman's complexion paled instantly, as if all strength had been siphoned from her. Ye cast her a cold glance before seizing a lantern and turning to depart, his figure vanishing into the abyss of darkness. In despair, the woman directed her helpless gaze toward the others, yet none responded. The remaining individuals were not fools, none wished to bear the burden of a liability, and they all took their lanterns and left in succession. Only the middle-aged man hesitated for a moment before finally saying, "You come with me, at least we can look out for one another." A flicker of joy illuminated the woman's face as she eagerly nodded in agreement, her delicate arms wrapping tightly around the middle-aged man's arm. Together, they grasped their lantern and exited the dwelling. The two treaded cautiously through the darkness, the faint light of their paper lantern casting a dim glow, their bodies pressed closely together, enabling them to hear each other's heartbeats clearly. After an indeterminate time, the woman's voice broke the silence. "Uncle Lee, do you think we can make it back alive?" Li Qiang's body stiffened slightly, yet he mustered a semblance of comfort. "Miss Wang, just call me Lily, Uncle Lee. You are a good person, unlike the others. Lily, we will surely return alive." Li Qiang felt warmth bloom within him, and at that moment, the arm entwined around his tightened further. The softness of her touch momentarily dispelled the fear within him, but then, crack, within the village, a sudden sound of a branch snapping echoed from an alleyway beside them, as if someone had stepped on a dry twig. Their faces drained of color, the two spun around, raising their lanterns to illuminate the alley, which loomed dark and cavernous, akin to the gaping maw of a chasm, silently consuming all. Who is there?" Li Qiang exclaimed in terror. "Is it Brother Yi, or Wang Dao?" In the meager light of the candle, a figure emerged in the darkness of the alley, standing still, motionless. The silhouette appeared slender and tall. Li Qiang steeled himself and lifted the lantern, striving to discern the figure's face. At that moment, the figure stirred, it took a step forward, willingly entering the candlelight, countless shadows retreating like tiny tide creatures from its visage, revealing a pale face. The features were exquisitely handsome, adorned with high-end tea-colored spectacles, a polite yet graceful smile gracing its lips, the pallid skin shimmering under the flickering candlelight. Chapter 26. Do I resemble a monster? Lily was the first to unleash a piercing scream, for the visage before them was not that of any member of their party. Li Qiang was instantly engulfed by fear, his mind a chaotic whirlpool. Why hadn't Brother Yi stated that humanoid monsters only roamed during the day? Before he could react, he felt a pair of soft hands forcefully shove him, and caught off guard, he tumbled to the ground. The owner of those hands fled as if possessed by madness. Lily was acutely aware that, given her physical strength, she could never outrun a humanoid monster, nor could she outpace Li Qiang. To survive and avoid being devoured, she could only rely on him to buy them some time. Thud, the white paper lantern in Li Qiang's grasp fell to the ground, and with that fall, he was nearly rendered unconscious by terror, for the lantern rolled to the feet of the ghastly pale face, illuminating the scene behind it. People, a throng of people, behind that deathly white visage stood row upon row of figures clad in black, motionless as if they were zombies, filling the dark alleyway. Monsters, don't eat me." Li Qiang's fragile psyche was severely shaken, and in a state of collapse, he scrambled to his feet only to fall again, rolling and crawling away in a desperate bid for escape. Su Mu, somewhat exasperated, pushed up his tinted glasses. He had not anticipated that upon entering the nightmarish world, he would be mistaken for a monster before even encountering an actual nightmare creature. After being entirely engulfed by a sea of blood within a dream, he had arrived at this desolate village, devoid of light. Most crucially, all his illumination tools had malfunctioned. To be precise, they hadn't ceased to function. They still operated, yet the light they emitted could not dispel the darkness of this world. Turning to his band of followers, Su Mu inquired, "Do I resemble a monster?" Zhao Chaoyao glared menacingly at Li Qiang's retreating figure. How dare he insult the leader? "I shall slay him." Yan Dongqing, in contemplation, remarked, "It seems this individual is also a nightmare apostle. He likely entered before us and may possess information regarding this nightmare." Su Mu waved his hand. "Capture him." "Yes, leader." Two burly figures in black lunged forth like leopards, racing towards Li Qiang. Moments later, the panicked Li Qiang was dragged back by the two black-clad men as if he were a lifeless dog. Please don't eat me, I beg you, don't eat me. Li Qiang dared not open his eyes, struggling and shouting in a frenzy. After a prolonged struggle, realizing no one was attacking him, he hesitantly opened his eyes to behold the familiar pale, handsome face. The owner of that face was smiling, exuding a gentle demeanor devoid of any hostility. Sir, are you also a nightmare apostle? Su Mu inquired politely. Li Qiang instinctively nodded, suddenly realizing something. You are too. Indeed, like you, we are individuals who have stumbled into the nightmarish world. We are not monsters. Really? Li Qiang regarded the sea of black-clad figures with skepticism. But why are there so many of you? And all dressed alike, could it be you can form a group? Zhao Chaoyao's forehead twitched with irritation as he seized Li Qiang by the collar, growling, "Group up, do you think we're here for a vacation? Whatever our leader asks, you shall answer truthfully. Do you understand? How many times must I say it? No need for violence, we must uphold politeness." Yes, leader. Zhao Chaoyao released Li Qiang's collar and retreated behind Su Mu. With a smile, Su Mu regarded the distressed Li Qiang, even adjusting the crumpled collar of his shirt with a touch of kindness. Do not be anxious, after all, we are not bad people. By the way, may I ask how you wish to be addressed? Li. Li Qiang, he stammered, trembling inexplicably more with fear. Very well, Mr. Li Qiang. Fellow nightmare apostles trapped in this terrifying dreamscape. After all, individual strength is limited, only through unity can we weather the storm, would you not agree? Behind his tinted glasses, a faint glimmer flickered in Su Mu's eyes. Under that gaze, Li Qiang's fearful heart gradually began to calm. You are right. We should help each other, Li Qiang replied earnestly. Mr. Li Qiang is indeed a commendable individual. Now, please share any known information. As the two engaged in amicable discourse, Yang Dongqing, observing from the side, felt a chill creep into his heart. This mastery over human emotions, no matter how often witnessed, always filled him with profound dread and wariness. With Li Qiang divulging all he knew, Su Mu finally grasped the current nightmare. Li Qiang's group had 10 members, 5 of whom had perished, leaving 4 men and 1 woman. They had entered the nightmarish world 3 days prior, unlike Su Mu and his companions who had entered together. These individuals had come in separately. Among the survivors, only 1 young man named Yi Fanyu was an extraordinary being, having entered the nightmarish world for the 3rd time, while the others were ordinary individuals on their first foray. Upon their arrival, they found themselves in a village named Zhao Family Village. By night, the village was eerily deserted, yet a creature known as the Shadow lurked in the darkness, reaching out to seize individuals and drag them into the abyss, with those taken deemed doomed to perish. Daytime posed even greater peril, as the missing villagers would reappear, though they were not villagers at all, but monsters clad in human skin, possessing immense strength and exceedingly difficult to kill. They would actively hunt humans, and once captured, would brutally torture and consume them. The number of such monsters exceeded 100, rendering direct confrontation impossible. The only recourse was to hide within buildings, as the villagers seemed to harbor an innate fear of houses. As long as doors and windows were securely shut, they could not breach the premises, yet these monsters possessed a cunning ability to allure and trick individuals into venturing outside. After hearing Li Qiang's account, Su Mu's smile widened. I find myself somewhat intrigued. Chapter 27, Misunderstanding. It seems that entering the nightmare realm late has its advantages. At the very least, there are benevolent individuals who have sacrificed their lives to procure vital intelligence for you. For instance, villagers cannot forcibly invade houses, and the shadowy figures prefer to manifest in crowded areas. Such information may appear to be a mere statement, yet the only way to acquire it is through the ultimate sacrifice. Although the lives of the underlings in the Serpent Gang may seem insignificant, the process of recruiting a new batch of hypnotized followers is undeniably time-consuming. Mr. Li Qiang, please lead us to join the others, Su Mu said with a smile. Li Qiang, in a state of numbness, nodded, all right. Within the confines of the 2-story dwelling, Yi Fanyu and the others returned one by one, exchanging glances filled with unease. Zhao Gang, Wang Dao, did you two find any food? Yi Fanyu inquired. Both shook their heads. I searched the fields, but there were no crops at all. I rummaged through the village's trash bins, and found no food either. Yi Fanyu's expression darkened further, though he did not readily accept their words. He scrutinized them closely before reaching out to feel their emaciated bellies. You two, open your mouths. The two, filled with trepidation towards Yi Fanyu, complied. After examining their mouths, he discovered no remnants of food, and upon sniffing, he detected only the foul odor of 3 days without brushing teeth, devoid of any trace of edible aroma. It seems we can only place our hopes on Li Qiang and Wang Li. The three of them each held a lantern and settled into the corners of the room, maintaining a considerable distance from one another. Before long, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from outside the dwelling. Open the door, quickly. The loud banging on the door, accompanied by Wang Li's terrified cries for help, pierced through the stillness of the night. The three exchanged alarmed glances and sprang to their feet. Yi Fanyu rushed to the door but hesitated to open it, instead asking, "What happened?" Li Qiang, he encountered a humanoid monster. "Please, open the door." Wang Li's once sweet voice had transformed into a distorted plea, the terror accumulated over 3 days now erupting forth. Yi Fanyu's expression shifted dramatically. Impossible, humanoid monsters only appear during the day. It is night now. How could they be out? In an effort to confirm the time, he approached the window and peered outside. The world beyond was engulfed in darkness, illuminated solely by the cold glow of the moon, casting eerie, distorted shadows through the branches, exuding an oppressive, sinister atmosphere. I don't know, but they have indeed appeared. Not just one, but many monsters. They packed the alley. Wang Li cried out in fear, her voice laced with sobs. Yi Fanyu remained silent, pressing close to the window to observe the doorway, and upon confirming that only Wang Li stood there, he replied, "If there are so many nightmare creatures, how did you manage to return alive? Where is Li Qiang?" Wang Li sobbing faltered, "Li Qiang, he stayed behind to cover for me." Bang, the door to the dwelling swung open, and the faint flicker of candlelight cast a halo around Wang Li's delicate figure. Her pristine silk nightgown was soiled, and her bare legs bore several abrasions. One of her plush slippers was missing, leaving her foot, now mudded, stained even between her toes. She dashed into the room, enveloped by the candlelight, and gasped for breath as if relieved of a great burden. Bang, without a moment's hesitation, Yi Fanyu closed the door. He wasted no time granting Wang Li a moment to breathe, seizing her hand and urging, "Quickly, tell us what happened." His anxiety was palpable, for Wang Li's words indicated that the patterns of nightmare creature activity he had observed over the past 3 days were either incorrect or had changed, a matter of life and death for them all. I don't know, I'm so scared. Li Qiang and I were looking for food when we passed an alley and suddenly heard noises. Li Qiang thought it was you all and shunned the lantern, but then, Wang Li's breath became increasingly rapid, her pupils dilating as if recalling a horrifying memory. What happened next? Speak, damn it. Yi Fanyu's veins bulged as he fought the urge to slap her. Humans. It was all humans. The alley was filled with rows of people in black. They stood completely still, like zombies, and the one at the front had a ghastly pale face, devoid of color, wearing tinted glasses. Tinted glasses? Yes, tinted glasses. That person just kept smiling. He merely stood there, watching us, laughing. At this revelation, a chill swept through the group, sending shivers down their spines. Visions of the pitch-black night filled their minds, illuminated by the white lantern directed at the alley, revealing rows of black-clad figures resembling zombies, their ghostly faces fixated upon them, adorned with unsettling smiles. Knock, knock, knock. A series of sharp knocks jolted everyone awake. Open the door, it's me, Li Qiang. Li Qiang's voice resonated from outside. The group turned pale, and Wang Li, terrified, clung to Yi Fanyu, seeking solace. Get the hell away. Don't touch me. Yi Fanyu pushed Wang Li away, his expression dark and conflicted. Open the door, I see light inside. Li Qiang continued to plead. Zhao Gang nervously swallowed. Didn't he? Wang Li say Li Qiang was dead? Then who was outside? The room fell into a profound silence, no one daring to answer. It could be the villagers transformed. Let's not forget their ability to alter appearances and charm others, Wang Dao suggested cautiously. Be quiet. Everyone stay silent, I will check. Yi Fanyu hissed, stealthily approaching the window, glancing outside. His heart raced in terror. The scene outside mirrored Wang Li's description precisely. At the door, Li Qiang was knocking, and behind him stood rows of black-clad figures. Those individuals were expressionless, standing like statues, while the man at the forefront wore tinted glasses and leaned upon a serpent-patterned wooden cane. Suddenly, the man with the tinted glasses seemed to sense something, turning his head slightly in their direction. As their eyes met, the man revealed a polite smile. Thud, Yi Fanyu felt a surge of panic, hastily retreating from the window and pressing against the wall to evade that gaze. Damn it! How could so many nightmare creatures suddenly appear? Chapter 28. What do you consider yourself to be? Everyone, disperse to the corners immediately, cover your ears, and under no circumstances open the door, regardless of what those outside may say. There was no need for Yi Fanyu to issue such commands. The others had already found their respective positions, each of them huddled in the corners, hands clasped around their heads, trembling uncontrollably. Over the past 3 days, they had endured numerous such incidents. Invariably, during the daytime, they would be besieged by a throng of villagers. These villagers were ever-changing, capable of transforming into your very own kin to tempt you into opening the door. Thus, the most prudent course of action was to see nothing, hear nothing, and respond to nothing. Outside the door, Li Qiang knocked incessantly, yet no one replied. Strange, what has happened to them? Why won't they open the door? It's evident that there are people inside. It must be a misunderstanding, Su Mu conjectured, glancing back at the rows of zombies behind him. Indeed, after being pursued by humanoid monsters for 3 days within this nightmarish realm, it was only natural for them to feel fear upon encountering a group of individuals clad in black. Moreover, these figures were all entranced, their minds singularly focused on serving their leader. They were utterly oblivious to the concept of fear, rendering the scene somewhat dissonant. Leader, let me break down the door, Zhao Chaoyao volunteered eagerly. Go ahead, Su Mu nodded, but at that moment, Yang Dongqing stepped forward. No need. I shall communicate with them. Rashly breaking down the door may lead to further misunderstandings. With that, Yang Dongqing approached the door, calling out loudly, please do not misunderstand, we are not nightmare monsters, but rather nightmare apostles like yourselves, albeit having entered 3 days later. I am an extraordinary being. If you would but open the door, we can discuss how to cooperate and survive this nightmare together. Silence. An oppressive, dead silence enveloped the room, with no response from within. Yang Dongqing, with a resounding crash, he kicked the door open, the dilapidated iron door crashing heavily to the ground, producing a jarring metallic clang. The moment the door swung open, Yang Dongqing was met with a projectile of flame akin to a bullet. The fiery projectile sliced through the air, scorching and distorting all in its path, leaving a long, incandescent trail against the pitch-black night sky. Yang Dongqing's face paled, and he had no time to evade. He could only extend his hand to absorb the blow, a sheen of iron appearing upon his palm. Boom, a violent explosion of flames erupted, and within that fiery maelstrom, Yang Dongqing was struck as if he had been hit head-on by a cannonball, sent hurtling backward, his palm now charred black. From within the room, Yi Fanyu's astonished voice rang out, Steelheart, you are indeed an extraordinary being. At that moment, he held one hand in the shape of a gun, his index finger and thumb raised, the other 3 fingers tucked in, reminiscent of a child mimicking a gun, making shooting noises, though the tip of his index finger blazed with a fierce flame, illuminating the dim room with an unexpected brilliance. Damn! Yang Dongqing scrambled to his feet, indignant. Did I not just say we are not nightmare monsters? A misunderstanding, Yi Fanyu replied, his face alight with surprise, yet his right hand remained in the gun-like position, the flame at his fingertip unwavering. You see, within this nightmare, there are many creatures cloaked in human guise, who will stop at nothing to deceive us into opening the door, which is why I was hesitant to believe. However, the ability you just demonstrated is indeed the Steelheart, and those creatures cannot break through doors or windows. My previous reaction was purely instinctive, but now I can ascertain that you are an extraordinary being, not a nightmare monster. Yang Dongqing brushed off the dust from his clothing, his expression softening slightly. Subsequently, Yi Fanyu's gaze swept over Su Mu and the others, his demeanor turning wary. While I can ascertain that you are not nightmare monsters, what of them? Why are they all dressed in identical attire? Sumu leaned lightly on his serpentine cane, taking a step forward with a smile. What, does the nightmare apostle have specific dress codes? It is not about dress codes, but rather that all nightmare apostles enter individually, and each nightmare they face is random. You all appear to be members of an organization. Since when can nightmare apostles form teams? Do not tell me that you established an organization after entering and even prepared uniforms in advance. You had better provide me with a reasonable explanation, or I will have no choice but to suspect that you are not human, but instead, nightmare monsters. Yifanyu held his left hand under his right, aiming intently at Sumu and the others, creating a scene that would have been utterly ludicrous had it not been for the flickering flame between his fingers. Sumu narrowed his eyes, a hypothesis forming in his mind. It seemed that nightmare apostles entered the nightmare world much like players matched in a game. Each time, they encountered different teammates and could only enter solo, not as a group. This, indeed, explained Yifanyu's wariness. How could he deceive him? Sumu certainly could not reveal that he had brought everyone into the same nightmare through dreams. Besides, even if he did, it was unlikely the other party would believe him. Thus, pushing up his tinted glasses, a faint smile gracing his lips, Sumu replied, a perfectly reasonable suspicion, but, I cannot help but ask, Mr.Ye, what do you consider yourself to be that merits an explanation from me? Crack. Crack, the sound of countless guns being cocked echoed ominously. Dozens of sinister black firearms were suddenly aimed squarely at Yifanyu. Swish, cold sweat cascaded down Yifanyu's face, the flame on his fingertip nearly extinguished, as the paralyzing sensation of being targeted by guns washed over him. It was true that he was extraordinary, but he did not possess an indestructible body. Being aimed at so closely by dozens of guns meant certain death, especially as he beheld the expressions of those wielding the guns. A wave of terror washed over him. Those rows of black-clad figures stood straight as statues, their faces devoid of emotion, their eyes filled with a chilling resolve, every muscle taut and ready to pull the trigger at any moment. The faint moonlight cast shadows across their faces, rendering their expressions all the more frigid and terrifying. Chapter 29, The Bronze Lore. 5-Finger Flame Bullet. Mr. Yi, are you satisfied with my explanation? Sumu's gentle voice resonated. Yifanyu felt his body tense, rendered immobile by apprehension. Sumu smiled subtly. His actions were calculated, knowing full well that Yifanyu could not withstand the onslaught of bullets. He had gleaned from Li Qiang a rough estimate of the formidable strength possessed by those humanoid monsters, as well as Yifanyu's performance during their encounters. These abominations possessed strength several times that of an ordinary human and exhibited remarkable regenerative abilities. Even a shot to the head would not guarantee death. Such prowess would naturally overwhelm an average person. But against Yang Dongqing, in a one-on-one confrontation, Yang would undoubtedly prevail. Regrettably, humanoid monsters seldom acted alone, often appearing in swarms of hundreds. Over the past 3 days, Yifanyu had sparred with these creatures several times, usually opting to attack from a distance, firing flame bullets from the tips of his fingers, never daring to allow the monsters to close in. Once they approached, he would turn and flee, leading to the conclusion that much of their time in the past 3 days had been spent hiding indoors. This indicated that Yifanyu's extraordinary power was likely fire-related and lacked the bullet-defying resilience of Yang Dongqing. The tense stalemate lingered for a moment before Yifanyu abruptly extinguished the flames at his fingertips and forced a smile, saying, I was presumptuous. Those humanoid monsters wield no firearms. Please, sir, do not take offense. I tend to be rather blunt and lack the art of conversation. The oppressive atmosphere of the nightmare world these past few days has left my mind somewhat taut. Upon reflection, had you been a nightmare creature, you would have eliminated us the moment you opened the door. If I am not mistaken, you, too, are an extraordinary individual, and your powers likely pertain to puppetry. These beings are probably your marionettes, which is why they could enter the nightmare world alongside you. Sumu smiled faintly and made no discernible movement, merely tapping the ground gracefully with his cane. In unison, a dozen black-clad figures holstered their firearms and resumed their statuesque stance. This exemplifies the significance of power. When one possesses strength, all irrationalities find their reasonable explanations, with extraordinary beings readily providing justifications. Such was the case now, rendering any need for fabricated reasoning moot, as the rationale had already been conveniently supplied. Su Mu approached and gently patted Yifanyu's rigid shoulder, offering a warm smile. I never anticipated you would perceive that. It seems Mr.Ye possesses remarkable insight. Yifanyu chuckled awkwardly, his peripheral vision occasionally darting toward Su Mu's hand resting on his shoulder, fearing a sudden strike. And how shall I address you? I am Su Mu. It is an honor to share this nightmare with you, Mr.Ye. Yifanyu hastily replied, you are too gracious, the honor is mine. With the addition of 2 extraordinary individuals, our chances of surviving this nightmare have increased significantly. Nearby, Wang Li and others exchanged peculiar glances at the unfolding scene. After 3 days of interaction with Yifanyu, they recognized him as arrogant, selfish, and ruthlessly cold, yet these dark traits transformed into meekness, humility, and politeness in the presence of those more powerful than himself. Subsequently, the group engaged in mutual pleasantries and introductions, creating an atmosphere of camaraderie. However, 2 individuals remained at odds, Li Qiang and Wang Li. The earnest middle-aged man frequently glanced at Wang Li, his words hanging unspoken in the air. Wang Li felt a tightening in her chest. Resolute in her decision, should Li Qiang dare to expose her recent actions, she would swiftly retaliate. Nonetheless, Li Qiang ultimately said nothing, and it was as if nothing had transpired. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Yifanyu spoke. Mr. Su and Mr. Yang entered 3 days late. You may not be entirely acquainted with this nightmare. Might I offer to elucidate? Su Mu shook his head. There is no need. I have already gathered some intelligence from Mr.Li Qiang. What plans do you have moving forward, Mr.Ye? Yifanyu quickly responded, initially, I intended to secure a room and wait for the nightmare to awaken naturally, as most nightmare apostles do. However, now that we have the 2 of you extraordinary individuals, we might alter our strategy and venture forth. Perhaps we can unravel this nightmare. Su Mu's gaze flickered slightly. He had previously learned from Yang Dongqing various insights regarding the nightmare world. Dubbed a nightmare for a reason, it was indeed possible to awaken from it. Typically, most nightmare apostles chose to find a safe haven and endure, generally waking after about 7 days, provided they did not perish within that time frame. However, this method could not be relied upon indefinitely. It was said that with each subsequent entry into the nightmare world, the duration of awakening would extend 7 days, 10 days, a month, or even half a year. Eventually, one might find themselves unable to awaken at all, remaining trapped in the nightmare world unless the nightmare was dispelled. Thus, when faced with a simpler nightmare, it was best to resolve it as swiftly as possible. At this juncture, Yifanyu added, if fortune favors us, we might even stumble upon 1 or 2 artifacts. He cast a discreet glance at Yang Dongqing behind his tea-colored glasses, noticing the latter's evident confusion regarding the term artifact. Su Mu seized the opportunity to elaborate. Indeed, artifacts are invaluable. I once had the privilege of possessing one, but unfortunately lost it due to certain circumstances. A hint of regret tinged Su Mu's expression as he spoke. That is truly regrettable, Yifanyu lamented. Even a low-tier copper-grade artifact could fetch at least 5 million in the black market for extraordinary being. However, few are willing to part with them, as artifacts bestow extraordinary powers and significantly enhance a wielder's combat capabilities, unless one is in dire financial straits, who would be inclined to sell. If only I had a defensive artifact, even a mere copper-grade one, with my bronze lore 5-finger flame bullet, I would not be so perpetually cornered by the nightmare creatures. He spoke candidly of his abilities, feeling no need for concealment. Though a 5-finger flame bullet may not be as common as iron will, it was not an exceptionally rare ability, and he had already demonstrated it once. Any extraordinary individual with a modicum of insight would likely deduce its nature. By the way, Mr. Su, what grade of artifact did you lose? It is a sorrowful tale, it is best left unspoken, Su Mu replied, a shadow of sadness crossing his features, as if he wished to avoid the topic. Yifanyu, recognizing the emotional weight, opted not to press further. Indeed, let us not dwell on that. Instead, we should focus on how to navigate the challenges before us. Mr.Su, in my view, this two-story house is no longer tenable, given that the door has been compromised. The houses within the village are merely ordinary dwellings, easily destructible, yet they somehow manage to withstand the might of those formidable humanoid monsters. It is indeed peculiar. The priority now is to find a sufficiently spacious shelter and provisions, including food and candles, before dawn breaks and those monsters make their appearance. Chapter 30. The absence of one's footsteps. Sumu furrowed his brow slightly. A house capable of accommodating everyone, wouldn't a gathering of the crowd attract the shadows? Indeed, a congregation of individuals increases the likelihood of attracting the shadows, yet even a solitary person is not exempt from their pursuit. The shadows are fundamentally indestructible. There exist only two methods to thwart them. The first is the candle. By placing oneself in the light, the shadows are rendered powerless. As for the second method, Yi Fanyu suddenly lowered his voice, whispering, sacrificing another. The shadows possess a particular trait. Once they fixate on an individual, they will trail them relentlessly, causing the candle to burn more fiercely. That is the shadows consuming the light. At this juncture, the only way to sever that attachment is to allow another to be taken by the shadows. In that instant, Sumu comprehended why Yi Fanyu had consistently brought along these ordinary individuals. They served as human shields. If he were to stand alone, once targeted by the shadows, he would be left to await his demise, for the candle would inevitably extinguish. He also understood the reason behind Yi Fanyu's revelation. It was because he too was accompanied by numerous ordinary people, and moreover, Yi Fanyu regarded him as an extraordinary being, intending to join forces against the nightmare creatures. The role of the ordinary individuals here was merely to serve as expendables. Now I see, let us proceed as you suggest. Sumu nodded in agreement. In mere moments, the two had determined their forthcoming course of action, without anyone seeking the opinions of others, for the ordinary individuals held no voice before the extraordinary. The group swiftly set forth into the enveloping darkness beyond the door, where shadows surged like a tide, cloaking their forms, save for the faint glow of the white paper lanterns they held. Their pace was slow and cautious, the air thick with the sound of hurried footsteps and anxious breaths. Not far into their journey, Sumu abruptly halted. Yi Fanyu and Yang Dongqing, noticing his unusual behavior, quickly came to a stop as well. Mr. Su, what is it? Yi Fanyu inquired softly. Something is amiss. Sumu replied calmly, his extraordinary mental acuity sensing a peculiar disturbance. Yi Fanyu felt an inexplicable unease creeping into his heart. What is wrong? The footsteps are incorrect. Footsteps? Indeed, one person's footsteps are missing. A curious smile flickered across Sumu's pale face, taking on an unsettling quality in the dim light. What? The group gasped in shock. He turned to survey the gathering, narrowing his eyes as he meticulously counted their numbers. The figures clad in black stood motionless like statues. How many did we bring? Zhao Chaoyao's expression tightened as he quickly responded, Leader, we brought a total of 13. Upon hearing this, the group realized something was amiss, all eyes fixating on the cluster of black-clad figures at the rear. Yi Fanyu's voice grew somber as he began to count. 1, 2, 3, 10, 11, 12, only 12 remain. The shadows, it's the shadows. His complexion paled. Damn it, scatter. The more we cluster together, the more we will attract the shadows' attention. The individuals who had accompanied Yi Fanyu instinctively dispersed, maintaining a distance of over 2 meters from one another, their expressions fraught with fear. In stark contrast to their panic, Sumu and his group remained unmoved, standing their ground, save for Yang Dongqing, who gritted her teeth and distanced herself from the crowd. Mr. Su, we must scatter. The shadows will fall silent momentarily after claiming a victim. We must not cluster together. If we do, they may reappear. Hold the lanterns tightly, and do not stray from the illuminated area. Yi Fanyu urged anxiously. Given the limited number of lanterns, they were insufficient for everyone. Apart from Yi Fanyu's group, only Yang Dongqing, Zhao Chaoyao, and Sumu each possessed one. Mr.Ye, do the shadows only take one person at a time? Sumu inquired calmly, his tea-colored glasses obscuring his gaze. Indeed, the shadows can only take one individual at a time. Mr.Su, they lurk in the surrounding darkness, we must hurry and disperse. Though Yifan harbored disdain for Su Mu, he did not wish for him to perish at this moment. Su Mu smiled. No matter, I have plenty of people. With that, he commanded one of the figures at the rear, step outside the range of the light and stand in the darkness. Yes, leader. The man did not hesitate, stepping out of the candlelight and into the unfathomable dark. He stood silently in the shadows, his form becoming indistinct, reduced to a mere silhouette. Yifan Yu and the others watched in horror, none of them expecting Su Mu to be so ruthless as to send a subordinate to his death, and even more shocking was the subordinate's unwavering compliance. Wang Li, who had previously sought to align herself with Yifan Yu, felt her resolve wane upon witnessing this scene, extinguishing her intentions. This man was even more callous than Yifan Yu. Despite his outward politeness, he possessed a chilling ruthlessness within. Under Su Mu's watchful gaze, a shadow surged behind the young man standing in the darkness, darker than the night itself. It twisted and elongated, gradually taking on a humanoid shape. The figure was exceedingly slender yet tall, resembling a giant over 2 meters tall, reduced to mere bones, with arms so elongated they nearly grazed the ground. The moment the shadow solidified, a pair of crimson eyes opened where its head should be, cold and indifferent, devoid of any semblance of human emotion. Fear gripped Yifan Yu and the others as they instinctively recoiled, holding their breath. Su Mu observed the shadow with keen interest, eager to discern its next move. Soon, the shadow stirred, extending a black hand from its form, slender and desiccated, resembling a gnarled branch, with 5 elongated, bony fingers at its tips. That horrifying black hand slowly reached toward the young man, and for some inexplicable reason, Su Mu perceived an eerie elegance in the gesture, akin to a gentleman extending his hand to a lovely lady at a grand ball, inviting her to join in a waltz. Attack! Su Mu issued the command. Without a moment's hesitation, the young man drew a pistol from his waist and unleashed a barrage of gunfire at the distorted figure within the darkness. Bang, 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 the air erupted with flashes of light. The shadow quivered as though rippling water, but in the next instant, it swiftly regained its composure, utterly unscathed. Su Mu's gaze flickered as he, unbeknownst to Wen, removed his tea-colored glasses, revealing a pair of deep-set eyes that glimmered faintly in the dark, an invisible mental force surging forth and enveloping the shadow. He aimed to test whether he could hypnotize the shadow, yet the outcome left him disheartened. As his mental force penetrated the shadow's form, it sank into the depths like a stone in a quagmire, stirring not a single ripple. Chapter 31, The Nightmare Creature. Is it truly impossible? At that moment, the elongated, desiccated black hand moved, seizing the wrist of the young subordinate with a vice-like grip and yanking him abruptly into the abyss of darkness. The young man struggled violently, yet his efforts were in vain, as the surrounding shadows surged forth like an overwhelming tide, engulfing him completely. The dark figure dragged him, its pace slow yet resolute, advancing step by step into the profound gloom. As the distance stretched, the young man's form became increasingly indistinct, his feeble cries drowned out by the relentless void, until at last, he vanished alongside the shadow into the boundless, despairing darkness, as if he had never existed, leaving behind only a chilling silence and an aura of terror. Such a harrowing spectacle struck a profound blow to the hearts of onlookers. Even those like Yifan Yu, who had previously encountered the shadow, could not suppress the fear that gnawed at their insides. To them, the shadow was an enigma, seemingly impervious to any form of attack, far more terrifying than the immensely powerful humanoid monsters. At least with the latter, one could engage in combat or seek refuge indoors. However, once ensnared by the shadow, anyone would be dragged into the darkness, its presence signifying death, with no one spared. Let us proceed. Su Mu's calm voice shattered the palpable fear in the air. He strode forward into the darkness with an air of nonchalance, leaning on his serpent-patterned wooden cane, while behind him, 11 expressionless figures clad in black followed closely. He had gleaned a general understanding of the shadow. Now he awaited the opportunity to encounter the villagers of Zhao family village. In the endless void, the group advanced in silence, their heartbeats and labored breaths intertwining into a terrifying symphony, each step laden with trepidation towards the unknown, every inhalation seemingly devoured by the stillness. Their silhouettes flickered in and out of the darkness, the feeble candlelight illuminating only a minuscule area beneath their feet. Each individual maintained a cautious distance from one another, acutely aware that the figures lurking in the shadows were watching them intently. The darkness enveloped everything like a heavy curtain, concealing all, while the dread of death shadowed them closely. On either side loomed the houses shrouded in darkness, most of which were single-story structures that Yi Fanyu had deemed unworthy of consideration. Now, with so many people present, the single-story homes were insufficient for shelter and failed to allow for any semblance of distance. It would be ideal to locate a 2-story or 3-story dwelling. As they pressed onward, at some indeterminate point, the surrounding darkness began to thin. A sliver of white light appeared on the distant horizon. Dawn was approaching. Yi Fanyu and the others were suddenly jolted from their thoughts. This is bad, the sun is about to rise. Mr.Su, we must hasten our pace. Once the daylight breaks entirely, the villagers will surely emerge. Sumu glanced at the distant horizon, a frown creasing his brow. The timing is off. He retrieved an ornate dark golden pocket watch from his pocket, and with a crisp click, he opened it, revealing the time to be 3 o'clock. The watch glimmered under the candlelight, and instinctively, Yi Fanyu and the others leaned in to observe, noting the intricate engraving of an enigmatic Ouroboros. The passage of time within dreams is capricious. Consulting the watch is futile. We must run, Yi Fanyu urged, his tone increasingly urgent, clearly affected by the villagers' lingering impression. Sumu discreetly pocketed the watch and exchanged a glance with Zhao Chaoyao, who immediately understood the cue. Hastily, he unfastened his backpack and produced a compact, portable folding stretcher. Once the stretcher was set up, Sumu seated himself upon it, while 2 of the black-clad figures lifted him. My apologies, everyone. I am not particularly fond of running, let us be on our way. Yi Fanyu and the others exchanged incredulous glances, wondering what manner of person this was, maintaining such airs at a time like this. In truth, Sumu was not merely posturing, he genuinely lacked the stamina for running. Were he to attempt it, he would perish long before the villagers could catch up. The group began to sprint frantically, while Sumu remained seated serenely on the stretcher, admiring the scenery. The darkness had previously obscured the village's appearance, but now it was becoming clearer. Zhao family village was stark and desolate, resembling a corner forgotten by time, with numerous crumbling earthen walls precariously leaning, as if they could collapse at any moment. The narrow village path was riddled with deep and shallow wheel ruts, reminiscent not of automobiles but of horse-drawn carriages. Weeds stubbornly sprouted through the cracks, and dilapidated fences leaned haphazardly, enclosing small patches of barren farmland. As the dawn grew ever brighter, Sumu could even glimpse the encroaching black mist surrounding Zhao family village, its dense fog shrouding the entirety of the village as if it were a prison. He recalled Yang Dongqing's words that this black mist marked the boundary of nightmares, and that the village enveloped within it constituted a complete nightmare. Once one entered the mist, they would fall into the fissures of dreams. If fortunate, they might reach the next nightmare, but if unlucky, they could become eternally lost within the cracks. It was said that no one had ever emerged alive from the black fog. Sumu gazed at the mist with keen interest, a sense of eager anticipation bubbling within him, yet he was not in a hurry. To him, the nightmare world resembled a stunningly beautiful woman, and beneath her opulent garments, every inch of her skin exuded an indescribable allure, beckoning him to explore further, delving deeper to savor her exquisite offerings to the fullest. As for the potential danger of entering the mist, was that not all the more intriguing? Without the spectre of death looming overhead, how could one witness the dazzling fireworks of life and death? How could one behold the extraordinary, a guttural, inhuman roar abruptly severed Sumu's train of thought? He turned to look back, and to his astonishment, he saw a figure emerge from the village's corner, unexpectedly ghostly in appearance. Stooped and twisted, the being's gaze radiated an indescribable strangeness. Soon after, a cacophony of roars erupted from all directions of the village, each filled with endless agony and fury, as if the cursed souls were enduring relentless torment, each syllable steeped in resentment, sending shivers down their spines. 1, 2, 300s, Chapter 32, Jasmine is doomed, as I have foretold. A throng of individuals emerged from the shadowy recesses, stepping into the realm illuminated by sunlight. Among them were men and women of varying ages, clad in simple garments, yet each face bore a stony expression, their eyes betraying an abyss of malevolence. They congregated in ever-increasing numbers, resembling a tightening net, advancing towards Sumu and his companions. The village reverberated with the heavy cadence of footsteps, akin to the ominous drumbeats of death, echoing within the hearts of the onlookers. They have appeared. Run! Yifan bellowed anxiously, his figure darting forth like a cheetah, aiming for a three-story house situated in the northwest corner of the village, which stood as the tallest edifice in Zhao family village. Previously shrouded in darkness, the building now came into view, illuminated by the intensifying sunlight. The crowd fled for their lives, while Sumu observed leisurely, even taking a moment to appraise the villagers' appearances. He remained unfazed, for there was little to be gained from panic, running was futile, and fighting was out of the question. It was far better to recline on the stretcher and enjoy the scenery. He began to comprehend why Yifan suspected them to be nightmarish creatures. It must be said, the expressions of the minions of the Serpent Gang bore a striking resemblance to those of the villagers, as if they were entranced and brainwashed, their faces devoid of emotion. Wait a moment, hypnosis, Sumu pondered. Could it be that these villagers had a leader manipulating them? He scanned the surroundings but could discern no one who resembled a leader. After all, not every leader possessed the charisma that he himself exuded, a presence that could not be easily overlooked. Get out of the way! Yifan roared from the front of the group, his right hand shaped like a gun as he suddenly fired at a villager obstructing their path. Boom! A highly compressed fireball shot forth from his fingertips, striking the villager directly and erupting in a fierce blaze. Yet, despite collapsing amidst the flames, the villager swiftly rose again, seemingly unscathed even with much of his body charred, continuing his charge towards Yifan. Bang bang, another 2 shots of a 5-finger flame bullets were fired, and only after the villager was reduced to a charred husk did he finally fall silent. Sumu observed quietly, was it truly the case that 3 fire bullets were required to dispatch a single villager? No wonder Yifan had refrained from venturing outside for the past 3 days, with hundreds of villagers and only one extraordinary being. Unless he possessed a 5-finger Gatling gun, it would be impossible to fend them off. At that moment, more villagers appeared ahead, blocking their path, and Yang Dongqing was compelled to join the fray. In contrast to Yifan's flamboyant fiery assaults, Yang Dongqing's approach was far more straightforward. Armed with his steel will, he charged at the villagers like a heavily armored tank. A single punch sent one villager flying several meters away, leaving a significant dent in his chest, yet the villager soon rose as if nothing had happened, demonstrating Yang's apparent lack of lethality compared to Yifan. Fortunately, the villagers found it difficult to breach Yang Dongqing's defenses. However, should he become surrounded, his survival would be in jeopardy due to his limited stamina. With 2 extraordinary beings clearing the path ahead, although the group could not advance swiftly, they were not entirely cornered. Zhao Chaoyao and his companions were not idle either. Under the hypnotic control, the elite members of the Serpent Gang functioned as cold-blooded combat machines, exhibiting no fear in the face of these inhuman monsters. Instead, they became increasingly fervent, as if protecting their leader was an unparalleled honor. Bang, 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 the dense barrage of bullets continually repelled the pursuing villagers, yet regrettably, their lethality was severely limited. Unless they concentrated their fire on a single villager, reducing him to a sieve, it was unlikely to kill anyone. After a brief exchange of fire, Yifan, paving the way with his fire bullets, was the first to breach the courtyard of the 3-story house. He did not linger, rushing directly to the front door. It was a heavy, solid wooden door adorned with a pair of antique bronze knockers, exuding an air of solemnity and antiquity. With a forceful push, he swung the door open and called out to the others, "Quick, get inside." Li Qiang and the others displayed expressions of elation, a flicker of strength surging through their famished bodies after 3 days of hunger, as they desperately dashed toward the entrance. However, no matter how swiftly they ran, they could not outpace the elite members of the Serpent Gang, who, despite carrying a stretcher, moved with astonishing speed. Of course, even the speed of the Serpent Gang could not match that of the extraordinary Yang Dongqing, who led the charge and claimed 2nd place. Just as the Serpent Gang members were preparing to enter the door with Sumu in tow, an unexpected calamity struck. No one had noticed that behind a large locust tree in the courtyard of the 3-story house, 2 villagers suddenly surged forth. They lunged at the group with ferocity, catching even the elite members of the Serpent Gang off guard, and they were promptly knocked to the ground. Wang Li screamed in terror, and Li Qiang and others frantically scrambled in all directions, causing the scene to devolve into chaos. "Protect the leader!" Zhao Chaoyao cried out, drawing his machete and lunging at the 2 villagers. However, villagers that even extraordinary beings found difficult to kill were not foes that ordinary men could contend with. In close quarters, the minions of the Serpent Gang were no match for them. Most crucially, more villagers were pursuing from behind. Don't eat me. A man named Wendao was the first to suffer, being tackled to the ground by one villager, followed by several others who pounced on him, tearing at him with wild abandon. Only one arm could be seen flailing through the gaps in the crowd, desperately reaching for the sky, before it fell heavily, never to rise again. In such a tumultuous scene, even Sumu, seated on the stretcher, found himself unsteady as the stretcher jolted violently, while his subordinates formed a protective barrier around him. He could observe, up close, a grotesque face viciously sinking its teeth into the neck of one of his subordinates. Despite suffering a fatal injury, the subordinate did not relent, instead clinging desperately to the attacking villager, coordinating with others to impede the villager's advance. The stretcher rocked increasingly, the violent jolts triggering a resurgence of pain in Sumu's head. He furrowed his brow, glancing towards Yang Dongqing, who stood at the entrance. At that moment, Yi Fanyu had not yet made a move, for his five-finger flame bullets possessed great lethality. With the group currently in disarray, using them in the courtyard would likely result in the death of more teammates than villagers. Meanwhile, Yang Dongqing's expression shifted between shades of uncertainty, as though he was hesitating. He gazed at Sumu, their eyes crossing through the chaotic throng, and Sumu discerned the internal struggle within Yang Dongqing. Yang Dongqing was contemplating whether, if Sumu were to perish here, he and Jasmine could escape the clutches of doom. Yet, he was also gripped by fear that Sumu might possess other means. As their gazes met, Yang Dongqing's trepidation towards Sumu only intensified. This individual was a veritable demon in human guise, capable of smiling as he watched his subordinates meet their demise, finding amusement even in the face of terrifying nightmare creatures. Moreover, it was evident that he possessed the ability to draw so many individuals into the same dreadful nightmare. Suddenly, Sumu smiled silently. Extraordinary beings were indeed difficult to control, and given the slightest opportunity, they would break free from hypnosis. Yet, that made it all the more entertaining, did it not? His smile stood out sharply amidst the panicked faces, causing Yang Dongqing to avert his gaze in discomfort. Then, he extended his pale, slender hand, lightly tracing his neck. His lips, cold and devoid of warmth, curled into a sinister grin, revealing his pearly white teeth, while his thin yet alluring lips moved soundlessly. Jasmine is doomed, as I have foretold. Chapter 33. I adore the scent of jasmine. With a thunderous crash, Yang Dongqing surged into the crowd like a ferocious tiger descending from the mountains, his countenance twisted with rage and ferocity. His fists, brimming with fury, swung violently at the villagers. At this moment, the power of Iron Wool erupted with terrifying might. This was his extraordinary strength. His iron-clad body surged with internal drives such as emotion, will, and belief. Under his explosive force, 2 villagers within the courtyard were quickly felled, yet he did not relent. Instead, he stood alone, blocking the courtyard gate against the onslaught of several villagers. Just then, Sumu, escorted by his subordinates, entered through the main door. Observing Yang Dongqing's furious silhouette, Sumu's smile deepened. Could he not subdue him? In truth, he was merely intimidating Yang Dongqing. Hypnosis was not as miraculous as it seemed. Even when navigating the realm of nightmares, he could still manipulate Nan Mo. Dealing with the scum of the poisonous Serpent Gang. It had taken him months of mental conditioning to instill such deep-rooted loyalty, and that was with someone he had known for a considerable time, let alone Nan Mo, with whom he had only a few fleeting encounters. In other words, if he were to truly perish, Nan Mo, who had not been subjected to hypnosis for an extended period, would escape his control without consequence. Yet Yang Dongqing dared not gamble. Sumu was willing to take that risk. Should he lose, it would simply attest to the multitude of heroes in this world. Once all the living had entered the door, Yi Fanyu suddenly extended his right hand, fingers blade wide, gripping his right wrist with his left hand. Get back. As the words left his mouth, flames ignited at the tips of his 5 fingers. Whoosh! As 5 flames blazed at his fingertips, Yang Dongqing felt the air behind him become unbearably hot. He violently broke free from the villagers before him and dove towards the ground. Flame bullets. 5 highly compressed fire projectiles shot forth, trailing long flaming tails as they spiraled and intertwined in midair. ultimately merging into a fireball the size of a fist. Like a meteor, it streaked across the sky, causing the air in the courtyard to warp from the heat, illuminating the astonished faces of the onlookers with a long path of flames. Boom! A deafening roar erupted, reminiscent of a small cannonball explosion, as intense firelight shot into the sky, illuminating everything around. The shockwave produced by the explosion and flames swept the villagers away like an invisible hand, scattering countless sparks that transformed into a splendid, surging sea of flames. Yang Dongqing, recently risen, was momentarily struck with horror. This strike was formidable. Had Yi Fanyu unleashed this attack against him earlier, even his iron body would have sustained damage. Undoubtedly, he was a transcendent being who had endured 3 realms of nightmares. If a true confrontation were to ensue, this newly ascended transcendent would fall short unless he could close the distance. This thought flashed through his mind as he swiftly dashed into the house. Bang! The heavy wooden door slammed shut. It was only then that everyone exhaled a sigh of relief as if they had just escaped a calamity. Yi Fanyu, panting heavily, remarked, "As long as we remain indoors during the day, we are safe. The shadows have never appeared in daylight, and there is essentially no danger within the houses." He took some time to regain his breath, clearly exhausted from the earlier exertion. Inside the room, Yang Dongqing glared at Sumu, his anger unabated. Sumu rose from the stretcher, leaning on his cane as he approached Yang Dongqing, patting him on the shoulder with a smile, and whispered in his ear, "Congratulations, you've saved Miss Mo once again." Yang Dongqing clenched his fists tightly, veins bulging on his forehead, silently retreating to a corner. Yi Fanyu noted this unusual scene, narrowing his eyes in contemplation. The room fell into silence once more. Having just witnessed such peril, no one was in the mood for conversation. Each person was focused on calming their frayed nerves, especially those who had witnessed the deaths of several comrades before their eyes. The more fragile Wang Li curled up in a corner, burying her head between her legs and silently sobbing. In this ordeal, Yi Fanyu's team suffered 2 casualties, with Wang Dao and Zhao Gang both perishing, while Su Mu's group also lost 3 members. However, Sumu appeared unfazed, taking a keen interest in observing the villagers outside the window. The flames unleashed by Yi Fanyu seemed unable to persist for long, or perhaps they were countered by the mysterious forces within the nightmares, as they did not ignite a widespread conflagration in the village but quickly dissipated. The villagers who had attempted to surge in were likely repelled by the flames. Under Sumu's watchful gaze, after a few seconds, the villagers outside began to gather once more, continuously flooding into the courtyard. They amassed in greater numbers, each face devoid of expression, resembling a horde of zombies, until the entire courtyard was filled. Strangely, once these villagers entered the courtyard, they fixated solely on the gate, not a single one attempting to breach the seemingly sturdy wooden barrier, as if an inexplicable force instilled in them a sense of dread. They stood rigidly, silent and still, casting a shadow of deathly quiet over the courtyard, which was filled with a throng of dark figures. Through the window, Sumu locked eyes with these individuals, slightly lowering his head as his glasses slid down, revealing a pair of eyes that shimmered with a ghostly light. An invisible wave of mental energy surged forth, targeting a male villager of 17 or 18 years. He attempted to hypnotize the villager, but regardless of how his mental force surged, it was futile, as if he were trying to penetrate a corpse rather than a living being. The villagers stood in the courtyard for approximately 5 minutes before they began to retreat, each turning slowly and heavily, vanishing from Sumu's sight. These villagers are like this: as long as they enter the house, they will cease their assault. Yi Fanyu had somehow drifted to the window. However, we must not open the door at this time. They may appear to leave, but in truth, they are lurking around the house. The moment the door is opened, they will rush in. Also, the curtains must be drawn, regardless of what commotion occurs outside. We must not look. In our previous team, someone was tricked by thinking they saw a loved one and insisted on opening the window to let them in. It was because of that incident that we lost many lives. Sumu turned around, adjusting his tinted glasses to shield his eyes once more. He rummaged through his pocket, and to Yi Fanyu's surprise, he produced a pack of jasmine-flavored cigarettes, skillfully extracting one to place between his lips. "Would you like one?" Yi Fanyu paused, glancing at the cigarette in Sumu's mouth, feeling a sudden itch of desire. He too was a smoker, but he had long since finished the cigarettes he had brought into the realm of nightmares. "All right." Sumu then retrieved another cigarette and handed it to Yifanyu. Yifanyu accepted the cigarette, examining it closely without putting it to his lips. What brand is this? I've never seen it before. Sumu chuckled softly. I have a fondness for the scent of jasmine, so I had these custom made. In the corner, Yang Dongqing trembled slightly, his fists clenched tightly. Chapter 34, The Seller. As Sumu spoke, he produced a lighter to assist Yifanyu in lighting his cigarette. Yifanyu's face instantly reflected a look of trepidation. Mr. Su, you are too kind. Allow me. He assertively seized the lighter and presented it before Sumu. With a flick, a faint flame flickered to life between them. Please, go ahead. Sumu smiled, fully aware of Yifanyu's intentions. It was merely a matter of him fearing the quality of the cigarette, thus hesitating to smoke first. He chose not to expose this, permitting Yifanyu to light his cigarette. After Sumu took a deep drag, Yifanyu finally lit his own, exhaling wisps of smoke, though a discerning eye would note that he had not truly inhaled. Could you spare me a cigarette? Li Qiang asked, his voice tinged with yearning and a slight tremor, revealing his apprehension towards the two men. Of course, Sumu replied with a gentle smile, radiating politeness and warmth, devoid of any hint of arrogance towards ordinary individuals. He handed Li Qiang a cigarette, and soon the air was filled with the fragrance of jasmine. Li Qiang inhaled deeply, yet the more he smoked, the more he sensed something amiss. The cigarette offered no flavor of tobacco, only an overwhelming taste of jasmine. Nevertheless, he dared not voice his concerns, reasoning that perhaps the prominent figures preferred such exotic smokes. Enveloped by the scent of jasmine, the group's collective anxiety eased somewhat, and Wang Li, who had been silently weeping, had unknowingly drifted into slumber. Mr. Su, I suggest you take a moment to rest, Yifanyu remarked, puffing on his cigarette. During the day, we are unable to leave the house, we can only venture out at night to search for food and candles. Thus, we have been living in a state of nocturnal disarray, sleeping by day and acting by night. No rush, I have just arrived and would like to explore a bit, perhaps I may uncover some clues regarding the nightmare. Sumu declined with a smile, his gaze drifting slightly to the grand hall. The spacious living room was furnished with simple yet functional wooden furniture, adorned with a pair of blue and white porcelain vases atop a counter. The floor was laid with smooth patterned tiles, and in the north corner of the hall stood a wooden staircase leading to the second floor. Though the decor here is rather rudimentary, it is evidently a step above the previous houses we encountered. Moreover, this appears to be the only three-story structure in the entire village. Logically, the owner of this house is likely the village chief of Zhao family village, Yifanyu noted, his eyes brightening. The chief's household may have provisions. To be frank, we haven't eaten in 3 days, and we have searched several houses under the cover of darkness without success. This place seems relatively affluent, there might be food here. Then let us explore together. Agreed. As Sumu took a few steps forward, he paused, turning to Yang Dongqing in the corner. You should join us as well. Yang Dongqing silently rose and followed Sumu without uttering a word. The trio quickly traversed the 3-story residence but found nothing of significance. It was an utterly ordinary dwelling. If one were to insist on any peculiarities, it would be its age, appearing almost as though it belonged to a bygone century, devoid of any semblance of modernity. Alas, we have found no food, Yifanyu lamented, his expression darkening. Despite being an extraordinary individual, he too required sustenance, and the discomfort of 3 days without food weighed heavily upon him. He could only pin his hopes on Sumu. Mr.Su, might I inquire if you brought any provisions? Sumu shook his head. I regret to inform you that I have none. Yifanyu's countenance fell, forcing a smile. It seems we must wait for nightfall. Perhaps that won't be necessary, Sumu suddenly remarked with a mysterious smile. He slightly bent forward, running his fingers over the hard patterned tiles. When he straightened, his pale fingertips were dusted with a layer of grime. Rubbing the dust between his fingers, he fixed his gaze on a corner of the hall. At that moment, Zhao Chaoyao hastily produced a white handkerchief from his pocket, respectfully and meticulously wiping Sumu's fingertips clean. Yifanyu couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth, tentatively asking, Mr. Su, are you of noble birth? Oh, what leads you to that conclusion? I merely feel that your demeanor and aura are reminiscent of nobility. Sumu offered a polite smile but refrained from responding. Having lived in the lower district, he had never encountered nobility and found it difficult to fathom the existence of individuals akin to himself in such a capacity. Was this what one referred to as nobility? Noticing Sumu's silence, Yi Fanyu swiftly shifted the topic. By the way, Mr.Su, you mentioned perhaps it won't be necessary. What did you mean? Have you already made a discovery? His politeness was palpable. In the nightmare realm, harboring enmity with other extraordinary beings, especially one as formidable as Sumu, would be a foolish endeavor. Sumu nodded, lightly raising his serpent-patterned wooden staff to indicate the floor leading to the staircase. The dust there is minimal. Yi Fanyu followed the direction of the staff, his expression brightening. The village might have a custom of constructing cellars for food storage. That area could very well be a cellar. He hastily approached, the shadows cast by the staircase conveniently obscuring the tiles below. As he ran his hand over them, he felt only a thin layer of dust, significantly less than in other areas. At that moment, he stood with his back to Sumu, unaware that a hint of gravity and caution had crept into his expression. What astute observation, to command such a multitude while possessing such keen insight. What other secrets did Sumu conceal? Just moments ago, he and Sumu had ascended the stairs together, yet he had failed to notice the anomaly in the tiles beneath the shadows, or perhaps it was something beyond mere visual perception. Who could discern the dust on tiles cloaked in shadow? This individual must possess some form of investigative prowess. In truth, Yi Fanyu's conjecture was accurate. Sumu had not relied on sight but on his mental acuity. His extraordinary mental prowess endowed him not only with the ability to hypnotize but also with formidable perception. Knock, knock, Yi Fanyu tapped his knuckles against the tiles, producing a crisp, hollow sound. Turning, his face alight with joy, he exclaimed, "It's hollow." He ran his fingers along the seams of the tiles until he encountered a raised section. With a firm push, the tile gave way, revealing a cellar spacious enough for a person to enter. "Mr. Su, there truly is a cellar," Yi Fanyu exclaimed, elated as he approached, though he refrained from descending immediately. He was no fool. While he recognized that the house posed little danger, who could guarantee that the cellar would be equally safe? What kind-hearted individual would construct a cellar in their home and conceal it so meticulously? Chapter 35. Tingting Sumu chose not to unveil his ulterior motives. In this perilous world of nightmares, Yi Fanyu still held some value. "Send someone down to investigate," he instructed. "Yes, Chief." Zhao Chaoyao immediately designated a member of the team, who, devoid of any fear, ignited a lantern and descended into the cellar. The onlookers above observed as the feeble glow of the candlelight gradually penetrated deeper, only to be consumed by the encroaching darkness. After a brief moment, the voice of the subordinate echoed from below, "Chief, there is no danger inside." Sumu's expression remained unchanged as he refrained from descending, instead commanding, "Come back up first." "Yes, Chief." Shortly thereafter, the subordinate ascended unscathed. Sumu scrutinized him carefully before concluding that the cellar should pose no threat. Previously, Yi Fanyu had mentioned that villagers could alter their appearance to mimic those close to them. Should a villager have killed a subordinate of the Poison Snake Gang and assumed his form, recklessly venturing down would undoubtedly lead to peril. What lies below? Reporting to the chief, it is quite dark down there. The walls bear some dried bloodstains and there are torture devices, though they are rather peculiar, primarily whips, chili oil, ropes, and a crosslock. Yi Fanyu scoffed with derision. It seems the village chief indulges in quite the theatrics. Sumu furrowed his brow slightly. "Let us go down and investigate. Yang Dongjing, lead the way." As the group's shield, Yang Dongjing naturally took the lead. Without uttering a word, Yang Dongjing forged ahead into the cellar, followed closely by Yi Fanyu, and then Sumu. Soon, all of them had entered the cellar, leaving a few subordinates outside to keep watch. The cellar, approximately 50 square meters, was engulfed in darkness, with only the lantern in hand providing a meager illumination, while the air was thick with the stench of decay. "I shall take care of this." Yi Fanyu, evidently famished, could hardly contain his eagerness. He extended a finger, and in a flash, a fierce flame erupted at his fingertip, radiating a brilliance several times brighter than a candle, instantly illuminating the entire cellar. At that moment, the group could fully discern the cellar's grim reality. The walls were made of concrete, marred by numerous blotches of dark, dried blood that had long since been seared into the surface. At the center of the cellar stood a massive cross lock, with handcuffs and shackles still stained with blood. It appeared that someone had been restrained there in a cruciform position. Beside the cross lock was a wooden table, upon which lay whips, a short stick, candles, and some women's clothing. With this sight, it was not difficult for the group to surmise the purpose of the cellar. Damn! Yi Fanyu cursed under his breath. Instead of storing provisions in a perfectly good cellar, they engage in such macabre activities. He stepped forward and picked up an unused red candle from the table. Fortunately, there are still 3 candles left. They may prove somewhat useful. Mr.Su, since you have a larger group, I shall keep 1 candle, and you can divide the rest among yourselves. The response to Yi Fanyu's words was an eerie silence. He tilted his head slightly to glance at Su Mu and the others, puzzled. Just as he began to utter a word, he sensed something amiss, for Su Mu and the others were fixated with wide eyes upon the cross-lock behind him. A chill ran down his spine, and without a moment's hesitation, he instinctively retreated, distancing himself from the cross-lock while turning to catch a glimpse with his peripheral vision, his pupils constricting in shock. Unbeknownst to him, a woman had materialized upon the once empty cross-lock. She was frail, her hair disheveled, clad in a blue floral dress, suspended in a cruciform position. Her tangled hair obscured her face, and her dress bore stains of blood and filth. The group stared at the woman with trepidation, and Yi Fanyu, startled and furious, inadvertently ignited the fireball in his hand. A long trail of flames traced through the air, hurtling towards the woman. However, the fiery projectile passed directly through her form as if she were mere air, ultimately crashing into the corner of the cellar and erupting in a dazzling display of sparks. The impact caused the entire cellar to tremble, sending a cloud of dust cascading from the ceiling. Quick-witted, Zhao Chaoyao swiftly tore off his suit jacket and flung it open like an umbrella, shielding Su Mu's head from the debris. "This is a time shadow," Yi Fanyu exclaimed, uncertainty lacing his voice. "What is a time shadow?" Yan Dongqing inquired, prompted by Su Mu's gesture. Taking a deep breath, Yi Fanyu explained, "I have heard it described by others. A time shadow is akin to capturing segments or scenes of time as if they were cut from paper. Essentially, it resembles watching a film, with time acting as the director. Everything that transpires is recorded by time, and due to some mysterious force, it manifests before our eyes. The nightmare world is exceptionally unique. Here, time is distorted, making the occurrence of time shadows rather commonplace. It seems that by merely retrieving the candle, I triggered a certain catalyst, resulting in this time shadow. Rest assured, time shadows only display sound and imagery, posing no real danger. Is time so tedious as to record everything?" Yan Dongqing frowned at the woman depicted in the shadow, clearly disapproving of such occurrences. Yi Fanyu shook his head. "Not everything is recorded, only events or individuals of particular significance, or when the protagonist of the scene experiences extreme emotions that resonate with time, are captured. In this nightmare, triggering a time shadow suggests that the woman in the scene may very well be the source of the dream. In other words, this is her nightmare." "Her nightmare?" Yan Dongqing's gaze fell upon the woman's floral dress. Her attire seems quite antiquated, not at all modern. She resembles someone from decades past. Could this be a nightmare from decades ago? It is likely. The nightmare world is composed of endless nightmares. Modern individuals experience nightmares just as those from ancient times do. Thus, encountering scenes from the past within the nightmare world is not out of the question. The boundary between dreams and reality has been blurred, and even time is in disarray. As the group conversed, another figure suddenly emerged within the time shadow, a young man with dark skin and a simple, earnest face, who appeared carrying a steaming plate of dumplings. A contemplative expression flickered in Su Mu's eyes. This man was among the villagers we encountered earlier. The group quickly turned their attention to him, indeed feeling a sense of familiarity. "Ting Ting Ting Ting, I have come to see you." The young man approached the woman eagerly, exclaiming, "Ting Ting, look. I have brought your favorite dumplings." At that moment, the woman restrained upon the crosslock seemed to awaken, laboriously lifting her head, and the group finally beheld her face. Chapter 36. The sin in the cellar before me appeared a grimy little face, its filth only partially obscured beneath the tears that had left a patch of pale skin beneath the eyes. Despite its dirtiness, one could still discern the delicate beauty of the woman. Though she could hardly be deemed a paragon of grace, there was an undeniable charm reminiscent of a modest and refined maiden. Most striking were her eyes, clear and bright like a crystal spring, yet now shrouded by an overwhelming veil of fear. Upon catching sight of the steaming dumplings before her, a flicker of vitality returned to her gaze. "Ting Ting, has your father been tormenting you again?" The man observed Ting Ting's haggard appearance, anger flashing in his eyes. "Rest assured, I will rescue you. Here, eat some dumplings first, you must hold on." He cautiously picked up a dumpling, blowing on it gently before offering it to Ting Ting's lips. With great difficulty, she opened her mouth and nibbled at it slowly. "Is it delicious?" "I made it myself," he said, his eyes sparkling with anticipation, his voice tinged with urgency and desire, akin to a child yearning for candy, eager to hear affirmation. "Why yes, it's good," Ting Ting managed to whisper, a fragile smile blooming on her soiled face, pure and untainted, her clear eyes curling into crescent shapes. Receiving her confirmation, the man trembled with excitement. "Wonderful, I knew you would enjoy it. After all, it's my very own dog meat dumplings." "Dog meat?" Ting Ting shuddered slightly. "Indeed, it's that big yellow dog you've cared for since childhood. Although it's old now, it still possesses a bit of strength. When I took the knife to it, it nearly bit me." At this proclamation, the onlookers, including Xu Mu, felt the chilling sensation of a smile turning to stone. Their once innocent and pristine visage grew rigid, shattering into fragments. Her bright, clear eyes appeared clouded, shrouded in a layer of grey that no amount of tears could wash away. "Eat, Ting Ting. And dumplings your favorite." The man crudely shoved another dumpling towards her. "Why don't you eat?" His expression grew more frenzied, laced with a sinister edge. "Har har har, what a fool, you really believed it. Ever since you were imprisoned, that old dog has been guarding the door of your dilapidated hut, refusing to eat or drink. Long dead, where would I find dog meat? At most, I could fetch you a couple of dog bones." Crack! The sound of Yang Dongqing's fists clenching too tightly echoed, akin to two metal pieces grinding together. His countenance was dark as thunder, eyes blazing like a volcano on the verge of eruption, simmering with unbridled rage. That wretch! He nearly ground his teeth to dust. Had the scene before him been real, he would have charged forward without hesitation. However, the madness escalated as the man, after feeding Ting Ting, began to revel in violence. The cellar was soon filled with his maniacal laughter and the woman's anguished cries. "What do you think, Ting Ting? Has your father been here? Ting Ting, do you know what I love most about you? It's your delectable flesh. Har har har, scoundrel." Yang Dongqing could no longer contain his fury. He lunged at the man, throwing a wild punch, yet it struck only air. Futile. "These are but remnants of the past. You cannot alter what has already transpired," Yi Fanyu remarked. Yang Dongqing's chest heaved violently, his eyes nearly bursting with rage as he turned away, unable to bear the sight any longer. Before long, the man departed, leaving behind the barely breathing Ting Ting and the suffocating darkness of the cellar. She sat there, as if all her tears had been spent, staring blankly at the trampled dumplings on the ground. The scene felt frozen in time, devoid of movement, yet all knew that it was far from still. Ting Ting was enduring the depths of despair and heartache in every fleeting moment. Suddenly, the keen-eyed Xu Mu noticed a change within the scene, pointing towards a shadow in the corner. "A dark figure has appeared." Everyone gasped in shock, instinctively scattering, only to realize that the so-called shadow did not manifest in reality but rather within the vision. In the corner of the cellar where Ting Ting sat, a shadow swirled silently, twisting and extending, gradually taking on a humanoid shape. It resembled the dark figure previously seen by Xu Mu and the others, extremely gaunt, as if only bones remained, with elongated arms nearly brushing the ground. The shadow approached Ting Ting with a light, gliding step, and she gazed at it, her heart, steeped in despair, unperturbed by the sight. With grace, the shadow extended its arm, a slender appendage of darkness, as if offering an invitation. Are you the nightmare my grandmother spoke of? Tingting asked weakly. The shadow did not reply. Instead, it reached forth, pausing near Tingting's hand. She hesitated not, her small hand, bound by handcuffs, firmly grasping the shadow's hand. The scene abruptly ceased. Silence enveloped the group. Tingting's plight weighed heavily upon them. Su Mu pondered thoughtfully. If this is Tingting's nightmare, then what of the shadow? Logically, it should be the monster within the nightmare, yet according to the Time's silhouette, the shadow has also appeared in Tingting's reality. Yi Fanyu interjected, perhaps the shadow is a creature from another nightmare that intruded upon reality, seeking out Tingting, resulting in some sort of reaction that birthed this current nightmare. Or maybe this place is not Tingting's nightmare at all, but the shadow is the source of the nightmare. Regardless of the possibility, the shadow is crucial. Perhaps the key to unraveling the nightmare lies within it. The group briefly discussed, yet no conclusions were drawn, eventually returning to the surface. Mr. Su, I will rest in the room on the second floor for a while. Since we couldn't find food this time, I must conserve my strength through sleep. I'll trouble you during the day, Yi Fanyu expressed, weariness evident in his tone. Su Mu nodded, allowing him to rest, recognizing that 3 days without food or proper rest would wear down even the strongest of men. He made some simple arrangements, sending Zhao Chaoyao and others to recuperate. Then he took Yang Dongqing to a room on the 3rd floor. As Yang Dongqing was his personal bodyguard, Su Mu could not possibly indulge in the foolishness of sleeping in one room while sending him off to another. In the room on the 3rd floor, Yang Dongqing's expression was dark, seemingly still immersed in the agony of Tingting. Though he was extraordinary, he was still a young man, one brimming with passion. Such tragic events were simply beyond his comprehension. Su Mu lay on the bed, calmly gazing at the ceiling, contemplating the connection between Tingting and the shadow. Lost in thought, he suddenly felt a warmth in his nose, reaching to touch it. It was a smear of bright crimson blood. Chapter 37. Pick up the clothes. Hey. He chuckled softly, pulling out a handkerchief to wipe away the blood. He was now closer to death. He had entered the realm of nightmares, yet contrary to Yang Dongqing's assertions, he failed to perceive the bronze laws and become an extraordinary being, evidently lacking in talent. He closed his eyes, attempting to harness his senses to locate the omnipresent bronze laws, but he came up empty-handed. Knock, knock, the sound of knuckles raping against the glass resonated. Su Mu opened his eyes, while Yang Dongqing instantly rose, his expression grave as he gazed at the sole window in the room, which was obscured by curtains, the knocking emanating from outside. It seems we have a visitor, Su Mu remarked with intrigue, slowly rising to his feet and approaching the window, using his cane to part the curtains, revealing a woman. A woman both Su Mu and Yang Dongqing were well acquainted with, Jasmine. Jasmine! Yang Dongqing exclaimed in astonishment, how could you? The words faltered abruptly as he recalled Li Qiang and Yi Fanyu's previous descriptions of the villagers, who could transform into the likenesses of loved ones to deceive one into opening the door. Damn it! Yang Dongqing clenched his fists in fury, his wrath surging. Having already felt unwell since emerging from the cellar, the sight of the nightmare creature now masquerading as Jasmine ignited his rage further. Outside, Jasmine's delicate face was marred with terror and urgency as she incessantly pounded on the window. Yang Dongqing. Yang Dongqing, I'm so scared, where am I? Silence, you wretched creature. Yang Dongqing roared. Jasmine's face paled, her expression heartbroken. What are you talking about, Yang Dongqing? I'm not a monster, I'm Jasmine. Don't you recognize me? I came to find you and discovered you all unconscious. I wanted to wake you, but then I don't know how I also fainted, and when I awoke, I found myself here. Yang Dongqing froze, his gaze snapping to Su Mu, his eyes almost overflowing with murderous intent. You brought Jasmine here too. In the face of an extraordinary being's malice, Su Mu chuckled with interest. Fascinating, not only does she possess transformation abilities, but she can also read thoughts to a certain extent. Most crucially, she has a mind-dulling aura. Answer me. Yang Dongqing advanced, akin to a raging tiger, standing before Su Mu, his fists clenched, as if prepared to shatter Su Mu's skull at any moment. Unperturbed, Su Mu replied languidly, Foolish man, before you let rage consume you, can you not ponder upon which floor we are on? Yang Dongqing jolted, a flicker of rationality surfacing in his eyes as he hastily approached the window, fixing his gaze on Jasmine. How did you get up here? I climbed up, Yang Dongqing. Why are you being so fierce? Let me in. Climbed up, Jasmine is so frail, and this 3-story house is covered in moss. How could she possibly ascend? Furthermore, how did you know precisely that I was in this room on the 3rd floor? You damned creature. Jasmine's face bore the weight of heartbreak, tears cascading down like precious pearls as she clutched her chest. Yang Dongqing, why don't you believe me? Meanwhile, Sumu watched with keen interest, realizing that this imposter Jasmine's acting surpassed that of the genuine Jasmine. With a swift motion, Yang Dongqing yanked the curtains shut, refusing to engage further, yet, in the next moment, Sumu pulled the curtains back up. What are you doing? I'm quite intrigued by the behavioral patterns of these creatures, and I wish to observe how far she will go to persuade me to open the door, Sumu replied with a faint smile. Yang Dongqing cast a cold glance at him, turning away as if to dismiss the matter. Yang Dongqing, Jasmine called out anxiously. Miss Jasmine, this man's heart is as cold as his body, forged of iron, whereas I am different. My heart is soft, especially when it comes to tears from women. Why not try pleading with me? A smile graced Sumu's face, intrigued by the creature's ability to enchant the mind, a skill he wished to learn. Perhaps Sumu's words piqued Jasmine's interest, for she ceased to acknowledge Yang Dongqing and instead turned her gaze toward Sumu, yet, confusion flickered in her large eyes. Sumu narrowed his gaze, noting the absence of any reading of his thoughts. It seems that possessing a strong mental fortitude serves a purpose after all. Jasmine's confusion lingered only for a moment before she wiped away her tears, a seductive smile blooming on her face as she bit her lip, beginning to flirt without invitation. Am I beautiful? Damn. Yang Dongqing roared, pick it up. Pick up the clothes. With a swift motion, the curtains were drawn shut once more. Sumu pondered thoughtfully, realizing that since he couldn't read his thoughts, she resorted to the most simplistic and brute force method of seduction. As his gaze shifted, an idea struck him. He addressed the Jasmine behind the curtains. I yearn for the extraordinary. If you can assist me in becoming an extraordinary being, I will grant you entry. At these words, even the enraged Yang Dongqing was taken aback, as if he were treating the nightmare creature as a wish-granting turtle. Do not be so surprised. If she desires entry so fervently, is it unreasonable for me to make a small request? Sumu shrugged nonchalantly. Jasmine behind the curtains fell into a long silence, offering no reply. Sumu raised an eyebrow, parting the curtains once more, only to discover an empty space. Damn, knock, knock, knock. This time, the sound was of someone knocking at the door. Mr. Su, are you all right? I seem to have heard some commotion. Yifanu's voice came from outside. I'm fine, a villager came by earlier, but they have since departed. That's good to hear. By the way, Mr.Su, I have made some new discoveries regarding this nightmare. May I come in to discuss them? Of course. Sumu signaled to Yang Dongqing with his eyes. Yang Dongqing, dissatisfied, scoffed and walked to the door, turning the handle. With a creak, the door swung open. Roar! A monstrous roar erupted as the door, barely ajar, was forcefully slammed open, creating a tremendous noise. A grotesque figure lunged at Yang Dongqing, its immense strength crashing him to the ground, razor-sharp teeth aiming directly for his neck. Chapter 38, so close yet so far. Crack! The sound of teeth colliding with Yang Dongqing's sturdy neck resonated sharply, producing an ear-piercing friction. Yang Dongqing was taken aback, realizing that the intruder was not Yifanu, but rather a villager. He struggled violently, flipping over to pin the villager beneath him, and unleashed a barrage of iron fists, quickly reducing the villager's skull to pulp. What on earth is happening? Yang Dongqing gasped, rising to his feet, still shaken. A trace of blood had already appeared on his neck. Had he not possessed a body of steel, he would have perished in that moment. He glanced at Sumu, only to find him standing with his head bowed, his body trembling slightly. Believing that Sumu was merely frightened by the preceding scene, he was about to speak when Sumu suddenly lifted his head, a ghastly grin spreading across his pale face. Yang Dongqing was startled. This is absolutely marvelous. Har har har, this is precisely the sensation. Sumu's expression grew increasingly manic, a peculiar flush appearing on his pallid visage. His gaze burned intensely as he fixated on Yang Dongqing. This is the surprise I craved. Do you realize how close I was? Just a hair's breadth away. Had I been the one to open that door, I would be dead right now. Alas, I was too frail to take a single step, and thus I narrowly escaped. Marvelous, inexpressibly marvelous. Har har har, a lunatic, a complete lunatic. An inexplicable chill coursed through Yang Dongqing, who suddenly felt that he would rather confront those nightmarish creatures than share a room with Su Mu. At that moment, anguished screams echoed from downstairs. Are there still villagers below? Damn it, how did these villagers get in here? Wasn't it said that they couldn't enter the house? Yang Dongqing's complexion darkened as he cursed. Rather than cursing here, we should investigate, Su Mu's gentle voice chimed beside Yang Dongqing. Instinctively, he turned to look, only to find Su Mu standing there with a smile, leaning elegantly on a serpentine-patterned wooden cane, resembling a nobleman. The earlier madness seemed like a mere illusion. Goodness, this madman, he muttered a curse under his breath and proceeded downstairs. Gunfire and screams erupted in a cacophony as the scene below lay in utter chaos. Approximately 5 villagers had breached the house, engaged in a fierce battle with the members of the poisonous snake gang. The ground was littered with the corpses of several gang members. Boom, boom, scorching fireballs seared through the air, continuously repelling the villagers. Yet, it was all in vain. A relentless tide of villagers continued to surge in. Su Mu followed the direction from which the villagers had entered and discovered they had emerged from the first-floor restroom. Mr. Su, Mr. Yang, be cautious, the window of the first-floor restroom has been shattered by someone. Yi Fanyu shouted urgently, catching sight of Su Mu and Yang Dongqing descending the stairs. Yang Dongqing's expression grew increasingly grim as he rushed forward, utilizing his iron physique to fend off the villagers, clearing a path. Are you sure it wasn't overlooked during the previous inspection? I am certain. Yi Fanyu replied emphatically. I checked every room's windows, including the restroom, and all windows were definitely shut. Those villagers cannot break down doors or windows, so it must be that someone from within has secretly sabotaged the windows. That's impossible. Who in their right mind would invite danger into their own home? As he spoke, Yang Dongqing instinctively glanced at Su Mu. Truth be told, had he not been in Su Mu's company, he would have firmly believed that Su Mu was capable of such a mad act. A deeper smile graced Su Mu's lips. It appears there is a traitor among our ranks. Mr. Su, now is not the time to seek out traitors. Our immediate priority is to break through. This place is no longer safe. Su Mu nodded. Yang Dongqing, lead the way. Yang Dongqing's expression darkened, yet he did not defy the order. Instead, he let out a roar, his muscles bulging as he charged towards the villagers. His iron-like strides made the corridor tremble subtly, each step echoing with a deep thud. He plunged into the throng of villagers, his steel body impervious to their attacks, swinging his arms like massive hammers. Any villager he struck faced a fate of crushed chests and shattered limbs. However, these villagers paid no heed to their injuries or pain. Even with concave skulls and broken necks, they continued to howl and lunge at Yang Dongqing. In mere moments, he was besieged by a swarm of villagers, all of them biting and clawing at him. Yi Fanyu and the members of the poisonous snake gang treated Yang Dongqing as if he were not human, firing madly at him in a desperate attempt to free him from the villagers clinging to him. Under their combined efforts, the villagers were eventually shot down, with the only consequence being a few bullet wounds and burns from the flames adorning Yang Dongqing's body. He was indeed a body of steel, but that did not mean he was impervious to pain. After the barrage of attacks, he was already gritting his teeth in agony. Move! Seeing the villagers repelled, Su Mu immediately commanded. Zhao Chaoyao quickly approached him, producing a foldable stretcher, and then lifted Su Mu to flee outside, the others closely following. Yet amidst the chaos, no one noticed the seemingly honest middle-aged man, Li Qiang, stealthily picking up a handgun from the corpse of a poisonous snake gang member. As the group burst outside, they were instantly engulfed in a frigid atmosphere, for outside lay a relentless wave of villagers pouring forth like a tide. Their expressions were devoid of emotion, their eyes fixated on the group, malevolent thoughts almost spilling over. Rain began to fall softly from the sky, adding a touch of desolation to the scene. Witnessing this, even the extraordinary Yi Fanyu and Yang Dongqing could not help but display expressions of despair. There were simply too many villagers. Such numbers would be difficult to overcome, even if they were to exhaust the two of them entirely. Yet at that moment, Sumu felt the long-forgotten thrum of his heart. In his dreams, he had sought thrills far more exhilarating than the dire situation before him, yet he felt no heartbeat. He knew the dreams were mere illusions, where he could indulge in reckless behavior without the fear of death, but this was different. Now, death was a tangible reality. He began to feel an exhilarating thrill. Chapter 39, The Traitor Retreat. Sumu's calm voice resonated. Return to the room. Yi Fanyu, taken aback, exclaimed, if we retreat now, we'll be besieged by the villagers both outside and inside the house. Wouldn't he that render us as helpless as fish in a barrel? Sumu had neither the time nor the inclination to explain. Yi Fanyu's refusal to heed his command did not deter the others. Yang Dongqing and the members of the poisonous snake gang promptly obeyed Sumu's directive and retreated indoors. Seeing this, Yi Fanyu's expression darkened considerably, yet he could not confront the throng of villagers outside alone and was compelled to follow suit. Just as he prepared to close the door, Sumu halted him. Do not shut the door, draw them in, and ascend the stairs. Yi Fanyu was momentarily taken aback, but he soon realized Sumu's intent as he observed him beginning to ascend the stairs under the protection of the others. The villagers could only enter through the front door or the window of the ground floor restroom. By luring them all inside, they could escape through the windows on the upper floors, ensuring a successful breakout. Yi Fanyu cast a deep glance at Sumu's retreating figure, refrained from closing the door, and hurriedly followed him upstairs. Conceiving this escape plan was not overly difficult, yet the true challenge lay in maintaining composure and swiftly formulating a response when confronted with the encirclement of hundreds of villagers, a feat not everyone could accomplish. Most individuals become flustered in the face of danger, making it challenging to arrive at an accurate judgment in the moment. Before long, the group surged to the third floor, while the villagers flooding into the house could only pursue them up the narrow staircase, which could accommodate a maximum of 2 individuals at a time. The villagers' strength lay in their sheer numbers. In a one-on-one confrontation, either Yi Fanyu or Yang Dongqing could easily prevail. However, leveraging the advantage of the terrain significantly diminished the threat for the time being. Yang Dongqing, take the rear, the rest, jump out the window, Sumu commanded with unruffled authority. Yang Dongqing hesitated not, positioning himself at the staircase entrance to face a pair of villagers. The threat was minimal for him. His formidable physique provided a robust assurance of survival. One by one, the members of the poisonous snake gang leaped from the third-floor window, landing on the earthen ground outside. Given that Zhao family village's infrastructure was notably underdeveloped, the area was devoid of concrete flooring, with most of it consisting of mud. As long as one was in good health, jumping from the third floor would pose no danger, especially for the elite members of the poisonous snake gang. If anyone in the group were to encounter peril while jumping, it would likely be Sumu and the Soul Woman, Wenli. I'm afraid of heights. The delicate Wenli squatted at the window's edge, gripping the sill tightly, her gaze drawn to the ground, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over her. Get moving. Zhao Chaoyao, standing behind her, kicked her slender waist. With a piercing scream, Wenli tumbled from the window and landed on the earthen ground. Leader, please. Zhao Chaoyao respectfully assisted Sumu to the window and then shouted to the remaining members of the poisonous snake gang below, prepare to cap the leader. Yes, the remaining 8 members swiftly formed a circle, shedding their shirts and extending their arms to grasp one another, creating a human net. Their clothing served as a cushion atop the interlaced arms. Yet, Sumu did not leap down immediately. Instead, he paused at the window to enjoy the view. Hurry up, I can't hold on much longer. Only when Yang Dongqing's urgent shouting reached his ears did Sumu remove his tinted glasses, gripping his snake-patterned wooden cane, and gracefully leaped from the window, landing safely onto the human net. Wang Li, who had fallen and was dazed, could only watch in silent fury. Zhao Chaoyao and Yi Fanyu quickly jumped out to escape, followed by the battered Yang Dongqing. As soon as Yang Dongqing descended, a multitude of muscular ants surged from the window, and several villagers crowded at the opening, howling fiercely. Quickly, we cannot remain trapped in this house for long, Yi Fanyu said, still shaken. He gestured towards a nearby 2-story building. Let us take refuge in that house for now. Let us go to the east side of the village. What? Yi Fanyu was taken aback. I said, let us head to the east side of the village. Sumu replied coolly. Su, why must we venture so far when there's a house nearby where we could hide? What is the necessity of running to the east side? Yi Fanyu questioned in confusion. Su Mu adjusted his glasses, concealing his eyes behind the tinted lenses. Ye, given your level of intelligence, it is challenging for me to elucidate. You need only follow my lead. Yi Fanyu's expression darkened, his fists clenched tightly, yet, recalling Su Mu's calm demeanor in the face of danger, he ultimately chose to remain silent. The group hurried onward, dispatching a few isolated villagers before arriving at the east side of the village without incident. The east side of the village was exceedingly desolate, featuring only a modest dilapidated hut, its roof even covered with a layer of dry grass, rendering it as rudimentary as it could possibly be. Yi Fanyu stood before the thatched hut, his expression grim. Mr.Su, is this truly the house you selected? Setting aside whether this structure can accommodate so many individuals, merely judging its quality makes me question its. Mr.Ye, I find it difficult to imagine how you survived 3 nightmare worlds, Su Mu interjected nonchalantly, standing beneath a black umbrella, alongside Jia Chaoyao, who was also clad in a black suit and holding an umbrella. It had begun to rain, naturally necessitating the use of an umbrella. Yi Fanyu's countenance grew increasingly grim. Su Mu continued, seemingly unfazed, do you recall the words of the village chief's son in the Silhouette of Time? Perhaps not, I'll assume you've forgotten. The village chief's son stated that since your confinement, that old dog has remained at the entrance of your dilapidated hut, neither eating nor drinking, and has likely perished long ago. Where am I to find dog meat? At most, I could procure a couple of dog bones for you. Do you understand now? Yi Fanyu was taken aback. Are you saying this ramshackle hut is Tingting's home? Su Mu nodded. Were you hesitating to leap from the 3rd floor earlier in search of this house? Clap, clap, clap. Su Mu smiled and applauded. Mr.Ye is truly perceptive. I am beginning to believe you have indeed traversed 3 nightmare worlds. Yi Fanyu forced a smile, his demeanor strained. If I'm not mistaken, the key to resolving this nightmare lies within this thatched hut. Su Mu adjusted his tinted glasses, then abruptly shifted the subject. However, before we proceed, we must first identify the individual who stealthily sabotaged the window. At this pronouncement, the atmosphere shifted, and the group exchanged solemn glances, the only sound remaining the gentle patter of raindrops falling on them. Yi Fanyu's sharp gaze swept over the group before finally settling on the members of the poisonous snake gang. Mr.Su, I suspect the traitor may be among your ranks. Chapter 40. The woman's tears I detest the most. Oh, what makes you say that? Su Mu inquired with keen interest. We few entered the nightmare realm in advance, and after 3 days of togetherness, no issues arose. Yet, the moment you arrived, Yi Fanyu's words trailed off, but the implication was unmistakable. This is impossible, we would never betray the leader. Jia Chaoyao glared fiercely, as if his faith had been tarnished. Yi Fanyu remained silent, merely casting a glance at Su Mu. Su Mu chuckled lightly and approached Jia Chaoyao's side. Leader, you must believe us, we would never betray you. Rest assured, I am aware. Su Mu replied with a smile, extending his hand to retrieve a handgun from Jia Chaoyao's waist. Click, the sound of a bullet being chambered echoed. In truth, I have already discerned who the traitor is. The gun in Su Mu's hand slowly swept past the onlookers before finally resting before Yang Dongqing. Yang Dongqing's brow furrowed instantly. You suspect me, He? If it were me, step aside. Su Mu impatiently flicked the gun, signaling Yang Dongqing to move farther away. Yang Dongqing was taken aback, stepping aside to reveal Yi Fanyu behind him. Yi Fanyu's muscles tensed, his gaze narrowing. Mr. Su, this jest is far from amusing. Su Mu frowned slightly. You too, step aside. Yi Fanyu froze, realization dawning upon him, and he swiftly moved aside, revealing none other than Wang Li, who had been hiding behind the crowd. The delicate Wang Li, feeling all eyes upon her, turned pale with fright. She quickly glanced behind her, hoping there was someone there, but at Su Mu's insistence to move aside, she found no one. At that moment, Wang Li's complexion grew even more ashen, and she frantically waved her hands. No. It's not me. How could I possibly break the window and let those monsters in? I would die too. Yi Fanyu looked at her, confusion etched across his face. Mr. Su, could you be mistaken? With her timidity, it is indeed implausible for her to damage the doors and windows. Indeed. Why do you insist it is me? What evidence do you have? Wang Li exclaimed as if grasping at a lifeline. Su Mu smiled as he aimed the gun at Wang Li. Of course, I have evidence. He paused. The evidence lies in the fact that during the incident with the jump, you deliberately delayed at the window, obstructing my descent. As these words fell, everyone was left dumbfounded. What sort of evidence was that? I did not intentionally delay, I merely have a fear of heights. Is that my fault? Wang Li argued vehemently. You all should judge for yourselves. He is clearly retaliating against me for causing him a delay. Yi Fanyu remained silent, a chill running down his spine. Su Mu was nothing short of a madman, willing to kill Wang Li for such a reason, yet, he did not intervene. It would be irrational to oppose Su Mu for the sake of an ordinary person. With Yi Fanyu withholding support for Wang Li, it was only natural that no one else would step forward to defend her. Wang Li's face turned ashen, disbelief in her eyes as she gazed at the crowd. You cannot treat me this way. Why must I be punished for my fear of heights? Only Yang Dongqing appeared sympathetic, about to speak, but Su Mu continued, Wang Li indeed fears heights, yet you do not. Wang Li's expression faltered. What are you talking about? I am Wang Li. TSK, a mocking smile graced Su Mu's face. Such impressive acting. After witnessing your splendid performance, I almost feel compelled to sign you. I happen to own a film company. Alas, a nightmare creature like you, even under contract, would likely not be recognized by the law, would it? A nightmare creature? Yi Fanyu's expression shifted. Mr. Su, are you suggesting that the real Wang Li has perished, and the person before us is merely a villager in disguise? Su Mu shook his head. I am more inclined to believe she is indeed Wang Li, simply transformed into a villager. Transformed into a villager? Have you not considered that the villagers were once human? Now turned into nightmare creatures, why could not Wang Li, who was once human, also undergo such a transformation? Wang Li flailed her arms in desperation, attempting to absolve herself of the suspicion. I am not. I have been with you all along. How could I possibly become a nightmare creature? Do not slander me. At this moment, Li Qiang seemed to have an epiphany, his expression darkening. You have not been with us the entire time. When we encountered Mr.Su, you ran back alone. With those words, the atmosphere grew tense, as Yi Fanyu and Yang Dongqing distanced themselves from Wang Li, glaring at her intently. You. I truly am not a monster. Woo. Wang Li began to sob uncontrollably. Oh, I can scarcely bear to see a woman cry. Su Mu said, feigning compassion, so you might as well die. He gradually raised the handgun, aiming it at Wang Li's forehead. Wang Li, frightened, ceased her tears, instinctively shielding her head with her hands, attempting to ward off the bullet in this absurd manner. Do not kill me, this is merely your conjecture. You have no evidence to prove I am a nightmare. No, I do. Su Mu replied coolly, just take a bullet from me. If you die, then you are Wang Li. If you survive, then you are undoubtedly a villager. Wang Li's expression became indescribable. Shock, anger, fear, disbelief, a multitude of complex emotions converged upon her delicate face, making it hard to imagine a human visage could embody such a range. I would die, that would mean I am Wang Li. But what if you are wrong? Would I not die in vain? If you are wrong, then so be it. While you may perish, at least your innocence remains in this world. Su Mu shrugged. Innocence. Bang, the thunderous gunshot drowned out the relentless downpour, a metal bullet piercing through the rain and striking Wang Li's smooth forehead with unerring accuracy. Wang Li's voice abruptly ceased, her body crumpling to the ground. Yi Fanyu jumped in shock, not from the gunfire, but from Su Mu's actions. He had traversed the nightmare realm thrice, believing himself devoid of conscience, far from being a good person. Yet now, he suddenly felt like a decent human being, at least not one so indifferent to life. Su Mu, you Yang Dongqing blared fiercely, but the ensuing inhuman roar interrupted his words. Roar Chapter 41, Dumplings. A ferocious roar erupted from Wang Li's lifeless body. In the next moment, the deceased Wang Li astonishingly stood upright, without using her hands for support, maintaining a rigid posture. Her pallid face bore no expression, save for a pair of eyes brimming with intense malice, mirroring that of the villagers. What, it truly is her! Yang Dongqing exclaimed in shock, unable to fathom that Su Mu had indeed guessed correctly. In reality, only Sumu understood that his assertion was not a mere guess. He had 100% certainty that Wang Li had transformed into a monster, for his hypnosis had failed. When he attempted to hypnotize Wang Li, he encountered the same response he had seen with the villagers. Roar! Wang Li charged towards the nearest Yifan with a terrifying shriek. Yifan's expression darkened as he swiftly shaped his right hand into a gun, aiming at Wang Li. 5-finger flame bullet. Bang, bang, bang. 3 scorching flame bullets whistled forth, exploding in a blaze of fire upon Wang Li's form. In an instant, she was consumed by the horrific flames, reduced to a charred corpse. After dispatching Wang Li, Yifan approached Sumu and whispered, "Mr. Su, what on earth is happening? Why did Wang Li suddenly transform into a villager? To my knowledge, the villagers seem to lack the means to turn humans into their kind. All who are captured by the villagers meet a grisly fate, torn apart and devoured." Sumu smiled slightly. "What do you think happened to those who were dragged into darkness by the shadow?" "The shadow?" Yifan was taken aback. Could it be that the shadow is the root cause of the villagers' transformation into monsters? I can only speculate at this point. Perhaps the answer lies within this very hut. Sumu gestured with his serpent-patterned wooden cane towards the thatched cottage before them. "Yang Dongqing," he called softly. Without waiting for further instruction from Sumu, Yang Dongqing boldly entered the cottage, clearly well trained. Bang! The door of the thatched cottage swung open as Yang Dongqing stepped inside, scanning the surroundings. Upon confirming there was no immediate danger, he beckoned the others to enter. Once inside, Sumu surveyed the interior through his tinted glasses. The furnishings were quite antiquated. There was only a wooden recliner, a large table with peeling paint, and an old-fashioned cabinet standing against the wall. One side of the main room led to a bedroom, its bed frame adorned with simple carvings and children's doodles. Although the bedding was faded, it was clean and neatly arranged. Further inside was the kitchen, where a large earthen stove occupied one corner, with pots and pans scattered atop it and a pile of dried firewood nearby. The walls bore the marks of smoke, darkened by years of use. Though the house was dilapidated, it was fully equipped. At that moment, the distant echoes of the villagers' roars reached them. Yifan's expression shifted with alarm. "This is bad, the villagers are closing in." Bang! He hastily shut the door, peering through the crack to see the advancing villagers, his heart racing. The primary concern was the dilapidated state of the house. Even the door was merely wooden and poorly sealed, leaving him doubtful of its ability to withstand the villagers' onslaught. Fortunately, when the villagers reached the door, they halted in their tracks. Phew! Yifan exhaled in relief. It held. However, when he turned back, he was taken aback to find Sumu emerging from the old cabinet with a plate of dumplings. The dumplings appeared to have been left for some time, no longer glistening and plump, but rather dried and wrinkled. They were crowded together, some slightly deformed, with the fillings juices pooling into a murky liquid that emitted a faint, unpleasant odor. "Is that dumplings?" Yifan swallowed hard. In the real world, he would have discarded such an unappealing dish without a second thought, but now he was genuinely hungry. "Are they safe to eat?" Li Qiang asked, his eyes wide with disbelief. Sumu smiled as he placed the dumplings on the table. "If you too wish to eat, please feel free." Yifan and Li Qiang approached eagerly, their eyes fixated on the dumplings as they swallowed in anticipation. Although Sumu and the others had arrived later and felt some hunger, it was not yet unbearable. "There are a total of 12 dumplings. I will take 8, and you can have 4, Yifan declared, not bothering to consult Li Qiang about the distribution. Though Li Qiang longed for a few more, he dared not oppose, merely nodding at the dumplings. "You go first," Yifan instructed. Li Qiang hesitated, feeling wary. In such an eerie place, who would dare to consume a plate of unknown dumplings? "Hurry up," Yifan urged impatiently. With a resigned determination, Li Qiang resolved that if he was to die, he would at least do so with a full stomach. He seized the dumplings and stuffed them into his mouth, swallowing 4 at once like Jubarji devouring ginseng fruit. After finishing, he gazed longingly at the remaining dumplings. Though slightly spoiled, they were a rare delicacy to him after 3 days of hunger. Yifan remained cautious, meticulously observing Li Qiang's reactions. After a lengthy wait and witnessing no adverse effects, he relaxed and began to eat the dumplings himself, all the while keeping a watchful eye on Li Qiang. with 8 dumplings consumed, Yifanyu finally felt revitalized. Mr. Su, why are there dumplings here? Yifanyu inquired, acutely aware of the disparity between his intelligence and Su Mu's, especially after observing Su Mu's earlier displays of insight. Because Tingting loves dumplings, and this is Tingting's home, Su Mu explained with a smile. Then Yifanyu began to utter a word, but suddenly his expression shifted dramatically. Not only him, but even Yang Dongqing and the others wore expressions of alarm, their gazes snapping towards the wooden bed in the bedroom, for just then, a dull thud sounded from the bed, as if someone had bumped their head against the bed frame. "You! Come out!" Yifanyu's demeanor tightened, his right hand already shaped like a gun, flames flickering between his fingers, raising the room's temperature. Zhao Chaoyao and the others unsheathed their machetes, having expended nearly all their ammunition in the previous battle with the villagers. In this tense atmosphere, a shadow seemed to tremble beneath the bed. "Come out!" Yifanyu called out once more, the fiery bullet at his fingertips poised to shoot. At that moment, a serpent-patterned wooden cane interposed itself before him. Yifanyu looked at Su Mu in confusion. Mr.Su, Su Mu shook his head, signaling him to lower his gun. Yifanyu extinguished the flames at his fingertips, while Su Mu stepped forward and softly addressed the space beneath the bed. "Tingting, we are not bad people. Please come out." Tingting, the group gasped in surprise. Could it be that Tingting was hiding beneath the bed? Sure enough, the shadow beneath the bed ceased its trembling upon hearing Su Mu's words. After a brief moment, a timid little girl's voice emerged from beneath the bed. "Are you really not bad people? You truly won't hurt Tingting." Chapter 42. Grandmother is watching you all. The group once again fell into a stupor, for the voice was incongruous. Tingting was clearly a young girl, yet the sound emanating from beneath the bed was that of a little child. Su Mu's smile grew increasingly gentle, reminiscent of a friendly older brother next door. His tone was soft yet resolute, each word seemingly weighed with consideration. "Tingting is a good child, we certainly would not harm her." The shadow beneath the bed hesitated for a long moment before finally emerging. It was a girl of about 6 years, with lustrous black hair casually tied into 2 small braids, somewhat tousled yet retaining a natural charm. Her petite frame exuded a sense of nimbleness, akin to a fawn in the mountains. She possessed a round, cherubic face, tinged with a faint blush, the mark of frequent sun exposure. Her large, bright eye sparkled like a crystal-clear stream in the hills, pure and unblemished, while her long eyelashes fluttered like tiny fans, gently waving with each blink. The little girl wore tattered clothing and timidly gazed at the roomful of people, her dirty little hands nervously clutching a picture frame. The group remained on high alert. After all, they had just experienced the incident with Wang Li, and no one could guarantee that this little girl wouldn't suddenly transform into a monster like the villagers. Yet, they couldn't help but notice the slight resemblance between this girl and the previous Tingting. Mr.Su, this little girl appears to be quite a bit younger than Tingting. Could she possibly be her sister? Yifanyu inquired in a low voice. "No, she is Tingting," Su Mu replied. Yifanyu's surprise deepened. "How do you know?" Su Mu cast him a curious glance. "This is Tingting's home. Naturally, the person residing here would be Tingting. Is that truly so strange? Yifanyu found himself momentarily speechless. "Tingting, why are you hiding under the bed?" The little girl replied, a hint of nervousness in her voice. "I heard noises outside and was scared, so I hid. Outside, there are bad people, they will bully Tingting." As she spoke, her peripheral vision caught sight of the empty plate of dumplings on the wooden table. Her lips pursed, and her large eyes filled with moisture. "Those were the dumplings grandmother left for me." Li Qiang, who had just eaten dumplings, felt a bit awkward as he scratched his head. Yifanyu, however, remained vigilant, his expression alert. "Grandmother, where is your grandmother?" Tingting, appearing both aggrieved and slightly surprised, extended her dirty little hand and pointed behind the crowd. "Grandmother is right there." Yifanyu's heart raced as he whipped around, only to see an empty wooden rocking chair, which, oddly enough, began to sway back and forth on its own, creaking eerily. A chill ran down his spine, sending goosebumps prickling across his skin. Su Mu narrowed his eyes slightly. "Tingting, good children must not tell lies." Ting pouted, her innocent voice ringing out, Ting isn't lying. Grandmother is clearly sitting in the rocking chair, and she is watching you all, even greeting you. The group stared in horror at the empty rocking chair that continued to sway, a palpable dread rising within them. Yifanyu and Yang Dongqing, both extraordinary individuals, felt as though they were facing a formidable foe, cold sweat beading on their foreheads as they nervously scanned between Ting and the rocking chair, utterly unsure of where to direct their defenses. They were capable of confronting the villagers, but against an unseen and bizarre entity, fear gripped them. It was akin to a man wielding a shotgun, being forced to choose between confronting a bear or a ghost. The choice would be obvious, he would pick the bear without a second thought. Amidst the tense and surreal atmosphere, Sumu politely smiled at the rocking chair. "Good afternoon, grandmother." This abrupt greeting stirred an inexplicable sense of absurdity within the group. Yang Dongqing, anxiety evident in her voice, whispered, "Can you see her?" Sumu smiled slightly. "I cannot see her, but in addressing an elder, it is only proper for a younger person to respond. Otherwise, it would be quite impolite." Madman, Yang Dongqing once again labelled Sumu, this time as a gentleman with a touch of madness. At that moment, a bell-like laughter echoed through the air. "Grandmother says you are a very polite young man." Ting seemed to forget about the dumplings, her face lighting up with innocent joy. Sumu returned her smile, nodding graciously toward the rocking chair. "Thank you for the compliment, you two are a very kind elder." The atmosphere grew increasingly bizarre. To the others, it appeared as though Sumu was conversing with thin air, the rocking chair undeniably empty. "Grandmother says it will soon grow dark, and shadows will appear outside. You may stay here." Will it soon grow dark? The group hurriedly glanced out the window, only to discover that the sky had been shrouded in a layer of gloom, mirroring their own somber mood. Clang! A clear metallic sound drew everyone's attention. It was Sumu opening his dark gold pocket watch. He glanced at the time. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The darkness descends rather swiftly. He closed the watch, the dark golden serpent pattern flashing before their eyes, then turned to express his gratitude to the rocking chair. "Grandmother, we shall not intrude any longer." Moments later, the group huddled in a corner, positioned far from the rocking chair, their eyes fixated upon it. Meanwhile, Ting sat in the bedroom, diligently playing with a rag doll, using a wooden comb to meticulously comb its hair. The light of day faded at an observable rate. The only sounds in the room were the creaking of the rocking chair. "Mr. Su, it's getting dark, we should leave quickly, this place is far too strange," Yifanyu said in a low voice. Strange, with the adorable Ting and the kind grandmother, this place is undeniably safe. Sumu relished the comfortable atmosphere. "Mr. Su, this is not the time for jest. There must be some bizarre connection between Ting and the Ting in the time silhouette, and that grandmother. If she is invisible, how can you be certain she is kind?" Yifanyu exclaimed in a hushed tone. "Grandmother is willing to shelter the homeless. Is that not a sign of kindness?" Yifanyu's expression turned to anger, yet he hesitated to leave alone. Just then, the creaking of the rocking chair ceased. The group instantly tensed, for they all understood that the stillness of the rocking chair meant grandmother had come down, an unseen entity. Who could say where she might go? Perhaps she was already before them, observing silently, her wrinkled face adorned with a benevolent smile. Sizzle! The candles placed upon the table ignited spontaneously, casting a dim flicker of light. "It's dark now. The bad people have gone." The little girl Ting bounced out of the room, speaking to the air beside the group. "Grandmother, I'm going outside to find my sister." Chapter 43, The Abduction of Sumu by the Shadow. A chill enveloped the group as they instinctively fixated on the empty air beside them. Though devoid of any presence, they were acutely aware of a benevolent, old woman standing quietly in that very spot. In no time, Ting, with an exuberant bounce, skipped out the door. At this moment, Sumu also rose, addressing the vacant space nearby. "Grandmother, night has fallen, and my vision is rather poor. Should I inadvertently collide with you, I implore your forgiveness." With that, under the watchful gazes of the crowd, he proceeded to the bedroom where the little girl had previously lingered. Upon his return, he held a picture frame in his hands, the very one that the girl had clutched earlier. He turned it to reveal a faded black and white photograph, a family portrait. In the image, there were 4 individuals, a silver-haired, elderly woman with a weathered visage and a frail form, and a younger Tingting, who appeared somewhat smaller. As for the other two figures, their heads were conspicuously absent, the necks severed entirely. One could only deduce from their clothing and remaining features that they were a man and a woman, seemingly youthful, each grasping one of Tingting's hands. A blissful smile radiated from Tingting's face. Yifanyu leaned closer, scrutinizing the eerie photograph. These two must be Tingting's parents, but why are their heads missing? Sumu, with an inscrutable expression, replied, "The absence of heads is not the crux of the matter. The focal point is that this photograph lacks one more person." Who? Yifanyu's demeanor shifted. A sister. Sumu adjusted his tinted glasses and remarked nonchalantly, "Tingting just mentioned she was going out to find her sister, yet this family portrait does not feature her. Thus, the question arises, who is this sister?" Yifanyu's complexion darkened further, an unsettling sensation gnawing at him. By this time, the night had fully descended, and the empty rocking chair began to sway once more. Creak, creak. The group, tense and apprehensive, fixated on the rocking chair's relentless motion. Suddenly, an ancient voice broke the silence. In the drowsy night mist, sleep ensues, the devil's whispers linger about, moonlight peeks through the window cracks, shadows claw and dance in the corners. Panic surged among the crowd as they instinctively tightened their grips on their weapons. Is this singing? Yifanyu furrowed his brow. A lullaby. Sumu's eyes narrowed as he regarded the rocking chair. The haunting melody continued. Wind blows, candlelight flickers, the dark embrace is silent and still. Close your eyes, do not wander, for fear smoulders deep within. Sleep, sleep, dear child, do not remain awake. Shadows lurk in the corners, silent and hushed. Sleep, sleep, do not widen your gaze. In the darkness lies a hand, beckoning you to cross the bridge. Sleep, sleep, close your eyes, do not hide. The soul's labyrinth offers no escape. Slumber in this night, do not question what is real or false. Until dawn breaks, the nightmare shall turn away. The simple melody, coupled with the aged voice, cast an eerie air upon the dimly lit night. As they listened to this uncanny song, an unsettling sensation washed over them, as though an unseen hand were caressing their scalps. Unbeknownst to them, as the song echoed, a shadow began to rise in the darkened corners of the room, ascending higher until it gradually morphed into a humanoid form. What do these lyrics mean? Yifanyu inquired, an inexplicable annoyance creeping over him. The bizarre atmosphere rendered him exceedingly uncomfortable, prompting him to instinctively turn to Sumu. Yet, at that very moment, as he glanced back, his scalp prickled, his face paled, and he instinctively recoiled, distancing himself from Sumu. Shadow. He retreated to the room's corner, his right hand shaped like a gun, pointed menacingly at the space behind Sumu. The group gasped, swiftly directing their gazes towards Sumu, only to find a tall, emaciated shadowy figure standing ominously behind him. Leader! Jiao Chaoyao exclaimed in alarm, raising his machete. Sumu, behind you. Yang Dongqing's eyes were glued to the shadow, paralyzed with fear. Sumu did not turn around, instead, he smiled faintly. Is it behind me? Mr. Sumu, the shadow has locked onto you. Quickly, let someone else take your place. Yifanyu urged urgently. However, Sumu made no move to substitute himself. Instead, he calmly turned to face the shadow, his tinted glasses reflecting the tall, gaunt figure. At that moment, the shadow extended its long, withered arm towards Sumu. Are you inviting me? Sumu inquired. The shadow offered no response, merely leaning closer, its shadowy fingertips nearly brushing against the lenses of his glasses. Sumu smiled slightly and extended his hand toward the shadow. I accept your invitation. In the next instant, a pale, slender hand tightly clasped the shadow's hand. The crowd gasped in horror. Leader. Sumu, you. Sumu turned to the others with a smile, the flickering candlelight casting a soft glow upon his face, illuminating his glasses as he reassured them, do not worry. The answer lies within that lullaby. With that, he closed his eyes and stepped into the darkness, hand in hand with the shadow. The group stood frozen, gazing at Sumu as he vanished into the abyss, rendered speechless. The house fell into a profound silence, and after a prolonged pause, Yang Dongqing finally spoke. Though he is a madman, I do not believe he would willingly seek death. He mentioned that the answer is concealed in the lullaby. Perhaps he has discovered something. A flicker of contemplation crossed Yi Fanyu's eyes. The lullaby's lyrics state, "Do not widen your gaze, in the darkness lies a hand, beckoning you to cross the bridge," followed by "Close your eyes, do not hide." The soul's labyrinth offers no escape. The mention of a hand in the darkness likely refers to the shadow, and the directive to close one's eyes and not hide may well be a means of confronting it. That is plausible. Indeed, Sumu just closed his eyes. Alas, Mr. Sumu has risked himself for a mere lyric. This is simply, Yi Fanyu hesitated, unable to voice the latter part of his thought. Yang Dongqing interjected, "You mean to say he is utterly insane? Indeed, he is a madman, thus, one cannot fathom what he might do." "How dare you insult the leader? Whatever the leader chooses to do, he has his reasons. You have no right to speak ill of him behind his back." Jiao Chaoyao glared fiercely. Yang Dongqing cast a cold glance at him, disregarding the words of one so thoroughly brainwashed. "This is not the time for quarrels. Our immediate course of action should be to disperse and seek candles and provisions. The emergence of the shadow signifies that this place is no longer safe." Yi Fanyu proposed. The others exchanged glances, ultimately acquiescing to Yi Fanyu's suggestion. Chapter 44, The Illusion in the Darkness. Sumu's eyes were tightly shut as he grasped the hand formed from shadows, delicate, icy, and unyielding. It was far from a human hand, it resembled a grip on the lifeless appendage of some monstrous entity. With his eyes closed, Sumu could not discern his surroundings. Despite his formidable spirit, it had yet to reach the strength required to substitute for sight. He felt akin to a blind man, led by the shadow as he trudged forward at a languid pace. Here, time seemed to lose its significance. He could not perceive its passage, feeling as though he had been walking for an eternity, yet also merely for a brief moment. Surrounding him was an unsettling silence, devoid of any sound from either the shadow or his own footsteps. Gradually, a sound of water began to emerge beneath his feet, though it was muffled, reminiscent not of walking on rain-soaked ground, but rather as if he were treading upon a thicker, viscous liquid. Blood, perhaps, Sumu speculated idly, yet felt no trepidation, rather an undercurrent of anticipation. Having witnessed Tingting clasping hands with the shadow in the fleeting moments of time, he surmised that the shadow's intent in drawing people into the darkness might not necessarily be to extinguish their lives. It was a simple deduction. If Tingting had been slain by the shadow, she would likely have transformed into a creature akin to Wang Li, yet there was no sign of her among the villagers. Furthermore, it was evident from the time's reflection that Tingting was familiar with the shadow, even engaging in dialogue. "Are you the nightmare that grandmother spoke of?" This indicated that she had learned of the shadow's existence from her grandmother long ago. The lullaby sung by her grandmother moments prior was probably one she had heard every night. Why had Tingting not succumbed to the shadow's monstrous transformation? It seemed she had heeded her grandmother's advice, closing her eyes and walking hand in hand with the shadow. Thus, Sumu chose to follow the shadow as well. His days were numbered. In his mind, even if he could not become an extraordinary being, perhaps transforming into a nightmare creature akin to the villagers would be acceptable, for the villagers possessed formidable bodies that were difficult to vanquish. As time crept by, Sumu noticed the sounds around him becoming increasingly distinct, even the rush of wind whistling past. Thud, he stepped onto a solid surface, the sound of water absent. As he continued onward, he discerned that the ground was sloping upwards, curving gently. A bridge, perhaps. He recalled the rhyme that spoke of hands in the darkness, reaching to lead one across a bridge. He pressed on in pursuit of the shadow, and as the elevation of the ground reached a certain point, it began to descend, as though traversing down a bridge. Soon, he descended from the bridge, and then, voices suddenly reached his ears. "Leader." The voice was familiar to Sumu. He distinctly remembered it to belong to a younger follower who had been taken by the shadow. The excitement in the younger one's voice was palpable, clearly astonished to see the leader in this place. "Leader, have you come to rescue me?" The sound of hurried footsteps drew closer, evidently that of the younger one approaching. However, Sumu did not acknowledge him, nor did he open his eyes, but instead a faint, intrigued smile played upon his lips. How amusing. "Leader, why are you silent? Open your eyes and look at me." The younger one's voice drew even nearer, nearly brushing against Sumu's ear. Sumu frowned slightly, yet kept his eyes shut. Get away. The footsteps halted abruptly, and the voice that followed was tinged with a hint of bitterness and tremor. Leader, are you truly abandoning me? I have always followed you. Indeed, Sumu replied with unyielding conviction. He vividly recalled the lyrics. Sleep, sleep, close your eyes and do not hide. The soul's lost path finds no reprieve. Slumber in this night, do not question what is real or false. Until dawn breaks, the nightmare shall turn away. The meaning of these lyrics was unmistakable: to keep one's eyes firmly closed, to avoid being ensnared by illusions, lest the soul become lost in the abyss. As for when he might open his eyes, that would naturally be at the break of dawn. When it comes to beguiling the heart, Sumu would proclaim himself second to none. Mere illusions could never ensnare him. Upon being spurned, the younger one's breathing became laboured, his tone turning cold. Leader, since you have forsaken me, do not expect to live, die. The voice, filled with resentment, erupted as the younger one charged recklessly towards Sumu. Most would have been startled into opening their eyes, yet Sumu remained unfazed, continuing his calm advance, indifferent to the commotion. As anticipated, when the sound of the younger one's charge reached Sumu's ears, all abruptly fell silent, the cacophony retreating into stillness once more. He continued onward, gradually sensing a warmth enveloping him, a beam of light piercing through his tightly shut eyelids, akin to standing before the sun during the day. Even with his eyes closed, the blinding radiance was palpable. Leader. A voice of unrestrained delight emerged from a distance. Zhao Chaoyao. Mr. Su, you have returned. Yifanu's voice also carried a note of surprise. Sumu, awaken. Why do you still have your eyes closed? What did you encounter after following the shadow? A chorus of voices surged into Sumu's ears, yet he remained resolute in his decision not to open his eyes, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. How utterly incompetent! Could they not employ a shred of intellect before attempting to deceive? Sumu found himself too weary to voice his disdain. Any rational person, upon seeing their return from the brink, would not react with welcome but rather with suspicion and vigilance, especially considering Wang Li had transformed into a creature resembling the villagers. Moreover, it was known that the shadow only appeared at night or in the depths of darkness, yet here he stood, bathed in the blinding sun, and still the shadow clutched his hand. How could this be possible? The surrounding voices fell silent, only to be succeeded by the chilling tones of Zhao Chaoyao and the others. He has realized. Kill him. Yes, eliminate him. A throng surged towards Sumu, their mouths unleashing inhuman howls. Likewise, when these sounds reached him, they too fell into silence. After walking a while longer, he began to hear different sounds, children's laughter. Fool! Hee, big fool, Ting Ting is here. Hurry, hurry, we want to play with the fool. A group of children laughed heartily. Amidst their jeers, Ting Ting's indignant voice rang out. Ting Ting is not a fool. Hee. Look, this fool is crying. Aren't you a fool too? Your parents abandoned you because you are foolish. You speak nonsense, grandmother said mommy and daddy went out to work, that they did not abandon Ting Ting. Chapter 45. Truth forever stands by my side. Sumu continued his stride, the innocent voices of the children maturing, as if they had grown up overnight. Look at that fool still playing in the mud. Of course she's playing in the mud. After all, she is a fool. Hey, look, that fool's actually quite big. Indeed, let us go take a look. Ting Ting, come play with us. Really? Ting Ting exclaimed with delight, you actually want to play with me? Sumu noticed that even Ting Ting's voice had changed, drawing closer to the echo of her youthful self in the passage of time. Of course, we are from the same village. How about this, Ting Ting, let us play a fun game. Sure, what game? You'll find out once we start playing, but you must promise not to tell your grandmother, otherwise, we won't play with you anymore. War? I don't want to play games, this game isn't fun, you're all bad people. Bullying Ting Ting, quick, catch her, don't let her escape. You beasts. An elderly voice suddenly rang out, accompanied by the sound of a stick striking flesh and the ensuing cries of pain. Sumu recognized that voice, it was Ting Ting's grandmother. Ting Ting, remember, when grandma is out working during the day, you must stay at home, lock the door, and don't open it for anyone. Grandma has made your favorite dumplings, which are in the cupboard. If you get hungry, take them out and eat. Millimeter, Grandma, Ting Ting remembers. Grandma, why do they call Ting Ting a fool? They are all bad people. Ting Ting is not a fool, Ting Ting is the smartest child in the world. A tinkling laugh erupted from Ting Ting as she joyously declared, Ting Ting is the smartest child in the world. Ting Ting is the smartest child. Ting Ting, open the door for your uncle. No, Grandma said Uncle is a bad man. How could Uncle be a bad man? Look, Uncle even brought your favorite lollipop. Really? Of course it's true, hurry, open the door. Are you lying? You are a bad man. Hee hee, Ting Ting is becoming more and more charming. Hey, look, that fool is taking dumplings to the graveyard again. Truly foolish, Aunt Lee saw her starving for days, kindly gave her 2 buns, but she refused, insisting on dumplings, claiming Grandma loves dumplings the most. Only the village chief, out of kindness, gives her dumplings from time to time, and she, instead, goes to the graveyard every day with dumplings for her grandmother. I wonder who told her that her grandmother is sleeping underground, and then she began going from house to house begging for dumplings. I've heard that as long as you give her dumplings. At this point, the voices abruptly ceased, the shadowy hand gripping Sumu had vanished without a trace. Sumu opened his eyes to find himself in a dim, dilapidated room, where the rocking chair stood still and the sky outside was just beginning to lighten. The little girl Ting Ting stood quietly before him, her head tilted curiously as she gazed at him. Big brother, were you just sleeping while standing? Sumu smiled gently, ruffling Ting Ting's somewhat dry and unruly hair. Yes, Big brother just dozed off while standing. Upon hearing this, Ting Ting laughed joyfully. Big brother, you're lying. Who can sleep while standing? Sumu feigned surprise. How clever of you to see through me, Ting Ting. Ting Ting's laughter grew even more joyous, her big eyes crescent-shaped as she revealed a row of small white teeth. Of course. Grandma says Ting Ting is the smartest child in the world. Indeed, Ting Ting is the smartest child in the world. Sumu nodded with a smile. At that moment, Ting Ting seemed to recall something and hurriedly ran to the cupboard, opened it, and brought out a plate of dumplings. Big brother, would you like to eat dumplings? They re delicious. Ting Ting and Grandma love dumplings the most. Suddenly, voices from outside the house interrupted. Damn this weather, it brightens too quickly, a Yang Dongqing complained. This house is too small. If we stay here any longer, we'll surely attract the shadow again. Trust me, let us move to another one. No way. Jiao Chaoyao insisted. What if the leader comes back and can't find us? Do you really think Mr.Su will come back? Yi Fanyu sighed. Let us assume he does return. Would he still be the same man? As they spoke, the door of the thatched house creaked open, the group abruptly halted, their expressions grave as they turned to face the entrance. They then beheld a man dressed in a suit, holding a snake-patterned wooden cane and wearing tinted glasses, slowly emerging from the house. Leader. Jiao Chaoyao and the other members of the Poison Snake Gang were ecstatic. Don't go over. Yi Fanyu stopped them, fixating his gaze on Sumu. Mr. Su, may I ask, are you still you? Sumu smiled slightly. Of course. I knew the leader would be fine. Jiao Chaoyao exclaimed with excitement, attempting to approach Sumu but was halted once more by Yi Fanyu. Wait. Do you have any evidence to prove it? At these words, Sumu's smile deepened. Mr. Yi seems to have forgotten. He gently adjusted his glasses, allowing his smile to fade as he spoke coolly. Have you forgotten what you are? Am I required to prove myself to you? Do you deserve that? Yi Fanyu's expression soured dramatically, akin to having tasted something foul, while Jiao Chaoyao and the others resolutely moved behind Sumu. Yang Dongqing hesitated for a moment before joining them. Mr. Yang, even you, Yang Dongqing replied without turning. I just think the nightmare creature wouldn't he mimic so accurately. Yi Fanyu's countenance darkened further, his only companion a visibly anxious Li Qiang. Sumu remarked indifferently, so, Mr.Ye, Do you understand now? Whether or not I am a nightmare is irrelevant. What truly matters is truth forever stands by my side. What do you call truth? Yifanyu retorted darkly. Sumu smiled slightly. The multitude is merely a manifestation of strength, and strength is indeed truth. With that, he led everyone into Tingting's home. Li Qiang hesitated for a moment before following, leaving only Yifanyu, whose expression was a turbulent mix of emotions. He stood there for a long time before finally entering the house with a grim demeanor. Upon entering, Yifanyu's attention was immediately drawn to Tingting, who was seated at the table, devouring dumplings. More accurately, he was captivated by the dumplings themselves. He dashed over and snatched the plate from Tingting's hands. Those are for me from Grandma. Tingting pouted, on the verge of tears. Chapter 46. The way back to reality. Yifanyu was indifferent to these matters. The dumplings in hand were his. Yang Dongqing, Sumu commanded, and the already disgruntled Yang Dongqing immediately rushed forward to seize them. Yifanyu was taken aback, not expecting Yang Dongqing to act so suddenly, and hastily dodged backward. At this moment, it was Tingting who frantically waved her hands, her small face flushed with urgency. Please don't fight, Tingting doesn't like fighting. If you want to eat dumplings, I can give them to you. Yang Dongqing hesitated, his expression wavering. Yifanyu, frustrated, retorted, put away your unnecessary sympathy. We are human. What about her? She is a creature from a nightmare, possibly even a nightmare monster. Please don't argue. Tingting doesn't want the dumplings anymore, Tingting insisted, increasingly anxious. Her kind heart could not bear to witness a conflict. Did you hear that? She herself said she doesn't want them, Yifanyu said, suppressing his anger in a low voice. Ultimately, Yang Dongqing unclenched his fists, realizing that seizing the dumplings would only further upset Tingting. After this minor dispute was quelled, Yifanyu picked up the dumplings and called for Li Qiang to join in the meal. The 8 dumplings from yesterday were scarcely sufficient for someone who had gone 3 days without food. You eat first. I'll give you 2 this time, Yifanyu said coldly. Li Qiang nodded in a gruff manner, but as he reached for the dumplings, he let out a surprised sound. 11, that's 1 less than yesterday. Yifanyu focused his gaze and confirmed that there was indeed 1 less. He turned to Tingting, questioning, why is there 1 less? Did you eat it or hide it? Tingting shook her little head. I didn't eat it or hide it, Grandma only made 11. Yifanyu scrutinized her for a moment but chose not to press further, resuming his meal with Li Qiang. Yang Dongqing, no longer paying attention to Yifanyu and Li Qiang, turned to Sumu and inquired, what happened after you left? Sumu, with no intention of concealing the truth, replied candidly, just as I anticipated, the shadow is not insurmountable. Simply close your eyes and hold its hand as you walk until dawn, and you shall return from the darkness. Yang Dongqing was taken aback. Is it really that simple? For me, yes. But for you, it may not be so, Sumu replied. Yang Dongqing's expression darkened immediately. What do you mean by that? I mean nothing. In the darkness, various voices will tempt you to open your eyes. Once you do, you will be utterly lost in the shadows, ultimately transforming into a monster like the villagers. Yang Dongqing scoffed disdainfully. It's merely closing your eyes. How difficult could that be? Knowing those voices are false, I certainly want to open my eyes. Indeed, you are correct, Sumu conceded. A flicker of anger crossed Yang Dongqing's face. He felt belittled, yet lacked any evidence to substantiate his feelings. Meanwhile, Yifanyu, though occupied with his meal, had already perked up his ears to listen. At this juncture, Sumu shifted the topic. I also gathered some information in the darkness, specifically concerning Tingting. He glanced at Tingting, only to find that the little girl had scampered off to the bedroom to grum her doll. He slowly recounted what he had witnessed in the dark, focusing primarily on the voices related to Tingting. 5 minutes later, Yang Dongqing's expression had morphed into one of rage, his fists clenched tightly, veins protruding from his skin. Beasts. Those wretched beasts, damn it. At that moment, he felt an unprecedented fury surging within him, even a metallic hue emerging upon his skin. He craved violence, an insatiable urge to kill consumed him. In stark contrast to his fury, Yifanyu wore a look of delight. This is wonderful. What did you say? Yang Dongqing glared, resembling an enraged lion. No, don't misunderstand. What I meant to convey is that, based on Mr. Su's description, Tingting is highly likely the source of this nightmare. In other words, this is Tingting's nightmare. Yifan's previously somber demeanor brightened with excitement as he realized he had discovered the key to unraveling this nightmare. Minor frictions were trivial in the face of survival. He proclaimed, "This marks my third venture into the nightmare realm. I have garnered some experience regarding nightmares. Although they are bizarre, they follow a certain logic. For instance, if someone watches a zombie movie before sleep, it is highly probable they will dream of zombies that night. In essence, dreams are reflections of reality." Mr. Su's narrative clarified everything for me. Why these monstrous villagers only appear during the day, because in reality, Tingting is predominantly bullied by villagers during daylight hours. They are merely villagers who roam during the day and rest at night. Consider how Tingting described the villagers when she ventured out to find her sister. She referred to them as bad people, not monsters, which is inherently abnormal. This is Tingting's nightmare, and thus the villagers' actions adhere to her logic. Tingting's grandmother advised her to stay indoors, as her home is safe, hence the villagers cannot enter. It is likely the same in reality. No matter how much they torment Tingting, they would not dare to forcibly break down doors or invade homes. The villagers disguise themselves and use various tricks to lure people out, just as someone might use a lollipop to entice Tingting out of her house. Such instances have undoubtedly occurred more than once, leading Tingting to perceive the villagers as manipulators who employ sweet words to coax her into opening the door. As Yifan grew more animated in his discourse, Yang Dongqing's countenance darkened further. Moreover, the village chief's son in the time-lapse called Tingting a fool. Initially, I thought it was merely an offhand remark, but it turns out Tingting truly is a fool. The state she presents now as a little girl is simply reflective of her limited mental capacity. After all, the intelligence of a fool is roughly equivalent to that of a child. Enough. Yang Dongqing bellowed in rage, unable to tolerate Yifan's repeated references to Tingting as a fool. A kind-hearted girl with intellectual challenges, who had done nothing wrong, yet suffered such treatment. She, who adored dumplings, chose to forego her own hunger to give them to her deceased grandmother, and even now, in the face of Yifan's attempt to seize them, her concern was not for her own hunger but for the potential conflict between them. Yifan's smile gradually faded. "Mr. Yang, I comprehend your feelings, you empathize with Tingting's plight. However, do not forget, we are in the nightmare realm, and the true Tingting has long since perished. The Tingting present now could, in a strict sense, be considered a nightmare monster." Yang Dongqing's chest heaved violently, his fury without an outlet. He recognized the truth in Yifan's words, yet could not quell his anger, feeling trapped. Yifan turned his gaze toward Sumu. "Mr. Su, I understand you are rational, and I trust your intelligence has already led you to deduce all of this. Thus, the next course of action is quite simple. If we unite to eradicate the source of this nightmare, that is, to kill Tingting, this nightmare will be resolved." Chapter 47. Refuse. Yifan's voice suddenly dropped to a low murmur as he cast a furtive glance at the little girl in the bedroom, who was diligently grooming her doll. He continued, "Eliminating Tingting should pose no significant challenge. The sole obstacle lies in her deceased grandmother. When we make our move against Tingting, it is highly probable that we will encounter her grandmother directly, especially since none of us can ascertain her presence. Indeed, we do not even know if she is at home at this moment. I suspect she is not, for in Tingting's recollection, her grandmother toils in the fields during the day, returning only before nightfall. However, to err on the side of caution, I have devised a plan. It would be prudent for us to refrain from acting here. Instead, we should deceive Tingting into leaving before proceeding among our group. She likely harbors the greatest trust in you, Mr. Su. Perhaps you should take the lead." "I cannot agree." Yang Dongqing suddenly erupted in fury, his fists clenched tightly as he glared at Yifan. "What wrong has Tingting committed? She is merely a victim. There must be another way." Yifan's expression grew increasingly frigid. "Mr. Yang, I urge you to maintain your composure. She is not human, she is a nightmare creature. Eliminating a nightmare beast would ensure the survival of us all. Is that not desirable? As you rightly stated, there are indeed alternative methods to dispel nightmares beyond annihilating their source, such as rescuing the source of the nightmare itself. This nightmare originates from Tingting. If we eliminate all the villagers, devoid of those malevolent souls, the nightmare would cease to be a nightmare. But do you genuinely believe that is feasible? With just the few of us, facing hundreds of villagers, we stand no chance whatsoever. Moreover, do not forget, there is no food here. Even extraordinary beings will perish from hunger if they do not eat, growing increasingly weak until they can no longer harness their abilities. How, then, do you propose we confront the villagers? Yifanyu elucidated the pros and cons with clarity, yet Yang Dongqing's response remained steadfast: I will not acquiesce. The young man, newly transformed into an extraordinary being, displayed an unprecedented resolve at this moment. He clenched his jaw, the veins on his forehead throbbing, his eyes ablaze with fury. I shall eradicate all the villagers to avenge Tingting. Yifanyu was both shocked and incensed. You are out of your mind. Such actions will spell doom for us all. What do we possess to contend with hundreds of villagers, and avenge what? They are already dead. This is all a dream. A dream. Yang Dongqing's eyes blazed with an intense and brilliant fire, his metallic hue growing ever more pronounced. These scoundrels do not even deserve to exist in dreams. Why should they continue to torment Tingting eternally, even after their demise? Tell me why they must die. You've lost your senses, you are truly mad. Yifanyu retorted angrily. Mr.Su, I cannot reason with him. You are an intelligent man. If you adhere to my plan, we will surely return to reality. In that instant, the gazes of both Yang Dongqing and Yifanyu converged upon Sumu. Yifanyu understood that Sumu was a cold and astute individual, capable of making the right choice. As for Yang Dongqing, he tightened his fists, aware of Sumu's ruthless nature, and prepared to confront both men simultaneously, though deep within, he harbored a faint hope that Sumu would reject Yifanyu's proposal. Faced with their scrutiny, Sumu smiled faintly. I refuse. Yang Dongqing felt a surge of surprise and joy, while Yifanyu's expression morphed into one of incredulity. You refuse? Yifanyu exclaimed, utterly baffled. A person like you, do you truly care about the life or death of a nightmare creature? Sumu adjusted his tinted glasses, maintaining his elegant smile. It seems, Mr. Yi, that you have greatly misjudged me. In truth, I have always been a good person. Har har har. Yifanyu laughed in a bizarre and sinister manner. You a good person. You all are the good ones, and I am the sole villain. He pointed at himself, utterly surprised that, just as escape from the nightmare was within reach, it had devolved into such a predicament. The earlier elation had long since dissipated. I merely wish to survive. What fault lies in that? Mr.Ye, you are being short-sighted. In this world, there is no absolute right or wrong, only strength and weakness. I empathize with your desire to survive, but I implore you to respect my decision. Sumu would never choose to kill Tingting in order to return to reality. Even prior to his transformation into an extraordinary being, he would have met with death upon returning. At that moment, Yifanyu's expression turned icy, his eyes filled with a terrifying intent, his right hand unfurling as fiery flames ignited at his fingertips. You are correct, this world knows no right or wrong, only strength and weakness, yet, who says I am the weak one? As his words fell, the atmosphere in the room became palpably tense. Yang Dongqing stepped forward, positioning himself beside Sumu, while Zhao Jiayao and others unsheathed their knives, their faces awash with fervor and determination. Sumu chuckled softly, Mr. Yi, if you were truly strong enough, then from the moment you laid eyes on me, you should have realized that you have never possessed a chance of victory. A smirk crept onto Yifanyu's lips. It appears my previous forbearance has led you to misunderstand my intentions. Initially, there were no irreconcilable conflicts between us, and given that we were both trapped in the nightmare realm, it would have been irrational to turn against one another, hence my numerous concessions. But now the key to unraveling the nightmare has been found, and I harbor no further reservations. Moreover, I have long since assessed your strengths. Yang Dongqing is but a newly minted extraordinary being, still struggling to master his own abilities. As for you, you rely solely on your puppet abilities to manipulate a group of ordinary individuals, while your true self is weaker than they are. Most critically, during our previous skirmishes, your subordinate's ammunition has long been depleted. Do you truly believe you can pose any threat to me? Su Mu remained unfazed. Who says the ammunition is depleted? Yi Fanyu's expression shifted slightly. His fiery finger bullets emphasized offense and could not defend against bullets as Yang Dongqing could. If the opposing side still wielded firearms, he would indeed be in peril. You need not try to bluff. I witnessed the ammunition run out with my own eyes. You are correct, my subordinate's ammunition has indeed run out, but Mr. Li Qiang is not without. As these words were spoken, the focus of the room shifted to the previously silent Li Qiang, who had been cowering in the corner, afraid to speak. This taciturn middle-aged man slowly drew a black handgun from his waist, his hands trembling uncontrollably. Yi Fanyu's heart sank. Although a single gun posed little threat to him, that was contingent upon the absence of Yang Dongqing and others. In a one-on-one scenario, he had no fear of a mere firearm. Li Qiang, do you not wish to survive? The opportunity lies before you. If you kill that little girl, we can return to reality. The middle-aged man, burdened by the weight of life's hardships, trembled even more violently. Chapter 48, You're being deceived, fool. I wish to live, Mr. Su. I have always been an honest and upright person. I long to return home to my family, my relatives, and friends. I truly cannot die here. Mr. I do not wish to kill anyone. I implore you, step aside. A person of your stature has the capacity to seek justice for the monster, but I have exhausted all my strength just to survive. My family is still waiting for me in reality. Stop, Su Mu interrupted. No one cares to hear your sob story. If you wish, you can join Yi Fanyu. One more person makes no difference. In that instant, the middle-aged man's face flushed crimson. He suddenly raised his gun, aiming it at Su Mu, then moved closer to Yi Fanyu. I don't want to kill anyone, don't force me. You either agree to kill that monster, or you shall perish. No one anticipated that Li Qiang would erupt at this moment. Yang Dongqing and Zhao Chaoyao quickly shielded Su Mu. Yi Fanyu sneered coldly, Mr. Su, do you see, not everyone is on your side. Oh, is that so? Su Mu gently adjusted his tinted glasses, the eyes behind the lenses radiating an intangible light. Bang! The sudden gunshot startled everyone, but what shocked them more was that the bullet had struck Yi Fanyu. Yi Fanyu, having experienced the nightmarish world thrice, demonstrated extraordinary reflexes. He sensed the cold gunshot from behind and managed to pivot his body, causing the bullet that should have hit him to veer off course. Nevertheless, he was still shot, a gaping wound appearing on his right side, blood gushing forth. Yi Fanyu let out a muffled groan, his body abruptly retreating, distancing himself from the others, his face a mask of pain and fury. Li Qiang, you. No. It's not my fault. My hand is out of control. Li Qiang was utterly panicked, his body trembling violently, fear etched across his dark face as if he had encountered some unforeseen calamity. Bang bang bang. A series of gunshots echoed, lethal bullets whistling towards Yi Fanyu, yet, as an extraordinary being, he showcased his remarkable physical prowess, dodging the bullets like a swift serpent, crushing through a window to escape the confines of the room. Brother Yi, I truly didn't mean it. My hand is uncontrollable. Har har har. Li Qiang's maniacal laughter erupted as he fired his weapon and pursued. I was deceiving you, fool. You dare defy the leader, you deserve death. You madman, you all deserve to die. Outside the dwelling, Yi Fanyu, caught in a state of frenzy, was blinded by rage. Bang! A fire bullet erupted from his fingertips, carving a searing path through the air, striking Li Qiang with tremendous force. In an instant, Li Qiang's maniacal laughter ceased abruptly as flames engulfed him entirely. At that moment, several villagers who had been lying in wait outside charged towards Yi Fanyu with feral cries. Enraged, he retaliated swiftly, unleashing a barrage of fire bullets that dispatched the villagers with brutal efficiency. Yi Fanyu fixed his gaze upon the dilapidated thatched hut, acutely aware that he must eliminate everyone before the multitude of villagers arrived. He suddenly spread his arms wide, aiming at the hut, his voice icy, 10-finger fire bullets. His 10 fingertips ignited with searing flames, which rapidly twisted and merged, transforming into 10 compressed fire bullets. Boom! The 10 fire bullets shot forth, leaving 10 fiery trails in their wake as they spiraled and intertwined, ultimately converging into a singular, fist-sized fire bullet that struck the thatched hut with ferocity. The collision produced a violent explosion, sparks flying as the hut ignited like a colossal bonfire, flames ruthlessly consuming every wooden beam, the crimson glow ascending towards the heavens, thick plumes of smoke billowing upwards, obscuring the sky. Previously, Yi Fanyu had concealed his true power, facing the villagers with merely their 5-finger fire bullets. But now, before Xu Mu and the others, he unleashed his full might. Are they dead? Yi Fanyu panted heavily, the pain from the gunshot wound continuing to jolt his nerves. Just as he believed everyone had perished, he noticed several figures in black suits emerging from the inferno. They stepped out from the flames like a stream of black torrents. Leading the group was Xu Mu, with Yang Dongqing beside him, cradling the frightened Tingting in her arms. Yi Fanyu's expression darkened. He realized that Xu Mu and the others had escaped through the back window. He didn't need to think hard to know who had conceived the plan. It had to be Xu Mu, the only one astute enough to anticipate his intentions to set the house ablaze. Yang Dongqing set Tingting down gently, a soft expression gracing his steel-like visage. Tingting, be a good girl and stay back, brother will deal with this bad man first. Though Tingting's intellect remained at a child's level, she was not incapable of discerning right from wrong. She obediently nodded, then hopped down from Yang Dongqing's arms and scampered away. Yang Dongqing harbored no concerns for Tingting's safety. She was the source of nightmares, having lived here for an indeterminate time, and the horrors of the nightmare realm could scarcely harm her. Then, with a grave intensity in his tiger-like eyes, Yang Dongqing focused on Yi Fanyu. Neither spoke, yet both perceived the resolute determination in each other's gaze. Their ideologies clashed irreconcilably, and neither could persuade the other. Only battle remained. The atmosphere in the room thickened with tension, as Yang Dongqing stood resolute like an iron fortress, his body shimmering with metallic sheen. Yi Fanyu summoned flames at his fingertips, the air around him distorting and radiating terrifying heat. Suddenly, Yang Dongqing sprang into action, akin to a swift leopard, fully aware that his only chance to defeat Yi Fanyu lay in close combat. Yi Fanyu understood this as well. Thus, as Yang Dongqing charged forward, he shaped his hands like guns, firing rapidly, bang bang bang. Unrelenting as he moved swiftly to maintain distance between them, fire bullets whistled through the air, igniting the very atmosphere around them. With unyielding determination, Yang Dongqing surged forward into the flames, intending to absorb the fire and deny Yi Fanyu any opportunity to maneuver. Boom boom boom, fire bullets struck Yang Dongqing, rocking his form and leaving faint scorch marks upon him, yet he did not falter, continuing his relentless advance towards Yi Fanyu. Fueled by his rage for Tingting, his already formidable physique seemed to strengthen further. 10-finger fire bullets. Yi Fanyu's gaze turned frigid as he unleashed 10 fire bullets in unison, the terrifying projectiles intertwining in the air, coalescing into a single large fire bullet that struck Yang Dongqing with immense force. Chapter 49, My ability is a stunt user. Boom. The force of this strike was extraordinarily terrifying, as the explosive flames erupted directly upon Yang Dongqing, instantaneously transforming into a raging inferno that engulfed his form. Accompanied by a roar filled with both fury and agony, Yang Dongqing, charred and blackened, forced his way through the fiery sea, tearing open a path and emerging from within. The scant hair that had just begun to grow was now gone once more. He leapt forward fiercely, akin to a ferocious tiger descending a mountain, lunging toward Yi Fanyu. Yi Fanyu was taken aback, hastily dodging, followed closely by a relentless barrage of Yang Dongqing's fists, each punch gleaming with a metallic sheen, generating a faint explosive sound in the air. However, Yi Fanyu's speed was evidently swifter. With a single step backward, he evaded the onslaught. Ultimately, being seasoned in combat, he seized the opportunity presented by Yang Dongqing's momentary lapse in attack and delivered a fireball straight to Yang Dongqing's face. Yang Dongqing was startled and quickly raised his hands to block. Little did he realize this was precisely what Yi Fanyu had intended. He was, after all, still too inexperienced. A sinister grin spread across Yi Fanyu's face as his right hand shot forward, fingers curling into a claw-like shape. Whoosh! Flames ignited at his fingertips, transforming into 5 highly compressed fireballs, yet this time, instead of launching them, he clenched his fist tightly. What would happen when 5 highly compressed fire bullets were gripped in his hand? The next moment, Yi Fanyu provided the answer. his entire fist appeared as though it had been set ablaze, engulfed in a fierce conflagration. The flames no longer shone in vibrant orange-yellow, but were tinged with a deep scarlet. Flame fist. He struck out, landing a direct hit on Yang Dongqing's exposed abdomen. Boom! A deafening explosion reverberated, and the terrifying blaze nearly instantaneously consumed both combatants. Arr! A wretched scream erupted, as a charred figure was sent hurtling through the air like a cannonball, tracing an arc before crashing into a row of stout trees. With a series of cracking sounds, several trees fell under the impact, leaves swirling in a tempest. He plummeted heavily to the ground, the tremendous force carving a deep groove into the earth, sending dust and debris flying. The one sent flying was none other than Yang Dongqing. He had assumed that Yi Fanyu was unskilled in close combat, unaware that the latter had a trump card up his sleeve. Everything had merely been an illusion. At that moment, Yang Dongqing's abdomen was scorched, emitting a nauseating scent reminiscent of burnt flesh. His consciousness began to wane, his eyes glazing over as he struggled to rise, only to collapse heavily onto the ground. Gazing vacantly at the sky, he finally realized he had always been the weakling, even after becoming an extraordinary being. Am I to die having fallen? He did not believe that Su Mu could triumph over Yi Fanyu. Perhaps this was the grave for him and his companions, yet, why did it feel so unbearable? The vengeance for Tingting remained unavenged, and Jasmine was still waiting for his return. He could not die yet. A fierce will surged within him once more, and with great effort, he managed to rise, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. He could not fall yet. Boom! A fireball sliced through the air, striking Yang Dongqing squarely. Bang! Yang Dongqing's vision faded to white, and he collapsed into unconsciousness. Ultimately, he had succumbed. Yi Fanyu had not afforded him the opportunity to rise again. At this moment, the flames surrounding Yi Fanyu had dissipated, yet his condition was far from ideal. His face was pale, his chest heaving violently, and his body bore marks of burns, particularly on his right hand, which was charred and hung limply at his side. Watching from the sidelines, Su Mu narrowed his eyes. The five-finger fireball had granted Yi Fanyu substantial flame resistance. Otherwise he would not have been able to wield fire. However, this flame resistance had its limits. The recent flame fist had proven injurious to both the attacker and the attacked. The close-range explosion of the 5 compressed fireballs had initially harmed Yi Fanyu's hand before injuring Yang Dongqing. Nonetheless, Yi Fanyu had managed to mitigate most of the damage due to his flame resistance. Though one hand was rendered useless, Yi Fanyu appeared disheveled yet bore a triumphant grin. He strode toward Su Mu, declaring, "Mr. Su, you're the last one left." Zhao Chaoyao and the others tensed, brandishing their machetes protectively before Su Mu. Yi Fanyu's grin grew increasingly sinister. "Do you truly believe that these ordinary people can stand in my way? Har har har. Weren't you quite arrogant before? I am rather curious to see the ugly demeanor of someone like you when facing death." In response to Yi Fanyu's boisterous laughter, Su Mu too chuckled, gesturing for Zhao Chaoyao and the others to disperse. The obedient Zhao Chaoyao and his companions promptly complied, revealing Su Mu, who had been shielded until now. Yi Fanyu paused, a wary expression crossing his face. "Mr.Su, in the face of absolute power, any tricks you attempt are futile." Upon hearing this, Su Mu smiled faintly, his long, pale fingers delicately removing his tinted glasses, folding them leisurely before placing them in his pocket. That aura of confidence, as though he controlled everything, made Yi Fanyu increasingly cautious, his heart refusing to relax even a fraction. At that moment, Su Mu smiled and said, "Mr. Yi, do you truly believe my ability is that of a puppet?" Yi Fanyu's heart skipped a beat. "What do you mean? How could your ability not be that of a puppet? If you aren't a puppet, how could you bring so many subordinates into the nightmare world?" Su Mu gently shook his head. "My ability is a stand user. Stand, I don't care what your ability is, just die." Yi Fanyu suddenly launched his assault, a searing fireball hurtling forth, striking Su Mu's body. Boom! Su Mu lay lifeless, transformed into a charred corpse. "HMPH, what a show!" Yi Fanyu scoffed coldly. "Mr. Yi, be cautious." Su Mu's voice suddenly resonated from behind Yi Fanyu. Yi Fanyu jolted in shock, spinning around to see Su Mu rapidly charging toward him, the explosive speed of his approach utterly uncharacteristic of a frail individual, resembling that of an ordinary person yet more rapid. "How is this possible?" I refuse to believe it. Yi Fanyu, filled with rage and disbelief, roared, "Five-finger fireball." Bang! A blazing fireball sliced through the air, striking Su Mu squarely, erupting in a blaze of scorching light. Yet, in the next moment, Su Mu burst forth from the flames. Although more than half of him was scorched, he continued his relentless advance toward Yi Fanyu. Yi Fanyu's shock intensified. What manner of being could withstand his fireball? Furthermore, if the one he had just killed was Su Mu, then who was this person before him? An uncontrollable sense of the bizarre enveloped him, and he fired again. Bang bang, 2 more fireballs erupted forth, finally obliterating Su Mu. Another charred corpse collapsed, yet Yi Fanyu's heart felt no relief. He scanned his surroundings anxiously, and sure enough, the very thing he feared most had come to pass. Chapter 50, Kill me, then become me. Su Mu. All around him, it was nothing but Su Mu. In this moment, he felt an absurdity beyond measure, as he found himself encircled by a throng of Su Mu. No? This is impossible. What on earth is happening? Yi Fanyu was utterly disoriented. He had never witnessed such a bizarre scene. Driven to madness, he fired his weapon, the fiery projectile spraying forth like a torrent in every direction. In an instant, the entire battlefield transformed into a sea of flames. Amidst that inferno, the Su Mu, their forms contorted and skin charred by the searing heat, charged toward him fearlessly. Su Mu. Yi Fanyu roared to the heavens, his eyes bloodshot. I don't care what strange abilities you possess. Come as many as you wish, I shall slay them all. He had succumbed to utter madness, his emotions ignited like a blazing fire, as he recklessly charged at the surrounding Su Mu, killing indiscriminately. Kill me, then become me. The identical Su Mu around him spoke in unison. Die? All of you. Die. E. 10-finger fireball. E. Fire fist. The sounds of explosions, flames crackling, and bodies thudding to the ground intertwined, creating a symphony of chaos on this fiery battlefield. 5 minutes later, only a solitary figure remained standing atop the battleground, swaying unsteadily, gasping for breath, nearly on the brink of collapse. It was Yi Fanyu. He bent over, hands resting on his knees, inhaling the scorching air in great gulps, his eyes glimmering with flecks akin to snowflakes, yet he laughed, a deranged cackle of release, gazing at the corpses of the Su Mu surrounding him. Har har har. I have triumphed. In the end, I am the victor. Cough, cough. He coughed violently, his back aching to the point of near immobility. After a considerable time, he managed to steady himself, and just as he prepared to rise, he froze in place, as if ensnared by an invisible force, paralyzed in shock. His expression was one of utter horror, akin to witnessing something profoundly chilling, his pupils constricting to the size of pinpricks. What he beheld was a small puddle on the ground, remnants of the earlier rain, muddied and murky. Yet, within that murky water, a face was reflected, a visage that struck terror into Yi Fanyu's heart. The face of Su Mu. That pale, handsome countenance was still smiling, polite and graceful. In the next instant, Yi Fanyu tremulously reached towards his own face, his expression bordering on insanity. Meanwhile, the Su Mu in the puddle mirrored his actions, touching its own face in perfect synchronization. No. 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 This cannot be real. Yi Fanyu frantically clawed at his own face, as if attempting to tear off his skin. Suddenly, he recalled Su Mu's earlier words, kill me, then become me. Am I Su Mu? Yi Fanyu's mind shattered. No. That's not right. I am Yi Fanyu. Su Mu, show yourself, I will slay you. I have always been here. Su Mu's gentle voice echoed in Yi Fanyu's ear. I am you. Did you not wish to kill me? Go ahead. Yi Fanyu spiraled further into madness. You shall not deceive me. Come out. In the puddle, Su Mu's face silently smiled. I previously mentioned that my ability is a stand user. From this moment forth, I shall live in your stead. Your power, your wealth, even your family, friends, and spouse shall all belong to me. You shall not succeed. Yi Fanyu roared in a frenzy, his eyes bulging with rage. Even in death, I will not allow you to prevail. You wish to usurp my life, har har har, then we shall die together. He abruptly raised his right hand, formed into the shape of a gun, and without a hint of hesitation, he thrust his index finger into his mouth, eyes ablaze with madness, and chose to pull the trigger. 5-finger fireball. He unleashed the final fiery projectile of his life, aimed directly at himself. Bang! Yi Fanyu collapsed to the ground. Do you see, he committed suicide, it has nothing to do with me. Deep within the forest, Sumu shrugged helplessly, while Yang Dongqing stood beside him, utterly dumbfounded. As a spectator of this bizarre battle, he held the most authority to comment. He had never witnessed such an uncanny confrontation. After being knocked unconscious by Yi Fanyu, he suddenly awoke to excruciating pain in his lower body, only to find Sumu striking him with a serpent-patterned wooden staff. Just as he was about to unleash a torrent of curses, Sumu shushed him and pointed toward Yi Fanyu. Upon looking, he saw Yi Fanyu rampaging like a lunatic, slaughtering villagers while shouting Sumu's name in a frenzy. In the end, he shot himself in the head. What on earth? Yang Dongqing was utterly bewildered, yet he understood Sumu's purpose for waking him was due to the villagers' appearance. They were not only attacking Yi Fanyu but also assaulting Sumu and the others. Upon awakening, Yang Dongqing, alongside Zhao Chaoyao and the others, cooperated to eliminate a wave of villagers, suffering heavy casualties in the process. Let us depart. Staying here will only invite further attacks from the villagers. We must locate Tingting. Sumu stated calmly. Wounded, Yang Dongqing limped along behind Sumu, glancing at his own charred state, then at Zhao Chaoyao and the others, who were drenched in blood, feeling an overwhelming sense of absurdity. Of the venomous snake gang members who had accompanied Sumu, only 5 remained, one being Zhao Chaoyao, while the names of the other 4 were unknown, all severely injured. Only Sumu, clad in a pristine suit, appeared untouched, his demeanor exuding elegance as if he were preparing for a grand banquet. This led Yang Dongqing to ponder whether they were truly participants in the same nightmarish ordeal as Sumu. Within a lowly dwelling, Sumu and the others took temporary refuge, surrounded by a throng of villagers outside. I never expected someone like you would choose to assist Tingting. Yang Dongqing scrutinized Sumu, seemingly attempting to discern the true nature of the man before him. Sumu offered a faint smile. What do you perceive me to be? You are madman, a person utterly indifferent to human life, constantly proclaiming your desire to witness the thrilling spectacle of madness. Yang Dongqing delivered his candid appraisal. Thank you for the compliment. Yang Dongqing retorted angrily, I am not complimenting you. I simply cannot fathom why someone like you would aid Tingting. Sumu adjusted his glasses, his dark, inscrutable eyes fixed upon him, and spoke softly. Classmate Yang Dongqing, what do you think I mean by thrilling spectacle? Yang Dongqing snorted derisively, recalling his earlier encounter with Molly. You revel in manipulating human nature, observing the struggles of humanity to satiate your own morbid curiosity. Is that not the very thrill you seek? Chapter 51, The world should not be this way. Sumu slowly shook his head, saying, You are mistaken, the struggle of humanity is indeed captivating, yet, the indomitable resistance against fate, the unwavering devotion to ideals, the steadfast loyalty in love, and even the genuine emotions expressed in the simplest and most ordinary of lives, are they not also forms of brilliance? It is these very elements that compose a person's remarkable life. Yang Dongqing appeared somewhat entranced, inexplicably detecting a fervent sincerity in Sumu's calm voice. He fell into a long silence, as if he had finally begun to comprehend Sumu. You are right, Yang Dongqing replied earnestly. He believes it. He truly believes it. Har har har, Sumu laughed joyfully at Zhao Chaoyao, resembling a child who had successfully pulled off a prank. You bastard. Yang Dongqing instantly lost his composure. Had he not been gravely injured, he would have leaped at Sumu to deliver a blow. Classmate Yang Dongqing, your current expression is equally splendid. Har 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 har, Yang Dongqing's face turned as dark as coal, and in his annoyance, he turned his head away, ignoring Sumu. Leader, what should we do next? Are we to eliminate these villagers? Zhao Chaoyao asked anxiously, his concern not for his own life, but for Sumu's safety. In his current condition, it was already quite difficult to protect the leader. Sumu shook his head. If my suspicions are correct, even if we were to kill all these villagers, the nightmare would not be dispelled. What? Zhao Chaoyao exclaimed in shock. Even Yang Dongqing, who had turned away, glanced back. Did Yi Fanyu not mention that there are 2 methods to break the nightmare? One is to eliminate the source of the nightmare, and the other is to save it. If we kill all the villagers, wouldn't that equate to saving Tingting? Yang Dongqing, forgetting his previous sulk, spoke with urgency. He knew that Jasmine had been waiting for him, and he did not wish to perish here. Su Mu regarded him, speaking unhurriedly. Do you truly believe that killing the villagers will save Tingting? She is the source of the nightmare, everything here exists because of her. In other words, those villagers cannot harm her at all. What confines her is not the villagers, but her own obsessions. Her own obsessions? A look of confusion crossed Yang Dongqing's face. Aren't these villagers the very ones who have tormented her? If we eliminate them, how can the nightmare possibly persist? Su Mu recalled the innocent little girl, a gentle smile curving his lips. Is it really vengeance that occupies the heart of a little girl who would rather go hungry than cause conflict between you and Yi Fanyu, who forsakes her favorite dumplings? Perhaps she has never harbored hatred, she is merely an innocent child yearning to find her family. Do you remember that photograph? Even when hiding, Tingting clutched it tightly. Therefore, in her heart, what truly matters has never been hatred, but family. Yang Dongqing was suddenly struck, an indescribable emotion swelling within him. For some reason, he felt a profound ache in his heart, the sensation creeping up to his eyes. After a long silence, when he finally spoke again, his voice was already hoarse. This world should not be this way. Su Mu gazed deeply at him, his calm words chillingly piercing. Perhaps this world is inherently like this. Then I shall change the world. Yang Dongqing's fists clenched tightly, veins bulging on his forehead. Su Mu's tone remained serene. Do you know, many young people initially dream of changing the world, yet in the end, they are all changed by it. I am not like them. Yang Dongqing shouted defiantly, as if making a vow, resolute in his belief. Since heaven has bestowed this power upon me, I will use it to alter this damned world. Classmate Yang Dongqing, have you considered that perhaps you may change nothing at all? Behind every nightmare may lie a Tingting. If you cannot even save the current Tingting, how can you think of the future? Right now, you are blinded by fervor, but what will happen in a few days? When you are on the brink of starvation and dehydration, will you still agree with Yi Fanyu's perspective? Impossible. Even if I die, I could never harm Tingting. She is already pitiable enough. She does not deserve such treatment. Yang Dongqing's eyes blazed with fury. Su Mu gracefully adjusted his glasses. Is that so? And what of Jasmine? Would you rather perish here than return to see her? Jasmine loves you so deeply, she even drew her sword against me for your sake. If you were to die, what would happen to Jasmine? These words struck Yang Dongqing's heart like a sharp blade, draining the color from his face instantly. Jasmine, wake up, Yang Dongqing. This is the harshness of reality. Yang Dongqing suddenly lifted his head, his tone resolute. I will help Tingting find her family, and then return to the real world. Su Mu smiled lightly. A classmate Yang Dongqing, you are surprisingly greedy, wanting to have both fish and bear's paw. However, this cannot be accomplished merely through words. For instance, up until now, you do not even know the identity of the sister Tingting has been searching for. Yang Dongqing was momentarily taken aback. A wave of indescribable frustration surged within him. He loathed his own impotence, but in the next moment, he seemed to have thought of something, breaking into a grin. I may not know anything, but I still believe I can. Oh. Su Mu's curiosity piqued slightly. What gives you such confidence? Yang Dongqing fixed his piercing gaze upon Su Mu, stating firmly, you. Su Mu was taken aback, pointing at himself, me. Yang Dongqing grinned widely, despite the pain from his injuries causing him to grimace, yet he continued to smile. Indeed, it is you who has given me this confidence. A dangerous person like you, who can kill Yi Fanyu without hesitation, surely possesses a way to assist Tingting. Su Mu stared at Yang Dongqing, as if seeing him anew. Yang Dongqing did not shy away, his determined eyes meeting Su Mu's gaze. Suddenly, Su Mu smiled silently. Classmate Yang Dongqing, I must say I have a newfound respect for you. Indeed, I have a method, though I cannot guarantee its success. You must understand, if we fail, we may both perish. I do not care. Su Mu's smile broadened. What a coincidence. Neither do I. Chapter 52 The True Meaning of Illusion. Very well. Su Mu firmly leaned on his serpentine wooden staff and rose from his seat, the elegant noble issuing his first command. First, locate Tingting. Wait a moment, you haven't revealed who Tingting's sister actually is. Yang Dongqing inquired curiously, genuinely intrigued by the non-existent sister in the photograph. Su Mu glanced at him. Are you certain you wish to know? Of course. Yang Dongqing replied, somewhat perplexed by Su Mu's question. In that case, allow me to share my conjecture. Su Mu paused briefly before continuing. First, you must understand one thing. The true Tingting is not the small girl she appears to be. She is, in fact, a young woman. Yang Dongqing nodded. I am aware the reason Tingting appears as a little girl is that her heart remains in a child's state. Therefore, who do you think, the sister, absent from the family portrait, is in the eyes of a girl often bullied? How would I know who the sister is? Yang Dongqing was momentarily stunned, and in the next instant, his expression darkened severely, a boiling murderous intent surging through his entire being, causing his already injured body to tremble uncontrollably. He clenched his teeth, nearly grinding them to dust, veins bulging on his forehead, his visage contorted like a malevolent spectre. In that fleeting moment, everything became clear to him. The family portrait bore no sister. The shadows of Tingting's life were devoid of any sibling, and even within Tingting's home, there were only traces of two individuals living together, with the grandmother leaving behind merely a plate of dumplings. It seems you have come to a realization. Perhaps Tingting has never had any siblings, and the reason she refers to her as a sister is due to the absence of such a concept in her mind. Enough. Do not speak any further. Yang Dongqing bellowed in fury. Damn it. In a fit of rage, Yang Dongqing began to indiscriminately smash the furniture within the room, only ceasing when the space descended into chaos, resulting in the reopening of his wounds, crimson blood staining his garments. However, in the following moment, a glimmer of metallic sheen emerged from his surface, and under the illumination of this metallic luster, his injuries began to heal rapidly, even a golden hue manifesting upon the surface of his skin. A flash of brilliance flickered in Su Mu's eyes. So this is iron will. He had previously confirmed that emotional willpower could enhance the steel body, yet he had not anticipated that in a state of extreme emotion, Yang Dongqing could achieve such an extraordinary level of enhancement. He even harbored doubts that if there were levels among the extraordinary, Yang Dongqing's rank might have been 1 previously, and now it had ascended to 2. This was evident, as Fan Yu had become an extraordinary being much earlier, his combat prowess clearly surpassing that of Yang Dongqing, indicating that their abilities still held potential for further development. Has your power increased? Su Mu inquired. Yang Dongqing's chest heaved violently, and after a prolonged moment, he finally responded with a heavy ahem. Excellent, then we shall proceed with greater assurance. Allow me to briefly outline my plan. In essence, it is quite simple. To hypnotize Tingting. Yang Dongqing abruptly turned his head, obviously sensitive to the term hypnosis. Ignoring his grim expression, Su Mu continued, finding Tingting's family is impossible, as they have long since passed away. Even Tingting herself exists solely within nightmares, and even if we were to find them, it would not lead to a perfect resolution, given that Tingting's parents had intentionally abandoned her. Thus, the only viable solution is hypnosis, which would enable Tingting to experience the illusion of a family reunion. What sort of method is that? Yang Dongqing bellowed. Even if it were accomplished, what significance would it hold? It would all be a fabrication, mere illusion. Su Mu adjusted his tea-colored glasses, concealing his gaze behind them, and calmly replied, You are mistaken, this is the true essence of illusion. That which you cannot encounter in reality can be experienced in illusion. That which you cannot achieve in reality can be attained in illusion. Do you recall the final line of the lullaby? Sleep in this night, do not question what is real or false, until dawn breaks, the nightmare shall turn away. Yang Dongqing fell into silence, his mind a tumultuous whirlwind, so chaotic that coherent thought eluded him. Do you believe the nightmare before us is real or false? Since the boundary between dreams and reality has been shattered, it signifies that truth is also falsehood, and falsehood is also truth. If Tingting can manifest such nightmares, why can I not utilize illusion to construct the beauty she envisions, thereby liberating her from nightmares and allowing her to manifest sweet dreams? Can it truly be achieved? Yang Dongqing rasped. Su Mu nodded. In theory, it is entirely possible. Tingting is the source of the nightmare, meaning everything originates from her. As long as her perspective is altered, the nightmare will naturally transform. However, there is one complication. I suspect that during the process of hypnotizing Tingting, the rules of the nightmare will also shift, for hypnosis equates to modifying her cognition, and the nightmare is predicated upon her perception. Moreover, the villagers will undoubtedly attempt to thwart me, as they are intrinsically linked to the nightmare. Altering the dream is tantamount to extinguishing their existence, therefore leave it to me. Yang Dongjing growled, and in that moment, the metallic sheen about him shone ever more brightly. Those wretched beasts. Even if they reside within a dream, I shall never permit it. Very well, let us await the fall of night. With that, Xu Mu seated himself back down upon the chair. The once determined Yang Dongjing faltered. Aren't we supposed to search for Tingting? Let us go. Xu Mu shook his head. This is Tingting's nightmare. If she does not wish to emerge, no one will be able to find her. During the day, she will not appear, as she must evade the villagers. Had Tingting's home not been destroyed, we could have sought her there, but for now, we must wait. Then I shall venture out to slay a few villagers. Yang Dongjing could no longer restrain himself and was about to make his move. Wait a moment. A serpentine wooden staff blocked his path. What you need to do now is conserve your strength. A great battle awaits us at night. But can you guarantee that we will find Tingting by nightfall? Xu Mu smiled mysteriously. Of course, but before that, I require some rest. With that, to Yang Dongjing's astonishment, Xu Mu leaned back in his chair and fell asleep, his hands folded upon his abdomen, his form still upright, exuding an air of exquisite elegance even in slumber. Xu Mu's need for sleep was not due to fatigue, but rather a depletion of mental energy. He had expended a significant amount of it in his earlier attempt to hypnotize Yi Fanyu. In truth, from the moment he first encountered Yi Fanyu, he had begun laying the groundwork for hypnosis, whether through his repeated glances at the pocket watch or by smoking jasmine-flavored cigarettes, all in preparation for the hypnotic endeavor. Chapter 53. Good friend, you have finally arrived. During the battle with Yi Fanyu, I successfully altered his perception, thanks to the preparations made over the past few days and a substantial amount of mental energy. There exists a condition known as prosopagnosia, where individuals are typically unable to distinguish faces. To those afflicted, all faces appear remarkably similar. Xu Mu cleverly exploited this principle to modify Yi Fanyu's cognition, making him perceive everyone as resembling Xu Mu. Hypnotizing a transcendent being is an endeavor that demands immense mental fortitude. Fortunately, Yi Fanyu's mental resistance is evidently inferior to that of Yang Dongjing, which Xu Mu surmised to be a result of their differing abilities. One possesses the five-finger flame bullet, while the other wields iron will. Each extraordinary ability bestows its wielder with a comprehensive enhancement, albeit with certain emphases. For instance, while five-finger flame bullet augments Yi Fanyu's physical attributes and mental prowess, it primarily emphasizes affinity for and resistance to flames. Conversely, Yang Dongjing's iron will does not grant him the ability to manipulate fire but significantly bolsters his physical attributes and mental resilience. Through his understanding of the extraordinary, Xu Mu increasingly felt himself to be no true transcendent, for his enhancements were not holistic but rather severely lopsided, offering no benefits beyond the amplification of his mental faculties. At this moment, he succumbed to slumber, primarily to rejuvenate his mental energy in preparation for hypnotizing Tingting. Under normal circumstances, he would never choose to sleep, for slumber would only hasten his demise. Nightfall. You have finally awakened, Yang Dongjing murmured softly. Xu Mu slowly opened his eyes, the intense pain in his head causing him to furrow his brow. Suddenly, he felt a warmth in his nasal cavity and eye sockets. Xu Mu, you, Captain. Yang Dongjing and the others swiftly gathered around, looking at Xu Mu with astonishment. Xu Mu's condition appeared dire. Blood flowed from his nasal cavity and eye sockets, rendering his already pale face even more ghostly. He accepted the handkerchief handed to him by Zhao Chaoyao, removed his tinted glasses, and gently wiped the blood from his face, offering a faint smile. It's nothing. After a brief nap, I feel much improved. You look far from well. More like you're on the brink of death, Yang Dongjing candidly remarked. Xu Mu replaced his tinted glasses. That sensation of impending death makes me feel quite rejuvenated. Yang Dongjing fell silent for a moment before saying, Did you not claim that we would be able to locate Tingting by nightfall? Let us set off. Su Mu remained seated, refusing to rise. There is no need to depart. We shall wait here. Wait? Yang Dongjing furrowed his brow. Wait for Tingting to appear on her own? Su Mu slowly shook his head. No, we are waiting for the shadow. The shadow. Yang Dongjing gasped. What are we waiting for the shadow for? Do you wish to be taken by it once more? Have you not realized yet? Su Mu adjusted his glasses, his dark, inscrutable eyes completely obscured. Consider this carefully. Have the shadow and Tingting ever appeared simultaneously? Yang Dongjing froze, recalling previous events. In Tingting's home, after darkness fell, she mentioned going out to find her sister, and only afterward did the shadow emerge. But what does that signify? Perhaps it is mere coincidence. Tingting left at night, and the shadow appeared at night. Surely they just missed each other. Su Mu smiled slightly. Initially, I too believed it to be a coincidence, but do you know who the first person I saw after emerging from the darkness was? Could it be? Yang Dongjing's expression shifted dramatically. Tingting. Su Mu nodded. So you suspect that Tingting is the shadow? Alas, Su Mu said, placing a hand to his forehead and sighing repeatedly, you have a dense head, truly a dense head. Did you not pay attention to the fleeting moments? That was the only instance Tingting and the shadow appeared in tandem, thus, she cannot possibly be the shadow. Yang Dongjing felt somewhat affronted by the remark and retorted angrily, then what exactly do you mean? My meaning is quite simple. The shadow must have parasitized Tingting since that incident. Previously, when I emerged from the darkness, I vaguely sensed a faint connection between myself and the shadow, albeit it was extremely tenuous, barely perceptible. I surmise that if someone passes the shadow's test, they will gain its approval and subsequently be parasitized. It chose to inhabit Tingting, which is why my connection is so weak. Otherwise, do you truly believe the shadow's purpose is merely to invite you for a stroll? Moreover, why does the shadow possess experiences of Tingting? Where does it hide during the day? It is known that the shadow fears light. It can only lurk in dark corners, or err in the shadows of a person. Zhao Chaoyao interjected. Clap. Su Mu applauded, turning to Yang Dongjing with an expression of exasperation. Even this muscle-bound fellow is more astute than you, Yang Dongjing. The reason for your poor academic performance is not without course. Yang Dongjing clenched his fists in frustration. Zhao Chaoyao bashfully scratched his bald head, his face flushed with joy, evidently pleased by the captain's praise. Yang Dongjing stubbornly contended, what you propose is merely conjecture. What if the shadow is not concealed within Tingting's shadow but rather in some dark corner? Su Mu grew increasingly exasperated. Yang Dongjing, do you know? Sometimes, those who voice doubts are not necessarily wise. They may merely be self-righteous fools. In nature, even animals of lesser intelligence than humans know to seek benefits and avoid harm, let alone a nightmare entity like the shadow. If you were the shadow, where would you consider yourself absolutely safe? Yang Dongjing fell silent, for he too had come to understand, within the entire nightmare, the safest refuge must surely be within the shadow of its source, Tingting. It appears you have grasped the concept, which explains why the first person I encountered upon emerging from the darkness was Tingting. I came forth from her shadow. Captain! Look! Zhao Chaoyao suddenly exclaimed, his keen eyes fixated on the shadow in the corner of the room. The group turned to see a massive shadow swirling in the dark corner, gradually morphing into a humanoid form, tall and slender, resembling a giant more than 2 meters high, with limbs so elongated they nearly touched the ground. As it lifted its head, a pair of crimson eyes slowly opened. Su Mu smiled faintly. Good friend, you have finally arrived. Leaning on his serpentine cane, he ambled slowly toward the shadow, extending his hand before the other could. Whether it was an illusion or not, the shadow seemed momentarily taken aback by the sight of the pale, elongated hand before it. Chapter 54. Help me. do you deserve it? After a brief moment, the shadow slowly lifted its slender, frail hand and then extended it beyond Sumu, reaching towards Yang Dongqing and the others. Sumu's smile gradually faded, and with an impassive expression, he adjusted his tinted glasses, remarking, "That seems rather impolite." With that, he firmly grasped the shadow's hand and stated resolutely, Today, you can only invite me." To be honest, Sumu was reluctant to let the shadow invite others, as it was too perilous. Yang Dongqing was nothing more than a fool. Once ensnared in the dark illusion, he would need little coaxing. Upon hearing Jasmine's voice, this simpleton would undoubtedly open his eyes. Zhao Chaoyao and the others were no better. While he could hypnotize them into keeping their eyes shut, there was a significant flaw. The moment his voice echoed in the illusion, they would inevitably heed him. The shadow's crimson eyes glanced at the hand it held, falling into silence for a moment before ultimately choosing to pull Sumu into the darkness. "You all wait outside. Once I find Tingting, I will ignite the nearest building." As Sumu's calm voice faded into the abyss, darkness enveloped them, an eerie, suffocating darkness. With his eyes shut, Sumu was led by his friend through the shadows, akin to a guide dog accompanying a blind individual. Gradually, various voices began to emerge around him: Yi Fanyu, Yang Dongqing, Zhao Chaoyao, Tingting. The illusion remained as foolishly predictable as ever, and Sumu had long lost the strength to critique it. His focus was entirely on himself. This time, in his endeavor to hypnotize Tingting, he had not expended his overflowing mental energy, resulting in an immense burden on his body. With every step, he could hear the creaking of his bones under the strain. Blood began to flow, his eyes, nose, ears, and mouth bled profusely, yet he did not halt his pace, even at the risk of death. At times, he would ponder that he had not perished at the hands of the nightmare creature or Yi Fanyu, yet he might ultimately succumb to death from mere walking. Nevertheless, this was no longer significant. Even if he survived this ordeal, returning to reality would lead to his demise, for he had yet to become an extraordinary being. "Sumu, do you wish to become an extraordinary being?" A strange voice resonated in the darkness. Sumu's lips curled into a sardonic smile, recognizing that the illusion had sensed his dissipating thoughts and was attempting to concoct new tricks. "Sumu, I am the only one who can assist you. Deep within this darkness lies the source of the shadow's power. If you seize it, you can become extraordinary, and I can be freed as well. You may doubt me, but you are well aware of your own condition. Regardless, you are destined to die. Why not take a gamble? If you win, there is a glimmer of hope. If you lose, what do you truly lose? After all, you are about to die." Upon hearing this, Sumu smiled faintly, a most tempting proposition. The strange voice in the darkness revealed a hint of joy. "You are a wise individual. You will undoubtedly make the right choice." Sumu's smile widened. "But what right do you, a mere waste who cannot even navigate the shadow's illusion, have to assist me? Do you deserve it?" The voice in the darkness fell into silence. After a long pause, it replied, "I was merely caught off guard, resulting in my predicament. If only the inept will always find excuses, while the successful merely stand as the sole truth. Depart, whatever you are, do not embarrass yourself further." Thus, the voice in the darkness fell utterly silent. After what felt like an eternity, Sumu sensed the shadow's hand dissipating and finally opened his eyes. As he had anticipated, upon reopening his eyes, he once again beheld Tingting. He used a handkerchief to wipe the blood from his face and approached her. Before him lay a graveyard, with numerous crooked tombstones standing askew, and there was Tingting, a small figure hunched over a tombstone, weeping. "Grandma, have you forgotten Tingting? Tingting brought you your favorite dumplings." The tender voice of the child carried a sorrow that even an adult could scarcely bear. Suddenly, as she cried, Tingting felt a large hand gently stroking her head. She turned to see a warm, smiling face. "Big brother!" Tingting exclaimed, her eyes red-rimmed with surprise. "Tingting, dear, your grandma has not forgotten you," Sumu said gently. "Big brother, do you know where grandma has gone?" Tingting's large, expressive eyes gleamed with anticipation as they looked at Sumu. With a warm smile, Sumu replied, "Of course I do. Big brother not only knows where grandma has gone, but also where your mom and dad are, as well as your little sister. I know where they all are." "Really, big brother, that's wonderful. Tingting exclaimed, joyfully bouncing up and down, her face radiating pure happiness. It was the first time Sumu had seen Tingting smile so brightly. Indeed, it is true. Big brother never lies. Sumu affectionately ruffled her hair. Then please tell Tingting quickly, where are they? They are playing hide and seek with Tingting. Soon, when the time is right, they will appear. How long do we have to wait? Tingting tilted her small head, inquiring. Sumu smiled faintly and produced a dark golden pocket watch from his pocket, the mysterious Ouroboros symbol catching Tingting's eye. Do you see this hand? When it points to 12, they will all appear. Tingting clapped her hands excitedly. That's wonderful. I can't wait to see Mom and Dad, Grandma, and my little sister. Tingting, you hold on to this pocket watch. Big brother has something else to attend to. Okay, big brother, Tingting replied with a sweet smile. Then, Sumu approached a nearby tree, pulling out a cigarette and lighter. He ignited all the cigarettes and tossed them onto the dry leaves, gradually coaxing the flames until the entire tree was ablaze, fire and smoke billowing skyward. Tingting, shall we play a game? Upon hearing the word game, Tingting visibly recoiled in fear, instinctively curling up. Sumu offered a gentle smile, taking the pocket watch from Tingting's hand. This game is called time acceleration. Time acceleration? Ultimately, the childlike curiosity within Tingting drew her in. Yes, indeed, Big Brother is a magician who can make time speed up. Is it true, Big Brother? If time speeds up, will Tingting be able to see Mom and Dad quickly? Of course it's true. Have you forgotten? Big Brother never lies. Now, I shall begin my performance. Sumu released the pocket watch, allowing it to dangle naturally, the chain caught between his fingers, and with a gentle tug, the dark golden watch began to swing like a pendulum. Chapter 55, Death to the Elder. Tingting, take a closer look. Are the hands of the pocket watch moving faster? Tingting quickly widened her eyes, her pupils tracking the watch's movement, the crisp sound of the ticking second hand echoing in her ears. It seems, indeed, to be speeding up. How wonderful, Big Brother. Then Tingting must watch closely. Be wary of time slacking off. Tingting nodded vigorously. I will keep a close eye, ensuring time does not become lazy. As moments passed, Sumu had already removed his tinted glasses, his deep-set eyes emanating an imperceptible glimmer. An invisible force surged forth. He was attempting to hypnotize Tingting, which was the greatest challenge of this plan. Even he was uncertain whether the hypnosis would succeed. After all, Tingting was not human, but a creature of nightmares. Previous attempts to hypnotize villagers and shadows had ended in failure, yet Sumu felt there was still hope, for the villagers were clearly mindless puppets, and hypnosis would have no effect on corpses. The shadow, a formidable nightmare entity, could construct dark illusions, an ability that, with his current mental prowess, he could not replicate. However, Tingting was different. She was the essence of the dream, an entity with self-awareness. Even if her mental strength surpassed his, there remained a chance for success, as her mind was akin to that of a child, lacking in defenses against him. The essence of hypnosis does not lie in overwhelming the opponent's spirit, but rather in guiding it to synchronize with one's own rhythm. This was indeed a gamble. Win, and he would return to reality; lose, and perish in the realm of nightmares. Fortunately, Sumu emerged victorious. He discovered that his mental energy could infiltrate Tingting's being. Her mental strength was formidable, far exceeding his, which was to be expected, as she was the core of this dream world. Nonetheless, her mental energy was tranquil, akin to a serene sea, clear and untainted. What Sumu needed to do was to gently guide Tingting's mental energy, thereby altering the dream. Just as he was making gradual progress, Yang Dongqing and the others finally arrived, witnessing the fire ignited by Sumu. They did not disturb him and Tingting, already aware of his plan. Instead, they quietly stood guard at a distance. Gradually, Yang Dongqing and the others were astonished to notice that this realm seemed to undergo an indescribable transformation. Heavens, the sky! Zhao Chaoyao gazed in shock at the heavens, his mouth agape, rendered speechless for a long while. Yang Dongqing was equally taken aback, his expression frozen in disbelief. The changes in the sky were indeed horrifying. The once azure expanse had developed cracks resembling a spider's web, akin to a shattered mirror. Not only that, but the surrounding trees began to twist, as if cloaked in a layer of mosaic, becoming extraordinarily blurred. They turned their gaze toward the distant houses, only to see those structures seemingly crushed by an invisible giant hand. One after another, they collapsed, raising clouds of dust, while the ground trembled, with farmland torn apart, revealing bottomless ravines. Su Mu is about to succeed. Yang Dongqing exclaimed in ecstasy, this must be the precursor to the shattering of the nightmare. Suddenly, countless inhuman howls interrupted Yang Dongqing's jubilation. The expressions of the group changed dramatically as they turned to behold villagers emerging from the nearby woods. These villagers appeared even more horrifying, their skin melting like wax, dripping onto the ground. These wretches. Yang Dongqing, having suppressed his fury for far too long, felt his rage erupt like a volcano upon seeing the villagers. I swear, you shall all perish. He bellowed, charging toward the hundreds of villagers, while Zhao Chaoyao and the others positioned themselves near Su Mu, ensuring no stragglers would disrupt their leader. Empowered by Eve's steel hearts, Yang Dongqing radiated an unprecedented metallic sheen, every muscle of his seemed forged from steel, imbued with terrifying strength. R. Accompanied by this roar, he stomped fiercely upon the ground, causing the earth beneath him to crack open, and with the force of his leap, he plunged into the surging tide of villagers like a cannonball. Die, wretches! With fists swinging, Yang Dongqing struck like a falling meteor, each punch accompanied by a chilling whistle, causing villagers' heads to explode like watermelons, brains and blood splattering in all directions. His legs swept through the crowd like a dragon's tail, carrying immense force, severing villagers' bodies in half, their dismembered forms soaring through the air, entrails strewn upon the ground. In an instant, a storm of blood and carnage erupted among the throng. Having grown stronger, Yang Dongqing's prowess had evidently ascended to a new level. Even surrounded, the villagers found it challenging to breach his defenses. He seized a villager, hoisting them high above his head, and with a powerful tug, he tore them asunder, the shattered limbs and entrails cascading like rain. However, while the villagers found it difficult to breach his defenses, that did not imply they were unable to restrain him. Their strength was not to be underestimated. Some villagers, reduced to mere upper bodies, clung tightly to Yang Dongqing's legs, catching him off guard and causing him to stumble. Immediately after, the surrounding villagers overwhelmed him, pinning him down, their gaping maws tearing at him from all sides. Yang Dongqing struggled desperately, but his fists were no match for the multitude. There were simply too many villagers, and gradually, even his ironclad body began to sustain injuries. Zhao Chaoyao and the others were unable to assist. They were entangled with a few straggling villagers, and as ordinary humans, they were no match for nightmare creatures. In mere moments, Zhao Chaoyao and his companions were sent flying by the villagers, who disregarded their fallen comrades and charged directly toward Su Mu. Protect the leader! Zhao Chaoyao cried out frantically. At that moment, a fearless subordinate unleashed their latent potential, dragging their wounded body toward the villagers, shouting, "Long live the leader!" Subsequently, they leaped onto a villager, using their weight to overpower it, plunging into the gaping chasm in the ground, disappearing from sight. The remaining subordinates, witnessing this, followed suit. Though their mortal bodies could not withstand the nightmare creatures, they could choose to perish alongside them, for their leader, for the faith they held in their hearts. These mere mortals, like ants, unleashed their final cries of life, rushing toward the villagers, dragging them into the earth's fissures. Chapter 56, Parents, Grandmother, and Younger Sister, are you beasts? Overwhelmed, Yang Dongqing's eyes widened in fury as he beheld the villagers relentlessly gnawing at his body. Without a moment's hesitation, he opened his mouth, his metallic gleaming teeth sinking deep into the throat of one villager. In this life-and-death crisis, Su Mu was finally on the brink of success. Big brother, the needle is pointing to 12. Where are Mom and Dad? Tingting's vacant eyes betrayed her complete immersion in the hypnotic state. Su Mu tucked away his pocket watch and rose slowly. Behind him lay countless severed limbs, a shattered earth, and a fractured sky. He smiled gently and extended his hand amidst this apocalyptic scene, ruffling Tingting's little head. Tingting, close your eyes and listen carefully. Your Mom and Dad are calling for you. Obediently, Tingting shut her eyes. Tingting, your Mom and Dad are here to take you home. The affectionate male voice mingled with a tender female voice, followed by the aged voice of her grandmother. Ting Ting, you must be hungry. Come home with us, Grandma will make you dumplings. Sister, come and play with me. A chorus of voices flooded Ting Ting's ears, causing her small body to tremble slightly. Even with her eyes tightly shut, tears glistened and slipped down her cheeks. Ting Ting, open your eyes. They have come to take you home. Sumu's gentle voice resonated. Ting Ting opened her eyes. Her tiny frame shook as she turned around. In that void, her parents, grandmother, and younger sister stood quietly, their faces adorned with warm, loving smiles, beckoning to Ting Ting. Mom and Dad. Grandma. Sister, Ting Ting cried out, her voice choked with emotion. I miss you all so much. This small being unhesitatingly threw herself into the embrace of her family. In that moment, Ting Ting was blissful. She had finally found her family. Sumu stood quietly in place, his gaze fixed solely on the sobbing Ting Ting. In truth, even the voices she had heard were but echoes of his mimicry, learned from the realm of dreams. He was uncertain whether he had triumphed or failed. He had indeed succeeded in hypnotizing Ting Ting, yet the nightmare seemed eternally resistant to becoming a sweet dream. Ting Ting, come home with Mom and Dad. A strange man and woman gently stroked Ting Ting's hair. Ting Ting nodded vigorously, and her innocent face blossomed into a smile, akin to flowers blooming in the spring. Pure and radiant, she followed her family, step by step, toward the void. Gradually, her small form began to blur, as if destined to merge with the emptiness. But just then, Ting Ting abruptly halted. Mom and Dad, Grandma, sister, please wait for me. She turned around and dashed back, running straight to Sumu, her sweet smile illuminating her face. Thank you, big brother, for helping me find them. No need for thanks. Hurry home now, Ting Ting. Sumu smiled gently. Okay. Ting Ting nodded vigorously, but then a hint of hesitation crossed her face. She leaned closer to Sumu and whispered, Big brother, I want to tell you a secret. I actually lied before. I secretly hid a dumpling. As she spoke, she extended her dirty little hand, producing a wrinkled, spoiled dumpling from her pocket. I knew Big Brother hadn't eaten, so I wanted to save this dumpling for you. Ting Ting's voice dwindled, reminiscent of a child who had erred and felt guilty. Am I a bad child for lying, Big Brother? Sumu took the dumpling, bent down, and gently wiped away the dry tears on Ting Ting's face, his voice calm yet resolute, as if stating an undeniable truth. Ting Ting is the best child in this world. Really? Ting Ting looked up, her big eyes shimmering with delight. Sumu's face blossomed with a warm smile as he patted Ting Ting's little head. Of course it's true, for Big Brother never tells lies. That's wonderful, Ting Ting is the best child in the world. Now let us go home, so Mom and Dad won't be worried. Okay, goodbye, Big Brother. Goodbye, Ting Ting. Ting Ting departed. Sumu watched as she walked farther away, her figure becoming increasingly ethereal. Yet, even so, Ting Ting continued to wave vigorously, her face adorned with a blissful smile as she was about to vanish. In a moment of daze, Sumu seemed to glimpse several indistinct figures surrounding Ting Ting, resembling those in the cherished family photograph. Boom! The world collapsed entirely, engulfed in darkness. At the headquarters of the poisonous snake gang, Sumu opened his eyes. He surveyed his surroundings, realizing he still lay upon the soft bed, as if everything prior had been merely a dream. However, the acrid scent of blood permeated the air. Yan Dongqing erupted with a furious roar, springing up from the ground. Upon recognizing his surroundings, a flicker of confusion crossed his eyes. I'm back. Leader. Are you injured? Zhao Chaoyao, drenched in blood, limped to the bedside. Sumu gradually rose, scanning the area, discovering that only Yan Dongqing and Zhao Chaoyao remained from the previously crowded room. Just then, a man in a white coat rushed in, panic evident in his steps. Leader, you have finally returned. You have been missing for a full 3 days. Bring me the previous recordings, Sumu commanded. The man in the white coat quickly retrieved the footage. Sumu focused intently, observing the scene after everyone had succumbed to slumber. Approximately 2 minutes post-sleep, all present seemed to be erased by an unseen force, vanishing into thin air, indicating that the nightmare apostles entered the dream realm not as souls, but as bodies. In truth, Sumu had long understood this. Had it genuinely been the soul entering, he would not feel so feeble. With the strength of his soul, he was undoubtedly the strongest among them. "All right, you may all leave." Sumu, Yu Dongqing, gravely injured, hesitated to speak. "I said, everyone leave." Sumu dismissed them all, lying alone on the bed, gazing calmly at the ceiling. Yes, he was about to die. "Ultimately, did I fail?" he murmured, devoid of any fear of death, only engulfed in an overwhelming void and tedium. He had initially believed entering the nightmare world would enable him to become extraordinary, yet fate had played a cruel trick. Even if he succeeded in resolving this nightmare, the hope of becoming extraordinary remained elusive. His body had reached its limit, and he was utterly certain that should he sleep once more, he would awaken to find his overflowing mental energy bursting his body apart. Chapter 57. The Innocent Heart. How dreadfully boring. Sumu sighed. Had he not witnessed the splendor of the nightmarish realm, perhaps he would not mind meeting his end in this manner, much like one who has always dwelt in darkness, accustomed to its embrace, never having glimpsed the light. Now, with the gates of the new world barely ajar, he finds himself on the brink of death. TCH, what a mundane existence. Sumu turned over and retrieved a crumpled dumpling from his pocket. The skin of the dumpling had long since shriveled and emitted a sour odor, a remnant from when Yi Fanyu had seized the dumpling from Tingting, which she had secretly hidden away. He placed the dumpling in his mouth, chewed softly, and swallowed. Delicious. Sumu gradually closed his eyes, surrendering to slumber, quietly awaiting death's arrival, but in the next moment, he abruptly opened his eyes, a terrifying brilliance emanating from his dark gaze. Even the tinted glasses could not obscure it. Har, har har har. The uncontrollable laughter erupted from Sumu, glee radiating from him like a child with a newfound toy. I adore such surprises. He lifted his hand, observing the transformation taking place upon it. His slender, fair palm was aglow with a soft, white light. Having relied on his serpentine wooden staff for support, his right hand had daily chafed against it, and coupled with his naturally thin skin, faint calluses had inevitably formed on his palm. But now, those calluses were vanishing at a visibly rapid pace, and his already pale hand grew increasingly smooth and warm, exuding an almost jade-like luster. He sprang from the bed, his body feeling remarkably light, a gentle and pure power surging forth from within him, akin to a silent spring rain nourishing parched earth. Approaching the mirror, he noticed subtle changes in his appearance. Once, his cheeks had been gaunt, his skin pallid, and his lips devoid of color, inevitably giving him an air of harshness and coldness. Yet now, his cheeks appeared slightly fuller, his complexion no longer resembling that of a corpse, but rather radiating a healthy, pristine white akin to mutton-fat jade, and his lips had taken on a rosy hue. Sumu smiled at his reflection, resembling a refined gentleman, evoking no ill feelings in others. The sensation of his new skin was one of unparalleled cleanliness, as if it were devoid of any impurities, akin to having bathed in a cleansing spring where no grime could cling. Simultaneously, his mental acuity began to undergo a transformation, not a diminishment, but a purification. A mysterious force eradicated all impurities from his mental energy, reducing its total volume while significantly enhancing its purity. Suddenly, Sumu looked up at the heavens, his gaze seemingly transcending infinite dimensions, ultimately perceiving a net, an intangible yet omnipresent web, with each node shimmering like a star in the cosmic sky, mysterious and resplendent. In that moment of revelation, he naturally discerned its name, Bronze Lore. Upon this bronze lore, one particular node harbored a star as pure as jade, casting a white light that enveloped Sumu. In an instant, an invisible connection was forged between them. Sumu finally comprehended the reason for his transformation. He had become an extraordinary being, endowed with extraordinary power, which he named the Innocent Heart. A gift from Tingting? Sumu smiled silently, this pure and innocent girl selflessly sharing her strength. Perhaps only someone like her could possess such an untainted and pristine, innocent heart. He meticulously sensed the power bestowed by the Innocent Heart, as if it had always been a part of him. The moment he received the Innocent Heart, he clearly understood its function. The Innocent Heart transforms the wielder's body into an untainted form, slightly enhancing physical attributes and mental fortitude, while significantly elevating the purity of both body and mind, conferring robust immunity against all impurities. Here, impurities refer to toxins, curses, abnormal states, negative emotions, and so forth. In strict terms, the innocent heart might not be deemed an overwhelmingly powerful ability, lacking any proactive capabilities, entirely passive. It may appeal to beauty-conscious women. It does not possess the devastating lethality of a five-finger flame bullet, nor the formidable defense of steel resolve, yet none of this bears significance. The crucial point is he has survived. The innocent heart has augmented Suumu's physical prowess and purified his mental energy, effectively extending his life from two fronts. By his estimation, he could live for at least another year. Is this the sensation of living quite pleasant? Suumu reclined back onto the opulent bed, a serene smile gracing his lips as he drifted off to sleep. It had been a long time since he had enjoyed a restful slumber, for each night had been a toll on his life, drawing him nearer to death. This time, he could finally rest well. A leader, welcome to the imperial capital. We are about to check into the presidential suite at the Manlinker Sydney Hotel. I apologize for the inconvenience. Your private estate is still under construction, and it is my oversight as the supervisor. Please feel free to reprimand me. A middle-aged butler, impeccably dressed in a tailcoat, respectfully addressed him. Suumu nodded and followed the butler into the most luxurious hotel in the imperial capital. Your room is on the 118th floor, the highest suite in the capital. The hotel has asked me to convey that your presence marks a historic moment in their establishment. Millimeter. Understood. You may leave. Suumu entered the room, lying alone on the lavish bed, then closed his eyes, preparing to sleep. This was a rather peculiar experience. Falling asleep in a dream primarily, it was unavoidable. Once he drifted off, he would find himself in the realm of dreams, which had grown tiresome for him, leaving him only desiring a good rest. Thus he could only sleep within the dream. A night passed without incident. The following morning, Suumu awoke from his dreams, stretching languidly. Just as he was about to rise, his expression shifted slightly. Full again. He was astonished to discover that his previously condensed mental energy had not only replenished, but had also increased by 1% after a night's rest. If his mental energy had previously totaled 100, then condensed it had become 50. He had assumed that after sleeping, it would grow by 1% of the condensed amount. However, he found that the condensed 50 had been refilled, and what replenished it was high-purity mental energy, ultimately bringing it back to 100 with a 1% increase. This indicated that compressing mental energy was utterly futile. Fortunately, the enhancement to his physical attributes brought by the innocent heart had taken effect, preventing Suumu from once more teetering on the brink of death. Nevertheless, his earlier estimation of living for another year had to be revised. He now surmised he might last another month. Suumu chuckled wryly. A fate truly is capricious. How amusing. He descended from the bed, neglecting to wash up, for he found himself utterly free of dirt and impurities. Washing would merely waste water. He intended to meet with his subordinates and commence the next phase of his plans. Just as he took a step forward, a sudden wave of dizziness washed over him, his mental energy surging inexplicably. Even the eyes behind his tinted glasses transformed into a brilliant blue, crystalline and radiant as if reflecting sunlight from sapphires. What is this? Suumu was astonished to discover that within him, yet another bronze law had emerged, curiously, without his having connected to the vast network of the bronze law, as though it had always existed within him, manifesting simply because his mental energy had reached a certain threshold. Chapter 58. All Things in Nature. Suumu, possessing a limited understanding of the extraordinary, remained oblivious to the occurrences that had transpired, nor could he ascertain the origins of this newly acquired bronze lore. The only certainty he held was that this bronze law was named All Things in Nature. The tumult of his mental energy subsided gradually after a brief moment, and as tranquility enveloped him, Suumu began to organize his thoughts. One thing was unequivocally clear: Smiley All Things in Nature was a gift bestowed upon him during his slumber, akin to an ability existing independently of the bronze law, for it was fundamentally detached from the intricate web of the bronze law itself. This was quite perplexing. To his knowledge, all extraordinary powers derived from the bronze lore, so how could there exist an ability that stood apart from it? Could it be Sumu harbored a vague suspicion regarding his dream, or perhaps this enigmatic dream itself was an entirely independent lore, a lore solely pertaining to the mind. The information at hand was woefully insufficient, leaving him to speculate. After pondering for a moment, he concluded, "And never mind, let us simply embrace life. This unexpected joy feels quite delightful." A smile graced Sumu's lips. He would not torment himself unnecessarily. The secrets of the dream might only be unraveled once he attained greater strength. For now, all he could do was accept his circumstances with composure. Moreover, he was quite pleased with the capabilities of all things in nature. "Mari, your singing is truly enchanting." In a quaint cafe, young Dongqing gazed fondly at the nearby Mari. At that moment, Mari had just concluded her performance, still donned in her stage attire, a delicate, sky-blue gown that elegantly accentuated her graceful curves, cascading down like a waterfall. The dress featured an off-shoulder design, revealing her fair shoulders and alluring collarbone, compelling young Dongqing to steal glances with unbidden admiration. Mari took a sip of her coffee, her large, captivating eyes shimmering with the light of anticipation for the future. She felt as if she were dreaming, as though overnight she had emerged from the mire of her former life, blossoming into a resplendent pearl. She had realized her aspirations and found love. "Really, you mustn't be deceiving me. This is my first time performing on stage. I was so nervous that I mispronounced several words." Mari playfully stuck out her tongue, a frothy ring of coffee adorning her luscious lips, adding to her charm. Young Dongqing instinctively swallowed hard, feeling an impulse to kiss her. "Indeed, it is true, even if you made mistakes, your performance was delightful." Mari beamed with joy. "Thank you, young Dongqing. My fate began to shift the moment I met you. To be precise, it was upon meeting Sumu that her life transformed, yet Mari would never utter another man's name in front of her boyfriend." "Do not say such things, Mari." "It should be, sir, your coffee." A server approached, placing the coffee before young Dongqing. He furrowed his brow slightly, looking at the server. "I did not order coffee." The server smiled and gestured toward a corner of the cafe. "It was ordered for you by the lady over there." Young Dongqing turned to look, momentarily taken aback. In the corner sat a woman, serene and graceful, akin to a quietly blooming orchid, exuding an unspoken allure. She wore a simple white silk blouse, the neckline slightly open, revealing her long, fair neck and subtly visible collarbone. The cuffs of her blouse were slightly rolled up, adorned with a delicate watch of understated elegance on her slender wrist. Below, she wore black, wide-legged trousers, her long legs obscured from view, yet undeniably longer than Mari's. Most striking was her flaxen, flowing hair, which glimmered softly under the sun's gentle caress, the ends slightly curled, enhancing her intellectual beauty. For some inexplicable reason, upon first sight of the woman, young Dongqing's mind conjured the image of Sumu. The sense of elegance and warmth was strikingly similar. At that moment, the woman seemed to sense his gaze, turning her head slightly to reveal a refined profile, her lips curving into a gentle smile as she lifted her pristine coffee cup in a simple gesture of acknowledgement. "Do not drink it." Mari pouted, resembling a protective kitten, casting a reproachful glance at young Dongqing. Young Dongqing chuckled awkwardly, averting his gaze. "I do not know her. Please return that cup of coffee for me." The server appeared somewhat troubled. "Sir, my duty is merely to deliver the coffee. If you wish to return it, you must speak with the lady yourself. Oh, by the way, it seems she has written something on the napkin." With that, the server stepped away. Mari seized the napkin with a huff, declaring, "I must see what she has written." Young Dongqing felt increasingly embarrassed, not having anticipated such popularity with the ladies. However, as Mari unfolded the napkin, her expression shifted to one of bewilderment. "Mari." Young Dongqing sensed something amiss, snatching the napkin to discover only 4 words inscribed. "Nightmarish apostle." His expression paled, fixating on the poised woman in the corner, whose exquisite face bore a subtle, elegant smile, as if greeting a new acquaintance. "Mari, wait here, I shall go speak with her." Young Dongqing rose decisively, heading toward the woman. Mari, feeling a surge of anxiety, had already learned what the nightmarish apostle signified. She couldn't help but worry, yet, being a sensible woman, she refrained from burdening her boyfriend, gripping her phone tightly as she opened her contacts and selected Sumu's number. If the situation turned dire, she would call him immediately. In her mind, only Su Mu could assist Yang Dongqing. Although he was cold and unfeeling, Yang Dongqing had promised to work for him for 3 years, suggesting that Su Mu would not wish to lose a subordinate without cause. "Who are you?" Yang Dongqing inquired coldly as he sat before the woman. Upon seeing her face fully, he realized he had underestimated her beauty. Her features were even more stunning than her profile, surpassing many television stars. The woman set her coffee down, gently tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, revealing her delicate, fair earlobe. She smiled. "Mr. Yang, please forgive my boldness. It is a pleasure to meet you. Here is my business card." She extended a card toward him. Yang Dongqing accepted it, reading the inscription, "Chairwoman of the Bronze Coffin Company, Murong Mingli." Upon seeing the name Murong Mingli, his pupils constricted in shock, exclaiming, "You are of noble lineage." Murong Mingli, seemingly accustomed to such reactions, maintained her composed demeanor, merely smiling politely and nodding. Yang Dongqing inhaled sharply, finally understanding why the moment he laid eyes on Murong Mingli, he thought of Su Mu. That unmistakable air of nobility was indeed strikingly similar. This was his first encounter with a member of the aristocracy, and he deduced her noble status primarily due to her name. Nobility typically bore compound surnames. While he was unaware of the customs of other nations, he had heard tales of the nobility in the Crimson Flame Empire. It was said that the original nobles refused to share surnames with commoners, believing it tarnished their noble identity, hence adopting compound surnames to distinguish themselves from the populace. In the Crimson Flame Empire, only the nobility possessed compound surnames. Chapter 59. The nobility of the empire. Why would the nobles venture into the lower town? Murong Mingli chuckled softly. Of course. It is to manage their enterprises. Yang Dongqing's gaze grew increasingly wary. He harbored no fondness for the nobility, who had a notoriously poor reputation throughout the Kaiyang Empire. They were known for their extravagant indulgences, their disdain for the law, their indifference towards commoners, and their self-righteousness, truly the parasites of the empire. Naturally, such sentiments were whispered among the common folk, who loathed the nobility and, even more so, resented their own lack of noble status. "I do not recall having any dealings with the nobility." "What is your intention?" "Mr. Yang, your disdain for the nobility is evident in your eyes. I do not claim to be different from them. My purpose in seeking you out is to extend an invitation to join my company, Bronze Coffin. Do not be hasty in your rejection. I understand that you have only recently become a Nightmare Apostle and are cautious about everything. However, it is quite common for nobles to establish companies and invite Nightmare Apostles to join. The majority of Nightmare Apostles choose to do so." "Why?" Yang Dongqing's brow furrowed. "Mutual benefit," Murong Mingli replied, stirring her coffee with a spoon, the utensil clinking melodically against the porcelain cup. "Mr. Yang, the perilous nature of Nightmare Apostles is something I need not elaborate upon. Continuously traversing the Nightmare realm, no one can predict how long they might survive. Thus, most Nightmare Apostles strive to accumulate sufficient wealth while they still live, to provide for their families and friends. This is the very essence of a company's existence. Although the nightmare world is fraught with danger, crises are invariably accompanied by opportunities. Amidst the nightmare creatures lie treasures, extraordinary materials, and more, all of which are essential for the company." Yang Dongqing scoffed. "Are you suggesting that we Nightmare Apostles exchange our lives for goods to sell to you?" Murong Mingli remained unfazed by Yang Dongqing's hostility, maintaining her composure as if she were a businesswoman conducting negotiations. "You must sell eventually, mustn't you? Who, aside from the nobility, can afford to pay a fair price for such things?" "Mr. Yang, I understand your concerns. Rest assured, I never engage in coercive transactions. After all, these items are born from the lives of Nightmare Apostles. I seek only that which you do not require. For instance, your bronze lore is the steel will, and the applicable treasures and extraordinary materials can only pertain to the power category. Should you acquire a spiritual treasure or material that you cannot utilize, you may sell it to the company. Furthermore, joining the company offers additional benefits, such as an impressive base salary, intelligence sharing, mutual assistance among employees, and the borrowing of treasures, among other perks." While Murong Mingli's terms were indeed enticing, Yang Dongqing discerned something troubling. "You have been investigating me." His fists clenched tightly, a subtle metallic sheen glimmering between his knuckles. "Young man, allow me to offer you a piece of advice. Do not display your fangs recklessly before the powerful." A calm male voice resonated from behind Yang Dongqing, startling him, for he had been utterly oblivious to the presence of another person. Just as he prepared to react, a large, bony hand settled upon his shoulder, and in that instant, Yang Dongqing felt as though a mountain had descended upon him. Even with all his might, he could not budge an inch. In disbelief, he turned to see a man clad in a black trench coat and sunglasses. Standing there with an indifferent expression, the so-called steel body seemed like a mere toy in that large hand, easily crushable with a gentle squeeze. "Han Yu." Murong Mengli frowned slightly, seemingly displeased. The man named Han Yu shrugged and released his grip. "Boss, I merely intended to issue him a warning. From now on, do not act without my command." Murong Mengli's voice was soft yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Han Yu nodded casually. "You are the boss, your word is law." He sauntered off to a nearby seat and fell silent. Yang Dongqing gazed at Han Yu with a mix of trepidation and astonishment, his mind swirling with tumultuous thoughts. He could hardly fathom how, even after gaining strength, he remained so vulnerable. "I apologize, Mr. Yang, it is my failure to maintain control over my subordinates. I hope you can forgive me." A hint of regret flickered across Murong Mengli's features as she continued, "In truth, I did not specifically investigate you, but rather, for the sake of the company's growth, I have had individuals consistently searching for the whereabouts of Nightmare Apostles. This was primarily due to your previous involvement in a robbery, during which you absconded with $50,000. The victim reported that while in confrontation with the assailant, he fired a weapon, yet the assailant remained unscathed. Coincidentally, I have some connections with the director of the 13th District Public Security Bureau and learned of this incident, which prompted further investigation. By the way, I also helped suppress your robbery case. Although you have acquired extraordinary powers, your methods remain rather crude." Yang Dongqing was rendered speechless. The fact that his act of robbing the rich to aid the poor had been uncovered left him feeling rather embarrassed, and he was astonished to discover that Murong Mengli had covertly assisted him. Murong Mengli continued, "Mr. Yang, there is another reason I sought you out." "What reason?" Yang Dongqing lowered his guard slightly, having received a favor. "Because you possess a sense of righteousness." Murong Mengli smiled. "Many ordinary individuals, upon becoming extraordinary beings, often engage in heinous crimes, yet you are different. The targets of your robberies have been unscrupulous employers who frequently withhold wages from their workers, and you have not taken any lives. While I do not condone such actions, your moral standards are commendably high by comparison." Yang Dongqing offered an awkward smile, feeling a touch sheepish. "I do not wish for the employees of my company to be irredeemably wicked, regardless of their abilities. Having said all this, Mr. Yang, how do you feel about my offer? Joining the Bronze Coffin would be immensely beneficial for you, and our understanding of the Nightmare Realm and extraordinary beings certainly surpasses that of any single individual. All you need to do is prioritize selling to the company any treasures or extraordinary materials you do not require. Of course, the company will ensure you are not at a disadvantage in terms of pricing." Murong Mengli extended a sincere invitation, believing that Yang Dongqing had no valid reason to refuse. However, after a moment of contemplation, Yang Dongqing ultimately shook his head. "I'm sorry, Ms. Murong, though your terms are quite tempting, I must decline." A flicker of surprise crossed Murong Mengli's eyes. Rather than exhibiting anger or disappointment, she inquired with genuine curiosity, "May I know the reason?" Yang Dongqing hesitated, as memories of Su Mu's refusal of Yi Fanyu and the farewell he shared with Tingting surfaced in his mind. It was this seemingly selfish and cold-hearted gang leader who had come to his aid during a critical moment, even saving his life. Mr.Su, I cannot convince him. You are a wise man. If you follow my plan, we will surely return to reality. At that time, Su Mu had smiled as usual. I refuse. It was precisely this moment that shifted Yang Dongqing's perception of Su Mu. Clearing his mind of such thoughts, Yang Dongqing took a deep breath and stated, "Because I made a promise to someone to work for him for 3 years." Murong Mengli appeared taken aback. Is that person also a noble? Yang Dongqing shook his head. No, he is a gentleman with a touch of madness. Murong Mingli smiled slightly. I admire men of distinction. Might I inquire if you could introduce me to him? A peculiar expression crossed Yang Dongqing's face. I believe you may have misunderstood. When I say madness, I mean the madness of a lunatic. Murong Mingli was left astonished. Chapter 60, The Young Master as Graceful as Jade, Headquarters of the Serpent Gang. Su Mu ended the call with Jasmine. An unidentified woman approached Yang Dongqing, her demeanor distinctly unlike that of an ordinary person. How intriguing, a slight smile played at the corners of his mouth. Stripped of his extraordinary identity, Yang Dongqing was merely a destitute student, with social connections amounting to virtually nothing. The intentions of such a woman seeking him out were unmistakably clear. He had not forgotten a remark made by Yang Dongqing during his initial encounter with the nightmarish realm, a statement from an individual of the upper city. In the realm of reality, the extraordinary were merely a cadre of cowardly idlers, thriving solely on the blood of the nightmarish apostles. Now, it appeared that a vampire had come knocking. Whoever you are, prepare yourself, we have guests arriving shortly. Understood, Chief. Zhao Chaoyao responded respectfully. Approximately an hour later, a discreetly luxurious black sedan came to a halt before the headquarters of the Serpent Gang. The driver was none other than Han Yu. He surveyed the Serpent Gang's headquarters with a disdainful expression. A gang, an extraordinary individual actually employed by a gang. Yang Dongqing's countenance darkened slightly. He had detected the scorn in the man's tone, yet he refrained from voicing any objections, clearly shaken by the man's formidable presence. At that moment, Murong Mingli's calm voice resonated. Han Yu, I am aware that you have been sent by my father to assist me, but that does not grant you the liberty to disparage my guests. Han Yu glanced at her exquisite visage and replied dismissively, Very well, boss. Soon after, everyone alighted from the vehicle. Two members of the Serpent Gang stepped forward. Welcome, esteemed guests, the chief is awaiting your arrival. Yang Dongqing was taken aback, surprised that Su Mu had anticipated their visit. He was unaware that Jasmine had informed him, having already sent her back earlier. The three, guided by the Serpent Gang members, proceeded to a grand hall deep within the headquarters. The hall was brilliantly illuminated, with a soaring dome reaching heights of over 10 meters, adorned with magnificent crystal chandeliers, their myriad crystals refracting a dazzling array of light. The floor was laid with precious marble, smooth and warm to the touch, each stone exhibiting a unique pattern, while the walls were embellished with exquisite murals, characterized by intricate brushwork and vibrant colors. In the center of the hall, a lavish arrangement of sofas was artfully placed, with a wooden coffee table in the middle, its surface intricately carved with elaborate designs. Upon entering the hall, Murong Mingli could not help but express a subtle appreciation. Her admiration was not for the opulence, as she had encountered far more extravagant settings, but for the taste displayed. The entire hall emanated a refined artistic aura, akin to a frozen palace of art, where every detail was perfectly harmonized, save for the jarring serpent tail motif on the wall behind the sofas. Han Yu, however, curled his lip in disdain, commenting, another poor imitation of the aristocracy. Please, have a seat, the chief will arrive shortly. Zhao Chaoyao guided them to the sofas and prepared tea before departing. Once seated, Murong Mingli inquired, Mr. Yang, is Mr.Su, whom you mentioned, also an extraordinary individual? Yang Dongqing pondered Su Mu's remarkable displays. He sensed that Su Mu was no ordinary person, although he was uncertain of the nature of his bronze lore. He affirmed, indeed. Murong Mingli's gaze flickered with intrigue, evidently contemplating Su Mu as well. Before long, the large door on one side of the hall swung open, drawing everyone's attention. A man clad in a black suit, adorned with tinted spectacles and wielding a serpent-patterned wooden cane, entered with measured grace. His presence seemed to imbue the surrounding air with an aura of elegance. Tall and poised, each step he took exuded a sense of steadiness and composure, the high bridge of his nose and the slight upward curve of his lips sketching a confident and charming smile that felt like a gentle spring breeze. A trace of peculiar admiration flickered in Murong Mingli's beautiful eyes. She rarely found herself moved by another's appearance, yet today was an exception. Gazing at the approaching gentleman, for words echoed in her mind, a young master as graceful as jade. This was not to say that his features were flawless, but rather that his aura, pure and gentle as jade, was utterly captivating. Beyond his demeanor, What captivated her most was his skin. It was hard to fathom how a man's complexion could be devoid of any blemish. A flicker of envy crossed Hen Yu's eyes. He considered himself handsome, yet in comparison to the newcomer, he felt as though he belonged to an entirely different echelon. The allure of a man lies not merely in his appearance but in the confident essence that radiates from within. The man, naturally, was Su Mu, wearing a warm smile that resembled a gentle spring breeze. Nodding politely to the guests, Yang Dongqing was momentarily dumbfounded, unable to comprehend how, after just one day, Su Mu appeared even more handsome. He scrutinized him closely. While his features had not altered, there was an undeniable enhancement, though he could not articulate what had changed. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Su Mu, and it is a pleasure to meet you all." Murong Mingli regained her composure and returned the greeting. "Hello, Mr. Su, I am Murong Mingli." Su Mu nodded with a smile, his demeanor unaltered by her noble status, which left Murong Mingli with a sense of nostalgia, as if she were conversing with a true aristocrat from the upper city. After a few exchanges of pleasantries, Murong Mingli articulated her purpose. "Initially, I sought merely to invite Mr. Yang to join my company, but now, after meeting you, Mr.Su, I have reconsidered." "Oh. I would be most intrigued to hear more," Su Mu said, taking a gentle sip of tea while his warm gaze remained fixed on Murong Mingli, who was perhaps the most beautiful woman he had encountered in reality. Such a woman would undoubtedly hold a place within his harem, even in dreams. "I would like to extend an invitation to both you and Mr. Yang to join the bronze coffin," Murong Mingli stated sincerely, devoid of any aristocratic arrogance, simply extending a heartfelt invitation. Su Mu smiled, refraining from outright rejecting Murong Mingli's offer. Instead, he posed a question: "Might Miss Murong provide me with a compelling reason to join?" "To speak candidly, Mr.Su, you are not lacking in wealth, and as an extraordinary individual, you possess the foundational qualifications to establish a company. However, under the current system of the Kaiyang Empire, without the connections of the aristocracy, it is exceedingly difficult to complete the necessary formalities, and the authorities maintain stringent oversight over private extraordinary enterprises. As far as I know, the myriad extraordinary companies in the market, large and small, to varying degrees, backed by noble lineages, while I do not believe that noble status warrants pride in the Kaiyang Empire, it does afford certain privileges and conveniences. Moreover, the bronze coffin has only recently been established. Joining now would grant you both a position as founding members, with no need to worry about benefits. Miss Murong, I can sense your genuine invitation." However, Su Mu shifted the conversation. "I have a more advantageous proposal." Chapter 61, The Country Bumpkin of the Lower District. What proposal? To invest. Invest? A look of surprise crossed Murong Mingli's face. She had not anticipated that Su Mu would wish to invest. "Indeed. But I do not lack for money." Su Mu shook his head. "I am not suggesting a financial investment, but rather one based on intelligence. Miss Murong, as your company is still in its nascent stages, your intelligence capabilities must be rather weak, otherwise you would not have only just located Yang Dongqing. I, lacking in talent as I may be, possess a remarkable aptitude for intelligence work. To speak frankly, as long as I desire it, the entire District 13 harbors no secrets." Har har har. Hen Yu suddenly could not contain his laughter, and Murong Mingli shot him a glance, yet he appeared oblivious, continuing to chuckle to himself. "I apologize, I simply could not help myself. It is just that whenever I see a country bumpkin from the lower district boasting so earnestly, I truly cannot restrain my amusement." At these words, Murong Mingli's expression darkened, while a hint of interest curled upon Su Mu's lips, his hazel eyes glimmering enigmatically behind his glasses. The dynamic between the master and servant seemed rather discordant. "You, young man, control merely a mediocre little gang, and yet you dare to speak so brazenly, claiming there are no secrets in the entire District 13. And you wish to invest. Do you truly believe that your insignificant gang's intelligence network could afford you a stake in a company owned by an imperial noble?" Han Yu apologized to Mr. Su Mu at once. Murong Mingli's tone became unexpectedly stern. "Apologize, boss, you are a mere ordinary person, you cannot comprehend the extraordinary. I have encountered many brash youngsters like this one who have just acquired extraordinary powers. The sudden influx of strength has clouded their judgment, making them believe themselves invincible, unaware that they merely stand at the very bottom of the extraordinary echelon. The head of the Murong family has dispatched me to assist you, thus I naturally have the obligation to ensure you are not deceived. Murong Mingli's countenance grew increasingly grim as she took a deep breath. Mr. Sumu, I apologize for the inconvenience. Yet Sumu casually waved his hand, smiling as he replied, Miss Murong, you exaggerate. I have not yet reached the point where I would be angered by a dog barking at me from the roadside. Han Yu's mocking laughter ceased abruptly, and he stared at Sumu with unmasked murderous intent in his eyes. You dare say that again? In the face of Han Yu's threat, Sumu did not even glance at him, instead turning to Murong Mingli and asking, Miss Murong, would you like me to teach your subordinate a lesson? For some inexplicable reason, the man before her, with his calm smile, filled her with an unshakable conviction. You're asking for death. Han Yu roared with fury. As a retainer of an imperial noble, and a powerful extraordinary being hailing from the upper district, he inherently viewed those from the lower district with disdain. He had never anticipated that today he would be looked down upon by the very bumpkin he scorned. In an instant, he lunged forward with astonishing speed, his fists hurtling toward Sumu's head. Stop! Sumu! Murong Mingli and Yang Dongqing shouted in unison, but it was too late. Han Yu's fist struck Sumu's head with tremendous force, yet Sumu appeared utterly unfazed, remaining seated on the sofa, motionless. Just as Han Yu believed he had succeeded, something utterly unforeseen transpired. The anticipated sound of a skull shattering did not occur. Han Yu's fist passed through Sumu as if traversing air. In the next moment, Sumu's form began to dissipate like a mirage. What? Han Yu exclaimed, his face blanched with shock. At that moment, a tide of black-clad figures surged from the doors surrounding the hall, encircling everyone in an instant, their expressions devoid of emotion, resembling cold machines. Faced with the encirclement, Han Yu remained unperturbed, his expression grim as he scanned the area, seeking Sumu's whereabouts. To him, the presence of these ordinary people posed no threat. What truly unnerved him was Sumu's abilities. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of a serpent-patterned wooden cane striking the ground echoed, drawing everyone's attention. Sumu emerged, smiling, from among the black-clad figures. Miss Murong, I fear today's affair cannot be resolved amicably. However, in consideration of your presence, should Mr. Han Yu be willing to apologize, I may contemplate forgiving his transgression, Sumu said with a smile. Before Murong Mingli could respond, Han Yu scoffed, naive. Do you think these ordinary people can affect me? A wider smile spread across Sumu's lips as he enunciated, who said they are ordinary people? Bang! The serpent-patterned cane lightly tapped the ground, as if signaling something, and an eerie scene unfolded. Roar! Hundreds of black-clad figures erupted into a furious howl, a sound reminiscent of the depths of hell, brimming with unending anguish and fury. Accompanied by this bone-chilling roar, their bodies began to undergo a bizarre transformation. Black scales, dark as ink, visibly sprouted from beneath their skin, quickly spreading across their forms, tightly interlocking to form an impenetrable armor. The joints, sharp bone spikes pierced through the skin, extending menacingly like the claws of a demon, as their figures grew taller and more distorted, muscles bulging, their features obscured by black scales, revealing only pairs of blood-red eyes radiating a murderous aura. A terrifying atmosphere of dread enveloped the room, as they resembled hellish fiends emerging from the abyss, poised to unleash a bloody slaughter at any moment. This sudden and horrifying transformation caused both Murong Mingli and Yang Dongqing to pale, let alone the targeted Han Yu. At this moment, Han Yu found himself under the gaze of countless blood-red eyes, feeling a chill creeping up his spine. What kind of monsters are these? The self-assured noble retainer was now filled with trepidation. He had never encountered such a bizarre situation and doubted whether he had fallen into a nightmare. Mr. Han, I wonder, can they compel you to apologize? Sumu, surrounded by the monstrous figures, wore an unchanging smile as he inquired politely. Han Yu's expression turned grim, his anxiety mounting as he scanned the scene, silently calculating whether he could contend with so many monsters. The crucial factor was that he had no inkling of their strength. Yet, judging by their imposing presence and the terrifying black scales, these creatures appeared incredibly formidable. Noticing Han Yu's silence, Sumu continued, it seems my preparations were insufficient. In that case, clap, clap. He clapped his hands, and numerous hidden compartments appeared on the walls of the hall. As these compartments opened, several machine guns slowly emerged from within the walls, their dark muzzles gleaming ominously under the lights. Moreover, the marble flooring at the edges of the hall began to shift, revealing hidden compartments within, and nestled inside were an array of timed explosives. Chapter 62, Mr. Su, I was wrong. The exterior of the bomb was forged from cold metal, glinting with a chilling, heart-stopping sheen. The body of the bomb was cylindrical, its apex adorned with a small electronic display, where red digits pulsated like a countdown from a demon. Surrounding the display were a multitude of intricate circuits and interfaces. Upon witnessing this scene, cold sweat trickled down Han Yu's face as he suddenly regretted offending this rustic figure from the lower city. This man appeared gentle and humble, yet he was undoubtedly a figure of extreme peril. What kind of good person would bury so many bombs in their own home? Initially, he had contemplated whether he could break through and capture Su Mu, targeting the leader first, yet the moment he laid eyes on the bomb, his resolve crumbled, and he dared not act recklessly for fear of inadvertently triggering the explosive. If even one of the hundreds of bombs detonated, the entire headquarters of the Venomous Serpent Gang would be reduced to rubble. Despite considering himself formidable, he lacked the confidence to withstand such a multitude of explosives. Yang Dongqing, witnessing the same spectacle, also felt a chill of trepidation. He had never anticipated that Su Mu would harbor such a myriad of hidden capabilities. He had lost not without reason. Even had he won, he likely would not have emerged alive from the Venomous Serpent Gang. Only Murong Mingli retained her composure amidst the chaos. Though her pupils dilated, this noble lady maintained her fundamental grace. She finally understood why Yang Dongqing held Su Mu in such high regard, a gentleman with a hint of madness. Indeed, he exhibited an extraordinary degree of madness. What does Mr. Han think? Su Mu inquired politely, as though a gentleman was showcasing his collection to a guest. A bead of cold sweat slipped down Han Yu's brow, his muscles taut and his gaze darting. Do not feign bravado. I do not believe you would dare detonate the bomb. After all, there sits an imperial noble. Should the crime of murdering an imperial noble be proven, the entire Kaiyang Empire would not harbor you. Su Mu smiled faintly. You are mistaken. Miss Murong will not perish, for she possesses a certain defensive artifact. I too shall remain unscathed, as this is merely my doppelganger. My subordinates will also be safe, for their scales provide ample protection. Only you shall meet your demise. Murong Mingli's expression shifted. She had not expected Su Mu to discern her possession of a defensive artifact. Upon hearing this, Han Yu's countenance froze as he stubbornly pointed at Yang Dongqing. What about him? He is also your subordinate. Nothing to worry about. If he dies, then so be it, Yang Dongqing replied, speechless. Although he had grown accustomed to Su Mu's cold remarks, every utterance still struck him with a sense of discomfort. Mr. Han, it is now your turn to choose. Apologize or die. Han Yu's expression darkened further. His pride forbade him from apologizing to someone from the lower city, yet he did not wish to face death. At that moment, Murong Mingli spoke up. Han Yu, apologize. Her tone was icy, imbued with an undeniable authority. I was wrong. Ultimately, Han Yu lowered his noble head, continually reassuring himself that he was merely complying with Murong Mingli's command and that there was no need to engage in a futile struggle against a rustic from the lower city. Yet, Su Mu shook his head, and not enough. Fury ignited in Han Yu's visage. What more do you want? Do you expect me to kneel? A commendable suggestion. You. Han Yu's chest heaved violently, his eyes nearly ablaze with fury as the ultimate humiliation brewed within him. Ding. Su Mu retrieved a remote control from his pocket and pressed a button. In the next instant, the crimson digits on the bomb's display began to flash wildly. Simultaneously, the scaled monsters silently sealed all exits. What the hell? Yang Dongqing panicked, rising to flee. I told you he was a lunatic. You didn't believe me. Get out of the way, I'm one of you. The scaled monsters did not obstruct Yang Dongqing, allowing him a narrow passage to escape. Han Yu's heart raced. No, he could not die here. He had a bright future ahead, and it was beneath him to clash with a rustic from the lower city. He continued to console himself. unaware that his arrogance had already been shattered by the fear of death. Thought he fell heavily to his knees. MR.SU, I was wrong. Ding Zumu pressed the remote again, and the countdown on the bombs ceased flashing. Subsequently, all concealed compartments in the hall closed, and the scaled monsters receded like a tide. Zumu returned to the sofa, resuming his tea with Murongmingli as if nothing had transpired. Miss Murong, do try this ancient black tea, I wonder if it suits your palate. Murongmingli gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, elegantly lifting her teacup to take a delicate sip, savouring it, smooth and mellow, with a lingering aftertaste. It is excellent tea. She paused momentarily before adding, I quite like it. Zumu smiled faintly, understanding the unspoken words of Murongmingli. Indeed, Miss Murong possesses exquisite taste. It seems that establishing a partnership with you would be a fortunate endeavour. The two elegant figures engaged in light-hearted conversation, entirely disregarding Han Yu, who remained on the ground like a lost dog. Han Yu clenched his fists tightly, his eyes webbed with blood vessels, yet he dared not rise, for Zumu had not permitted him to stand. In the face of such a perpetually smiling adversary, he could not afford to take the gamble. Perhaps if he stood, he would be targeted once more, subjected to further humiliation, the bizarre doppelganger technique, his nightmarish subordinates, and the bombs that filled the hole. Each aspect instilled in Han Yu an overwhelming sense of dread. Mr. Su, your methods command my admiration. I find myself unable to refuse your offer of partnership, Murongmingli remarked with a smile, which this time seemed less formal and more akin to that of friends. To a fruitful collaboration, Zumu said, his eyes twinkling as he extended his hand. To a fruitful collaboration, Murongmingli replied with a radiant smile, mirroring his gesture. Their hands met in a polite shake, briefly touching. Afterward, Murongmingli provided her address and the pass for the upper city before departing with Han Yu. Zumu remained seated on the sofa, savouring his tea, his fingers delicately holding the business card, bronze coffin, intriguing. With his keen insight, it was easy to discern that Han Yu and Murongmingli were merely maintaining appearances. Han Yu seemed to be subtly opposing Murongmingli, not wishing to see the bronze coffin flourish, yet, due to his apprehension of her noble status, he dared not express this opposition too overtly. It appears that imperial nobility is not as exalted as one might imagine. Chapter 63. The upper city in the Crimson Flame Empire, the privileges of the nobility are almost sovereign over the law. It is even said that a noble's arbitrary execution of a few commoners is of little consequence. Yet, Han Yu consistently disregards Murongmingli's commands, which is rather intriguing. Just as Zumu was lost in thought, a series of knocks echoed. Yang Dongqing returned, hastily approaching. Why didn't it explode? He asked, arriving at the sofa and draining his teacup in one gulp. I always believed that with your level of madness, an explosion was inevitable. Classmate Yang Dongqing, it seems you harbor a profound misunderstanding of me. I have always advocated for resolving disputes through peaceful means. Fine, I have no misunderstanding of you whatsoever. Yang Dongqing scoffed. What kind of pacifist fills their home with bombs? By the way, why did the members of the Viper Gang suddenly transform into monsters? Just how many abilities do you possess? Zumu smiled enigmatically, offering no explanation. The true reason remained solely with him. In fact, there were no monsters, no machine guns, and no bombs. Everything was merely a manifestation of the all things in creation. The term all things in creation signifies an abundance of phenomena, encapsulating the myriad forms and spectacles of the universe, embodying the notion of inclusivity and omnipresence. This is the ability of the all things in creation, which, in more pedestrian terms, translates to the manipulation of visual illusions. All things in creation, the power to control perception, consuming mental energy to conjure any scene in existence. Thus, the Viper Gang's transformation and the bomb were mere illusions, fabrications of the mind. As for why he knew that Murongmingli possessed a defensive artifact, it was simple. He had previously attempted hypnosis, only to find his mental energy obstructed by an invisible barrier. The following night, at the upper city. Zumu and Yang Dongqing finally reached the outskirts of the upper city. The 13th district lay quite far away, and they had spent several hours on their journey. Standing beneath the towering city walls, they gazed upon the incessantly flowing throngs at the city gate. The majestic walls loomed like a slumbering dragon, coiling around the city's edge, distinctly demarcating the boundary between the upper and lower cities, isolating them from one another. At the grand entrance, a battalion of armed soldiers meticulously inspected the passers-by. Here, individuals from the lower city could not enter without a permit. Following the crowd, Su Mu approached the soldiers and nonchalantly produced the pass left by Murong Mingli. Upon seeing the noble seal emblazoned on the document, the soldiers immediately stiffened, standing at attention to salute. Su Mu smiled and nodded in acknowledgement before stepping into the upper city. The moment he crossed the threshold, he felt as though he had entered an entirely different world. Towering skyscrapers loomed like a jungle of steel, their glass facades reflecting a kaleidoscope of vibrant yet frigid lights. Countless neon signs flickered ostentatiously, slicing the dark night sky into fragmented hues. Gigantic screens displayed extravagant advertisements, while the well-dressed pedestrians exhibited a fashionable flair. The streetlights, glowing like an ocean, inundated every thoroughfare with a riot of red, blue, and purple lights, creating a dreamlike vortex of color. Opulence and extravagance, this was Su Mu's initial impression of the upper city. However, he had long grown accustomed to such scenes in his dreams, having even conjured ethereal realms that far surpassed the upper city in splendor. In stark contrast to his composure, Yang Dongqing appeared as a country bumpkin in the city, utterly dazed, his eyes wide as he absorbed every spectacle. He had heard tales of the upper city's affluence, but had never anticipated it to such an extent. This stark disparity prompted him to reflect on the perpetually grey skies of the 13th district, where factories proliferated, gangs roamed freely, and the streets lay in disrepair. Suddenly, he clenched his fists, for he understood that the upper city's prosperity was entirely built upon the lifeblood drained from the lower city. As a resident of the lower city, he felt the sting of this injustice acutely. As they strolled through the streets of the upper city, Yang Dongqing soon noticed something amiss. Most pedestrians directed their gaze toward him and Su Mu. The onlookers regarded Su Mu with awe and reverence, as if beholding a noble, while their expressions toward Yang Dongqing conveyed surprise and even disdain. Turning to glance at Su Mu, he observed that the latter was clad in a well-tailored, luxurious black suit, wielding a gold-inlaid serpent-patterned cane, his demeanor exuding a leisurely elegance befitting nobility. In stark contrast, Yang Dongqing wore a somewhat yellowed white t-shirt, torn jeans, and bulky sneakers, his gait awkwardly pigeon-toed, rendering him utterly out of place in the upper city. Damn it, Yang Dongqing resolved to buy a new outfit in the upper city before returning. The scrutiny of the passers-by irked him, yet he could not express his vexation, merely trudging along. Suddenly, he spotted a dishevelled beggar at the corner of a street, hair unkempt and attire ragged. This upper city isn't all that great, it has beggars just like anywhere else, he scoffed, feigning indifference. Su Mu cast him a knowing glance, clearly seeing through his facade, but chose to remain silent. Yang Dongqing, irritated by Su Mu's gaze, found himself at a loss for words. He turned towards the beggar, pulling out a coin from his pocket. The people of the upper city are undeniably wealthy, yet they remain so indifferent, he muttered, aiming his criticism at the character of the upper city's inhabitants as he approached the beggar to offer his alms. Upon reaching the beggar, he casually tossed a coin into the man's bowl, preparing to walk away. The beggar paused, suddenly exclaiming, "Wait a moment." Yang Dongqing turned, coldly replying, "No need to thank me." The beggar scrutinized him from head to toe, a glimmer of disdain flickering in his eyes. "You hail from the lower city, don't you?" Yang Dongqing frowned. "And what's it to you?" The beggar retrieved a coin from his bowl, casting it back at Yang Dongqing with evident disdain. "Get lost. The likes of you from the lower city have no right to offer me alms. Even if I were to beg in the upper city, I wouldn't need charity from someone like you. Who do you think you are?" Fury surged within Yang Dongqing. He had never before experienced such a humiliating affront. Damn it, even the beggars of the upper city consider themselves superior to those from the lower city. Just as he was about to confront the beggar, a serpent-patterned cane blocked his path. Su Mu approached slowly, addressing the beggar, "It was I who urged him to offer you assistance." The beggar, adept at reading people, underwent a dramatic transformation upon seeing Su Mu for the first time. His countenance shifted to one of obsequiousness, bowing repeatedly in gratitude. "Thank you, my lord, thank you, my lord." Chapter 64 The origin of the extraordinary Yang Dongqing was nearly infuriated by his condescending demeanor. "Let's go, no need to complicate matters," Sumu stated calmly, subsequently leading Yang Dongqing away. The two hailed a taxi and, following the address provided by Murong Mingli, arrived at the entrance of a modest office building. This building was relatively small and situated in a somewhat secluded area, with a sign reading Bronze Coffin Limited hanging at the entrance. Upon entering the company, they were promptly greeted by a receptionist. "May I ask whom you are looking for?" "We seek your chairman," Sumu replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, the receptionist's demeanor became increasingly respectful. "Are you Mr. Su and Mr. Yang?" "Indeed. The chairman is on the top floor. Please follow me." As the elevator ascended, they soon found themselves in the office of Murong Mingli on the top floor, though this time she was without Han Yu. "Mr. Su, Mr. Yang, I have been awaiting your arrival," Murong Mingli greeted them, rising from her office chair. "Once again, it is a pleasure to see you, Miss Murong," Sumu said politely. Yang Dongqing, feeling somewhat awkward, muttered, "Hello." He appeared uneasy, as this was his first encounter in the upper city and with the chairman of a large corporation. The beauty of the chairman only added to his discomfort. Today, Murong Mingli donned a white women's suit, with a delicate silk scarf tied at her collar, exuding elegance through simplicity. Her exquisite visage was lightly made up, her fair skin tinged with a subtle blush, and her flaxen hair cascaded casually over her shoulders, enhancing her allure and maturity. While Yang Dongqing could only perceive her beauty, Sumu noticed something more. Murong Mingli was quite young, in her early 20s, and it was evident that she was attempting to present herself as more mature and authoritative through her attire. Logically, as a noble, she would not need to do so, as her status alone would suffice. Coupled with Han Yu's earlier demeanor, he surmised that this noble woman likely held a low position within her family. After some pleasantries, Murong Mingli transitioned to the matter at hand, producing a document to hand to Sumu. "Mr. Su, this is the investment agreement, please take a look." Sumu perused the document, having self-studied imperial law in his dreams, rendering a lawyer unnecessary for such matters. Once he confirmed that the contract was without issue, he readily signed it. "Mr. Su, you are a perceptive individual. I presume you have inferred from Han Yu's attitude yesterday that my standing within the family is not particularly high," Murong Mingli stated calmly. In her role as a partner, she did not attempt to leverage her noble heritage for personal gain, opting instead for a forthright approach. Sumu nodded. "I admire your candor, Miss Murong." "I believe that honesty is the foundation of cooperation," Murong Mingli declared with unwavering confidence. "Moreover, I do not believe that success can solely rely on family ties." "Indeed," Sumu conceded, recognizing this woman's intelligence. The issue of her low status had already been hinted at through Han Yu's behavior, and rather than conceal it, she chose to be forthright. While this might diminish her noble authority, it certainly conveyed sincerity. "Thank you for your understanding. Now, I shall briefly outline the primary objective of Bronze Coffin Limited, which is to locate the Eye of Gold." The Eye of Gold? Yang Dongqing was somewhat unfamiliar with the term. The Eye of Gold is the primary material for crafting gold-grade extraordinary potions. To be candid, the founding purpose of Bronze Coffin was the Eye of Gold. This is not a secret within the extraordinary community of Star City. You too, coming from the lower city, may not be fully aware. My father, the head of the Murong family, has been searching for the Eye of Gold for many years, offering bounties and encouraging his children to establish companies to recruit nightmare apostles for the search. Yang Dongqing was taken aback. "Are you suggesting that the Eye of Gold only exists in the nightmare world?" Murong Mingli nodded. "Indeed, not only the Eye of Gold, but many extraordinary materials are found within the nightmare world. This is also the foundational purpose of establishing extraordinary companies, to collect extraordinary materials through nightmare apostles." "What use is there in collecting extraordinary materials?" "To create extraordinary potions," Murong Mingli replied softly. "Mr. Yang, do you know how those extraordinary individuals, who are not nightmare apostles, come to be?" Yang Dongqing, not lacking in understanding, quickly deduced, "Is it through the use of extraordinary potions?" "Precisely." Initially, there were no extraordinary individuals in the real world, only nightmare apostles. Among these apostles, those with extraordinary talent could connect with the bronze laws and awaken extraordinary powers. These individuals are called the Chosen Ones. Yang Dongqing raised an eyebrow slightly, as the term Chosen Ones piqued his interest. Subsequently, the Chosen Ones explored the nightmare world, discovering extraordinary materials. These materials, through special refinement, can be crafted into extraordinary potions. When ordinary people in the real world consume these potions, they can become extraordinary individuals. Thus, the extraordinary beings in the real world came into existence. So it was the nightmare apostles who birthed the extraordinary individuals of reality, Yang Dongqing realized. Correct, Mu Rongmingli affirmed. In the real world, one cannot independently connect with the bronze laws. According to some high-ranking extraordinary beings, there appears to be a barrier preventing humans from doing so, and to connect, one must rely on the external force of extraordinary potions to break through this barrier. The materials required for these potions can only be sourced from nightmare apostles. Occasionally, nightmare monsters invade the real world, providing opportunities to collect extraordinary materials from them, but such efficiency pales in comparison to that of the nightmare apostles. To put it bluntly, in the eyes of the nobility, nightmare apostles are valuable resources that can assist them in obtaining extraordinary materials. Yang Dongqing's expression darkened. No wonder the nightmare apostle from the upper city had made such remarks. Individuals like the nightmare apostles seem to encounter peril regardless of the world they inhabit. He could easily envision some unscrupulous nobles resorting to desperate measures for profit, kidnapping the families of nightmare apostles and coercing them into continuously procuring extraordinary materials until they perished in the nightmare world. Although the initial extraordinary beings were nightmare apostles, their unique nature makes longevity difficult. To my knowledge, no nightmare apostle has ever fully escaped the nightmare world. In contrast, extraordinary individuals in the real world do not face such threats, resulting in an increasing strength of reality's extraordinary beings while the nightmare apostles remain in a constant state of flux. Chapter 65. Classification of ranks. Mu Rongmingli paused momentarily before continuing. I can understand your concerns as nightmare apostles, however, rest assured that the matters you worry about will not transpire within the bronze coffin. In fact, the collaboration between the extraordinary beings of the real world and the nightmare apostles has evolved over many years into a relatively stable model. Initially, the situation was indeed quite chaotic, with frequent occurrences of extraordinary beings from the real world coercing the nightmare apostles. Yet, people have underestimated the peril posed by the nightmare apostles. A being who could perish at any moment in the nightmare world possesses a ferocity in the face of threats that far surpasses that of ordinary individuals. There have even been instances where nightmare apostles executed suicide attacks, resulting in the deaths of imperial nobility. Consequently, the relationship gradually transformed into one of cooperation, eventually giving rise to extraordinary enterprises. Su Mu offered a noncommittal smile, for he understood human nature well. To the nobles, the nightmare apostles were merely employees of immense value, always on the brink of death. Perhaps after paying their wages today, a nightmare apostle might die in the nightmare world by tomorrow. The nobles would certainly contemplate, if I merely make verbal promises and wait for the nightmare apostle to perish, wouldn't that save me a substantial sum? The more unscrupulous nobles might even threaten the families of the nightmare apostles, spending not a single coin. What could the nightmare apostles do? No matter how reckless they were, in this world, strength ultimately dictates the narrative. Take someone like Han Yu. Would he fear Yang Dongqing's threats? Miss Mu Rong, I have recently become an extraordinary being, and I wish to ascertain my standing among my peers, or more specifically, the classification of ranks among extraordinary beings, Yang Dongqing inquired, voicing his most pressing concern. His previous encounter with Han Yu, where he felt utterly powerless, cast a shadow over his heart. If all extraordinary beings in the real world were similarly formidable, he would have to contemplate living with his tail between his legs. Mu Rongmingli nodded. Mr. Yang, you should currently possess only the iron will among the bronze laws, correct? Yang Dongqing was taken aback. Indeed, I possess only iron will, Miss Mu Rong. Are you suggesting that one can possess multiple bronze laws? Yes, extraordinary beings are not limited to a single ability. Have you never pondered why the bronze laws are referred to as bronze? A realization dawned upon Yang Dongqing, and his eyes widened involuntarily. Could there be silver laws above them, golden laws? Murong Mingli tucked a few stray strands of hair behind her ear and smiled gently. Mr. Yang is quite perceptive. There are indeed 3 types of laws in this world: bronze, silver, and gold. Possessing 1 bronze law marks your official entry into the ranks of extraordinary beings, placing you at the first tier of bronze. To possess 2 bronze laws elevates you to the second tier. Yang Dongqing's mouth fell agape. Then if one were to possess 10 bronze laws, would that not equate to the 10th tier of bronze? Murong Mingli chuckled softly, her laughter reminiscent of spring blossoms, vibrant and enchanting. In such moments, she seemed to shed the facade of a strong woman, revealing a hint of youthful exuberance. Not quite so. The highest tier is the 3rd tier of bronze. Beyond that, one ascends to silver, and upon reaching the 3rd tier of silver, one naturally becomes a golden powerhouse. My father is a 3rd-tier silver extraordinary being, having lingered at this level for quite some time, amassing numerous extraordinary materials, and is now merely 1 golden eye away from advancing to gold. Yang Dongqing exhaled a sigh of relief. He had nearly believed himself leagues apart from the extraordinary beings of the real world, only to discover that each level comprises merely 3 tiers. Then Han Yu is 2nd tier, Murong Mingli replied. Yang Dongqing's expression shifted. Silver. Murong Mingli shook her head. 2nd tier of bronze. What? Yang Dongqing's face transformed dramatically. He had not anticipated that Han Yu was only 1 tier above him. During their previous encounter, that individual had incapacitated him with but 1 hand. Han Yu possesses 2 abilities: Mighty Fist and a Relentless Recovery. The former grants him unimaginable strength, while the latter provides him with recovery capabilities far exceeding that of ordinary beings. In essence, unless he is utterly obliterated, he is exceedingly difficult to kill. A wave of defeat washed over Yang Dongqing. He realized that both of Han Yu's abilities were not inferior to his own iron will, and, in certain respects, even surpassed it. Prior to becoming an extraordinary being, he had always harbored feelings of inferiority and isolation. Later, the extraordinary power bestowed upon him filled him with unparalleled confidence, yet now, upon entering the extraordinary domain, he found himself at the very bottom, leaving his self-assurance profoundly shaken. Murong Mingli seemed to perceive Yang Dongqing's melancholy and offered reassurance. Do not despair, Mr. Yang, you are chosen one, endowed with an unparalleled talent advantage that ordinary extraordinary beings cannot rival. What advantage? Yang Dongqing's face bloomed with anticipation. The talent of the chosen one is unparalleled. Under normal circumstances, an ordinary individual who consumes extraordinary potions to become a 1st-tier bronze extraordinary being can, through continuous training and combat, reach the peak of their abilities in about a year. At that point, they may consume a 2nd potion to advance to the 2nd tier of bronze. However, a chosen one does not require extraordinary potions. The transition from 1st to 2nd tier only takes 3 months. Some exceptionally gifted chosen ones can accomplish it even more swiftly, yet, this is not their greatest advantage. The most significant benefit is that all advancements can occur without relying on extraordinary potions, merely by independently connecting to the bronze laws within the nightmare world. Of course, consuming extraordinary potions would undoubtedly expedite the process. Yang Dongqing raised an eyebrow, his confidence slightly restored. What does it mean to reach the peak of one's abilities? That is something only extraordinary beings can truly experience. It feels as if one has shattered a boundary, suddenly becoming much more adept at wielding their abilities, resulting in a dramatic surge in power. Upon hearing this, the corners of Yang Dongqing's mouth involuntarily curled into a smile. He was now utterly convinced that he was a rare genius among many, for in the previous nightmare world, his iron will had indeed been enhanced, clearly indicating that he had reached its peak and was on the verge of advancing to the 2nd tier of bronze. Su Mu observed Yang Dongqing's psychological transformation and could not help but shake his head slightly. He was still too young, wearing his emotions on his sleeve. Suddenly, Murong Mingli turned to Su Mu and asked, "Might I inquire about your current rank, Mr. Su?" "If it is inconvenient to disclose, it is inconvenient," Su Mu replied politely with a smile, primarily because he himself was uncertain of whether he was 1st or 2nd tier bronze. Purity of heart and the all-encompassing nature appeared to suggest he should be at tier 2. Yet he had not fully developed either ability to its peak, which entirely contradicted the logic of advancement. Murong Mingli was momentarily taken aback before regaining her composure. Mr.Su is indeed forthright. I was too presumptuous. I am unsure of how well versed you are in the extraordinary realm, but there is one piece of advice I must impart. Chapter 66. The most powerful sequence of foreseeing the future. Please lend me your ear. Murong Mingli stated with utmost seriousness, one must possess 3 distinct bronze laws in order to advance to silver. However, should these 3 bronze laws lack coherence or even conflict with one another, the path to silver will forever remain unattainable. Take Mr. Yang as an example. Winking sad smiley iron will is a relatively common bronze law, and the subsequent path to advancement is already well established, namely through a titanic fist and a endless recovery. There is no requisite order. As long as they are gathered, there exists a chance to ascend to the silver law, bearer of strength. Yet, if Mr. Yang were to consume another extraordinary potion midway, such as a 5-finger flame bomb, it would result in an eternal inability to progress to silver, for the path would be misguided. Yang Dongqing's expression shifted to one of peculiarity. Being young and impassioned, his thoughts often wandered in that direction. Iron will, titanic fist, endless recovery. Was this not the quintessential trifecta of masculinity? Strong, powerful, enduring, or what about the subsequent advancement to gold? Yang Dongqing inquired eagerly. To his surprise, Murong Mingli shook her head. Each extraordinary path is shrouded in secrecy, and the laws governing gold are particularly enigmatic. Although I am of noble lineage, I remain an ordinary individual, and thus, I am not privy to the intricacies of further advancement. Most extraordinary paths are held within the grasp of the upper echelons of nobility. Currently, the only publicly known path is the silver law, a bearer of strength, as the nobility considers this route the most commonplace, and they require extraordinary individuals from among the common folk to address the incessant incursions of nightmares. Yang Dongqing's fleeting confidence wilted once more. What did she mean by most commonplace? To put it bluntly, was it not synonymous with weak, blast? At that moment, Murong Mingli rose and retrieved 2 documents from the safe, handing them to Sumu and Yang Dongqing. There is a wealth of information regarding extraordinary individuals, which I shall not elaborate on in detail. Most of the pertinent information is contained within these documents. You may peruse them at your leisure. Should you have any questions, feel free to ask me. It is growing late, and I have arranged accommodations for both of you at the company. Shortly, a staff member will escort you there. In the guest room of the Bronze Coffin Company, Sumu sat alone on the edge of the bed, perusing the extraordinary documents. The contents encompassed the origins of extraordinary beings, the genesis of the nightmare realm, classifications of extraordinary levels, introductions to extraordinary potions, as well as rankings of bronze and silver laws. He had already gleaned the origins and classifications of extraordinary beings from Murong Mingli's discourse, thus he skimmed through a few pages before moving on to what truly piqued his interest. The origins of the nightmare realm. It was a thrilling and perilous playground. How could he not be captivated? Upon opening it, he discovered only a single page, filled with numerous time markers chronicling historical events and a plethora of conjectures regarding the origins of the nightmare realm, utterly diverse and lacking any definitive assertions. The sole certainty was that the nightmare realm had existed since antiquity, with no means to ascertain its exact inception. Subsequently, it posed a significant threat to human safety until the emergence of golden strongmen, who reversed the dire circumstances. The descendants of these golden strongmen are now referred to as nobility. The nobility's origins trace back to golden strongmen. Does that imply that the current nobility of the empire are all descendants of these golden strongmen? Sumu murmured to himself, finding no surprise in this revelation. The golden strongmen, who stood atop the hierarchy of extraordinary beings, were still human, having saved the world and wielding both power and influence. It was only natural for them to favor their descendants, thus giving rise to the nobility. Continuing to peruse the pages, Sumu's gaze finally settled on the law rankings. The document recorded the currently known rankings of human laws, encompassing only bronze and silver laws. It was evident that the golden laws were deliberately concealed. He surmised that these rankings were likely incomplete. The nobility had only divulged a single extraordinary path, underscoring the stringent confidentiality surrounding extraordinary knowledge. If all lore rankings were to be disclosed, it would inevitably allow astute individuals to deduce extraordinary paths, undermining the nobility's dominion. As he had anticipated, the rankings on the document bore many gaps. He initially surveyed the entirety, only to find that not only was all things in nature absent, but even the Immaculate Heart was nowhere to be found. However, he did come across Yang Dongqing's Iron Will, ranked 9, Winking Sad Smiley Endless Recovery, ranked 8, and a Titanic Fist, ranked 10. While they appeared to be high rankings, they were, in fact, positioned at the lower end, as the rankings were arranged in reverse order, highest sequence numbers denoting superior rankings. This arrangement made sense, as humanity gradually uncovered more lores. If a powerful lore were placed at the top, the emergence of an even stronger one the next day would result in constant fluctuations in the rankings. Thus, a reverse ranking system was employed. The document indicated that the order of ranking was not solely based on strength, but also on rarity, utility, and overall impact. Su Mu's gaze descended further, landing squarely on the strongest known bronze sequence. Bronze Lore Sequence 241, Foreseeing the Future, capable of foreseeing events closely related to oneself in the future, theoretically possesses the ability to slay a golden strongman. Upon reading the note in parentheses, Su Mu smiled faintly, for he understood the implication. Although foreseeing the future might seem devoid of combat prowess, with proper execution, it could yield effects surpassing those of any bronze lore. For instance, a prophet endowed with the ability to foresee the future, who anticipates being slain by a golden strongman in 10 years, could eliminate this ordinary individual before the golden strongman ever attains his power, effectively neutralizing the threat while simultaneously vanquishing a golden strongman. His gaze continued downward, confronting a sea of blank spaces until he reached sequence 233, where words finally appeared. Bronze Lore Sequence 233, Absolute Death Rebirth, the ability to reverse time within one's own vicinity, altering the timeline of one's death and returning to the moment before demise. Su Mu's eyes flickered. Another time-related ability, while still lacking direct combat potential, its rarity and value undoubtedly surpassed that of common combat capabilities. It remained uncertain, however, whether it could be activated consecutively. If so, it would indeed grant one a true sense of immortality. Bronze Lore Sequence 211, Boundless Flicker, enables continuous spatial displacement. He scrutinized the details and noted that the higher-ranked abilities predominantly belonged to the realms of time and space, undeniably formidable. Subsequently, he turned his attention to the rankings of Silver Lores. Chapter 67, The Shadow Unveiled. Silver Lore Sequence 121, Blossom in an instant, at the expense of one's lifespan, alter one's own timeline, placing oneself in a state of temporal acceleration. Another time manipulation, yet this instance is markedly different from the previous ones, as it evidently possesses formidable combat prowess. Though the description is succinct, a moment's contemplation reveals the terrifying potential of a blossom in an instant. If one were to accelerate their time by 100-fold, would it not equate to a 100-fold increase in speed? This transcends mere velocity. Every action would become exponentially expedited. For instance, a series of actions, eating, drinking, using the restroom, bathing, that typically requires an hour could perhaps be accomplished in a mere second post-acceleration. Should the user already possess considerable speed, they would be rendered virtually invincible, achieving an effect akin to the relative stasis of time itself. Upon reflecting on this, Su Mu couldn't help but ponder the remarkable strength of such an ability, merely categorized under silver. What, then, could be the extent of a golden powerhouse's terror? With a rustle, the sound of pages turning broke his reverie, drawing his gaze to the final page. Extraordinary Prohibitions. 1. It is forbidden to disclose any information regarding the Nightmare Realm to ordinary individuals. Violators will face imperial pursuit. Note: nightmares possess the capability of cognitive transmission, meaning the more individuals aware of nightmare information, the more likely an incursion into reality will occur. Conversely, ordinary people who learn of the Nightmare Realm's existence are more susceptible to entering it than those who remain oblivious. This clause is easily comprehensible, for one often dreams of that which occupies their thoughts. It is challenging to dream of something entirely unfamiliar. Once the mind harbors information related to the Nightmare Realm, the likelihood of dreaming about it increases. 2. The laws reside within the mind, with a maximum capacity of 3. Exceeding this limit will trigger extraordinary conflicts, resulting in mental collapse. 3. Erroneous pathways to the extraordinary may lead to stagnation in progression. Forceful advancement will precipitate mental collapse. Mental collapse, for reasons unknown, Sumu felt a compelling urge to explore this notion, even contemplating whether it could serve as a means to curb the incessant growth of his mental prowess. This world is becoming increasingly intriguing, he mused, closing the document, a profound smile concealed behind his tinted spectacles. It is worth the effort I've expended to survive. He then set his glasses upon the bedside table and removed his outer garments, preparing to retire for the night. A soft click echoed from the adjacent room, followed by the unmistakable heavy footsteps of Yang Dongqing, who stealthily descended the stairs, most likely off to indulge in the vibrant nightlife of the upper district. Sumu paid him no heed, instead surrendering himself to slumber. Tick, tick, tick. Time slipped away, the only sound in the room being the rhythmic movement of the clock's hands on the wall. Moonlight filtered through the curtains, casting a hazy glow upon Sumu as he lay in bed, his shadow stark against the cold floor. Suddenly, his shadow stirred, its arm extended languorously, elongating into two massive hands resembling withered branches. Gradually, the shadow writhed, ultimately rising from the ground to take the form of a towering humanoid silhouette, its head nearly brushing the ceiling. Swish, at the location of the shadow's head, a pair of crimson eyes flickered open, their icy gaze fixated intently on the slumbering Sumu. The scene was nothing short of horrifying. It is difficult for anyone to accept that their shadow could rise after they have fallen asleep, transforming into a looming beast observing them from beside the bed. My dear friend, we meet again. Sumu, unbeknownst to him, had opened his eyes, his deep gaze radiating a cerulean light, as if the very sky were mirrored within them, appearing resplendent under the moon's glow. He regarded the shadow with a smile, greeting it as if an old acquaintance. The shadow remained unmoved, its stare unwavering. Previously, Sumu had pondered a question. The shadow was evidently not a monster from Tingting's nightmares but rather a parasite residing within her. Yet, when he had shattered the nightmare, the shadow had not interfered like the villagers, allowing the nightmare to disintegrate without obstruction. This behavior was inconsistent with the shadow's patterns, and now the mystery unraveled. It turned out the shadow had long concealed itself within his own shadow, following him into the realm of reality. This was hardly surprising, as he was one of only 2 individuals to have survived the shadow's grasp. With Tingting vanished, the shadow would naturally choose him. Are you hungry? Sumu inquired suddenly, having sensed a wave of mental energy emanating from the shadow, akin to a pet seeking nourishment from its master. A slight smile graced his lips. No wonder you couldn't resist emerging. It seems you were merely famished. I am curious, what do you consume? Humans. The shadow transmitted another wave of mental energy, and Sumu's realization dawned. You feast upon human spirits. Har har har, it appears you've chosen the right companion. The shadow had ensnared all the villagers of Jiao family village, transforming them into mindless husks. Evidently, it did not consume flesh but rather spirit, and fortuitously, Sumu was never lacking in that regard. Subsequently, an exceptionally pure stream of mental energy surged into the shadow, which began to silently consume. As he felt his mental energy depleting, Sumu's eye sparkled ever brighter. Since becoming an extraordinary being, he had been troubled by how to expend his overflowing mental energy, and now, unexpectedly, a pillow had arrived after his slumber. Hypnotizing ordinary individuals like Zhao Chaoyao could no longer utilize much of his mental energy, whereas the shadow, capable of devouring an entire village, was naturally of considerable strength. Sumu continued to infuse mental energy, eager to ascertain the shadow's limits, only to find that after a mere half of his contribution, the shadow ceased its consumption. Is that all you can eat, my friend? Your appetite leaves much to be desired, he lamented, shaking his head in disappointment. In hindsight, it seemed the shadow did not consume the spirits of the 100 villagers in one fell swoop, but rather nibbled away at them gradually. Well, better a little than none, at least it surpasses the toll taken by their hypnotic serpents. After satisfying its hunger, the shadow melted away like water, reverting to its former state and vanishing into nothingness, as if it had merely been an illusion. However, Sumu sensed a stronger connection with the shadow than before, likely due to the consumption of his mental energy. Moreover, he had a lingering feeling that the shadow had grown slightly taller. Since you have chosen to accompany me, I shall bestow upon you a name. Let me ponder, he mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. considering the shadow's defining characteristic, its most prominent trait was its blackness. Thus, he resolved to name it something devoid of black, yet still evocative of its nature. I shall call you not white. Chapter 68. You have disappointed me. The following day, Su Mu assumed his role as the head of the intelligence department of the Bronze Coffin Company. He was now in charge of the intelligence sector and met the official employees of the Bronze Coffin. Apart from himself and Yang Dongqing, there were a total of 10 individuals. It is noteworthy that although all 10 were Nightmare's apostles, they were, in essence, ordinary people. The third underground level of the Bronze Coffin housed a spacious subterranean base, while the above floors comprised the office building that accommodated regular staff handling daily affairs. Their core operations, however, resided below, where the Nightmare's apostles congregated. Minister Su. These 10 individuals are the entirety of the Nightmare's apostles currently affiliated with the Bronze Coffin. There were others before, but they have perished in the Nightmare realm, introduced Murong Mingli. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Mu is the newly appointed head of the intelligence department, and he is also a formidable extraordinary being. This gentleman beside him, Mr. Yang Dongqing, is likewise an extraordinary individual. Su Mu leaned on his snake-patterned wooden cane, calmly surveying the 10 Nightmare's apostles before him. 7 men and 3 women, their attire varied widely, some were resplendent, while others were quite plain. The only commonality among them seemed to be the anxiety and trepidation etched on their faces. This was a normal reaction for individuals who had experienced the Nightmare realm. One by one, they introduced themselves, their gazes inadvertently drifting towards Su Mu, clearly intrigued by this newly appointed extraordinary minister. Subsequently, Murong Mingli articulated the purpose of gathering them. The reason for assembling you all is not merely to introduce Minister Su and Mr. Yang. There is an important matter. I have decided to form a team to explore the ruined district in 2 days. At this pronouncement, a ripple of agitation coursed through the group. Some furrowed their brows, while others displayed visible fear. The ruined district. Su Mu's eyes flickered, and information regarding the ruined district flashed through his mind. As the leader of the Viper Gang, his network of intelligence was naturally more extensive than that of ordinary individuals, encompassing details about the ruined district. Star City is divided into 20 districts, with districts 1 to 10 being the upper city and 11 to 20 the lower city. However, long ago, Star City was not comprised of 20 districts but rather 21. It is rumored that over a decade ago, due to an outbreak of plague, nearly all the inhabitants of District 21 perished. To prevent the spread of the plague, the Empire ordered the sealing off of District 21, which gradually faded from public consciousness, becoming the ruined district. The ruined district is rife with plague. Exploring such a cursed place is tantamount to courting death, exclaimed a heavily made-up woman, her expression slightly agitated. Indeed, what is there to explore in that wretched place? We joined the Bronze Coffin to find ways to combat the Nightmare realm, not to perish in vain. The crowd echoed their sentiments, evidently skeptical of Murong Mingli's decision. Su Mu discerned that her authority among these individuals was not particularly strong. He soon recalled Han Yu, who had previously invited him and Yang Dongqing. Han Yu had clearly attempted to sabotage their efforts, and it was likely that he had also incited these individuals against her. In the face of their doubts, the noblewoman exhibited no sign of anger, remaining composed as she spoke. The plague is the Empire's narrative. The truth is that the Nightmare invasion led to the ruin of District 21. The nightmares that once wreaked havoc have been eradicated by the Empire's higher-ups. However, due to the contamination by nightmares, the area has become uninhabitable for humans, thus falling into decay. In fact, it is not entirely devoid of inhabitants. Scavengers, fugitives, and those evading enemies still linger there. That is still perilous. Who knows if there are remnants of nightmare creatures lurking within? Shouted a burly man with floral tattoos on his arms. At the mention of nightmare creatures, the faces of the crowd paled involuntarily, evidently haunted by terrifying memories. 1 million, Murong Mingli raised a slender, fair finger. This phrase seemed to possess an enchanting power, swiftly plunging the room into silence. For those participating in this exploration mission, each will receive 1 million. Should any casualties occur, the company will provide double the compensation to your families. Reactions varied among the crowd. Some eyes gleamed with fervor while others revealed hesitation. Since time immemorial, wealth has tempted the heart. On the day they became Nightmare's apostles, they understood their lifespans were limited, hence accumulating wealth was preferable. be it for indulgent pleasures or to provide for their families. This was one of their motivations for joining the company. Sumu couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Nobles truly had wealth. 1 million per person amounted to 10 million for these 10 individuals, not accounting for the fees for himself and Yang Dongqing, the two extraordinary beings. Despite overseeing the Viper gang, his available funds totaled around 10 million. Meanwhile, a single mission issued by others exceeded that sum. The figure even stirred Yang Dongqing's interest. Today, he donned a trendy new outfit, a loose graffiti print t-shirt paired with a black leather jacket, white ripped skinny jeans that exposed his knees, and white high-top sneakers with fluorescent green laces, making quite the statement. He had purchased this ensemble with 1/10 of his savings last night and spent the remaining 9/10 on a backless, body-hugging dress for Jasmine now, with his pockets feeling rather empty. The mention of 1 million sent his heart racing. Just think of how many outfits that could buy for Jasmine, yet, hailing from the lower city, he evidently underestimated the depths of human greed. The tattooed man suddenly interjected, "I know that place well. The inhabitants there are ruthless killers, and there are still numerous remnants of nightmare creatures. The danger is no less than that of the nightmare realm. Sending us there is akin to sentencing us to death." Murong Mingli frowned slightly. "I am not coercing anyone. Participation in this mission is entirely voluntary. If you do not wish to go, you are free to decline." The tattooed man shook his head. "It's not that I don't want to go, rather the compensation needs to be increased." "Exactly, raise the pay. I can already sense the impending call to the nightmare realm. I could be summoned at any moment. I need sufficient funds to acquire artifacts. The pay must be increased." The speaker was a middle-aged man clad in a white shirt, sporting gold-rimmed glasses and a receding hairline. Among those present, he exhibited the most agitation, the fear etched on his brow lingering persistently. "How much do you want?" Murong Mingli inquired coldly. 2 million, pay up front before the work begins. "I want 3 million. The tattooed man countered brazenly. "I have been to the ruined district before, and my experience surpasses theirs, so my price should be higher." Dissent rippled through the group. "We are all Nightmare's apostles. Why should your price be higher? Either everyone gets 3 million. Seeing the situation spiral out of control, Murong Mingli felt a wave of frustration. Her noble status could not impose authority over these desperate individuals who had nothing left to lose. Thud, the sound of a wooden stick striking the floor rang out. Although it was not loud, it resonated like a stone cast into a serene lake, sending ripples across the tumultuous scene. The chaotic atmosphere eerily quieted, and the 10 Nightmare's apostles instinctively turned their attention to Sumu. He clasped his hands atop his snake-patterned cane, his brown glasses sweeping over the crowd, disappointment flickering in his eyes. "Colleagues, you have disappointed me." His tone was calm yet tinged with a subtle disappointment, reminiscent of a venerable teacher admonishing wayward students. Chapter 69, Susu. An undeniable shade of guilt surfaced in the hearts of the crowd, as they suddenly felt they had disappointed Minister Su's expectations. "The company does not disdain you as a group of the dying. It even provides you with job positions. Now, in an earnest effort to enhance your survival chances the next time you enter the nightmare realm, it has thoughtfully sent you to the Wasteland District for training, such a splendid opportunity that others cannot purchase with money. Yet you not only do you fail to cherish this, but you also audaciously demand wealth. Do you truly believe this is just?" Upon hearing these words, Murong Mingli's exquisite eyes widened in astonishment. She had anticipated that Sumu would use his status as an extraordinary being to coerce the crowd, but she never imagined he would utter such a declaration. Was he not inciting public ire? Yet what shocked her even more followed. The once boisterous nightmare envoys who had clamoured for payment now hung their heads in shame. A young girl, seemingly delicate, even began to weep. "Minister Su, I was wrong." Murong Mingli was rendered speechless. "Minister Su, your admonition is just. I am truly unworthy. The company has offered me employment and training opportunities. How can I expect the company to spend money on me? I personally am willing to contribute 50,000, no, 100,000 to subsidize the company," a tattooed man said, filled with remorse, faced with the crowd's guilty gazes. Sumu solemnly shook his head. "The company does not desire your money, it only hopes you can appreciate its sincere intentions." Upon hearing that the company did not even want their money, the crowd felt even more ashamed. Murong Mingli's composure faltered, her rosy lips parted slightly, and her eyes widened involuntarily. At that moment, she appeared less like the aloof CEO and more genuine and captivating. She gazed at the crowd, who seemed eager to find a hole to hide in, absurdly wondering if they would suddenly awaken at night and slap themselves, muttering, "I truly deserve this." "All right, all of you go and reflect properly," Sumu commanded, and the embarrassed crowd departed. He then approached Murong Mingli, who exhibited a complex array of emotions in her gaze. Just as she was about to express her gratitude, a deep, magnetic voice resonated in her ear, "Remember to transfer all their money to me." Murong Mingli was left speechless, her gratitude lodged on her lips, unable to escape. Sumu paid no heed to her stunned demeanor and began to wander around the extraordinary base, as it would soon be his workplace, and he needed to familiarize himself with it. Before long, his attention was drawn to a closed plaza, its walls gleaming silver and appearing quite formidable, adorned with a few steel mannequins and fitness equipment. There were numerous marks on the walls and mannequins, including fist imprints and sword scars. "This is the training room, a facility provided for extraordinary beings," Murong Mingli's voice echoed from behind Sumu. He turned to see the noble lady had reverted to her previously composed demeanor. He pointed at the marks on the mannequin. "Who left these traces?" "Hanyu sometimes comes here to train," she replied. Sumu raised an eyebrow. "Hanyu wields a sword." Murong Mingli glanced at the sword marks on the mannequin, a look of bewilderment flashing across her eyes. "Perhaps." Sumu nodded thoughtfully, refraining from further inquiry. "By the way, Minister Su, might you have time for a meal at noon? Also, Mr. Yang, since both of you are newcomers to the upper city, it is only fitting that I extend some local hospitality," Murong Mingli politely invited. Yang Dongqing hesitated, thoughts of Mo Li flooding his mind. The young couple was in the throes of romance, and with their impending departure to the Wasteland District in 2 days, they would soon be apart again. Most importantly, he wanted to see Mo Li in that backless, figure-hugging dress. If Mr. Yang has pressing matters, he may attend to them first. There will be many opportunities in the future. Murong Mingli noted Yang Dongqing's hesitation. He nodded. "I indeed have something quite important to handle." "You two go ahead." Ultimately, only Sumu and Murong Mingli went to dine together. In a private room of an upscale restaurant, Sumu elegantly sliced into a prime M9 steak and inquired, "Miss Murong seems to have something to convey to me. What does Mr. Su enjoy in his daily life?" Murong Mingli smiled, this time her smile devoid of distance. "Cigarettes and alcohol," Sumu replied. Murong Mingli paused slightly, smiling. "I thought a gentleman like Mr.Su might have some unique preferences." Sumu smiled faintly, pushing the sliced steak toward Murong Mingli before reclaiming her untouched portion. "Let me rephrase that. I favor the clouds in a cigarette box and the ocean in a wine glass." As Murong Mingli savored her steak, she couldn't help but smile, though she politely finished chewing before gently wiping her mouth with a napkin. "Indeed, Mr. Su is exceptional." She raised her wine glass in a gesture. "However, that was not my question." Ding! They clinked their glasses lightly and downed the crimson liquid. "I was inquiring whether Mr.Su prefers money or treasures." "What do you mean, Miss Murong?" Sumu's eyes flickered, hinting that he had caught onto her intentions. "Mr. Su, we are now partners. Calling me Miss Murong feels overly formal. Moreover, in certain situations, this surname may directly reveal my noble identity. You may simply call me Mingli," she said, the corners of her lips curving slightly. Though devoid of any allure or seduction, it was enough to quicken any man's heartbeat. "Very well, Miss Mingli, you may also call me by my name." Murong Mingli's lips pressed together, the wine she had consumed beginning to have its effect, causing a rosy hue to bloom on her fair, enchanting face. Her gaze lingered on Sumu with an inexplicable intensity. "Very well, Su. Sumu raised an eyebrow. He was not fond of women with a lack of boundaries, yet Murong Mingli appeared oblivious. Su, you still haven't answered my question. Do you prefer money or treasures?" "Neither." "Then what does Su like?" Murong Mingli clinked her glass again. The two of them drank their wine, and Sumu frowned slightly, observing the woman before him whose complexion had grown rosy. He noticed a misty layer in her eyes, lending them a hazy quality. That sticky, almost thread-like gaze prompted him to recall a term, in a tied rhythm, sacred body, a physique he had encountered in a dream with an enhancement. Chapter 70. Your beauty scheme is rather clumsy. Is your tolerance for alcohol so poor? Otherwise, why would a typically dignified and composed noble lady refer to herself as Su? Murong Mingli noticed Su Mu's unwavering gaze upon her and, whether it was her imagination or not, her face appeared to redden further. Surely you do not mean to suggest that you... Indeed, I have a fondness for extraordinary potions, particularly those akin to Heart of Steel, that can enhance physical capabilities. Murong Mingli replied, extraordinary potions are exceedingly sought after and challenging to procure. I initially intended to use my treasured artifacts to compensate for this venture. However, if you, Su, insist, I could dispatch someone to gather intelligence regarding these potions. Thank you for your assistance. While Su Mu held a certain interest in treasured artifacts, he understood that extraordinary potions were far more suitable for him, as he had only a month to live. Acquiring potions that could enhance his physical form, akin to Yang Dongqing's abilities, was essential for prolonging his existence. Su, I perceive that your bronze lore likely pertains to the mind, and thus, physical enhancement potions may not suit you. She slightly tilted her head, gazing at Su Mu, her slender fingers delicately brushing aside a few stray locks of hair before tucking them behind her ear, her lips curving into a subtle smile that exuded an endless charm in such a simple gesture. Forgive my candor, Miss Mingli, but your beauty scheme appears rather clumsy. Murong Mingli's hand faltered, caught between the decision to either drop it or continue. The eyes concealed behind her amber glasses seemed to possess a penetrating insight, and she gazed at the stiffened Murong Mingli, remarking mildly, it appears that the predicament you face is more profound than I had anticipated. Otherwise, I cannot fathom a reason to justify your actions. At this moment, Murong Mingli had retracted her hand, her smile gradually fading, perhaps due to her reluctance and stubbornness. She inquired, am I truly devoid of femininity? No, Miss Mingli, you are the most beautiful woman I have encountered in reality. Am I not your type? I am fond of mature women with a youthful essence, as well as youthful women with a mature demeanor. You happen to embody the latter. And you, however, in comparison to women, I have a greater affinity for extraordinary potions, Su Mu stated bluntly. Murong Mingli was taken aback for a considerable moment. She gazed at the earnest Su Mu and could not help but chuckle softly. This laugh seemed to peel away all defenses, radiating a unique, youthful exuberance. Su, you are truly amusing. Thank you for the compliment. Murong Mingli regained her composure, her demeanor becoming more serious. You are an astute individual. A person of your caliber eludes my control, yet I genuinely require an ally such as you. At present, I can offer you nothing but sincerity and a promise, should you wish to continue listening. I am all ears, Su Mu replied with a faint smile. I trust you have discerned that apart from my noble title and some modest wealth, I possess little else. Even the bronze coffin is in its infancy, and the staff, incited by Han Yu, do not hold me in high regard as a noble. Su Mu nodded, refraining from interjecting. I am a bastard daughter. Murong Mingli's expression grew increasingly somber, as if she were recounting her tale as an outsider. My mother was once a slave, purchased by my father, and I was conceived thereafter. In truth, I ought not to have been born, as my existence would bring shame to the entire Murong family. However, by a twist of fate, my birth coincided with my father's birthday, and my mother pleaded fervently, thus I came into the world. Upon reaching adulthood, unlike my siblings, I received no support from the family nor did I possess my own enterprise. Instead, I was confined within the estate, forbidden to venture outside. The opportunity to establish the bronze coffin arose only because my father is nearing death. He is a silver tier 3 extraordinary being who, in his youth, consumed excessive extraordinary potions and employed many forbidden methods to advance, which has drained his lifespan. His only hope now lies in locating the golden eye to concoct a golden tier awakening potion and subsequently elevate to golden status. This has been his lifelong ambition, to become a golden powerhouse and restore the family's former glory, thereby returning to the imperial capital and reclaiming his place at the center of power. To cling to life and fulfill his dream, he has become desperate, leaving no stone unturned in the quest for the golden eye, compelling all his offspring to seek it out, and it is during this time that I found my opportunity. Su Mu's brow furrowed, not in response to her tragic tale, but because he sensed something amiss. And Han Yu. He was sent by your father to assist you, yet why does he seem to oppose you at every turn? This appears to contradict your father's intentions. Han Yu. A cold glint flickered in Murong Mingli's smile. Though he is affiliated with the Murong family, he has long been bought off by my Fiank. Fiank? Indeed, you may have heard his name, Qian Zihai, the wealthiest man in Xingcheng, a portly individual with considerable wealth. Despite his riches, he is not of noble blood and has long aspired to nobility, frequently mingling within noble circles in hopes of securing a union with a noble lady. Yet, the aristocracy looks down upon such nouveau riche, and it is inconceivable that any noble would marry him, except for me. A hint of profound disdain flickered in Murong Mingli's eyes, as if she harbored a deep-seated aversion towards Qian Zihai. Qian Zihai, having faced repeated rejections, came to recognize his position, understanding that in the eyes of nobles, he was merely a fool with deep pockets. Thus, he sought a compromise and approached my father, offering a hefty sum to secure this marriage. Su Mu nodded in understanding. A disdained illegitimate daughter could indeed fetch a handsome price, and the head of the family would likely be amenable to such an arrangement. I believe I grasp your situation, Miss Mingli. But why would Qian Zihai buy off Han Yu to oppose you? Murong Mingli's eyes darkened with increasing malice. Because my father has promised that the child who locates the golden eye will be named the heir of the family. Should I become the family heir, it would be impossible for me to marry Qian Zihai, as the family would never allow the future heir to wed a commoner, no matter how wealthy he may be. In truth, among all the children, my abilities are undoubtedly the weakest. I possess neither the talent to awaken the golden bloodline nor substantial assets or resources. In comparison, I am the least likely to find the golden eye. Yet, Qian Zihai is exceedingly cautious. He is unwilling to take any risks, and even the slightest chance must be eradicated at its inception. Su Mu glanced at the furor-laden Murong Mingli and, in that moment, fully comprehended why she so readily welcomed him as an investor, and even laid her cards on the table. She had no other options. After 20 years of suppression, she had finally glimpsed hope and established her own company, yet her Fiank was covertly sabotaging her efforts. She had been driven to a dead end, and to survive amidst the towering pressures of her family and Fiank, she could only seek external assistance to break the impasse. And he was that external force she had sought. Upon realizing this, a peculiar expression crossed his mind, perhaps stemming from the earlier incident that had caused Han Yu to kneel, creating a misunderstanding in Murong Mingli that led her to believe in his formidable strength, capable of contending with imperial nobles and the wealthiest man in Xingcheng. This prompted Su Mu to reflect how astutely one can perceive others. Chapter 71, How fragrant you are, Su Su. I have laid bare the truth before you, and I hereby vow that as long as you are willing to assist me, everything I possess shall be yours. If we truly manage to unearth the golden eye, the Murong family will become your greatest ally. Murong Mingli gazed intently into Su Mu's eyes, her expression filled with unwavering resolve and sincerity. It remained uncertain whether Murong Mingli was indulging in some sort of dark whimsy, as she had yet to alter her form of address. What if we fail to find it? Murong Mingli chuckled softly, though her smile held an icy undertone. Even if we cannot locate it, I shall not allow your efforts to go unrewarded. All my assets, along with the bronze coffin and even my own body, shall be yours. You may deem my words as base, but I have never been with a man. My actions stem from a desire for revenge. Should we fail to uncover the golden eye, I will be compelled to marry Qian Zihua as per my family's arrangements, but before that, I must find a man, and that man is you. She raised her glass from the table and drank heartily once more, causing her cheeks to flush even deeper. Su Mu raised an eyebrow, realizing this woman was exceptionally resolute in her intentions, determined to offer herself to him. While he understood her reluctance to let Qian Zihua benefit from her efforts, he could not fathom why she had fixated on him. Choosing his words with care, he replied, Miss Mingli, I have always believed that we were friends. Murong Mingli suddenly blinked, her eyes appearing slightly glazed. As if intoxicated, she propped her chin on her hand, gazing intently at Su Mu, his flawless visage reflected in her eyes. Her crimson lips parted slightly. Is friendship truly such a cumbersome affair? What is the harm in sharing a bed with a good friend? Indeed, you make a fair point. Do you know, due to my childhood experiences, I have harbored a deep-seated aversion to men. Yet, upon meeting you, I realized that it is the loathsome men I detest, for you are unlike them. Murong Mingli's gaze grew increasingly dreamy, her delicate nose crinkling slightly. You smell delightful, giving me the impression that your saliva could be savored. Sumu silently adjusted his tea-colored glasses. Miss Mingli, you are quite intoxicated. Following this, Sumu escorted Murong Mingli back to her company, helped her remove her high heels, and gentlemanly tucked her under the covers. Although she had uttered some provocative remarks, her inebriated state rendered her surprisingly tranquil, already lost in a deep slumber, yet, her brow occasionally furrowed, her face marred by a hint of despairing resentment, lending her an air of poignant vulnerability. Once Sumu departed, Murong Mingli quietly opened her eyes, glaring at the ceiling in frustration, muttering, "Damn it, Susu, why can't I have you?" The scenes from their dinner replayed in her mind, along with Sumu's reactions, igniting a surge of shame and anger within her. Infuriated, she bit into the blanket, tossing her head like a petulant puppy in a fit of frustration. Her life's experiences had rendered her distrustful of others. Although Sumu had promised to assist her, she instinctively sought to forge an unbreakable bond, pondering what might anchor a woman to a man. Yet, it was evident that she had failed. Sumu returned to District 13, fully aware that Murong Mingli was feigning sleep. However, he chose not to expose her charade and even acquiesced to her request. He had his own plans. Previously, he had believed he could utilize his hypnotic abilities to carve a path in the upper city and seek extraordinary potions. However, he altered his course of action. The fact that a noble illegitimate daughter like Murong Mingli possessed a defensive artifact capable of resisting hypnosis meant that controlling any noble would be a daunting task. This implied that he could not manipulate a noble in the short term, yet extraordinary potions and artifacts were predominantly held by the aristocracy. Thus, collaboration became the most prudent choice. A noble of little influence would be relatively easier to manage. 3 days later, at the appointed time, Sumu summoned Yang Dongqing, and they set off together. This time, he did not bring along any lackeys from the poisonous snake gang, for he had already ascended to the ranks of the extraordinary. The assistance of ordinary individuals was becoming increasingly trivial, and this expedition into the abandoned district would provide ample nightmare apostles, rendering manpower unnecessary. Upon encountering Yang Dongqing again, Sumu discovered the spirited young man with his head hung low, his face etched with despondency, eyes devoid of hope, as if he had just been cast aside. "Did you break up?" Yang Dongqing's expression was vacant, devoid of words. Sumu refrained from further comment and directly led Yang Dongqing towards the upper city. The silence lingered for quite some time before Yang Dongqing finally spoke. "Is there truly love in this world?" Sumu frowned slightly. He had no interest in serving as a mediator for emotional disputes, so he remained silent, somewhat reflecting on the capriciousness of love. Just days prior, couples were in despair, yet they had separated after such a brief acquaintance. Such instances, though rare, were not unheard of. Impetuous lovers often found themselves entwined in passion, only to later realize their incompatibility amidst the monotony of daily life. At that moment, he even contemplated whether he should assist Yang Dongqing in finding another woman, lest he become difficult to manage. Unaware of Sumu's thoughts, Yang Dongqing continued, "Moli has cheated." Cheated? Sumu's gaze flickered. This was different from the quarrel he had previously imagined. Why would Moli betray him? He understood Moli to be a headstrong yet kind-hearted individual, grounded in reality. Such a woman, having secured Yang Dongqing, would not likely choose to stray, for where would she find another extraordinary partner? He sensed there was more to this story. Why did Moli cheat? Who was the other party? Yang Dongqing raised his head to look at Sumu, his eyes filled with anguish. The sorrowful glimmer in his gaze prompted Sumu to regard him with a peculiar expression, fearing that the next words might be devastating. "I don't know. She refuses to tell me." "Then how do you know she cheated?" Yang Dongqing's emotions flared. "I saw a red mark on Moli's neck yesterday. Moreover, she was wearing expensive new clothes, clearly having met wealthy individuals during her recent performances. When I asked her about the mark, she stammered and could not provide a clear answer. That wretched woman, I misjudged her. I loved her so deeply, yet he buried his face in his hands, his shoulders trembling, suggesting he was on the verge of tears." Sumu felt an unsettling premonition. This was not something Moli would do. She had no reason to betray him. Was she being coerced? However, he refrained from voicing his suspicions. The immediate priority was to explore the abandoned district, not to squander time on Molly. Chapter 72, The Vanished Ones. Susu, Mr. Yang, you have arrived. Within the bronze coffin, Murongmingli had once again regained her characteristic icy demeanor, every gesture and movement impeccably embodying the poise and grace of the aristocracy, save for the unchanging form of address. The previously troubled Yang Dongqing felt a pang of discomfort upon hearing the name Susu, his gaze sweeping over the two, only to feel even worse. This sensation was reminiscent of experiencing heartbreak, intending to confide in a friend, only to find that friend has just begun dating a stunning beauty, a double blow. It was indeed painful to witness one's own misfortunes, but the greater anguish lay in realizing that a friend was thriving. What troubles Mr. Yang? Murongmingli, noticing Yang Dongqing's unease, inquired with curiosity. Oh, it's nothing, merely a heartbreak. A peculiar expression crossed Murongmingli's face, yet she refrained from further probing and transitioned directly to the matter at hand. I had refrained from disclosing the purpose of exploring the derelict district, primarily to avoid leaking information. Now, as we are on the verge of action, I shall be forthright. Please take a look. She produced a meticulously crafted leaf of gold from her handbag, its intricate veins vividly detailed, appearing not as a mere handcrafted artifact, but rather as if it had naturally grown from a golden tree. I acquired this golden leaf from a scavenger in the derelict district. I have meticulously compared it with the family's ancient texts, and it should be a leaf that has fallen from the golden tree, while the golden eye is the fruit of that very tree. Thus, I surmise that there may well be clues pertaining to the golden eye within the derelict district. Sumu nodded, having already anticipated Murongmingli's intentions. There would be no need to explore the derelict district were it not for the golden eye. He accepted the golden leaf from Murongmingli, finding its texture oddly paradoxical. Though it appeared to be gold, it felt distinctly like a leaf. And what of the nightmarish apostles? Have they arrived? All 7 have assembled, none have faltered at the last moment. Susu, your words have evidently resonated with their very souls. They have indeed reflected upon their actions since returning. Murongmingli teased with a rare lightheartedness. The complete assembly of individuals did not surprise Sumu. His mental prowess had been on the rise, particularly after acquiring a pure heart, and to all things in the forest, which had significantly amplified his abilities, rendering the hypnosis of the 7 ordinary nightmarish apostles a trivial endeavor. I am curious, why must we include these 7 ordinary individuals? Even if they are nightmarish apostles, their combat capabilities likely pale in comparison to those of professionally trained mercenaries. Indeed, their combat prowess is relatively weak, yet the aim of this endeavor is not combat, but rather the pursuit of clues. The primary distinction between nightmarish apostles and ordinary individuals lies in their unique sensitivity to the monsters and objects of the nightmarish realm, akin to a woman's intuition. This will facilitate your search. Soon, under Murongmingli's guidance, they descended to the underground base, where they encountered the 7 nightmarish apostles. As Murongmingli assigned tasks, Sumu lowered his glasses, a flash of azure light shimmering in his eyes as an invisible wave of mental energy surged into the bodies of the 7, reinforcing their hypnosis. Susu, this is the route map relayed by the scavenger. The red-circled area indicates where the golden leaf was found, which is your primary objective for this exploration. Sumu carefully stowed the map and wasted no time. As dawn broke, he led the group forth, 2 vans speeding directly towards the derelict district. Upon arriving, it felt as though they had entered another realm. The view was obscured by a shroud of grey haze, beneath which lay countless crumbled remnants of walls, the once magnificent human edifices now reduced to a state of disrepair, their skeletal frames of steel and concrete teetering precariously. On the indistinct streets, shards of broken glass and abandoned vehicles littered the ground, while trees along the roadside grew wildly, as if mutated, twisting in grotesque angles, their surfaces adorned with bulbous growths. The vehicles continued forward, enveloped in the fog, until the ruins of the street finally obstructed their path, prompting a slow halt. Everyone, disembark, Sumu commanded, and the 5 nightmarish apostles complied without hesitation. What a dense haze! It was not like this when I visited last year. exclaimed one of the tattooed nightmarish apostles, vigorously waving his arms to dispel the foul air. Su scanned the group and noticed someone was missing, frowning as he called out, Yang Dongqing. After a moment, a reluctant Yang Dongqing emerged from the vehicle, clearly disinterested in the proceedings due to his recent heartbreak. Let us proceed, Yang Dongqing will lead the way. Su Mu produced a pristine handkerchief to cover his nose and mouth. Though the acrid haze posed no threat to his pure form, the odor was indeed repugnant. As the group began their advance through the haze, the 5 nightmarish apostles exhibited visible signs of tension, instinctively gripping their firearms, gripped by fear of the derelict district. Su Mu meticulously observed his surroundings. As an extraordinary being, even shrouded in mist, his visibility surpassed that of ordinary folk. He noted the faded signs of roadside shops, their inscriptions rendered nearly illegible, doors showing signs of forced entry, and display windows coated in thick layers of dust and cobwebs. The walls of abandoned factories were overrun with moss and vines, creating the image of a forsaken neighborhood, eerily silent in its desolation. There's something here. Yang Dongqing, who had been leading the way, suddenly halted, prompting the others to follow his gaze. Not far ahead lay the corpse of an infant. The child appeared plump and cherubic, yet a gaping wound marred its small head, a bullet hole. A female nightmarish apostle's face drained of color. How barbaric. Why would anyone shoot an infant? That is not an infant. Su Mu adjusted his tinted glasses and led the group closer, and they soon understood the reason for his assertion. The chubby infant's lower half was shockingly adorned with 8 jet black, hairy spider legs. Su Mu dabbed at the wound with his handkerchief, which immediately absorbed a yellow-green fluid. Observing the blood's degree of desiccation, he remarked, "This grotesque infant has not been dead for long. It must have perished within the last day or two. It is possible that someone arrived here before us." He prepared to discard the handkerchief, but suddenly his gaze narrowed, fixating intently on a corner of the cloth. A single character was inscribed there, penned in ink. "Remember." Su Mu's brow furrowed as he scrutinized the character, "Remember," on the handkerchief. He was entirely bewildered as to how a word had appeared on his handkerchief, which he had carried with him at all times. Having often suffered from nosebleeds, he had made it a habit to keep a handkerchief on hand, yet now, it bore an inscription he had never noticed before. The ability to accomplish such a feat without being detected by his formidable mental prowess suggested that the writer possessed extraordinary capabilities. Chapter 73, The Written Words. Wait, this isn't right. Su Mu scrutinized the writing closely, although it appeared somewhat haphazard, as if written in haste. Why did the handwriting resemble his own so closely? It was still in penmanship, a fountain pen. He fished a fountain pen out of his pocket, a special one he always carried with him, its nib sharp and resilient, a weapon of precision. He replicated the handwriting on a handkerchief, and upon careful comparison, he was struck with the revelation that the previous inscription had indeed been penned with this very fountain pen. Was this truly my own writing, or had someone taken my pen and imitated my script? If it were the latter, what could their intention possibly be? Su Mu fell into deep contemplation. There are many more corpses of strange infants ahead. Yang Dongqing called out from the front. Su Mu withdrew from his thoughts, a curious smile blossoming on his fair and handsome face. How intriguing. Regardless of who had penned the words, he found himself stirred with excitement. It seems this excursion into the derelict city will not be dull. As the group advanced, the number of grotesque infant corpses increased, most having met their demise from gunfire, while others appeared to have been obliterated by some immense force. War, war! A hauntingly sorrowful female cry suddenly wafted from afar. Is someone crying? Could it be a scavenger? Yang Dongqing halted, straining to locate the source of the sound. Through the dense fog, he discerned a woman clad in white, crouched on the ground, weeping, her long, lustrous black hair cascading down her back. A sense of unease gripped the group. None among them were fools to believe that a woman would weep in such a bizarre place. Su Mu chuckled softly, gesturing for Yang Dongqing to inquire further. Nodding in agreement, Yang Dongqing cautiously approached the woman. Are you all right? War, my child is missing. Have you seen my child? The woman sprang to her feet, turning her head at the sound of their voices. Contrary to their expectations of terror, the woman possessed a strikingly beautiful visage, her tear-streaked face evoking a profound sense of pity. Is your child lost? Yang Dongqing, unenchanted by her beauty, remained guarded, nursing a recent heartbreak that had rendered him hostile towards women, especially those as alluring as her. The woman fixed her gaze upon Yang Dongqing, her expression abruptly morphing into one of intense hatred. "It was you killed my child." Yang Dongqing's expression shifted. "What nonsense are you spouting? Why would I harm your child? It was you and all of you." The woman's voice rose to a piercing shriek, her eyes filled with venomous resentment, locking onto the group. Unbeknownst to them, her once human pupils began to contort, as if squeezed by an unseen force, transforming her round irises into slits. In the next instant, an eerie spectacle unfolded. The woman remained stationary, yet her slender, alabaster neck elongated dramatically, stretching 3 meters outward like a white phosphorus python, the beautiful head poised atop it, lunging viciously towards Yang Dongqing. "How dare you?" Enraged by the unfounded accusation, Yang Dongqing unleashed a metallic-hued fist towards the woman's head. Bang! The tremendous force propelled her head several meters away, but it was swiftly halted by the elongated neck, which began to emit an inhuman, blood-curdling screech. Tat tat tat. The sound of metallic clattering echoed as a multitude of grotesque infants, with spider-like limbs, emerged from the thick fog, their cherubic faces twisted into expressions of malice, charging swiftly towards the group, with all 8 legs propelling them forward. Yang Dongqing's complexion paled. He had not anticipated such a multitude of monsters. While he could potentially escape with his ironclad physique, the others behind him, including Su Mu, would likely meet a grim fate. All things under heaven. Unbeknownst to them, Su Mu had already removed his tinted glasses, his eyes now a brilliant azure, reflecting the very essence of the sky. Suddenly, dense fog enveloped the surroundings, obscuring the figures of the group. In the next moment, several illusory figures burst forth from the mist, racing away with astonishing speed. The woman in white and the grotesque infants were drawn away by the phantoms, pursuing them into the distance. As the fog dissipated, revealing Su Mu and the others, Yang Dongqing, still shaken, glanced at Su Mu. "You can even hypnotize nightmare creatures." Su Mu merely smiled, not responding. This was not hypnosis, but rather a visual illusion, constructed with mental energy. The advantage of the all things under heaven lay in its ability to create illusions externally, without invading the enemy's mind, setting it apart from hypnosis, which was often limited in scope. For formidable individuals like Murong Mengli, equipped with defensive artifacts or possessing strong mental faculties, hypnosis proved to be minimally effective due to the difficulty in penetrating their minds. However, all things under heaven was different. As long as one possessed eyes, they could perceive it. In truth, all things under heaven was an exceptionally challenging ability to master, far more intricate than a steel heart, and the like. While a steel heart simply enhanced the body, making it accessible to any who were not comatose, all things under heaven demanded an extraordinarily high level of illusion construction capability. The entire process resembled painting with mental energy. It's not merely about having the tools, but rather requires extensive practice to create lifelike and rapid illusions. Though daunting, for Su Mu, who had spent over a century weaving dreams, it was deceptively simple. He had conjured countless entities within dreams, having even crafted entire worlds, let alone mere illusions. In other words, even if others possessed the ability of all things under heaven, unless they had trained for centuries, they could never rival Su Mu. The group pressed on, their tension palpable after the recent encounter with the monsters. Fortunately, their luck held. Aside from the earlier grotesque infants and the serpent woman, they encountered no other nightmare creatures and reached the area marked on their map without further incident. This was a dilapidated 3-story shopping center, not particularly large, its walls worn and covered in moss and vines, clearly abandoned for quite some time. This should be the location where the golden leaves were discovered. "Let us proceed inside," Su Mu declared as he stepped into the shopping center, his anticipation palpable. He first utilized his mental energy to scan the surroundings, detecting no immediate threats, and then addressed the group. "Let's split up to search for clues. Yang Dongqing and I will investigate the 3rd floor, while the 4 of you will pair up to explore the 1st and 2nd floors. We shall reconvene on the 3rd floor afterward." The 4 nightmare apostles nodded in agreement before separating into their designated groups. Su Mu and Yang Dongqing ascended to the 3rd floor, which appeared to be a clothing department, filled with numerous white mannequins, though their garments had long been stripped away, as if undressed by unseen hands. Chapter 74, Perception. Yang Dongqing gazed at the mannequins, a hint of anxiety evident as he swallowed hard. You don't think these mannequins will suddenly come to life, do you? Su Mu replied with a faint smile, wouldn't that be rather intriguing? I really shouldn't have bothered to ask you. Yang Dongqing rolled his eyes and continued onward. Su Mu followed closely behind, allowing Yang Dongqing to lead the way. Yet a peculiar sense of unease began to intensify within him. It felt as though he had forgotten something crucial. What could it possibly be? Wow, what in the world is that? Yang Dongqing's sudden exclamation interrupted Su Mu's train of thought as he turned his attention toward the direction of Yang Dongqing's gaze. He found Yang Dongqing halted before a shop, his expression tense as he peered inside. Upon shifting his gaze within the shop, Su Mu couldn't help but frown slightly. Before him stood an old wooden door, painted in a faded red hue, its age evident as much of the paint had chipped away, revealing the raw wood beneath. The door appeared unremarkable at first glance, however. Its true peculiarity lay in the fact that it stood alone in the center of the shop, with nothing behind it, and it was ajar, thick mist swirling within, as if it were a portal to another realm. There's nothing behind this door, yet it's filled with dense fog. Surely, it cannot lead to hell. Yang Dongqing's eyes reflected apprehension, causing him to hesitate before approaching the door. Su Mu, too, would not risk himself unnecessarily. He promptly summoned the nightmare apostle from below. Before long, the tattooed man and the balding middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses came rushing up. Any discoveries below? Both men shook their heads. The tattooed man remarked, in the level I oversee, there isn't a single gold leaf, not even in the shops selling gold and jewels. It seems they've been thoroughly looted by previous scavengers, as evidenced by the signs of struggle. Su Mu nodded, about to instruct the tattooed man to enter the door when he suddenly paused. He turned to Yang Dongqing and inquired, how many people did we bring this time? Yang Dongqing appeared puzzled, seemingly regarding Su Mu's question as rather foolish. Just the two of them. Two? Su Mu's eyes narrowed slightly, the depths of his tea-colored glasses concealing his gaze. He was certain they had brought 2 individuals, yet why did it feel so incongruous? Was the entire Bronze Coffin Company comprised solely of 2 employees? Wait, not 2, but 7. A flicker of an imperceptible blue light flashed in Su Mu's eyes. Yang Dongqing's expression turned peculiar. Are you feverish? Where did 7 people come from? Although I don't recall 7 individuals, I expended mental energy equivalent to 7 people before departing. I distinctly remember hypnotizing them prior to leaving. Though my memory only recalls 2, the expenditure of mental energy cannot lie. Su Mu asserted confidently. He finally grasped the unsettling reality. His memory had been tampered with. Yang Dongqing's complexion changed slightly. You mean, at that moment, neither of them noticed the mist within the wooden door swirling ever more violently, tendrils of fog beginning to seep forth. Any discoveries below? Su Mu repeated. The 2 men shook their heads again. The tattooed man reiterated, in the level I oversee, there isn't a single gold leaf, not even in the shops selling gold and jewels. It seems they've been thoroughly looted by previous scavengers. Su Mu nodded and instructed the tattooed man, go inside and assess the situation. He could not risk Yang Dongqing entering the unknown, as no one knew what lay within. He had no desire to lose a valuable ally for naught. The tattooed man hesitated momentarily, but under Su Mu's watchful gaze, he quickly gathered his resolve and declared, Thank you, Minister, for granting me this opportunity. I shall not disappoint your expectations. With that, he strode boldly toward the fog-laden wooden door, his figure gradually engulfed by the mist. Wow, what in the world is that? Yang Dongqing exclaimed, incredulity etched across his face as he pointed toward the door within the shop. Su Mu turned at the sound, his frown deepening at the sight of a door surrounded by swirling fog. There's nothing behind this door, but it's filled with fog. Surely, it cannot lead to hell. Yang Dongqing voiced his trepidation. You go inside and see what the situation is, Su Mu instructed the balding man nearby. The balding man, upon glimpsing the abyss of fog, felt his heart race and retreated repeatedly. No, I'm afraid. Su Mu's gaze flickered, and the balding man instantly transformed. Thank you, Minister, for granting me this opportunity. Everything is for the minister. He then marched purposefully into the door, his form swallowed by the mist. Wow, what is this? Yang Dongqing shouted, disbelief flooding his features as he pointed toward the door in the shop. Su Mu turned to look, his brows knitting together as he beheld a door, surrounded by fog yet devoid of walls. There's nothing behind this door, yet it's filled with fog. Surely, it cannot lead to hell. Yang Dongqing reiterated in apprehension. Su Mu instinctively considered sending Yang Dongqing to investigate, yet was abruptly halted by the realization that this was contrary to his logical reasoning. In such a dangerous unknown, the optimal strategy would typically involve sending an ordinary person ahead, as the only extraordinary individual among his ranks. Losing Yang Dongqing within would be a grave miscalculation. Yet, there were only the two of them present. This sparked an odd sensation within him. Why had he ventured forth with only Yang Dongqing? At this moment, his memories clashed with his logic, creating an illogical dissonance. It was utterly unreasonable, for he rarely ventured out alone. Even after becoming extraordinary, he had maintained the habit of bringing subordinates along, understanding that strength lies in numbers. Was this exploration of the Bronze Coffin Company limited to just the two of them? Was the Bronze Coffin merely a hollow shell of a company, devoid of any employees? Had Mu Rongmingli fallen to such depths of ineptitude that she could not even recruit personnel? An increasing number of logical inconsistencies flooded Su Mu's mind, yet his memories insisted that everything was as it should be, intensifying the sense of dissonance. Suddenly, he inquired, how did we arrive at the waste district? Yang Dongqing looked utterly perplexed, gazing at Su Mu as if he were a fool. Of course, we drove here. How many cars did we take? 2, Yang Dongqing replied without a moment's thought, but as soon as the words escaped his lips, he fell silent, realization dawning upon him. 2 cars. Why would we need 2 cars for just the two of us? His eyes widened in shock as comprehension struck him, and he turned to Su Mu with urgency. It must be because you were too finicky and refused to share a ride with me, which is why we took 2 cars. Su Mu. Though he had long since accepted that Yang Dongqing's wooden-headedness was unreliable, he had not anticipated it would extend to such absurd lengths. Chapter 75. I betrayed myself. Su Mu retrieved the handkerchief from his pocket, the yellow-green stains of blood long dried. Yet, his gaze was not fixed on the bloodstains, but rather on the inscription. Upon examining it, Su Mu finally comprehended the significance of the characters. It remained unfinished, and if completed, it should have read memory. He was nearly certain that both his and Yang Dongqing's memories had been tampered with. The 2 vehicles and the depleting mental energy served as undeniable evidence. At this moment, he also realized who had penned that inscription. Have you ever considered that perhaps this is not our first visit here? Yang Dongqing paused, bewildered. No, you've been rambling nonsense since earlier. Is it possible that the smog has induced a hallucination? Su Mu smiled faintly. Do you recall the snake woman claiming that you killed her child? If you had never been here, how could you have harmed her offspring? Yang Dongqing scoffed. That person is clearly deranged. Do you actually believe the words of a nightmare creature? Would you like to know who left the kiss mark on Mo Li's neck? At this, Yang Dongqing's expression shifted dramatically, a chill flickering in his eyes. I knew it was you. Su Mu remained silent. Honestly, there's no need for me to explain, but I can tell you this. That kiss mark was likely left by you yourself. You must be joking. How could I not know if I kissed myself? Take out your phone and check the date, reflect on it. Do you have any recollection of yesterday? Though irate, Yang Dongqing complied and retrieved his phone to verify the date. His body stiffened as he realized something amiss. He genuinely could not recall what he had done the previous day. Su Mu, what on earth is happening? Su Mu adjusted his tinted glasses and replied thoughtfully, if my deductions are correct, this should be our second visit to the abandoned city, and during the first, we likely brought 10 nightmare apostles with us. 10. Yang Dongqing expressed disbelief. Indeed. Su Mu produced his phone, opening the transaction history. Earlier, I had Mu Rongmingli transfer their funds to me, and that very night, she did so, totaling 10 million, 1 million each for 10 individuals. Mu Rongmingli mentioned departing 2 days hence, yet today marks the 3rd day. This time, we presumably brought 7 individuals, as I expended mental energy equivalent to 7 people. This implies that during our first visit, 3 individuals vanished in the abandoned city. I suspect that it was at this moment that I realized something was amiss, recognizing the fog posed a threat, compelling me to retreat. Based on my own understanding, the first version of myself likely returned to retrieve a gas mask, yet en route, I discovered my memories were still fading, prompting me to inscribe a warning on the handkerchief. Regrettably, my memory slipped away too swiftly, leaving the note unfinished. Subsequently, I forgot about the handkerchief altogether. The grotesque infant corpse we encountered earlier was likely from our first visit when we killed it. Hence the snake woman sought vengeance upon seeing you. As for your claim regarding Mo Lee's infidelity, it is easily explained. You returned once, and it was probably during an intimate moment that you left that mark. However, the fog's influence caused you to forget, leading to Mo Lee's memories being affected as well. The new clothing was also purchased by you. If you doubt it, you can check your balance. Yang Dongqing abruptly pulled out his phone to examine the balance, only to find it was indeed 0. He incredulously lifted his gaze. I betrayed myself? Ignoring Yang Dongqing's peculiar fixation, Sumu pondered their next course of action. Clearly, the fog possessed the capability to erode memories. What should they do now? Retreat? He promptly dismissed this notion. Returning would be futile. They had already tried that, and even if they escaped the fog's grasp, their memories would still vanish, ultimately leading to a complete forgetfulness of their time in the abandoned city. In truth, forgetting itself is not terrifying. What is truly horrifying is the erasure of the act of forgetting. This differs from amnesia. An amnesiac is aware of their condition, recognizing a vast void in their mind. Yet after inhaling the fog, one forgets even the fact of their amnesia, failing to perceive any abnormalities. Were it not for the glaring logical inconsistencies, Sumu would have struggled to discern his own memory loss. What the hell is this? Yang Dongqing exclaimed, incredulously pointing toward the door of a shop. Sumu glanced at him. Evidently, Yang Dongqing had once again lost the memories of moments prior, as if encountering that door for the very first time. Simultaneously, he felt his own recollections beginning to blur, albeit at a slower pace this time, for he was actively employing his mental energy to resist the encroachment. Mental energy does possess some efficacy against this sort of memory erosion, provided one is aware of the anomaly and consciously utilizes their mental power to combat it. Let us go inside and take a look. Ultimately, Sumu resolved to enter. Encountering such an intriguing place would be a regretful missed opportunity if they did not explore it. What the? Silence, clear the way. Sumu rapped Yang Dongqing's head lightly with his snake-patterned cane, urging him through the door. Soon, both were engulfed by the fog. Just as they crossed the threshold, the decrepit wooden door slammed shut with a resounding thud. Within an opulent estate in the upper city. Have the 2 newly recruited extraordinary individuals from Mu Rongmingli already ventured into the abandoned city? A man weighing over 300 pounds, clad in an oversized white suit with a red tie, inquired. He sat in a spacious genuine leather chair, appearing as a mass of flesh embedded within it. Before him stood Han Yu, bowing respectfully. Chairman Qian, rest assured, everything has been arranged. Mu Rongmingli still believes that the golden leaves originate from the abandoned city's golden trees, unaware that the leaves are indeed real, yet not grown in the abandoned city, but rather purchased at a premium from the imperial capital. To date, she has sent several groups into the abandoned city, and each time they perish within, her memories are subsequently altered, causing her to forget that she ever dispatched individuals into the abandoned city. This cycle will inevitably lead to the downfall of her bronze coffin company. Han Yu chuckled with satisfaction. Slap, a hefty hand adorned with a silver ring struck his face, the overwhelming force sending Han Yu sprawling. Impudent. Mingli is the Fianchi of this chairman, not a subject for your mockery. Jianzihai's small eyes, squeezed by layers of fat, glinted with coldness. Quickly recovering from the ground, Han Yu knelt, drenched in cold sweat. I was wrong, Chairman. I spoke thoughtlessly. Please, punish me as you see fit. Whether it was a trick of the light or not, Jianzihai seemed to have lost a bit of weight after striking Han Yu. Observing the frightened Han Yu, his expression softened slightly. Earlier, you mentioned that the fellow named Sumu possesses considerable strength. Chapter 76, The Unrememberable. Indeed, Sumu's methods are truly peculiar, but rest assured, President, no matter how formidable he may be, he cannot possibly surpass the unrememberable that you procured at great expense. To my knowledge, this marks his second venture into the ruined district. To ensure absolute certainty, I have taken the memory-altering potion and infiltrated the area in advance, discarding numerous scavengers into the dense fog. Consequently, the unrememberable has grown even stronger. This time, he will undoubtedly not emerge alive. Excellent, Qianzhou nodded with satisfaction. The unrememberable is exceedingly unique. I had to enlist the aid of a silver-tier powerhouse capable of restraining it. Below silver, unless one possesses the ability of foresight, any who enter shall meet their demise. Upon finishing his words, he seized a nearby exquisite pastry and began to devour it voraciously. The day for the head of the Murong family to announce the engagement draws ever closer. Once we have dealt with this batch of extraordinary individuals, it is certain that Mengli will be unable to summon help in the short term, let alone locate the Golden Eye. In the end, she will have no choice but to obediently marry me. A lewd grin crept across Qianzhou's face, as visions of himself pinning that exquisite form beneath him danced in his mind. Initially, he intended to wed a noble woman merely for the sake of elevating his own status, but he had not anticipated that Murong Mengli, the illegitimate daughter, would be so unexpectedly enchanting. It is indeed a win-win situation. President Xian, it has come to my attention that the second young master and the fourth young lady of the Murong family also seem to have ventured into the ruined district. Qianzhou scoffed derisively. I have spent a considerable sum to procure an unrememberable. Naturally, I must find a way to recoup that expense. Han Yu's expression tightened. Are you implying that the eldest young master is involved as well? Not entirely foolish. I have cultivated a rapport with the eldest young master of the Murong family, and naturally, I am aiding him in becoming the heir. Just as I can deceive Mengli with the golden leaf, I can certainly relay information to her other siblings. These individuals, driven by the allure of the Golden Eye's clues, will undoubtedly send extraordinary beings into the ruined district like moths to a flame. Meanwhile, the eldest young master, who is privy to the truth, can sit back and watch them expend their strength. Ultimately, even if the eldest young master cannot find the Golden Eye, what does it matter? Those whose powers are diminished will find it impossible to contest with him. Han Yu's astonishment deepened, and he gazed at the corpulent figure before him with profound respect. It was no wonder he had risen to become the wealthiest individual in Star City while remaining an ordinary man. Such cunning was indeed remarkable. With no expenditure on his part, he had manipulated a host of nobles at his whim, and the only unrememberable he acquired would be reimbursed by the eldest young master, perhaps even yielding a profit. President, you are truly astute. I admire your shrewdness, but we have yet to locate the Golden Eye. What of the head of the Murong family? That old fool should have perished long ago. I paid a handsome price for his daughter, and he dares to demand half of the mining rights to the secret silver mine. Does he truly believe that his offspring are genuinely seeking the Golden Eye to prolong his life? It's all a facade. As long as he lives, even if an heir is established, what difference does it make? The Murong family is still under his control. A chill ran down Han Yu's spine. The darkness of nobility was enough to unsettle even a being of his caliber. The fog has dissipated. Yang Dongqing stared in bewilderment at the desolate terrain, devoid of any trace of mist. Logically, upon breaching the fog-laden entrance, one would expect to find themselves enveloped in a hazy world, yet the reality was starkly contradictory. The door is gone. The spot where the two had entered was now merely empty air. Sumu scrutinized the barren land before him. The ground was starkly bare, consisting solely of red earth, with no vegetation in sight. The surface was uneven, some areas rising like dunes while others sank into the ground. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened, fixating on a half-meter-deep depression, where a figure lay starkly visible. Yan Dongqing, go take a look. In response to the unusual circumstances, Sumu dispatched Yang Dongqing. Yan Dongqing pouted in discontent but proceeded towards the figure. This time, unencumbered by the fog, their memories remained untainted. Yang Dongqing first kicked the body with his foot, and upon receiving no response, cautiously checked for a breath. This is a corpse. Sumu approached, leaning on his serpent-patterned wooden staff. The deceased was male, his visage unfamiliar, Yet his expression appeared remarkably tranquil, as if he had passed away without awareness, and there were no visible wounds on his body. He must be a nightmare apostle from the bronze coffin, Sumu asserted confidently. Yang Dongqing blinked in confusion. What nonsense are you spouting? The bronze coffin consists of just the two of us, does it not? Sumu refrained from elaborating further. His certainty stemmed from the residual spiritual fluctuations he sensed on the corpse, indicating he had once hypnotized this individual. As they continued forward, they encountered an increasing number of corpses, the count surpassing 30. All the deceased exhibited serene expressions and bore no injuries. By analyzing the lingering spiritual traces, Sumu discerned that 8 among the dead belonged to the bronze coffin, while the origins of the others remained unknown. It appears we are not the first to arrive here. Others have come before us, Sumu mused, adjusting his glasses. Such a desolate place as the ruined district would typically deter visitors, and judging by the attire of the deceased, several appear to be from the upper city. Why would individuals from the upper city venture here? Could it also be in pursuit of the Golden Eye? Just as he pondered this, he suddenly heard footsteps behind a nearby hill, as if someone were approaching. He leaped nimbly, his body enhanced by innocent heart, allowing him to soar like a bird, landing gracefully atop the hill, peering down, his brow furrowed in concern. At that moment, Yang Dongqing also ascended the hill, and upon sighting the two men below, his expression changed drastically. One wore a white shirt and was somewhat balding, while the other boasted a heavily tattooed arm, appearing quite ordinary. However, what truly alarmed Yang Dongqing was the small creature perched on the tattooed man's shoulder, a ghastly little being with white skin and a pair of fleshy wings sprouting from its back. The creature bore no face, save for a large mouth atop its head. Its bare arms reached into the tattooed man's skull, probing ceaselessly before extracting a mass of fibrous substance resembling cotton candy, which it then stuffed into its mouth, curiously without any visible wounds on the man's head. Both the tattooed man and the balding man appeared entirely oblivious to the creature's presence, as if it were invisible, continuing their walk undeterred. "Beware of the creature!" Yang Dongqing shouted urgently. The tattooed man and the balding man were startled, turning to face Sumu and Yang Dongqing, their eyes alight with surprise. "Are you also trapped here? We are searching for an exit to flee this wretched place," the tattooed man exclaimed. Yang Dongqing was frantic. He could not comprehend why the two men failed to see the creature. He waved his arms frantically. "That tattooed guy, on your shoulder, there's a monster on your shoulder." Chapter 77. "I must have my reasons." The tattooed man was momentarily taken aback, instinctively glancing at his shoulder, only for his expression to transform into one of abject terror. Just as he was about to shout, a look of confusion washed over his face, and he turned to Yang Dongqing, asking, "Where is the monster? Are you blind? It's right on your shoulder." Yang Dongqing, impatient, rushed forward, while Sumu chose to observe rather than intervene. He was certain that both the tattooed man and the bald man belonged to the Bronze Coffin Company, as remnants of his own spiritual fluctuation still lingered on them. Yang Dongqing swung his fist at the small creature, but as he entered within 10 meters of it, a look of bewilderment crossed his face, and he abruptly halted. Like a fool scratching his head, he muttered, "Huh. What was I coming over here for?" He had forgotten. Meanwhile, the small creature continued to voraciously consume the items extracted from the tattooed man's brain. Bang! The tattooed man collapsed to the ground, his expression serene in death, devoid of any visible wounds. Both Yang Dongqing and the bald man were taken aback. What just happened? Why is he lying on the ground? Could it be low blood sugar? Quick, help him up. The two hurriedly bent down to assist the tattooed man, but as they did, a look of confusion flickered across their faces, and they completely forgot what they were about to do. Whoosh! The small creature leapt onto the bald man's shoulder, its bare arm reaching for his head. Upon witnessing this, Sumu immediately understood. This small creature was likely the culprit behind their memory loss, and the mist was probably its doing as well. "Yang Dongqing, come back," Sumu beckoned. Yang Dongqing took a step back, but after a stride, he halted again, asking Sumu in confusion, "What did you just say?" Seeing this, Sumu swiftly drew his gun and aimed at the small creature. He refrained from using omnidirectional, as the creature had no eyes, and hypnosis was ineffective from such a distance. Bang bang bang! The bullets struck the small creature with pinpoint accuracy, knocking it off the bald man's shoulder. It grimaced in pain, but the bullets did not penetrate its body, leaving only a series of white marks. Once it hit the ground, the small creature quickly scrambled to its feet, its fleshy wings flapping as it fled into the distance. "Why did you suddenly open fire?" Yang Dongqing asked, perplexed. "There was a creature capable of devouring memories right next to you. If I am not mistaken, entering its 10-meter radius will affect your memory, so keep your distance and do not approach." Yang Dongqing's expression changed. "A memory-devouring creature, how come I didn't see it? Can it turn invisible?" Su Mu shook his head. "It cannot become invisible, but the moment you see it, you will forget that you ever saw it. In other words, you must maintain a distance of 10 meters to ensure that you do not forget upon seeing it." Yang Dongqing opened his mouth to speak, but before the words could escape, his countenance suddenly shifted, and he gazed in shock at Su Mu's shoulder. Su Mu's eyes darkened. Without waiting for Yang Dongqing's warning, he aimed his gun at his own shoulder, catching a glimpse of the small creature reaching for his head out of the corner of his eye. Without the slightest hesitation, he pressed down on the trigger, but in that critical moment, a look of confusion flashed across his face, and he halted his finger. "Wait, what am I about to do? The gun, what am I supposed to shoot? Why am I firing? Forget it, it doesn't matter. I never engage in meaningless actions. I must have my reasons." Bang! A searing bullet whistled forth, striking the small creature squarely in its open mouth, sending it flying. This time, it likely struck a vital spot, causing it to roll on the ground in agony, its tiny wings flapping desperately as it attempted to escape. In that instant, Su Mu regained his clarity. His hand steadied like a precise machine, continuously firing at the fleeing creature. Although every bullet found its mark, none could deliver a fatal blow. In the blink of an eye, the small creature vanished from sight. "Go," he commanded, leading Yang Dongqing and the bald man in the opposite direction. "That creature is truly bizarre. What do we do now?" Yang Dongqing shouted as they raced 10 meters apart. "It possesses minimal strength and lacks the defense to match your iron will, but its memory-erasing abilities are currently insurmountable. To combat it, we can only rely on long-range attacks like finger flame bullets or non-living entities devoid of memory. While the handgun can repel it, it cannot kill it, so our best course of action is to flee for now. Otherwise, once the bullets run out, we will undoubtedly perish." Excitement flickered in Su Mu's eyes, akin to a seasoned gamer encountering a particularly challenging level. He had narrowly escaped death. Had he not fired that shot, he would have been doomed. Relying on Yang Dongqing for salvation was utterly unrealistic. Even if Yang Dongqing charged in, he would lose his memory upon entering the 10-meter radius and forget why he had come. Fortunately, he had still fired, demonstrating absolute self-confidence. Even in the face of memory loss, he had still managed to pull the trigger. The trio sprinted onward, but soon, the small creature had once again pursued them, its bare wings flapping rapidly as it charged towards them. Su Mu fired while retreating, using the power of the firearm. Although he could not kill the small creature, he at least slowed its advance. After scaling a tall hill, they were greeted by a strikingly different sight. What first caught their eye was an area of worship surrounded by immense stone walls. Semicircular stone walls were arranged in an enigmatic pattern, constructed from massive stones with rough, uneven surfaces, mottled with age and covered in moss. From the hilltop, it resembled a colossal eye formed by stone walls, with an open space at its center resembling a human pupil. "Let's go in and take a look," Su Mu ordered. This time, he did not need to prompt Yang Dongqing. The latter instinctively took the lead. The bald man trailed closely behind Su Mu, his expression filled with trepidation, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. He had completely forgotten about Su Mu and Yang Dongqing, even the reason for his presence in this place. All he knew was that a monster was behind him, and he needed to flee swiftly. Curiously, upon stepping into this land, the small creature halted, seemingly wary of something, and dared not approach. Su Mu narrowed his eyes, realizing that this place likely concealed some hidden danger, but regardless of the peril, it was necessary to investigate. For with his current means, once his bullets were expended, he would undoubtedly perish in the face of the small creature. Chapter 78, Sammumu, Bronze Tier 3. The trio navigated through the vast crevice left by the stone wall, making their way towards the central area. Along their way, they encountered numerous ancient bronze ritual implements, carelessly strewn across the ground. These bronze artifacts were severely damaged and heavily rusted, yet, Sumumu did not overlook them. Instead, he meticulously examined each piece, for although he had never encountered a treasure, these bronze items, appearing in such an eerie location, might indeed be artifacts of great value. However, treasures proved to be elusive. These bronze items were at best mere antiques, entirely devoid of any lawful power, crumbling to dust upon contact. Their SA corpse! Exclaimed Yang Dongqing, halting abruptly, his gaze fixed intently on a dark, humanoid figure in the corner of the wall. Sumumu approached, prodding it with his snake-patterned wooden staff, and confirmed that it was indeed a human body. The reason for its charred appearance was evident: it had been scorched by flames. As they pressed on, the number of corpses increased as they drew closer to the center. Strangely, the causes of death were divided into two categories. Some had been burned to a crisp, while others were devoid of flesh, reduced to mere skeletons, which bore signs of decay. Could this possibly be a site of sacrifice? Yang Dongqing's face was etched with grave concern, the contrasting fates of the corpses igniting a sense of foreboding within him. I have heard that some cultists of malevolent deities engage in self-immolation to demonstrate their piety. Might those skeletal remains be offerings of their flesh and blood to the dark god? Stammered the bald man, trembling. Stop, there are people in the center of the square. Sumumu suddenly halted before a stone wall. Just beyond it lay the central plaza, where he had caught faint voices, more than one. In fact, the expressions of Yang Dongqing and the bald man tightened, as they cautiously approached the edge of the stone wall to survey the situation in the square. 3 more unfortunate souls have arrived. No need to hide, you 3 can come out now. Several voices echoed from behind the stone wall. Realizing they had been discovered, Sumumu decided not to conceal themselves any longer, confidently leading the 2 out from behind the stone barrier. Before them lay an expansive plaza, encircled by a ring of imposing stone pillars, their surfaces weathered, yet faint traces of intricate carvings could still be discerned. At the center, a pristine altar, as white as jade, stood with a statue approximately half a person's height placed upon it. The voices they had heard belonged to a group of 8 individuals leaning against the stone pillars, 7 men and 1 woman, each bearing a subtle aura of menace, equipped with an array of weaponry. Some bore cold arms, while others wielded firearms. Most strikingly, all 8 bore injuries. 3 exhibited extensive burn wounds, while the remaining 5 suffered from severe decomposition, with some revealing ghastly white bones. "Which company do you 3 belong to?" inquired a burly man clad in a tight black tank top and camouflage pants, his gaze fixed intently on Sumumu and his companions. The man's left hand was largely decayed, the stark whiteness of his bones barely concealed. "Bronze Coffin," Sumumu replied nonchalantly. The burly man frowned slightly. "Bronze Coffin again. I never expected a newly established company to attract so many extraordinary individuals." Again, Yang Dongqing was taken aback. "You've encountered other extraordinary individuals from Bronze Coffin." Before the burly man could respond, a trembling young Taoist in the corner hastily raised his hand. Me, I'm from Bronze Coffin too." Yang Dongqing turned to the Taoist, realizing he did not recognize the individual. Sumumu's gaze sharpened as he scrutinized the young Taoist, who was handsome and donned a blue Taoist robe, with his hair styled in a topknot, a rustic long sword strapped to his back. Upon seeing the sword, Sumumu immediately confirmed the Taoist's affiliation. Indeed, he is one of Bronze Coffin. Sumumu's sudden declaration elicited joy from the Taoist. "Dear friend, do we know each other? I didn't expect you to recognize me after I came from the Forgettable, but regrettably, I have no recollection of you." "Forgettable, is that the name of that little monster?" Sumumu shook his head. "I do not know you. The Taoist paused, his expression faltering. "How can you be so sure that I am from Bronze Coffin?" "Because you are the only one here carrying a long sword. I have seen sword marks on the training dummies in the Bronze Coffin training room, but Murong Mungli had no recollection of those marks. Thus, I deduced that there must have been others from Bronze Coffin who entered the wasteland before us, but due to the Forgettable, Murong Mungli forgot about you." "What?" the Taoist gasped in shock. "The boss has actually forgotten me. I've been sending her flowers every day since I joined the company, though she never accepted them. How could she forget me? Were my efforts in vain?" The Taoist, suddenly disheartened, wore an expression akin to Yang Dongqing's when he faced heartbreak. Silence. The burly man barked. No one wishes to hear your tales of romantic failure. If we do not devise a plan to break this curse, we shall all perish. The Taoist's face paled, fearing the burly man's wrath. At that moment, the burly man turned to Sumumu and his companions. I am Typhon, a Bronze Tier 3 extraordinary individual, affiliated with the Linshu Company founded by the second young master of the Murong family. Among us, I possess the greatest strength and shall temporarily lead this hastily assembled team. What are your abilities? Do not think of hiding, we are all in the same boat. The moment you entered this sacrificial ground, you have been marked by the statue. Only by collaborating can we survive. A statue? Sumumu discreetly cast a glance at the figure atop the altar. It was peculiar, half black and half white, as though composed of two entirely distinct materials. The black half was grotesque and demonic, while the white half was pure and divine. Each figure bore 4 wings, also black and white, collectively forming an 8-winged entity, reminiscent of the angelic and the fallen angel from mythology. Yang Dongqing, Bronze Tier 1. Yang Dongqing was the first to announce his name and rank. Upon hearing Bronze Tier 1, disappointment washed over the others' faces. Evidently, they had hoped for a more formidable ally. The bald man stammered, I am Zhao Yongqiang, an ordinary person. An ordinary person has survived the hands of the forgettable. Do you possess a treasure? Typhon scrutinized Zhao Yongqiang, the palpable aura of pressure causing him to tremble even more. He quickly shook his head. No. No, he saved me. Typhon followed Zhao Yongqiang's gaze to Sumumu, regarding him with a critical eye. Sumumu smiled slightly. I am Sumumu, Bronze Tier 3. Chapter 79, The Statue. Wonderful. Another Bronze 3, perhaps he can uncover a means to break the curse. The only woman in the group beamed with excitement, casting furtive glances at Sumu. You claim to be a Bronze 3. Typhon remarked with skepticism, young man, this is not the time for faucets. I find it hard to believe that a bronze coffin could summon a Bronze 3 level transcendent. What is your bronze lore? Sumu adjusted his tea-colored glasses and replied nonchalantly, what? Would you like to test it? His calm tone exuded an undeniable confidence, reminiscent of a high-ranking individual looking down from a position of authority. HMPH. Typhon snorted dismissively. A young man, I am not afraid of you. Our immediate concern is to lift the curse. There is no need to complicate matters. Though he spoke with bravado, the trepidation in his eyes was unmistakable. Is there anyone willing to elucidate the nature of the curse? Sumu inquired politely. Just as a woman in the crowd was about to speak, she was preempted by a Taoist. Having been intimidated into silence by Typhon earlier, he now seemed to have found his bearings. Straightening his back, Suji, I am Jun Wuxiang, one of our own. Allow me to explain. We all entered this place to escape the unforgettable ones. Anyone who enters this sacrificial ground will be targeted by the statue. No one can leave. This angelic demonic statue bestows curses based on one's morality. The virtuous will see the statue transform into an angel and then be scorched by flames, while the wicked will witness it morph into a demon, leading to their bodies decaying. Previously, some attempted to attack the statue, but it was fruitless. Even Mr. Typhon, a Bronze 3, could not leave a mark upon it. We can only watch helplessly as we are slowly burned alive or rot away. As Jun Wuxiang spoke, he lifted his robe to reveal his decaying torso. Sumu raised an eyebrow slightly. How does the statue discern good from evil? It seemed perplexing to him, for the standards of morality are often subjective. To an ant, humans are villains who crush their kin without reason. The statue poses questions and judges based on your responses. Remember, do not lie. Lying will result in being killed by the statue. When does it pose questions? Whenever you approach the vicinity of the statue, it will come to life and interrogate you. Yang Dongqing's eyes lit up as he discovered a potential solution. Then if I do not approach, I shall not be cursed. Typhon scoffed. Do you think you are the only clever one? Are we all fools? As I mentioned, anyone who enters this sacrificial ground has already been targeted by the statue. If you avoid the statue for too long without answering its questions, you will offend both the angel and the demon, leading to your body being burned and rotting simultaneously. Yang Dongqing's expression stiffened, irritation bubbling within him, yet he found himself unable to counter the argument. Sumu did not directly approach the statue but instead posed a question. Are you all affiliated with companies founded by the Morung family? Tai Feng pointed to the two individuals beside him. We are from Ling Shu Company, while those over there are from Ling Yao Company, established by the fourth miss of the Morung family. As for you lot, there's no need for me to elaborate. The bronze coffin, the nominal third miss of the Morung family. He refrained from mentioning the term bastard, clearly wary of Su Mu's claim of being a bronze 3. So, you are all here to seek the golden eye. The crowd nodded in varying degrees of agreement. Who would venture into a forsaken place like this if not in pursuit of the golden eye? Tai Feng curled his lip in disdain. Suddenly, Su Mu smiled. It seems there is no golden eye here. Everyone was taken aback, and Tai Feng hastily inquired, what do you mean by that? How do you know there is none? Where did you learn of the golden eye? Why should I divulge that information to you? Tai Feng replied warily. Su Mu smiled gently. Let me take a guess. Your companies must have acquired the golden leaves from scavengers, correct? At this, both Ling Shu and Ling Yao company members paled simultaneously, exchanging glances that signaled their growing realization of the abnormality. Tai Feng stubbornly retorted, so what? The golden tree must have dropped more than one leaf. It is entirely normal for many scavengers to gather them. This only indicates that there is indeed a golden eye here. Su Mu sighed, his gaze behind the tea-colored glasses reminiscent of one observing a fool. If what you say is true, then more companies should have learned of the golden eye's existence, not just the Morung family. Have you not considered why it is only the Morung family's companies present here, and all companies are accounted for, save for that of the eldest son of the Morung family? This, could it be? The group exchanged glances, each recognizing the dawning realization on the other's faces. They were not fools, they were merely too ensnared by the curse to think clearly, their minds consumed by thoughts of the curse. Now, with Su Mu's gentle prompting, they suddenly perceived the disquieting truth. Are you suggesting this is a trap set by the eldest son of the Morung family? Tai Feng abruptly stood, only to wince in pain, clutching his decaying left arm, clearly having disturbed his wand. Perhaps, though it is not particularly important. Su Mu shrugged nonchalantly. In truth, he leaned more toward the notion that Morung Mingli's Fiank was also involved, as Han Yu had not appeared at all. To him, it mattered little who the puppeteer was. His thirst for vengeance did not rely on evidence. He would simply eliminate everyone suspected and, in the end, would surely encounter his true adversary among them. Moreover, he relished the surprises they presented and resolved to return the favor in kind. The expressions of the group turned grim. To be ensnared in such a scheme, anyone would inevitably harbor resentment. Next question, after you entered the sacrificial grounds, did the unforgettable ones reappear? Perhaps due to their acknowledgement of Su Mu's prowess and intellect, even Tai Feng refrained from playing games this time, directly stating, no, the unforgettable ones should be wary of the statue and dare not enter its range. Su Mu nodded thoughtfully, indicating that the statue was indeed more enigmatic than the unforgettable ones. Yet, why would the orchestrator place two opposing entities within the Forsaken City? The statue was so peculiar, able to ensnare all transcendent beings, leaving them to await their demise. Logically, the mastermind would only need to deploy the statue without the necessity of introducing an unforgettable one. Unless the statue was not created by the mastermind but was inherently present in this place. Chapter 80. If you are a deity, then what am I? Having clarified the sequence of events, Su Mu gestured towards the bald man, Zhao Yongqiang, who, under the influence of hypnosis, resolutely stepped into the aura surrounding the statue. Zhao Yongqiang's actions immediately captured the attention of the onlookers, who seemed to regard the statue with profound trepidation. Upon witnessing someone entering the statue's domain, they valiantly suppressed their own pain and began to retreat in unison. As Zhao Yongqiang approached within 10 meters of the statue, a cacophony of grinding stones resonated, and the half-human, half-demon statue's head slowly turned to face him. Its black and white eyes appeared to awaken, subtly shifting as they fixated on the living man before them. A terrifying pressure descended in that moment, freezing the surrounding space. The sensation was ineffable, akin to suddenly finding oneself submerged in a fathomless abyss, surrounded by writhing darkness, suffocating, frigid, and despairing. Thud, under this overwhelming force, Zhao Yongqiang collapsed to his knees, his face ashen and his body trembling uncontrollably. on the verge of collapse. Su Mu narrowed his eyes. He had just hypnotized Zhao Yongqiang to alleviate his fears, yet in the presence of the statue, that tidal wave of terror shattered the effects of their hypnosis. "Mortal, confess the most heinous act you have committed," intoned a voice that was both deep and chilling, resonating with an imposing coldness, two utterly distinct tones, as if an angel and a demon were speaking simultaneously. As the statue spoke, the extraordinary beings around them wore expressions of sheer terror, not daring to breathe, hiding behind pillars to observe. Zhao Yongqiang trembled even more, his speech fragmented. "I embezzled funds from my former company and framed others." Buzz, accompanied by a strange humming, the statue gradually fell silent, the horrific pressure dissipating into nothingness. It was then that Zhao Yongqiang let out a wail. "Oh, my leg," he screamed, frantically rolling up his pant leg, revealing that the flesh on his right calf had begun to rot. "He has fallen victim to a demon's curse," Iron Peak remarked solemnly, a hint of confusion in his tone. "Among our transgressions, his embezzlement is the least severe. I thought he would be cursed by an angel, yet it turned out to be a demon. Who knows? Perhaps in the eyes of the angel, embezzlement is seen as betrayal, thus not deemed virtuous." Suddenly, another scream pierced the air, this time from Yang Dongqing. He clutched his left hand, a look of agony on his face, as 3 fingers began to rot slowly, while the other 2 appeared to be seared by an invisible flame, the skin charred black. "Hurry, answer the statue's question, or you will be cursed by both the angel and the demon," urged Zheng Wuxiang, also from the Bronze Coffin Company. In haste, gritting his teeth, Yang Dongqing, despite the excruciating pain, dashed towards the statue. Once again, the statue came to life, turning its gaze upon him. The young man, endowed with a body of steel, was immediately struck by a terrifying pressure akin to a dark mountain pressing down upon him. He attempted to endure, but merely seconds later, he succumbed, kneeling before the statue. "Mortal, confess the most heinous act you have committed." The same question echoed once more, yet Yang Dongqing found himself at a loss, uncertain which of his deeds was indeed the most wicked. He contemplated admitting to murder, having killed several members of the Snake Gang, but did not perceive that as evil. After all, Su Mu had wronged him first by taking away Jasmine, and the Snake Gang members were all scoundrels. None of their deaths felt unjust. After a moment of reflection, Yang Dongqing finally managed to raise his head and stammer, "Robbery. I stole 50,000 yuan." Buzz, a peculiar humming ensued. Before Yang Dongqing's eyes, the statue began to transform. The once balanced representation of deity and demon swiftly morphed entirely into a grotesque demon. Simultaneously, the burns on his palm vanished, replaced by the decay of his entire hand. "Another demon!" Zheng Wuxiang exclaimed in disbelief. "This is absurd. A mere theft of 50,000 yuan warrants a demon's curse." That woman slaughtered her enemy's entire family for revenge, sparing not even the children, yet received an angel's curse. The woman in question's expression turned icy as she retorted scornfully, "It is only natural that murder is met with death. What is wrong with seeking vengeance? You should reflect on yourself. Your most heinous act was failing to pay for a foot massage, and yet you too are labeled a demon. How dare you criticize others?" Zheng Wuxiang's face flushed crimson, clearly embarrassed by the revelation of his own misdeeds. "I simply forgot to bring money." Iron Peak's gaze shifted among the group, his tone grave as he pondered, "There is indeed something amiss. Is the criterion truly based on virtue and vice? Could it be that robbery is deemed a graver sin than murder? Perhaps it is because Zheng Wuxiang is a Taoist, and his actions are seen as a betrayal of his own beliefs, regardless of the severity of the incident," speculated a diminutive, wiry man. "Possibly," Iron Peak conceded, struggling to comprehend the reasoning behind it. At that moment, all eyes turned to the final individual. Su Mu. Some voiced their suspicions. Why has he not been cursed, despite not answering the question for so long? The crowd noted this anomaly. Su Mu and Yang Dongqing had arrived simultaneously, and logically, they should both face the dual curses of the deity and demon, yet only Yang Dongqing had been cursed, while Su Mu appeared completely unscathed. He must have already been cursed. His wounds are likely concealed beneath his clothing, and he probably possesses a higher pain tolerance, which is why nothing seems amiss. Hearing their conjectures, Su Mu smiled faintly, refraining from clarification. He had indeed escaped the curse, having sensed 2 strange forces attempting to invade his body, but they were repelled by their heart of purity. The passive effect of their heart of purity provided considerable resistance to various impurities and negative influences. Nonetheless, he chose to approach the statue, for he could feel that as time progressed, those two strange forces were growing stronger, and it would not be long before they surpassed the threshold of what a heart of purity could endure. To avoid succumbing to dual curses, he had no choice but to answer the statue's inquiry. Creak, creak, creak. As Sumu approached, the statue's head began to turn once more, and the terrifying pressure descended anew. That sense of despair akin to plunging into a boundless ocean surged within him. While the earlier distant sensation had not been too pronounced, now, under the statue's gaze, it felt overwhelmingly intense. It was as if a true deity stood before him, their majestic form soaring beyond the horizon, rivaling the very planets. The oppressive force was suffocating, however. Just when everyone expected Sumu to succumb as they were taken aback to find him smiling, his demeanor light and airy, even tinged with disdain. Standing tall and resolute, his gaze tranquil and composed, he seemed impervious to the pressure emanating from the divine figure. With a gentle smile, Sumu silently questioned the statue, "You are a deity. Then what am I?" The statue, as if a lifeless entity, fell into silence. Chapter 81. I once destroyed a city out of boredom. How is this possible? Typhoon's face was etched with horror. As a bronze tier 3, he could hardly withstand the oppressive aura of the statue, so how could Sumu, also a bronze tier 3, manage it? Could it be that Sumu's strength far surpassed his own? At that moment, his doubts about Sumu's power evaporated entirely, replaced by an overwhelming sense of trepidation. What he was unaware of was that Sumu was not even a proper bronze tier 2. "I have encountered many gods like you." "Do go ahead and ask," Sumu said, adjusting his brown-tinted glasses, silently urging the statue with a subtle movement of his lips. This was no lie. In his dreams, beings of such caliber lacked even the qualification to enter the celestial palace and pay their respects. After a prolonged silence, the statue mechanically posed a question. "Speak of your most heinous deeds." "Murder," Sumu replied indifferently. "Suji, that answer won't suffice. Many among them have committed murder. You must specify how many and the reasons behind your actions," Jun Wushang called out from afar, his voice filled with urgency. After a moment's contemplation, Sumu rephrased, "I once destroyed a city out of boredom. The number of casualties is beyond counting, but it was certainly in the millions." As he spoke these words with an air of nonchalance, an eerie silence enveloped the entire sacrificial ground. In the distance, Typhon and the others stared at him, their faces a tableau of disbelief, questioning their own ears. "Destroying a city out of boredom, millions, we have never slain so many even in a game." "Suji, do not lie, the statue will execute those who deceive." Jun Wushang shouted anxiously, fearing that in the next moment the statue would come to life and claim Sumu's life. However, the calamity he dreaded did not transpire. Buzz, a strange humming sound resonated, and the statue fell into silence. "God, the statue, this, Jun Wushang was now at a loss for words, his body trembling slightly. "Wait a moment, let me think. One cannot lie before the statue, or one shall face death." Sug claims he has destroyed a city. At this point, he could no longer articulate his thoughts. He gazed at Sumu, who stood amidst the crowd, smiling and impeccably dressed, exuding an elegance reminiscent of nobility. For reasons unknown, an inexplicable terror surged through him, causing his scalp to tingle. Suddenly, Sumu furrowed his brow, sensing a searing pain radiating from his left arm, which was obscured by his clothing. Simultaneously, the statue before him transformed in his eyes, no longer a dualistic deity of gods and demons, but rather a pristine figure resembling a holy angelic statue. He discerned the angel's full form, 8 wings sprouted from its back, and it bore 3 eyes, with a silver vertical pupil adorning its forehead. An angel, indeed, just as he had anticipated. He had begun to grasp the principle behind the curse bestowed by the statue, which was not a matter of good or evil. He stepped out of the statue's vicinity and approached the crowd. Yet, as he drew near, the onlookers instinctively recoiled, their expressions tense as though facing a formidable adversary, resembling individuals gazing upon an impending world-destroying demon. Typhon, in particular, was on high alert. This Sumu was undoubtedly lying. He was no bronze tier 3, he must be a silver tier 3, destroying a city. He had once thought that having done some unsavory deeds for the nobility, resulting in the deaths of over 100, was utterly unforgivable. Now, in comparison to Su Mu, he felt he should be cursed by an angel rather than a demon. Su Mu, did you truly destroy a city? Yang Dongqing inquired, his expression laden with complexity. Su Mu smiled faintly. Of course, it's a fabrication. Do you have any idea how troublesome it is to obliterate an entire city? For a city of medium size, if one were to employ explosives, it would require at least 879.35 tons, assuming there are no military structures like air raid shelters within the city. Otherwise, the amount needed would be even greater. With a sigh of relief, Yang Dongqing remarked, I was wondering how that could possibly be true. Tai Feng and the others were left speechless, some of them even feeling the urge to slap Yang Dongqing to bring him to his senses. Had he not heard the precise figure concerning the tonnage of explosives? Moreover, one must not lie in the presence of the idol. At that moment, Yang Dongqing seemed to recall something. Oh, wait a minute, aren't we forbidden from lying in front of the idol? Su Mu shrugged. Who knows? Perhaps it's malfunctioning. After all, even lie detectors can fail, let alone a mere pile of stone. That's true. Yang Dongqing nodded in realization. What on earth are you nodding for? You actually believe such nonsense? Tai Feng watched Yang Dongqing's eyelids twitch, finally understanding why Yang Dongqing could remain beside this notorious killer. He must be a fool, thus devoid of fear. In truth, Su Mu had not lied. He often found himself bored in dreams, detonating entire cities. Subsequently, the group fell into silence, the atmosphere becoming exceedingly delicate. One by one, they instinctively distanced themselves from Su Mu, as if evading some monstrous terror, with the exception of the oblivious Yang Dongqing. What shall we do next? We are all under a curse now. Yang Dongqing habitually turned his gaze toward Su Mu. Oh, I almost forgot to ask, have you been cursed by an angel or a demon? Demon, Su Mu replied, maintaining a composed facade, even as he uttered another falsehood, for among those present, only 3 were cursed by angels. The rest were demons. Although he did not fully comprehend the implications of this, he instinctively aligned himself with the majority, as the scars from his burns were concealed by his clothing, and no one dared to lift his garments for verification, allowing him to say whatever he wished. The others increasingly viewed Yang Dongqing as a simpleton. After all, who else could possibly destroy a city besides a demon? Su Mu's gaze slowly swept across the gathered individuals. Upon feeling his penetrating stare, they all averted their eyes, none daring to meet his gaze. Ultimately, his attention settled on the woman afflicted by the angel's curse. Her condition was dire, her face intermittently contorting in agony, with her exposed neck, thighs, and arms covered in burns that were slowly spreading, inching perilously close to her face. It was evident that this woman was destined to be the first casualty. He stepped aside, leaning his tall frame against a stone pillar, contemplating strategies. The information at hand was woefully inadequate. Even he could not immediately discern a method to break the curse. However, he harbored a vague suspicion that this might not be a curse at all, though time would be needed for verification. As time trickled by, the atmosphere among the group grew increasingly oppressive. No one relished the sensation of life steadily approaching its terminus. I can't take it anymore, the woman suddenly cried out in agony, rising to address the others. I am about to perish, and you won't survive much longer either. Rather than waiting for death to claim us, we might as well confront the idol. Chapter 82 Mr. Su Takes Action. Fight? Tai Feng scoffed. I am but a mere step away from connecting to the silver lore, force of the adherent. Yet even with all my strength, I cannot harm the statue in the slightest. What can I possibly fight with? What else can we do? Wait for death? The woman, her nerves taut under the pressure of impending doom, finally snapped, her voice rising to a frantic pitch, her expression growing increasingly deranged. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, she turned to Su Mu with a face alight with fervor, her eyes brimming with desperation. Mr. Su, with your power, you can surely shatter the statue. You are a being capable of annihilating an entire city. Clinging to what felt like her last hope, her gaze implored, Mr. Su, I beg you to act swiftly. If you can break this curse, I will repay you in any way I can. I will offer anything I possess, I would even become your servant. The horrifying burns had already marred the woman's face, and in the face of death, this extraordinary being behaved no differently than an ordinary person. Some say death is the most equitable phenomenon in this world, and Sumu found himself in agreement. The woman's words sparked a flicker of hope in the hearts of those gathered. Perhaps this former city destroyer could indeed succeed. Typhon cautiously weighed his words. Mr. Su, might it trouble you to give it a try? Faced with the earnest pleas of the crowd, Sumu naturally would not decline. He nodded calmly, akin to a legendary hero who had finally consented to emerge from seclusion to save the world. Everyone stepped back to avoid any accidental injuries. The crowd erupted in joy, obediently retreating 100 meters, only halting at Sumu's instruction. Anticipation swelled among them. What kind of formidable attack would Emer.Su unleash that necessitated such a distance? Only Yang Dongqing bore an expression of confusion. Could it be that this frail figure, Sumu, truly harbored some powerful means of attack? That seemed implausible. Just recently, he had needed assistance regarding the extraordinary, and throughout the nightmare realm, he had relied entirely on his companions for protection. Although it was Sumu who ultimately dispelled the nightmare realm, he had shown no sign of strength throughout the ordeal. As the crowd's expectations mounted, Sumu slowly extended a finger, and in an instant, All Things in Harmony was activated. Just as the onlookers puzzled over why Mr.Su pointed skyward, suddenly, darkness enveloped the sky. The crowd gazed up in horror to find a colossal black cloud emerging above the sacrificial ground, stretching for thousands of meters and shrouding the entire area. The dense cloud swirled like a tumultuous sea of black waves. To alter the heavens with one's own power. You mean to tell me he is a Bronze 3? Zheng Wuxiang stared in disbelief, as did the others, even Typhon, the strongest among them. As a Bronze 3, he followed the path of the ordinary extraordinary, wielding the force of the adherent and possessing 3 bronze laws. Iron will, titanic fist, and the endless recovery. His might in battle was akin to a humanoid Tyrannosaurus, relying on sheer brute force. Now, in stark contrast, Sumu, also a Bronze 3, had merely to point a finger to alter the heavens, a feat of an entirely different caliber, giving Typhon the sensation of a warrior facing a cultivator. Suddenly, from within the impenetrable depths of the black cloud, a dazzling golden light erupted. Following closely, a massive golden celestial sword, resembling a mountain, slowly emerged, as if it were the sword of judgment descending from the firmament. The golden sword radiated with resplendent light, within which countless stars flickered, intertwined with mysterious runes. Upon witnessing the golden sword, the crowd's minds momentarily short-circuited, rendered speechless by the sheer shock. What law was this? How could it be so terrifying? At that moment, Sumu's alabaster finger descended slightly, and the celestial sword in the sky seemed to receive a signal, plummeting with the force of thunder. The terrifying pressure sent the crowd scrambling to flee. Though they understood the sword was not aimed at them, instinct compelled them to escape. Only the nearly lifeless woman remained, her eyes reflecting the golden light of the sword, filled with a desperate yearning for life. She clenched her fists tightly, and Mr. Su's immense strength must surely prevail. However, the affairs of the world often unfold contrary to one's wishes. Just as the celestial sword descended, a pitch-black radiance erupted from the statue of the deity, shooting forth and transforming mid-air into an unfathomable black hole, akin to the gaping maw of an abyssal beast, which swallowed the sword whole. The clouds above gradually dissipated, the black hole vanishing in tandem, as if nothing had transpired at all. Sumu shook his head at the crowd. My power is still too weak. I cannot contend with the statue. The crowd, dumbfounded, dared not respond. Was this truly what one called weakness? Did he harbor a misunderstanding of the term? Typhon forced a strange smile, one laced with flattery. Mr. Su, you jest. When we attacked the statue, we could not even elicit a response, yet your mere intervention provoked its retaliation. I do not exaggerate when I say that thus far, I have never encountered a more formidable extraordinary being than you. No one found fault with Typhon's abrupt shift from arrogance to obsequiousness. This was a natural reaction in the presence of a strong individual, particularly since he had previously spoken out of turn. The fact that he did not kneel to apologize was merely indicative of the observation that Sumu seemed unperturbed by past grievances. Sumu smiled and nodded, a hint of helplessness in his expression, as though he were troubled by his inability to destroy the statue. In truth, only he understood his true thoughts. He was merely acting, for the celestial sword and black hole were mere illusions conjured by All Things in Harmony. He had not attacked the statue, and it had shown no reaction. Everything was merely a spectacle for the onlookers. If even a bronze 3 could not harm the statue, how could he, under the pressure of death, one could react in any manner, especially a group of extraordinary beings. Thus, he needed to establish an absolute position of strength, not only for his own safety but also to better lead the others and increase the chances of breaking the deadlock. It would not be entirely accurate to say he had not attacked. He had attempted to exert his mental influence over the statue but failed, as if it were nothing more than an ordinary stone. Amidst the crowd, a short, dark-skinned man observed Sumu with a glimmer of curiosity, seemingly sensing something amiss. A piercing scream drew everyone's attention as the most grievously injured woman collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony, the horrific burns now encompassing her entire body. Strangely, the crowd could see no flames upon her. Moments later, the screams ceased, and the woman lay lifeless, her body charred beyond recognition. Chapter 83, Methods to Break the Curse. The demise of the woman cast a pall of gloom over the hearts of the onlookers, especially upon witnessing that even a formidable powerhouse like Sumu was unable to shatter the statue. In addition to the woman and Sumu, 2 others present bore the marks of the angelic curse, their skin marred with burn-like scars. As they beheld the woman's tragic end, their expressions grew increasingly grim, as if they could envision their own fate looming ominously before them. My decay seems to be improving, exclaimed the Daoist Jun Wushang, suddenly lifting his robe to reveal his previously rotting abdomen. To everyone's astonishment, the extent of the decay appeared to have diminished significantly, with the affected area shrinking noticeably. The crowd hastily examined their own conditions. Mine too. The decayed area has shrunk considerably. I too. Just moments ago, my entire leg was rotten, but now my thigh has healed, leaving only my calf affected. What on earth is happening? Jun Wushang inquired excitedly. Could it be that Mr. Su's earlier attack had an effect? That can't be right. My burns haven't lessened at all. Mine have worsened, in fact. Sumu's eyes narrowed as he observed the transformations among the crowd, already comprehending the mechanics of the curse. He scrutinized their expressions and noticed that several individuals had begun to grasp the gravity of the situation. The 2 men afflicted by the angelic curse exchanged a glance, suddenly struck by a revelation. Their faces paled dramatically, but they quickly masked their alarm, engaging in furtive communication through their eyes while occasionally glancing at those jubilant from the demonic curse. Their reactions were swift, yet someone was swifter still. Bang! A metallic fist glinted as it struck one man from behind, and in an instant, his head exploded, leaving a headless corpse crumpled on the ground. The remaining individual's face turned ashen. Typhon, you. Before he could finish, a fierce wind swept toward him from the right, the attacker being the diminutive man with dark skin. The man's right hand had morphed into a claw, covered in bristling red and black fur, and with a single, swift strike, he severed a significant portion of the other man's neck, blood gushing forth uncontrollably. The victim's eyes widened in shock, yet he could utter not a single word before collapsing heavily to the ground. The sudden aggression from Typhon and the diminutive man left the crowd aghast, instinctively distancing themselves from the 2, their faces reflecting a mixture of fear and anger. Typhon! Xia Quan, what are you doing? Why are you murdering? As someone shouted, the crowd fixated on the 2, as if expecting a satisfactory explanation to stave off a collective backlash. Typhon sneered coldly, fools. Before questioning others, take a look at your own decay. The crowd's expressions shifted, and some began to inspect their own wounds. My decay has diminished yet again. This time, it's reduced by more than half, and it's still recovering slowly. What is going on? Why does their death alleviate our curse? Could it be? Some astute individuals began to grasp the crux of the issue, their gazes fixed intently on the corpses. Clap, clap, clap. A round of applause echoed from a distance as Sumu approached, a look of approval on his face. Your decisiveness is truly commendable. The moment you discovered the method to break the curse, you acted without hesitation and struck unexpectedly. Brilliant. Upon recognizing Sumu as the speaker, Typhon's ferocity evaporated, transforming from a fierce tiger into a meek kitten, his face contorting into a sycophantic grin. Mr. Su, you flatter me. I acted solely to assist everyone in breaking the curse. These 2 were formidable. Had they struck first, we might have suffered even greater losses. Sumu, what exactly is happening? Yang Dongqing, his face grim, approached, struggling to comprehend the sudden betrayal among former allies. Su Mu smiled gently, elucidating, angels and demons are inherently opposed. This statue represents a delicate balance between the two, rendering them incapable of prevailing over one another. Thus, external intervention is required. The so-called curse is merely a means of delineating factions. Those afflicted by the angelic curse are followers of the angels, while the others follow the demons. I surmise that the angels and demons are utilizing this method to determine a victor, coercing the two factions to slaughter one another through curses. A flicker of understanding crossed Yang Dongqing's face, yet his expression remained troubled. I see, but both angels and demons are hardly benevolent beings, resorting to such cruelty. Wait. That's not right, the diminutive man named Xiaquan suddenly exclaimed, tearing open his shirt to reveal a patch of decay still present on his chest. Why hasn't the decay completely vanished? We've killed all the angelic followers. Typhon was also taken aback, realizing he bore a similar remnant of decay. This is impossible. Could this not be the method to break the curse? The elation that had once filled the crowd darkened once more. Su Mu furrowed his brow, stepping forward to address the gathering. The method to break the curse should be valid. If the curse hasn't entirely dissipated, only one possibility remains. What possibility? Someone asked eagerly. There are still angelic followers among us. Su Mu's gaze swept over the crowd, as if searching for the last remaining angelic follower. The revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd, their faces paling as they scrutinized one another with suspicion. Some cautious individuals even began to discreetly back away, distancing themselves from others. This is inconceivable. MR.SU, surely everyone present must be a demon follower. Typhon exclaimed, astonished and incredulous. Su Mu's expression grew increasingly grave. Perhaps someone among us has lied, claiming to be afflicted by the demonic curse while actually being an angelic follower. Typhon's countenance shifted, his eyes radiating murderous intent as he fixated on everyone except Su Mu. Who has lied? Step forward, and I promise to leave you with a whole corpse. Everyone, reveal your wounds. Typhon, you check them. Su Mu commanded in an authoritative tone. Under the weight of Su Mu's presence, the crowd reluctantly exposed their garments, revealing the last remnants of decay upon their bodies. Typhon, with the keen eyes of a hawk, meticulously examined each individual, concluding that all bore decay, confirming their identities as demon followers without a doubt. That cannot be, Mr. Su, they are all demons. Typhon's words faltered as his pupils constricted, disbelief washing over him as he instinctively recoiled. It was not only Typhon who realized this, the others too grasped the gravity of the situation, horror etched upon their faces as they gazed at Su Mu, their bodies instinctively retreating. Su Mu had called for an inspection of them, yet throughout the entire ordeal, no one had questioned Su Mu himself. Chapter 84, Iron Peak, still claiming you are not a follower of the angels. Mr. Su, you, Iron Peak's expression transformed wildly, unable to utter the words that lingered on his tongue. If Su Mu were indeed an angelic believer, what hope would remain for him and his fellow demon worshippers? Faced with the fearful and doubtful gazes of the crowd, Su Mu smiled faintly. If I were an angel believer, would I advocate for an examination of everyone, and propose the possibility that other angel believers might still be alive? With that, he gently rolled up the sleeve of his left arm, revealing a forearm marked by a small patch of rotting flesh. At this sight, the crowd collectively sighed with relief. If Su Mu were an angel believer, they doubted their ability to slay him, but if not Su Mu, then who could the angel believers be? Iron Peak, you just examined everyone. Now let us see your wounds, as Su Mu suddenly spoke. Iron Peak nodded, responding respectfully, of course, MR.SU. Though he verbally acquiesced, internally he scoffed at Su Mu's unnecessary gesture. Among them, only he wore clothing that was so revealing, a tight black vest that left his arms and chest largely exposed. Previously, when he had rotted, his attire had failed to conceal anything. Everyone had already witnessed it, yet, with Su Mu's command, he dared not disobey. Thus, he boldly lifted his tight black vest, turning his back to reveal the injuries upon his skin. See. Like you, I am a follower of the demons. Iron Peak nonchalantly let the vest fall as he turned back, continuing, It seems that to break the curse, there must be other hidden conditions aside from eliminating the angel believers. What is that expression on your faces? Upon turning back, Iron Peak was taken aback to find everyone staring at him intently, their expressions a strange amalgam of shock, anger, and suspicion. A sense of foreboding crept into his heart. Wait, here are Flame Sun chains. A middle-aged man clad in a leather jacket shouted. In an instant, a chain forged of molten lava appeared in his hands, swiftly wrapping around Iron Peak. Iron Peak gasped in alarm. What are you doing? I am a demon believer. One of you. Still trying to deceive us. You clearly have burn marks on your back. You're talking nonsense. Mr. Su, you must believe me. I truly am a demon believer. Everyone saw it when I rotted earlier. Iron Peak struggled violently, his body shimmering with a metallic hue as he frantically explained to Su Mu, his face a mask of indignation. Su Mu was well aware of Iron Peak's plight. After all, only those who wronged you truly grasp the depth of your injustice. Iron Peak was not an angel believer, for he himself was one. The burns on his back were merely illusions conjured by all-embracing nature. Mr. Iron, perhaps you were indeed a demon believer at one point, but you may have switched allegiances. Angels symbolize goodness, and perhaps your recent act of bravery in attempting to help us lift the curse has transformed you into an angel believer. There is no need for further explanation. No amount of words can change the fact that the burns on your back cannot deceive anyone. Su Mu sighed softly, as if lamenting Iron Peak's fate. Iron Peak was momentarily stunned by this statement. Could allegiances truly shift? Yet, he had just killed to save his own life. Quickly, kill him, I cannot hold on much longer, the man in the leather jacket shouted anxiously. The others quickly joined the fray, with Jun Wushang drawing forth his longsword, peerless sword dance. The glinting blade sliced through the air like a bolt of lightning, aimed directly at Iron Peak's eyes, knowing full well that his opponent possessed a body of steel and thus sought to strike at the vulnerable point. In the face of the onslaught, Iron Peak let out a furious roar, his body suffused with an increasing metallic sheen, muscles swelling as if inflated. Boom! The Flame Sun chains were shattered. However, instead of retaliating, Iron Peak cast a wary glance at Su Mu before fleeing hastily. He understood that with Su Mu among the demon ranks, he stood no chance as an angel believer and could only escape. The crowd, of course, would not let him go, pursuing him in a swarm, watching Iron Peak flee in disarray. A smirk of intrigue curled at the corners of Su Mu's lips. He had to admit that Iron Peak was indeed formidable, far surpassing Yang Dongqing. The burn marks left by the Flame Sun chains had already healed significantly during his flight, clearly indicative of the ability, endless recovery, at work. Nonetheless, no amount of strength would suffice. True combat transcended mere brute force. Iron Peak moved swiftly, as his abilities were entirely dependent on his physique, but those pursuing him were not to be underestimated. Suddenly, one individual halted, taking a deep breath before unleashing a thunderous roar. The piercing sound echoed forth, causing the air around to tremble ominously, a powerful sound wave surging toward Iron Peak. Iron Peak screamed, clutching his head in agony as he collapsed to the ground, crimson blood seeping from his ears. With his fall, a flurry of attacks descended upon him. Molten lava chains ensnared him, the searing heat burning his skin and emitting a foul odor. Jun Wushang's sword, gleaming with white light, struck down upon Iron Peak, leaving deep gashes that nearly reached the bone, yet ultimately failing to sever it. Yang Dongqing, too, landed a couple of symbolic blows before retreating, disheartened, as he realized he was the weakest among them. Even with Iron Heart fully mastered, he could not breach Iron Peak's defenses, akin to two iron blocks colliding. In stark contrast, the others wielded their abilities with precision, each capable of inflicting harm upon Iron Peak. Even the seemingly timid Taoist Jun Wushang was able to inflict wounds with his sword. It was no wonder that Iron Heart was ranked merely at sequence 9. The ranking was not without reason. At that moment, the man who had previously unleashed the sound wave drew forth a silver revolver, its peculiar design featuring a long barrel that nearly matched the length of an infant's arm, gleaming brilliantly under the sun's rays. Bang! A silver bullet soared toward Iron Peak's head. The fallen figure felt a chilling sense of impending doom, summoning every ounce of strength to struggle, ultimately causing the bullet to miss his head but strike his chest instead. A spray of blood blossomed across his torso, the pride of his steel body failing to shield him from the projectile. Secret silver bullet. Iron Peak's expression grew increasingly frantic, clearly terrified of the weapon. Iron Peak, for the sake of everyone's lives, you must die. The man wielding the silver gun approached slowly, aiming the weapon at Iron Peak's head. Iron Peak's eyes widened in despair as he fought desperately against the multitude of molten lava chains binding him, finding it nearly impossible to break free in such a short time. Chapter 85. We have all been treated as fools by him. Just as the man with the silver gun prepared to pull the trigger, the previously silent Siaquarn suddenly spoke up. Wait a moment, I sense something amiss. The silver gun man scoffed. What's this? Are you feeling soft-hearted just because you two are from the same company? Siaquan's expression grew grave as he replied, don't you find it strange, Su Mu possesses such formidable strength that if he wished to eliminate Typhon, he could do so with a mere snap of his fingers. Yet, he has refrained from taking action, and furthermore, who is Su, sir? Does he need to personally deal with such a character? Step aside, or I'll kill you too. Hold on. I need to examine Typhon's wounds again. Siaquan insisted, striving to obstruct the imminent violence. However, the silver gunman had long lost his patience and was about to squeeze the trigger. Siaquan's gaze turned icy, and suddenly, numerous brown feathers sprouted from his diminutive form, his hands morphed into sharp eagle claws, swoosh. The silver gunman's arm was instantly severed by the eagle claw, blood gushing forth profusely. I'll kill you. The silver gunman, now missing a hand, opened his mouth to unleash a sonic attack, but Siaquan would not grant him the opportunity. His feathers transformed into monkey fur, and his physique became increasingly lean. He crouched low, exerting force with both hands and feet, propelling himself like an agile monkey, swiftly arriving behind the silver gunman. In a flash, he extended two hands, covered in monkey fur, and grasped the opponent's head, twisting it forcefully. Crack! The silver gunman's neck snapped, and he collapsed to the ground. Siaquarn, a Typhon was taken aback. He had not anticipated the depth of their bond, which led Siaquarn to risk his life. I stated that I needed to examine his wounds once more. Siaquarn's face, adorned with monkey fur, radiated murderous intent, leaving everyone momentarily hesitant. What more is there to examine? Seeing is believing. He is indeed an angelic follower. The man wielding the fiery sun chains retorted warily, it seems you are simply trying to save him. Siaquan replied coldly, if I were to join forces with him, do you think you could withstand us? Although I am merely a bronze 1, my bronze lore, beast mimicry, ranks 102 in the sequence. Need I elaborate on what that signifies? Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions changed dramatically. Even the extraordinary Yang Dongqing was startled. He had previously perused the materials provided by Morong Mengli. Though he did not memorize the entire bronze sequence, he understood the implications of rank 102. Rank 99 was a significant threshold, and ranks exceeding 100 were deemed high sequences, representing a qualitative transformation compared to lower sequences. At times, a single high sequence individual could even vanquish a bronze 2 low sequence adversary. He recalled the description of a beast mimicry, although the precise wording eluded him, he remembered its overall capability, able to simulate the forms of myriad beasts. While this bronze lore might lack overwhelming offensive power, it was exceptionally versatile, capable of engaging in land, sea, and aerial combat, thus efficiently addressing most crises. Seeing the crowd subdued, Siaquarn's hand transformed once more into an eagle claw, the sharp nails glinting ominously in the sunlight. Swoosh! He swung his hand violently, causing Typhon's tight vest to tear apart, revealing a body robust and shimmering with a metallic sheen. Turn around. Without hesitation, Typhon complied, fully aware that he could not contend with the combined forces of the others. If Siaquan intended to harm him, there was no need to kill the silver gunman. The charred wound was once again exposed to the eyes of the onlookers. Siaquan, what further excuses do you have? The evidence is irrefutable. The man controlling the fiery sun chains bellowed in discontent, yet Siaquan did not respond. Instead, he transformed his nose into that of a dog and sniffed intently. A cold smile then crossed his face. He bent down and forcefully grasped the charred area, pulling away a piece of decayed flesh. The crowd gasped in shock. What is happening? Wasn't he burned? Why is there decayed flesh appearing? Sia Kwarn sneered coldly, casting a glance toward Su Mu, who stood leaning against a stone pillar in the distance. Su Mu seemed to sense the gaze and offered a slight smile and nod in acknowledgement. We have all been deceived. That person surnamed Su is the true angelic follower. Sia Kwan's eyes glinted with escalating malice. He could not bear the humiliation of being toyed with like a fool. Do not spout nonsense. If Su Sir were an angelic follower, how would you explain the decay? Let us not forget that it was he who suggested one among us might be an angelic follower and insisted on inspecting everyone. Zheng Wuxiang fervently refuted Sia Kwan's claims. The man wielding the fiery sun chains also wore an expression of disbelief, while only Yang Dongqing, most familiar with Su Mu, felt a sudden jolt of anxiety. This is bad. This is something he could pull off. If I am not mistaken, Su Mu's ability must pertain to illusions. He used his powers to alter the wounds and directed suspicion towards the strongest, Tai Feng, intending to leverage the strength of the crowd to eliminate him first. Believe me or not, once Tai Feng is dead, there will undoubtedly be another among us who transforms into an angelic follower. Unfortunately, he underestimated my sense of smell. Although the appearance of the wound has changed, the scents of charred flesh and decay are entirely different. Sia Kwarn explained coldly. Zheng Wuxiang remained unconvinced. What nonsense are you spewing? With Su Ji's strength, would he resort to such petty tricks? If he were an angelic follower, we would have all perished long ago. Why would he be putting on a show for you? At that moment, Tai Feng also regained his composure, his expression darkening significantly. Yet perhaps he does not possess such formidable strength. His previous attack might have been an illusion. Precisely. Sia Kwarn smiled coldly. I harbored doubts earlier. Why was the attack capable of altering the heavens yet devoid of sound? Due to beast mimicry. My senses surpass those of ordinary folk. I can simultaneously possess the eyes of an eagle, the nose of a dog, and the ears of a cat. Thus, even from a distance, I could still detect anomalies. When the dark clouds appeared, the humidity of the air remained unchanged, and the airflow that should have accompanied the descent of the colossal sword was absent. It can be said that apart from what could be seen with the naked eye, everything else that should have been present was non-existent, which entirely defies logic. This only leads to one conclusion. Su Mu possesses an ability to manipulate perception through illusions. We have all been treated as fools by him. The chains composed of lava shattered with a resounding clamor as Tai Feng, dragging his injured body, struggled to rise from the ground, his eyes filled with unimaginable fury. The sensation of being mocked was far more unbearable than death itself, particularly when he reflected on his prior sycophantic demeanor, which made his heart nearly burst with rage. I should have anticipated this. If his strength were truly that formidable, why would he, like us, be driven to the sacrificial ground by the unmemorable? Chapter 86. Should you see through my illusions, know that I possess a modicum of skill in martial arts as well. Crack, crack, crack. The incessant sound of steel grinding and compressing emanated from Tai Feng's mouth, as he nearly ground his teeth to dust. In that moment, the tides of the situation shifted completely, with the focus now directed squarely at Su Mu. Yang Dongqing sensed the precariousness of their predicament. Although he naturally stood alongside Su Mu, they had been forcibly divided into camps of angels and demons, now bitter enemies, which sowed seeds of doubt within him. Kill him! Tai Feng bellowed, his face ashen, and like a humanoid tank, he charged towards the center of the sacrificial ground. Sia Kwan transformed into a werewolf, dropping to all fours and closely following, and the man with chains mirrored their actions, with rage glimmering in the eyes of all three. Only Yang Dongqing and Zheng Wuxiang displayed hesitation. Brother Yang, what shall we do? After all, Su Ji is from our company. Su Mu, run! Yang Dongqing suddenly shouted, rushing forward to intercept the group. Zheng Wuxiang was taken aback, not expecting Yang Dongqing to side with Su Mu, for it was clear that in this battle of angels and demons, only one faction could emerge victorious. You dare to betray us, boy! Taifeng's murderous intent surged, showing no mercy as he faced the advancing Yang Dongqing. In an instant, his right arm swelled with muscle, ballooning larger than the thigh of an adult man, the contours of his hardened muscles radiating terrifying power. His gaze sharpened, and he swung his right fist with a violent force, the air splitting with a sharp crack. "Do not kill him," Xie Quan interjected suddenly. Trusting in Xie Quan, Taifeng's fist altered its trajectory mid-air, aiming for Yang Dongqing's chest rather than his head. Yang Dongqing's arms shimmered with a metallic sheen as he attempted to block the punch, yet the disparity between Bronze 1 and Bronze 3 was insurmountable. His once proud steel body crumbled before the might of that blow. Crack, his defensive arms shattered instantly, the overwhelming force driving into his chest, collapsing his ribcage. Yang Dongqing was uncontrollably propelled backward, blood gushing from his mouth. This single strike left him grievously injured. "Why can't we kill him?" Taifeng seethed, his anger still simmering. Slaying the demon's acolyte would benefit the angels, but Su Mu's strength remains uncertain. "We must not allow his wounds to heal." Xie Quan's demeanor was icy. "First, we eliminate Su Mu, and do not complicate matters." The two exchanged glances before rushing towards Su Mu. Soon, the three of them reached the center of the sacrificial ground, forming a triangle that ensnared Su Mu completely. "Su, you have deceived us most grievously." Taifeng, battered and bruised, glared at Su Mu, while the bald man who had been lurking in the corner went unnoticed. Surrounded by three extraordinary beings, Su Mu exhibited no trace of panic. Instead, he smiled faintly. "How can the affairs of the extraordinary be labeled as deception? It is merely that you were too foolish to see the truth, and cannot blame others for it." The three were instantly incensed. They had not anticipated Su Mu's audacity even after being uncovered, yet, it was precisely this arrogance that instilled a sense of caution within them. None could ascertain Su Mu's true strength. If his claim of being Bronze 3 were truthful, it implied that he concealed two additional powers beyond his visual illusions. "Su Mu, there is no need for bravado. If you are not killed, we are all doomed, so your threats hold no weight." Xie Quan's small eyes glinted coldly, his hands transforming into claws reminiscent of a tiger's. In the face of such threats, Su Mu's smile broadened. "Now this is interesting. I was genuinely concerned that you might all be imbeciles, killing one another without realizing it, yet here we are, having lost only one before the truth emerged. Come, let us engage together." The group exchanged glances. Despite their trepidation, in the face of death, none adhered to the rules of martial ethics, and they charged forward in unison. "Attack!" Taifeng surged ahead, his legs propelling him with such force that the ground fissured beneath him, launching into the air like a cannonball towards Su Mu, while simultaneously, a chain of molten lava streaked towards him. In the face of their dual assault, Su Mu made no move, but as their attacks converged, his form dissipated like a mirage. "Illusion!" Taifeng gasped, realizing the peculiarity of Su Mu's methods. At that moment, Xie Quan, who had remained passive, let out a cold laugh, his tiger claws rending the air towards the stone pillar behind. A shadowy figure clad in black leapt gracefully, evading the claws. "Su Mu, your illusions may deceive them, but they cannot deceive me." Xie Quan's eye sparkled with triumph. "The sound of your footsteps has betrayed you. You too, heed my command, do not trust your eyes, I will reveal his location to you." Once again ensnared, Su Mu remained unfazed. He adjusted his tinted glasses and remarked coolly, "Surely you do not think I am solely proficient in illusions." A flicker of caution crossed the faces of the three, yet none were deterred. They continued their advance, tightening the encirclement around him. Su Mu smiled lightly. "If you have indeed seen through my illusions, know that I also possess a modicum of skill in martial arts." Then, as before, he extended a finger, slowly pointing to the sky. In an instant, the winds shifted dramatically, dark clouds materializing from thin air, enveloping the entire sacrificial ground in darkness. Seeing this familiar tactic, Xie Quan's confidence swelled. "Har, you are out of tricks. The air's humidity has not changed, nor has the airflow shifted. Do not embarrass yourself with such feeble illusions." Illusions? The corners of Su Mu's mouth curled upward, a hint of scorn crossing his features. "Are you truly so oblivious to your impending demise?" Shadow summoning, demon descends. Shadow summoning, the crowd gasped. Was this Sumu's other bronze lore? Why had they never heard of it before? Could it be a hidden lore? Xie Quan, beware behind you! Typhon suddenly shouted in alarm. Xie Quan spun around, only to discover a towering figure over 2 meters tall, composed entirely of shadows, emerging from the darkness behind him. Its emaciated form resembled a withered corpse, long arms dangling to the ground, and where a human face should be, a pair of blood-red eyes glared back at him. Surprised, Xie Quan initially recoiled, but soon a sneer appeared on his face. No footsteps, no scent, merely a trivial illusion. What he failed to comprehend was that shadows inherently made no sound and bore no scent. Ignoring the shadow behind him, he turned his derisive gaze back to Sumu. It seems you truly have no other means at your disposal. Prepare to die. As he prepared to strike, darkness suddenly enveloped him, for the shadowy figure had extended its withered arm, fingers blade-like gnarled branches, its form bending as if inviting him to dance. HMPH. Xie Quan paid it no mind, determined to pass through the shadow, only to find himself halted. Bang! Xie Quan froze in place, staring at the shadows that obstructed his path, a pain akin to colliding with a tree shooting through his forehead. In an instant, his expression shifted dramatically, an overwhelming fear coursing through him. This is not an illusion. Chapter 87. Good and evil. Before the words had scarcely left his lips, the impatient shadow seized Xie Quan's hand and forcefully dragged him into the abyss of darkness. No, Typhon, save me! Xie Quan's anguished scream echoed, instilling a chill in the hearts of Typhon and his companion. In the next instant, the sound abruptly ceased, the shadow vanished, and so did Xie Quan, as if everything had been a mere illusion. A soft chuckle shattered the oppressive silence, and Typhon and his companion gazed in terror at Sumu, whose face was adorned with a smile that resembled that of a demon. Sumu elegantly adjusted his tinted glasses and remarked, "Let me preface this by stating that I do not accept surrenders. Shadow summon." With a resounding thud, the opulent snake-patterned wooden staff tapped the ground, unleashing a tide of darkness that surged forth from its tip. It spread rapidly, transforming into myriad intricate and mysterious runes that sprawled across the earth, forming a bizarre and enigmatic magical array centered around Sumu. What followed instilled abject fear in Typhon and his companion. Within the vast array, towering humanoid shadows, each over 2 meters tall, began to emerge. 1, 2, 10, 100. A full 100 shadowy monstrosities stepped forth from the array, encircling Sumu like stars surrounding the moon. In that moment, Sumu resembled an emperor of shadows, casually waving his hand, prompting the shadowy creatures to swarm forth. Run! Typhon's eyes widened in terror, and he turned to flee, never having anticipated that Sumu harbored such a hidden power. This time, he could no longer dismiss it as an illusion, for the memory of Xie Quan's screams lingered vividly in his mind. Sumu paid no heed to the fleeing pair, instead chuckling to himself, "It seems I have inadvertently lied again today. If this becomes a habit, what shall I do?" The shadow army was indeed an illusion, only the shadow that had killed Xie Quan was real, a dear friend he had brought from the nightmare realm, Bu Bai. Bu Bai's summoning was subject to 2 conditions: it had to be dark, and he could only kill 1 person at a time. Thus, Sumu had pointed skyward to summon the clouds, obscuring the heavens, preparing for Bu Bai's entrance. Now, all that remained was to wait for Bu Bai to consume Xie Quan before sequentially eliminating Typhon and his companion. Masterful illusions, much like clever lies, must intertwine truth and falsehood. Just then, Yang Dongqing and Zheng Wushang rushed over, their expressions a mixture of complexity as they regarded Sumu, hesitating to speak. "Sumu, are you truly a believer in angels?" Yang Dongqing, unable to contain himself any longer, voiced the question that weighed on his heart. Sumu nodded, "Of course. I have always emphasized that I am a good person, and now with the statue as evidence, none shall tarnish my reputation." "At a time like this, you still find humor?" Yang Dongqing exclaimed with urgency, "You are an angel, we are demons. Only one of us can survive." Sumu patted Yang Dongqing's shoulder reassuringly, "Fear not, I shall take good care of Mo Li, you may rest easy." "You bastard!" Yang Dongqing's frustration boiled over, and had it not been for his broken arms, he would have struck Sumu. "Har har har, merely jesting. In truth, I have long possessed a method to break the curse." Su Ji, do you truly have a solution? Jun Wushang's face lit up with excitement. He desperately wished to avoid surviving by killing his colleagues. There is indeed a method, but it requires the cooperation of both of you. I almost forgot about one more person. With that, Su Mu dragged the trembling nightmare apostle, Zhao Yongqiang, from his hiding place in the corner. Actually, the statue does not distinguish factions based on goodness or evil. Based on what, then? Jun Wushang inquired hastily, while a still irate Yang Dongqing perked up his ears, intrigued. Su Mu wasted no time in explaining. It is determined by the guilt within one's heart, or rather, the clarity of one's thoughts. As long as you believe you are in the right, you belong to the angelic faction. Take Yang Dongqing, for instance. This fellow has killed many, yet he considers the worst thing he has done to be stealing 50,000. This indicates that in his mind, those he has slain deserve their fate, while theft is morally wrong. Conversely, the woman who annihilated her enemy's entire clan, from her tone, one can tell she believes that killing for vengeance is justified, thus she is part of the angelic faction. Jun Wushang's expression shifted to realization. I understand now. Even if I commit evil, as long as I do not perceive it as such, I belong to the angelic faction. Precisely, who can truly discern right from wrong? From an ant's perspective, all humans are malevolent, while from a deity's standpoint, no matter how wicked human actions may appear, they merely perceive it as a quarrel among ants. Thus, deities care not for the goodness of humans. What truly matters is your own self. Then, Su Ji, how do we break the curse? Naturally, by exterminating all members of the opposing faction. Jun Wushang's expression shifted. Su Ji, please, do not jest. Su Mu shook his head. I am not jesting. This is the sole method to break the curse, as it is a rule established by gods and demons. Unless one possesses sufficient strength to defeat them, one must adhere to their game rules. Fear not, since it is a game, there are bound to be loopholes. We need not turn against one another, we simply need to shift our factions to the same side. How do we change factions? Jun Wushang looked troubled. To be candid, I felt no guilt for not paying for the foot massage last time. I returned the money to number 8 after I earned it. What truly burdens me is that I have let down my master's teachings. He advised me to steer clear of worldly desires and focus solely on the path, yet I have strayed from it. This is simple. Just open your mind and accept my hypnosis, Su Mu stated calmly. Jun Wushang's countenance paled. Hypnosis? You won't do anything strange to me, will you? Su Mu remained silent. I sense that you have likely defied your master's orders more than once, haven't you? You probably indulge in watching videos instead of studying the scriptures, don't you? At this, Jun Wushang's ears flushed crimson, and he averted his gaze, mumbling, I merely browse casually. Enough. If you trust me, open your mind and do not resist. If you do not trust me, join Typhon and the others. The choice is yours. Jun Wushang's expression fluctuated before he finally nodded with difficulty. We are all part of the bronze coffin. I trust that Miss Murong would not allow ill-intentioned individuals into the company. I believe in you. Su Mu furrowed his brow, perplexed as to why his colleagues were so love-struck. No, Yang Dongqing could be considered love-struck, while Jun Wushang could only be deemed a sycophant. Chapter 88. I realized that the path of the feet is also a path. Behold this pocket watch. A pocket watch adorned with a dark golden Ouroboros pattern came into Jun Wushang's view. Moments later, Jun Wushang's eyes sparkled with excitement as he gazed at Su Mu. Brother Su, I've come to understand, the path of the feet is indeed a path, the way is omnipresent. From the vastness of the heavens and the solidity of the earth to the delicate beauty of every flower and tree, all conceal the essence of the Dao. It can manifest as the first ray of sunlight at dawn or as the bowl of clear soup that is brought to my lips on the 6th and 8th days. Beside him, Yang Dongqing was left dumbfounded. So, you found a couple of them. As Jun Wushang spoke with increasing fervor, it was as though he had finally touched upon the Tao he had long sought. Brother Yang, you are missing the point. Finding a few is not the crux of the matter. How can one speak of transcending the mundane if one does not immerse oneself in the world's tribulations, without experiencing the vexations of worldly life? How can one grasp the profundity of the great Tao? Stripped of their flesh, we are merely 206 bones, clad in garments, we may assume countless forms. To view beauty as mere bones renders me desireless, to see bones as beauty instills me with courage. Without desire and without fear, the great Tao is within reach. Observing Zhen Wushang's grandiloquent discourse, Yang Dongqing finally managed to utter a single word, damn. So, is this your justification for not paying for the foot massage? Enough of this, Zhen Wushang. Go before the statue and answer the question anew, change your allegiance, Su Mu urged, clearly uninterested in the banter between the two. Sure thing, Brother Su. Enlightened by the Tao, Zhen Wushang briskly approached the statue and responded to its query once more. As expected, having acknowledged that the path of the feet is also a path, he shed his decay and transformed into a being of flames. Yang Dongqing, it is your turn, Su Mu said, casting a glance at him. Yang Dongqing took a deep breath, his eyes betraying his skepticism. Do not attempt to instill any peculiar notions in me. Su Mu, however, was disinclined to engage further. This obstinate fellow could be easily managed without the need for hypnosis. Unless absolutely necessary, he preferred not to expend his mental energy on Yang Dongqing, for it would be more prudent to invest in someone more reasonable. Moments later, Yang Dongqing's eyes cleared, and he declared, I now comprehend that robbing the rich to aid the poor is indeed a righteous act, and no one has decreed that one cannot rob others' wealth to alleviate one's own poverty. With that, he, too, approached the statue to change his allegiance. Finally, there was Zhao Yongqiang, who had remained in the background, considering him a part of the bronze coffin group and thus his subordinate. Su Mu hypnotized him to alter his allegiance as well. Thus, the number of angelic followers increased to 4, while the demonic followers dwindled to 2. With this change in numbers, Su Mu and his companions noticed that their burns began to subside, while the decay upon Typhon and his companion intensified. Brother Su, since we can change our allegiance in this manner, why should we engage in mutual slaughter with Typhon and his group? We could simply hypnotize them as well, suggested Zhen Wushang. Su Mu shook his head. Do you genuinely believe Typhon and his companions would acquiesce? Zhen Wushang faltered, his subsequent thoughts stifled. Indeed, how could Typhon and the others possibly agree to hypnosis? Such an action would equate to surrendering their lives entirely to another. If Su Mu harbored ill intentions, they could end up enslaved forever. Perhaps I should persuade them, Zhen Wushang pondered aloud. Their refusal of hypnosis stems from a fear of being controlled, but I have already accepted it without issue. Maybe gentle persuasion will work. Su Mu smiled slightly. You think they won't suspect that you have been manipulated by me, attempting to deceive them? This, Zhen Wushang found himself at a loss for words. Moreover, who told you I wouldn't take advantage of their hypnosis to control them? Why would I refuse 2 powerful subordinates? Brother Su, do not jest, you are a good person. If you truly wish to do so, I would undoubtedly be the first to be brainwashed. Oh. How can you be certain you haven't already been brainwashed? Su Mu replied with a mysterious smile. Zhen Wushang chuckled, Brother Su, based on your words, how could I possibly know if I have been brainwashed? Su Mu remained silent, but Yang Dongqing felt an odd sensation arise within him. Something was amiss with Zhen Wushang. Despite the latter's revelations, he still believed Su Mu to be a good person. Damn, could it be that he had already been brainwashed? Feeling a surge of anxiety, Yang Dongqing began to worry whether Su Mu had taken the opportunity to brainwash him as well. Yet, upon reflection, he reasoned that it was unlikely since he had already agreed to work for Su Mu for 3 years. There was no necessity to brainwash him. With this thought, he managed to calm himself. My hand. In the midst of a frantic escape, Typhon suddenly cried out in agony. He lifted his arm only to discover that the decay he had previously recovered from had reappeared and was spreading at an accelerated pace. The man known as a Flame Chain experienced a similar fate. Panic etched across his face. What is happening? Why is the decay accelerating? Could it be that Zhen Wushang and the others were killed by Su Mu, strengthening the angelic side? Suddenly, Typhon glanced back at the relentless pursuing shadow army, his eyes flashing with a fierce determination akin to a wounded beast ready to fight to the death. We cannot allow this to continue. If this drags on, even if we are not slain by the shadow army, we shall succumb to the curse of the demons. We must fight back. With a furious roar, Typhon turned and charged toward the Shadow Army. Upon witnessing this, the Flame Chain Man also displayed a wild expression. Damn it, let us go all out. The two charged headlong into the hundreds of shadowy figures. However, the moment they collided, both were left dumbfounded as their attacks passed straight through the Shadow Army as if striking nothing but air. This, they exchanged incredulous glances, each reflecting the other's astonishment and fury. Damn. This is an illusion, we've been duped. Typhon bellowed in rage, feeling as though his intellect had been ground into the dirt by Sumu. Being deceived once is one thing, but falling for the same trick twice is utterly humiliating. Yet, if this is an illusion, how did Xie Quan die? Typhon's eyes narrowed dangerously. You ask me, but who can I ask? I do not care how Xie Quan met his end, I only know that if we do not kill Sumu, we shall both perish. Come, let us return and slay him. Before long, the pair charged back, and when they found Sumu, he was standing amidst a pile of corpses, his pale hands stained with blood, while the lifeless bodies of Zhen Wuxiang, Yang Dongqing, and the others lay at his feet, their deaths gruesome and tragic. Typhon's pupils constricted, as he had anticipated. Sumu had indeed slain Zhen Wuxiang and the others, which was why the curse upon them had intensified. Chapter 89 All Things Black Vision. Sumu, you truly possess a heart of ice and a hand of ruthlessness. I never imagined that you alone from the angelic faction could turn the tide against us, bringing our demonic camp to such ruin. Iron Peak, with half of his face in tatters, gazed at Sumu, whose blood-stained hands bore a smile, feeling an icy chill rising within him. This was undoubtedly the most perilous opponent he had encountered in his lifetime. The danger lay not in the formidable strength of the adversary, but in their cunning and sinister tactics. With sheer strength alone, he had nearly ensnared the overwhelming demonic followers. Stop wasting time with him, attack. A chain of molten lava lunged towards Sumu. The next moment, his figure shattered like foam. Damn it. Another illusion. Without Xie Quan, we find it difficult to unravel his tricks. Do not panic, although our hearing may not surpass Xie Quan's, it far exceeds that of ordinary men. Concentrate and listen carefully. We must be able to discern his footsteps. Iron Peak urged fervently. Thus, the two immediately held their breath, straining their ears in an attempt to catch any subtle movements. To their astonishment, they indeed heard something breathing. There was breathing all around them. Wait, something was amiss. Why were there 4 breaths? The man controlling the chains suddenly let out a blood-curdling scream. Iron Peak was taken aback and hastily turned to look, only to be struck with horror. There, protruding from the man's chest, was a glimmering blade, and behind him stood none other than Zhen Wuxiang, who had long since perished. Not only Zhen Wuxiang, but even Yang Dongqing and that ordinary person had returned to life. You all. Iron Peak was both astonished and enraged. At this moment, it was impossible for him not to recognize that these individuals had merely been feigning death, orchestrating a ploy in concert with Sumu. Yet, what he could not comprehend was why these individuals, who belonged to the demonic faction, would seek their own demise. Unbeknownst to them, a pristine Sumu emerged slowly from behind a stone wall, his serpent-patterned wooden staff gently tapping the ground as he walked with a graceful elegance. Iron Peak, I can offer you a chance at survival. Submit, or face death. Sumu spoke coolly. You need not worry about the curse. Should you choose to submit, I shall assist you in transitioning to the angelic faction. Upon finishing, he exchanged glances with Yang Dongqing and the others, who revealed their burn scars. He had no intention of fully subjugating the two, for humans, when not driven to the brink, would invariably harbor various thoughts. Moreover, compared to the Flame Sun chains, Iron Peak, a bronze 3, evidently held greater value for potential submission. Iron Peak's expression darkened, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. What is the method for changing factions? Hypnosis. As long as you accept my hypnosis, I can facilitate your transition. Hypnosis. At the mention of these words, Iron Peak's heart sank into despair. You have forced me to this point, and now you wish for my submission. Sumu shrugged nonchalantly. After all, you have grown accustomed to being a dog for the nobility. What difference does it make whom you serve? I'll kill you. Iron Peak erupted in fury, charging at Sumu like a human tank, each step cracking the ground beneath him with web-like fissures. TSK. Sumu shook his head in resignation. Why, as a living being, must you seek your own demise? In the next moment, he removed his tinted glasses, and his profound gaze erupted into a brilliant blue light, saturating his eyes with a crystalline hue. All things. Black vision, swish, Iron Peak was enveloped in darkness, as if shrouded by an invisible cloth, rendering him blind. This was one of the applications of the all things. Since it manipulated vision, it could also strip away sight. I want you dead. Unable to see, Iron Peak flailed like a mad beast, wildly swinging his fists, shattering walls and pillars in his wake, yet unable to strike Sumu. Sumu had already distanced himself, observing Iron Peak's frenzy. He refrained from using his shadowy abilities, as it had yet to fully digest Xie Quan. The process of consuming a transcendent being was unusually slow. Of course, he held no concerns about Xie Quan emerging unscathed. The nature of his powers was enigmatic, and unless one were to know the method to unravel the dark illusions in advance, who would keep their eyes shut and allow themselves to be led away? Sumu, what shall we do next? Yan Dongqing watched Iron Peak's rampage with a hint of worry, aware of Sumu's true limitations. He was merely a frail being relying solely on hypnosis and illusions. Although Iron Peak was currently blinded, killing him would be impossible with merely non-offensive illusions. He wished to assist, but his hands had been broken by Iron Peak earlier, rendering him nearly defenseless. Any attempt would be futile. Zhen Wuxiang gripped his longsword tightly, seemingly ready to advance, only to be halted by Sumu. Watch closely. He smiled faintly, then drew a silver-white revolver from his waist, its barrel thick and lengthy, resembling a baby's arm. Yan Dongqing was taken aback. Isn't this the gun used by that Soundwave kid? Iron Peak even mentioned something about mithril bullets. When did you acquire it? Sumu did not respond. Instead, he retrieved a handkerchief and meticulously wiped the silver-white gun, disliking to use something that had been previously handled by others, needing to cleanse it of sweat and fingerprints. Soon, having finished, he raised the silver-white gun and aimed it at the rampaging Iron Peak. Bang! A thunderous gunshot rang out, and a fountain of blood erupted from Iron Peak's heart. He collapsed heavily to the ground, his sightless eyes screaming in anguish as survival instinct compelled him to protect his vital points. Struggling to rise, bang! Another shot struck his right chest, akin to shattering his spine, causing him to fall once more, his hands falling limply to the ground. Bang! The final shot found its mark in his skull, a gaping hole appearing atop his head, halting all motion, rendering him silent. Iron Peak fell. Thus, the demonic faction was utterly obliterated. Witnessing Iron Peak's tragic demise, Zhen Wuxiang displayed a look of pity, shaking his head repeatedly. 2 shots to the body, 1 to the head. Any deity would be troubled by such a sight. Combat was as simple as that. Sumu expended merely a trifling amount of mental energy, coupled with 3 bullets, to directly or indirectly eliminate several transcendent beings, among whom was even a bronze 3. With Iron Peak's demise, the burns on their bodies vanished entirely. Sumu blew gently at the still smoldering muzzle, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Not a divine artifact, yet possessing power comparable to one. Is this what mithril bullets are? From now on, you shall be mine, and I shall name you Silver-White Rose. He performed a flourish with the gun before holstering the silver-white rose at his waist. What are mithril bullets? Yan Dongqing gazed at the silver-white rose, envious. This gun could actually ignore Iron Peak's ironclad physique, a testament to its extraordinary power. Sumu cast him a sidelong glance. The details are inscribed in the transcendent dossier of the bronze coffin. Look it up yourself when you return. Chapter 90, The Primordial Angel. A mediocre student is indeed a mediocre student. They quickly lose patience when faced with a slightly more verbose text. You! Yan Dongqing exclaimed in anger, realizing he had once again incurred Sumu's disdain, yet all he could do was seethe with indignation. Daoist, what exactly is a mithril bullet? He asked quietly, turning to Zhen Wuxiang. Zhen Wuxiang patiently elucidated. Mithril is the hardest metal in existence and possesses certain restraining properties against the extraordinary. Ordinary bullets cannot penetrate a steel heart, but mithril bullets can. I have heard that some powerful extraordinary beings even forge weapons from mithril. Upon hearing this, Yan Dongqing felt a surge of excitement. Such remarkable items existed in the world. If only he had a mithril blade today, would he have had his arms shattered by typhoon? However, Jun Wushang's next statement doused his fervor with cold reality. I would love to possess a mithril longsword, but alas, mithril is exorbitantly priced, at least 10,000 per gram. The bullets Su Ji just fired are probably around 10 grams each, that amounts to 100,000, a single shot costs 100,000, 3 shots would be 300,000. And that's assuming Typhon cannot see. If he were aware, hitting him with bullets would be nearly impossible, even 1,000,000 might go to waste. This is the realm of nobility, ordinary extraordinary beings cannot afford it. Yan Dongqing's once fiery enthusiasm was extinguished. The notion that there existed metals so extravagantly priced left him in disbelief. 10,000 per gram. He suddenly fixed his gaze on Typhon's corpse and rushed over, intent on extracting the mithril bullets from the body. Alas, with his hands fractured, he had no choice but to call upon Jun Wushang for assistance. After considerable effort, they managed to pry out 3 already depleted mithril bullets. I'll take 2, you take 1, Jun Wushang allocated hastily. Yan Dongqing protested, on what grounds do you claim 2? Because I extracted these bullets with my sword. Yan Dongqing was about to argue when he suddenly recalled that Typhon had previously been shot by the Soundwave Kid. Hence, he urged Jun Wushang to continue digging. Ultimately, they each acquired 2 mithril bullets, both beaming with joy. 40,000, just like that. 40,000 is unlikely, as these are used mithril bullets, surely there will be some wear and tear. Moreover, the recycling price can't compare to the selling price. I estimate we might get 20,000, and that would be fortunate. 10,000 each is still worthwhile, at least I can buy a dress for Jasmine. I owe her an apology for the misunderstanding last time. Jasmine is your girlfriend, impressive, Brother Yang, you may be bold, yet you have a girlfriend, unlike me, who can only take this 100,000 to comprehend the path of the foot. I am not bold. My hair was burned off twice in a fire, and it has yet to grow back. As the two were engaged in extracting mithril bullets, Sumu approached the statue, scrutinizing the angelic figure before him. Being a devout follower of the angel, he perceived only the angelic visage. The statue radiated a pure white light, its features gentle and suffused with the divine compassion, yet, Sumu was aware that it was all fa'd. Gods do not pity mortals, and he and his companions were merely pawns in the battle between angels and demons. With the demon faction now annihilated, the angel in the statue should be able to subdue them, and he speculated that further changes were imminent. As anticipated, the holy light emanating from the angel statue grew ever more gentle and luminous, and it appeared to come alive, its divine gaze fixed upon Su-Mu.I, and the next instant, the angel truly animated. The statue unfurled its limbs, its 8 sacred wings fluttering, and it descended directly from the altar. Su-Mu narrowed his eyes, uncertain of the angel's intentions. Exercising caution, he left behind an illusionary clone while stealthily retreating behind it. However, the previously invincible all things in existence seemed to falter at that moment. The angel completely disregarded the clone and advanced towards Sumu's true form, arms outstretched as if to embrace. Crack! The silvery rose bullet was chambered, aimed at the angel's head. If you wish to express gratitude, a few extraordinary potions will suffice, no need for a hug. Devout follower, return to the embrace of the divine. The angel's voice resonated with a grand ethereal quality, compelling one to heed the divine command. Bang! Without a moment's hesitation, Sumu fired directly at the angel's head. However, the mithril bullet, capable of breaching his steel heart, failed to inflict any harm upon the angel, leaving not even a trace. Nearby, Yan Dongqing and his companion, who were cleaning the mithril bullets, were startled by the gunfire. What else with the shooting again? Another 50,000. They turned in shock, witnessing the angelic statue advancing relentlessly towards Sumu. Uncertain of the situation, the duo prepared to rush over, only to see the angel transform into a beam of holy light, directly entering Sumu's body. Darkness engulfed him, akin to being submerged in the cosmic void. Sumu felt as though he were sinking into cold, dark waters, descending and descending, seemingly without end. Suddenly, an immense invisible net, radiant like the starry sky, emerged from the boundless dimensions. It was the bronze lore. Each node of the bronze lore was adorned with brilliant stars, radiating glimmers of starlight. Abruptly, the lore began to rotate, revealing a star that resembled the sun. This star was unlike any other, its size exceeding that of the others by several tens of times, emanating a divine light. The warm holy light dispelled the surrounding darkness, allowing Su Mu to discern the scene around him. A sea of blood, an endless expanse of blood, he found himself amidst this crimson ocean, surrounded by countless unconscious individuals, all suspended in a state of free fall. Soon, the holy light descended upon him, and a profound understanding surged within his mind. Bronze Lore, primordial angel, bang! The surrounding environment shattered instantaneously, and when Su Mu regained his sight, he found himself in a dim, dilapidated room, furnished with a rocking chair, and outside lay a twilight sky. A little girl named Tingting stood quietly before him, her head tilted in curiosity as she gazed at him. "Big brother, were you just standing there asleep?" Su Mu squinted, meticulously scrutinizing the girl before him. What was happening? Had time reversed? Why had he returned to the nightmare world? An avalanche of questions flooded his mind, yet he felt no fear of the unknown, only a thirst for the unexpected joy that surged within him. This sensation was akin to receiving a mysterious gift from a girlfriend on a day devoid of celebrations, waiting for him to unwrap it. He recalled vividly, his memory halting at the moment the angel statue transformed into holy light and collided with him, leading to his fainting spell, and then awakening back in the nightmare world. An illusion. Chapter 91. Outside, you refer to me as a mere mortal, and I choose to ignore you. This was his initial reaction, and just as he continued to ponder, the voice of Yang Dongqing resonated from outside the door. "Damn this weather, it brightens far too swiftly. This room is too cramped. If we linger here any longer, we will surely attract dark shadows. Trust me, let us find another room." Followed closely by the voice of Yi Fanyu. Su Mu felt a slight disconnection, glancing down at his shadow, which bore no trace of darkness. He attempted to perceive their immaculate heart and the all-encompassing nature, but to no avail. The only force residing within him at that moment was the primordial angel, which had just dispelled the darkness. A memory wafted from the depths of his mind, that of his prior entry into the shadowy illusion. He recalled everything. There was no immaculate heart, nor was there all-encompassing nature. Everything had merely been an illusion. He had been ensnared in the shadowy realm, where the bronze coffin, the unrememberable, and iron peak were all but fabrications. The truth was that he had never truly exited the shadowy illusion. Believing he had succeeded when the shadow grip vanished, he opened his eyes, which led him to violate the rules and plunge directly into an endless sea of blood, ensnared in a deceptive mirage. Every event that transpired after his exit from the shadowy realm was a falsehood. He had never escaped the shadowy illusion. It was only now that he truly emerged, having become the chosen one amidst dire circumstances, connecting with the bronze law of the primordial angel. It was the holy light of the angel that dispelled the darkness, guiding him from the illusion. So it turns out that I had failed before, ensnared in the illusion, but at a critical moment, my microcosm erupted, blessed by the divine, awakening the primordial angel, which allowed me to escape the illusion. The angel I encountered in the illusion was merely a herald of my impending awakening of the primordial angel, Su Mu murmured, gradually piecing everything together. Am I also chosen? His brow instinctively furrowed, a sensation he found unappealing. He yearned for excitement and thrill, yet the notion of divine assistance in times of peril, where all victories hinged upon luck, felt exceedingly tedious. Soon, Yang Dongqing and Yi Fanyu entered, and Su Mu divulged the information regarding Tingting from the shadowy illusion. Yi Fanyu expressed great delight, devising a plan to resolve the nightmare by eliminating Tingting. Yang Dongqing opposed this course of action, and ultimately, Yi Fanyu, moved by Yang Dongqing's compassion, resolved to assist Tingting alongside everyone else. The proceedings unfolded smoothly. The primordial angel showcased its efficacy, granting Su Mu divine guidance, leading him to Tingting's family, and ultimately returning to reality. Upon his return, Su Mu was courted by numerous corporations, from whom he learned that the primordial angel was the legendary strongest bronze law, surpassing even foreknowledge, allowing him to wield divine power, and in the unseen realm, he would receive divine aid. Consequently, they all sought to recruit him into their companies, even resorting to fierce competition. Just as Su Mu was on the verge of making a decision, the princess of the Crimson Flame Empire appeared, radiant and flawless, driving away all competitors and courting Su Mu. Subsequently, Su Mu embarked on the life of a protagonist in a triumphant narrative, through repeated adventures in the nightmare realm, Bolstered by divine assistance, he grew increasingly powerful, swiftly becoming a golden powerhouse, capable of wielding divine might and deemed invincible among his peers, earning the title of the Empire's strongest. The princess developed feelings for him, vowing to marry no one but him, while the emperor took a keen interest in him, promising to bestow the throne. Years later, Xu Mu, the greatest emperor of the Crimson Flame Empire, the world's strongest, the embodiment of an angel, the divine agent, and the only nightmare apostle in history to break the curse of nightmares, successfully stood atop the world, living a blissful and joyous life with the princess. Upon a grand throne, Xu Mu gazed down at the bowing nobles of the empire and then glanced at the stunning princess beside him, her face aglow with affection. He adjusted his glasses, yet his countenance bore no trace of happiness, only an endless void and ennui. He sighed, alas, this is hardly fulfilling, is it? His gaze shifted towards the towering angel statue standing in the center of the palace square, its silver vertical pupil shimmering brilliantly at its forehead. I understand you wish for me to worship you and have prepared a smooth-sailing life for me, but could you not put in a little more thought? This is all but the remnants of my play. The towering angel statue, akin to a lifeless entity, offered no response. Xu Mu frowned slightly, waving his hand, bring forth the means to dismantle this statue. The ministers kneeling below all turned pale, urgently attempting to dissuade him. Great Majesty, it cannot be dismantled. That would be a sacrilege against the divine. The divine will unleash heavenly retribution, and the entire Crimson Flame Empire will suffer the consequences. Your Majesty, the angel is the faith of the Crimson Flame Empire. Should you insist on this course, the populace will surely revolt. Xu Mu felt increasingly bored. He slowly raised his palm, a dazzling radiance of the holy light manifesting, and with a swift motion, a colossal hand of holy light materialized from the void, enveloping the entire palace. Boom! The palace was reduced to ruins, and silence enveloped the world. The ministers perished. The princess also met her end. Xu Mu emerged from the wreckage, strolling towards the angel statue, poised to take action when, at that moment, the angel statue came to life. Like a genuine angel descending to the mortal realm, towering at 100 meters, adorned with a divine glow of compassion, it gazed down upon Xu Mu, yet within its silver vertical pupil lay only an endless chill. Mortal, I bestow upon you all the worldly riches. Do you dare to blaspheme? Xu Mu smiled, lifting his gaze to meet the angel's cold, emotionless eyes. I recall the moment you entered my body, and then I fainted, correct? The angel's voice grew increasingly frigid, booming with an ethereal resonance. Mortal, answer my question. Xu Mu's expression remained unchanged, his posture erect like a pine tree, a golden imperial robe flowing gently in the wind. Beneath his prominent nose, his thin lips pressed into a straight line, and suddenly, a subtle smile crept upon his lips, a cold smirk blossoming at the corners. Though the arc was slight, it carried an infinite chill and disdain. Out there, you call me a mortal, and I choose to disregard you, but in my dream, what is it you ought to call me? Boom. The heavens and earth trembled, everything within the Crimson Flame Empire shattered, replaced by a vast celestial palace that ascended, its divine light illuminating the 9 heavens, resonating through the void, and causing myriad laws to quiver. With a single step, Xu Mu traversed the myriad laws beneath his feet, forming a path to the heavens, carrying him to the zenith of the celestial palace, where the supreme throne awaited. His form grew immensely grand, as if he stood equal to the heavens, a celestial robe draping over him. Merely by sitting there, he rendered the heavens pale and caused all creation to tremble. He radiated a brilliance akin to the sun, grasping the cycles of life and death with a mere flick of his hand, and with a sweeping motion, he dominated the shifts of time and fate, as if he were the very core of the universe, the terminus of all paths. In stark contrast, the angel, once resembling a deity, now appeared as naught but an insect beside him. Chapter 92, Devouring Divinity. The angel, with a face once filled with compassion, now bore an expression devoid of emotion. The transformations occurring around it were wholly unexpected, leaving it bewildered as to why a mere mortal could ascend to such heights. Blasphemer, perish! It resembled a malfunctioning automaton, its countenance as cold as ice, as it transformed into a radiant beam of sacred light, hurtling directly towards the pinnacle of existence where Xu Mu resided. Sumu's face curled into a derisive sneer. He had long anticipated the angel's intentions, which were merely to ensnare him in an everlasting illusion, compelling him to worship it and thus relinquish control of his own body. Alas, the divine's imagination was woefully limited. These phantasmagorias were not only unappealing to him but profoundly tedious. Were he in the outside world, he might indeed find himself at a loss against such formidable illusions, yet this was his dreamscape, his dominion. The angel could only blame itself for plunging him into unconsciousness, for as soon as he succumbed to slumber, he would enter that omnipotent realm of dreams with a gentle wave of his hand. The myriad stars suspended in the cosmos cascaded like rain, crashing violently upon the resplendent sacred light. However, regardless of how the stars shattered or the heavens trembled, the sacred light remained an unyielding constant, impervious to disruption. Sumu's gaze flickered. As I suspected, all within the dream is but an illusion, while the angel is the sole reality from the outside. The ephemeral cannot shake the eternal truth. He had foreseen this scenario, for he had encountered a similar plight in the realm of nightmares. The unreal could not alter the real, even if his dreams surpassed reality in authenticity. Bang! The sacred light struck his towering form with tremendous force, akin to a relentless parasite, spreading wildly across his being. In an instant, Sumu's crystalline blue eyes were suffused with a layer of sacred light, his expression imbued with a hint of reverence, as an impulse to praise the angel welled within him. He recognized this as the angel's forceful attempt to alter his thoughts, to reduce him to a mere devotee. Yet, Sumu remained unperturbed, silently chuckling. In my dream, while I cannot change the external reality, I can transform myself. No sooner had he spoken than his magnificent form began to disintegrate, vanishing into thin air, leaving the sacred light flailing aimlessly like a headless fly. Beyond the infinite dimensions, Sumu observed the sacred light with keen interest, remarking, God, merely that. Though he could not obliterate the sacred light, it was equally futile for it to seek him within the dream. With a mere thought, he could divide the dream into countless dimensions, while he himself could effortlessly conceal himself beyond them. What should I do next? He mused, stroking his chin in contemplation. Suddenly, a spark ignited in his eyes. While illusions may not influence reality, their greatest power has always been deception. Why not deceive a god? Soon after, an identical replica of Sumu materialized before the sacred light, his crafted doppelganger, an exact likeness. The angel, indeed, fell for the ruse, appearing to possess little intellect as it dove straight into the doppelganger, which was subsequently engulfed by the sacred light. Sumu could sense the angel merging with the replica. Is this not a path to self-destruction? He murmured to himself. He could not control the external reality, but if the angel insisted on merging, he would graciously accept it. He allowed the doppelganger to succumb without resistance, and moments later, the two became one. The doppelganger sprouted a silver vertical pupil upon its forehead, and angelic wings of pure sanctity emerged from its back. Snap! Sumu snapped his fingers, and the doppelganger was instantaneously obliterated, returning to nothingness, along with the angel, both merging into this dreamscape. Just as he believed the matter resolved, the entire dreamscape underwent a cataclysmic shift. All that had been conjured shattered into oblivion, leaving only Sumu standing in isolation. He furrowed his brow, surveying the void around him, sensing an inexplicable change in the dream. Yet, he could not pinpoint what exactly was different. He attempted to manifest the celestial palace once more, and the dream swiftly conformed to his will, the palace emerging just as before. Yet, that vague feeling intensified. Suddenly, a flash of realization illuminated his eyes. He understood what that feeling was. Reality. After assimilating the angel, the dream had gained a sliver of authenticity. This miraculous sensation defied verbal description, yet Sumu felt it palpably. The dream was drawing closer to reality. Simultaneously, a sharp pain pierced his forehead, as if ignited by fire. Swish! A colossal mirror appeared before him, reflecting a tall, statuesque figure. Sumu gazed into the mirror, astonished to discover a silver vertical pupil had also manifested upon his own forehead, his gaze icy and indifferent, akin to a deity surveying the mortal realm below. With the emergence of the vertical pupil, memories not belonging to him flooded his mind. In a daze, he beheld two colossal deities locked in combat, one, a demon with ebony wings, the other, an angel with silver eyes and pristine wings. As they battled, their blood fell upon a piece of obsidian, staining it, ultimately transforming into the dualistic statue he had encountered. The earth they fought upon fractured, and the statue descended into the abyss, vanishing from sight. The second vision revealed a congregation of individuals clad in black and white robes kneeling before the statue upon an altar, subsequently engaging in a bloody conflict, staining the sacrificial ground with crimson. The third and final vision depicted a small, eyeless creature, devoid of hair yet adorned with wings, unleashing a dense fog reminiscent of smog, seemingly disrupting a delicate balance. An ancient wooden door materialized within the fog. The creature discovered it and swung it open. The vision abruptly ceased. Does this world truly harbor gods and demons, or are they merely manifestations of the nightmarish realm? Sumu's eyes glittered with excitement. How marvelous! The more perilous and enigmatic the world became, the more exhilarated he felt, akin to a seasoned gamer unafraid of difficulty, yet dreading monotony. His eyes sparkled with eagerness as he swiftly analyzed the recent revelations. The blood of the gods and demons had endowed the statue with divinity, which must have been unearthed by some malevolent cult, who subsequently crafted a site of worship. This site of worship was not located in the derelict district, rather, it was the arrivals of the unrememberables that inadvertently disrupted a certain equilibrium, resulting in the entrance to the site manifesting within the wasteland. Everything aligned perfectly. He had previously speculated that the puppeteer needed only the unrememberables to achieve their goals. Why then conjure the statue? Thus, the statue was likely not of their making. Now it appeared that the unrememberables had released the statue, which subsequently ensnared them within the site of worship. The miasma they unleashed, capable of eroding memories, was expelled by the statue through the wooden door. His dreamscape was equally unique, capable of devouring the statue's divinity, thereby infusing it with a hint of reality. Following this logical deduction, did it not imply that by consuming more divinity, the dream could transform into reality? Could it evolve into a genuine world? What indeed was this dream? Could it truly be crafted by a mere mortal like himself? An increasing number of enigmas enveloped Sumu, continually stimulating his thrill-seeking nerves. He reveled in the unknown and cherished surprises. Just as he was caught in the throes of excitement, an abrupt tremor coursed through him, and the entire dream began to shake violently. Chapter 93. The Silver Vertical Pupil. Sumu. Are you still alive? Brother Su, please don't die. The bronze coffin hasn't paid my salary this month, and I truly can't afford to miss out. Sumu opened his eyes, gazing at the two before him. Stop shaking. Yang Dongqing and Jun Wushang's faces instantly brightened. Wonderful, Brother Su, you've finally awoken. What just happened? Where has that statue gone? Sumu gradually rose from the ground. Despite having fallen, there was not a speck of dust on him or his garments. This was the effect of the innocent heart. This is not the time for idle chatter. We must leave quickly. The sacrificial site will collapse shortly. Without further ado, Sumu led the three towards the exit of the sacrificial site. However, after only a couple of steps, he suddenly halted and extended his hand towards Yang Dongqing. Hand it over. Yang Dongqing's expression shifted, stammering, hand over what? In the next moment, darkness enveloped his vision, and he felt a lightness at his waist. When he regained his sight, he discovered that Sumu now held a silver handgun. He forced an awkward smile, scratching his head in embarrassment. I meant no harm. I was planning to carry you to the hospital, worried that the bumps along the way might cause this gun to fall. Sumu dismissed him, turning to Jun Wushang. Didn't he say anything about you? Jun Wushang's expression soured as he retrieved 5 secret silver bullets from his robe and handed them over. Sumu glanced at the two. Am I already distributing my inheritance before I'm even dead? The two were thoroughly embarrassed, one scratching his head while the other stared at his feet. Besides, you're not my children. You have no claim to any inheritance, do you? Enough, no need to quibble. Given your deplorable behavior, as the Minister of the Bronze Coffin Intelligence Department, I hereby confiscate your mission bonuses from this outing. What? Didn't you just give it back? What, Brother Su, you're the minister. Let us move, this place is about to collapse. As they conversed, spiderweb-like cracks began to appear in the sky above the sacrificial site, the heavens shattering like a broken mirror. In their frantic dash, Sumu looked up at the sky, feeling a peculiar sensation. It struck him that this place bore a striking resemblance to the nightmares of the nightmare world. Connecting this to the incursions of the nightmare world into reality, he speculated that this sacrificial site might have originated from that realm. What, then, were the figures in black and white robes who knelt before the statue? Were they akin to beings like Ting from the nightmare world? "Brother Su, which way should we run? We can't find the door we came in through." Jun Wushang exclaimed anxiously. Su Mu did not respond. Instead, he focused his thoughts at his brow. And the next moment, a fissure appeared on his forehead, and a silver vertical pupil suddenly emerged from it, its gaze cold and indifferent. Through the observation of this silver vertical pupil, he quickly discerned a wooden door concealed within the void. A flash of holy light from his eyes revealed the door, making it visible. "Su Mu, your forehead." Yang Dongqing stared in shock at Su Mu's brow, horrified to discover that this eye was identical to that of the angel statue they had encountered earlier. Without a word of explanation, Su Mu led the three towards the wooden door. They moved swiftly, except for Zhao Yongqiang, the balding man, who lagged at the rear. Yet, someone was faster than them, not a person, but an unrememberable. The unrememberable, trapped within the sacrificial site, flapped its wings and reached the wooden door in an instant, eager to escape. As the distance between them exceeded 10 meters, they did not forget the unrememberable this time. Yang Dongqing cried out, "Brother Su, hurry, use the secret silver bullets." A hint of exasperation flashed across Su Mu's face. Sometimes, teammates could be utterly frustrating. If secret silver bullets could truly kill the unrememberable, do you think that Sonic Man would have failed to eliminate it? Was he merely benevolent? Yang Dongqing was taken aback, finally grasping the reality of the situation. At that moment, the unrememberable pushed the door open, stepping halfway through when, boom, a brilliant beam of holy light erupted from Su Mu's third eye, and in an instant, the unrememberable was struck by the divine radiance, its form disintegrating into nothingness. As Su Mu had previously stated, dealing with the unrememberable was quite simple, either attack from a distance or employ non-living entities like puppets. He had lacked the means for ranged attack before, but now that was no longer the case. The dream had absorbed the angel's divinity, granting him a fragment of angelic power, manifested in this newly emerged silver vertical pupil. Though he could not wield the true power of this eye, being a divine artifact, even a fraction of its might was enough to be formidable. The unrememberable, which could not be slain by secret silver bullets, was obliterated in an instant by this gaze. However, the cost was severe. His mental and physical strength were instantly depleted. Not only that, but Su Mu could feel his cells dying en masse, his organs deteriorating as if his life force was being forcibly extracted. With that single strike, while it eradicated the unrememberable, he was plunged into a state of near death. His body fell uncontrollably towards the ground, and Jun Wushang quickly grasped his arm, hoisting him onto his shoulder as he sprinted towards the door. After a considerable time, 2 commercial vehicles departed from the derelict district. In the rear seat of one vehicle, Su Mu leaned weakly against the seat, astonished that after enduring so many dangers without injury, he nearly succumbed to the backlash of the silver vertical pupil. If life had a numerical value, he felt he might have lost several years without one strike. Using a divine artifact with a mortal body was indeed a precarious endeavor. Since becoming an extraordinary being, he had not felt this weak for quite some time. Now it seemed he might soon require a wheelchair again. In the front passenger seat, Yang Dongqing continued to chatter incessantly. "Can you please not dock my pay? I need to buy clothes for Molly to make amends. I made her cry last time. Or at least take a little less." "Shut up, didn't you pick up a few secret silver bullets?" "You could sell them for some cash," Su Mu replied, uninterested in his complaints. Since the moment the unrememberable perished, their lost memories had returned. Yang Dongqing recalled the kiss mark on Molly's neck was left by him, and that he had purchased her new clothes, feeling immense guilt. Su Mu's memories also returned, but whether they were restored or not was inconsequential, for he had deduced the lost memories before they even returned. Chapter 94, Memory Restoration, The Bronze Coffin Company. As Mu Rongmingli was diligently processing documents, she suddenly paused her pen, a flicker of confusion flashing in her eyes, swiftly followed by an overwhelming surge of fragmented memories. In the next moment, her expression shifted dramatically as she rose abruptly, hastily exiting the room. She remembered everything. The Bronze Coffin Company had once employed over 20 individuals, including an extraordinary being named Jun Wushang, affiliated with the Changshengdao Pavilion, not a nightmare apostle. His bronze laws ranked at sequence 98. Peerless sword dance, Jun Wushang was a sycophant. Recruiting him had been almost effortless. Even with Han Yu's attempts to sabotage, he remained undeterred. She had previously dispatched Jun Wushang along with several ordinary nightmare apostles to the ruined district in search of clues regarding the Golden Eye, and then, there were no further developments. Her memories had begun to fade from that point, leading her to mistakenly believe that there were no extraordinary beings within the company, prompting her to fervently search and ultimately find Yang Dongqing and Su Mu. As Su Mu and the others reached the ruined district, their memories also vanished. Until now, she suddenly recalled that she had repeatedly sent people to the ruined district, each time forgetting, and redundantly sending them to a grim fate. Damn it! Why are there memoryless beings in the ruined district? Su, concern etched upon Murong Mingli's exquisite face was not solely for the considerable loss of the bronze coffin's strength, but also a portion dedicated to worrying about Su Mu. He was the only man she had never harbored disdain for since childhood, the sole individual who gazed upon her with no trace of desire in his eyes. She recalled their conversation at the dinner table that day. Miss Mengli, I have always thought we were friends. Friends, you say? Murong Mengli had never known friendship. Her status destined her to be looked down upon by the nobility while being flattered by commoners. Notify the armed forces to assemble, prepare vehicles, to the ruined district. Go to the basement safe and retrieve the black box inside. Moreover, if I have not returned by midnight tonight, send someone to the Murong family to seek my father's assistance. With a stern expression, Murong Mingli methodically issued a series of commands. Although she understood that the memoryless beings were already dead, thus allowing her memories to resurface, she still prepared for the worst, for the ruined district was not solely inhabited by a single nightmare creature of the memoryless. Furthermore, she did not believe Su Mu could vanquish a memoryless being, a nightmare creature that even silver-tier warriors feared. She speculated that it must have been another formidable nightmare that had slain the memoryless, and Su Mu's group might already be dead. Yet, she needed to see her comrades alive or their corpses. Su Mu was her last hope. She no longer had time to recruit extraordinary beings, nor could she find anyone stronger than Su Mu. Soon, the main force gathered, with dozens of armored vehicles stationed before the Bronze Coffin Company. Murong Mingli shed her presidential attire for a specially crafted black leather outfit, her flaxen hair flowing elegantly. Let us depart. Just as she was about to board the vehicle, the sudden sound of a speeding car approached from afar. Murong Mingli's expression froze. She recognized that vehicle. It was the one Su Mu and the others had taken. With a screech, the car halted abruptly, executing a drift at the entrance of the Bronze Coffin Company, leaving a black tire mark on the ground. Bang! The driver's door swung open, revealing Jun Wushang, half his body protruding, a look of delight on his face as he gazed at the striking Murong Mingli. Boss, are you here to welcome me? Where are the others? Murong Mingli inquired rapidly. They are in the car. She swiftly approached and yanked the car door open, finding Su Mu, pale as a sheet, weakly reclining in the seat. Su. Are you all right? Concern flooded Murong Mingli's face. Su Mu offered a gentle smile. Thank you for your concern. I'm not gravely injured. Someone, bring me my medical kit. A metallic black box was handed to Murong Mingli, and upon opening it, a myriad of colorful potions were revealed, each labeled meticulously. She quickly retrieved a vial filled with a green liquid, uncapped it, and brought it to Su Mu's lips. This is a vitality potion produced by the Federal Pharmaceutical Company, a type of extraordinary potion with remarkable restorative properties for injuries. With that, she administered it directly to Su Mu. As the vitality potion coursed through him, Su Mu felt a warm sensation enveloping him, akin to returning to the embrace of the womb, while simultaneously, his body rapidly regained vigor. Are there more of these potions? 2 more left. Su Mu slowly rose. Please convert my bonus from this operation into vitality potions. Yes, we can discuss that later, but the vitality potion alone won't fully restore you. The company has a professional medical team. Let us go for treatment first. Miss Murong, Yang Dongqing interjected, raising his broken hands, casting a longing gaze at the vitality potion. Mr. Yang, I have already promised these 2 vitality potions to Susu. Your injuries don't appear severe, and you still possess a robust physique. Standard medical treatment should suffice. After stating this, Murong Mingli ignored Yang Dongqing and followed Sumu upstairs. Yang Dongqing, he suddenly found himself missing Jasmine. Brother Yang, are the boss and Su Ji relatives? Zheng Wushang inquired hopefully. Why do you ask that? Yang Dongqing responded, bewildered. I noticed the boss calls him Susu. They seem quite familiar. Familiarity means they must be relatives. You clearly are a single dog. Yang Dongqing reclaimed his sense of superiority, casting a disdainful glance at Zheng Wushang before trudging upstairs, leaving Zheng Wushang bewildered in the wind. After a prolonged moment of stupor, he snapped back to reality, a pained expression overtaking his face. Alas, all the previous expenses were for naught. Had I known this, I should have given it to number 8. What a waste. In the medical room, Murong Mingli's face was etched with icy determination, her delicate hands clenched tightly. Susu, your suspicions are well-founded. This incident is undoubtedly linked to the eldest son of the Murong family, and even Qian Zihao may be involved. This is clearly a trap. Previously, I had repeatedly sought to send Han Yu to the ruined district, yet he consistently evaded, claiming his father's orders were to protect me. In retrospect, he likely knew the truth all along. Murong Yun, Qian Zihao. Her exquisitely long nails dug painfully into her fair palm due to her excessive grip. Observing the fury radiating from Murong Mingli, Sumu understood her thoughts clearly. After finally having a chance to establish a company, before she could even showcase her capabilities, she was betrayed by her own brother, leading to a significant loss for the company. Such was the nature of conflict among the nobility. There was no brotherly love to be found, and their ruthlessness towards siblings often surpassed that towards outsiders. It seems the golden eye is indeed elusive. This eldest son of the Murong family appears to have long since given up, opting instead to eliminate his competitors directly. Chapter 95, Extraordinary Elixir. A mighty fist. Murong Mingli shook her head and remarked, although Murong Yun is ruthless, he would only dare to target individuals within our company. He would never dare to kill a noble, even if they are of the same rank. The sanctity of each noble's life is paramount, a rule established collectively by all nobles. Should a commoner take the life of a noble for any reason, they would face the judgment of the entire Kaiyang Empire. Furthermore, nobles do not harm one another without just cause, lest they incur severe repercussions. Oh. Sumu's lips curled into a bemused smile. It sounds as though killing a noble could be rather intriguing. Murong Mingli immediately cast a serious gaze at him. Susu, you must not entertain such thoughts. I am not jesting. The Kaiyang Empire, founded by the Golden Nobles, will not tolerate any affront to noble dignity. This unwritten rule prevails in other empires as well, even during wartime, unless under exceptional circumstances, enemy forces will refrain from killing nobles, opting instead to capture them and demand ransom. This is an inviolable red line across all empires. There once was a golden powerhouse, known as the Apostle of Nightmares, who, dissatisfied with noble oppression, assassinated a noble after ascending to power. Subsequently, all traces of him were obliterated, the factions of his family and friends erased by the empire. That sounds even more fascinating. Sumu's smile widened, as he found himself intrigued by the idea of ending a life, especially that of a noble. Murong Mingli's gaze flickered, her desire to say more thwarted by the dangerous allure emanating from the man who seemed indifferent to the nobility. By the way, I have news regarding the extraordinary elixir you requested. Sumu's interest piqued. His longing for the elixir had persisted for quite some time. Which one is it? It is of a common variety, the Bronze Lore Mighty Fist. Elixirs that can directly assist ordinary individuals in becoming extraordinary are exceedingly rare. Even the most commonly encountered ones like Mighty Fist, Endless Recovery, and Iron Wool are hard to come by. We were fortunate this time to encounter one. As for higher tier elixirs, they are virtually unattainable, monopolized by the great nobles. Ordinary individuals can only hope to become chosen ones and comprehend them within the nightmare world. Mighty Fist, Sumu was quite satisfied. He did not disdain its lower tier, for he desired precisely this straightforward and brute force elixir that could palpably enhance physical attributes. When can I acquire it? I have already arranged for personnel to keep watch. As soon as it appears at the auction, they will notify me immediately. Oh, and Susu, Murongmingli's lips curled into a slight smile, your reward is considerable, but I fear you may still fall short for the Mighty Fist. Do not worry, I will cover the difference, even if you owe me. Sumu raised an eyebrow, about to speak, but was interrupted by Murongmingli. I know you dislike owing others, but you need not consider me as just anyone. Miss Mingli, you may have misunderstood. I do not intend to decline. What I meant to say was, could I possibly owe a bit more? Murongmingli was taken aback. Aside from a Mighty Fist, I see you have several other elixirs in your medical chest. How about this? Why not? That won't do. Murongmingli turned away from the bedside, her flaxen hair brushing past Sumu's gaze, leaving a faint, lingering fragrance in the air. She paused at the door and turned back, saying, you should focus on recuperating in the company for the next few days. You have killed an unmemorable, disrupting Murongyun and Chenzahua's plans. They may seek revenge. With me here, they will think twice. Also, the mark on your forehead is quite nice. It suits you well. With that, Murongmingli departed gracefully. Sumu glanced around the empty hospital room, instinctively touching the faint silver mark on his forehead. Ever since he utilized the silver vertical pupil, a delicate silver insignia had appeared there, resembling a lightning bolt, albeit less sharp, more akin to a gentle brushstroke made with a fine-tipped calligraphy brush. The mark was faint, nearly imperceptible unless scrutinized closely, yet it undeniably existed. To the untrained eye, it revealed no extraordinary qualities, but he alone understood that behind the silver mark lay a silver vertical pupil, an eye of the eight-winged angel. It possessed terrifying power, and with his current strength, he could barely harness it without teetering on the brink of death. Such power should not be invoked lightly unless absolutely necessary. Otherwise, if he failed to strike his opponent, he would be the one rendered incapacitated. Though I have not found the Eye of Gold, my gains are substantial. The eye of a deity, even if it is merely a statue of a deity, wields considerable might. Furthermore, Sumu paused, gesturing, causing the shadow beneath the bed to rise like a person. The shadow began to writhe, and in the next moment, Xie Quan emerged from within it. At this moment, Xie Quan bore a blank expression, his demeanor stiff, devoid of any glimmer in his eyes, resembling a lifeless corpse. Clearly, like the villagers of Jiao family village, Xie Quan was under the control of the shadow, effectively rendering him a puppet of Sumu. Previously, Tingting had been the master of the shadow, so the controlled villagers acted according to her perceptions. Now that the shadow had changed hands, Xie Quan was naturally under Sumu's command. He issued commands to Xie Quan, and then something remarkable occurred. Xie Quan, who had been human, suddenly dropped to all fours, sprouting fur akin to that of a wild dog, his face distorting, nose darkening, and teeth transforming into fangs, resembling the legendary dog demon. Sumu grew intrigued, once more commanding Xie Quan to transform into an eagle, a tiger, a lion, a bat, a snake. He discovered that Xie Quan could easily host an entire zoo, and the creatures he transformed into far surpassed ordinary animals, effectively merging the advantages of both extraordinary beings and animals. Truly, he embodied the essence of Sequence 102 beast mimicry. If it had not been for Bubai directly resolving Xie Quan's threat, that battle would have been exceptionally challenging, for Xie Quan was remarkably versatile. He was the first to perceive illusions and, during combat, could see through Sumu's true form. Winking sad smiley all-seeing was essentially ineffective against him. Ultimately, all-seeing was a visual illusion, with significant limitations, rendering it rather passive against foes who did not rely on sight. For 3 consecutive days, Murongmingli visited Sumu, eager to inquire about his recovery, her enthusiasm leaving him somewhat speechless. When he asked her intentions, she explained that she was cultivating a bond, as the lead on the Eye of Gold had been severed, and her father's birthday banquet approached, where her engagement to Chenzahuar would be announced. She understood that she could not alter her fate, hence her decision to find a man before that event, and that man was Sumu. Faced with her candor, Sumu had little to say, as she had not overstepped. She had merely come to check on him. On this day, Murongmingli returned, bringing with her a silver-white metallic box containing several vials of extraordinary elixirs. In addition to the promised A Mighty Fist and 2 vitality elixirs, there were 3 more. An antidote, a stimulant, and a berserker potion. Chapter 96, The 3 Laws of Bronze. This potion, I trust you are not intending to consume it yourself. It is evidently incompatible with your abilities, Murominli cautioned. Sumu nodded in acknowledgement. I am aware. That is reassuring. If you are administering it to Yang Dongqing, do remember, it is imperative that he completely digests iron wool before partaking. The human mind is akin to the stomach. If one does not finish digesting previous sustenance, consuming more will only lead to an overload. A peculiar expression crossed Sumu's face at the thought of giving Yang Dongqing a potion. How could she deduce that our relationship is so intimate? Please take care of yourself, I have matters to attend to, Murominli said hastily before departing, as if preoccupied with something of great significance. Sumu scrutinized the potion before him. Although the colors varied, each was clearly labeled, alleviating any concerns of mistaking one for another. Indeed, the nobility possesses considerable resources, he mused, reflecting on his own arduous journey to attain the extraordinary, which involved a considerable amount of deception and even a venture into the nightmare world. He was struck by the ease with which Murominli, a noblewoman, had procured a vial of a Titanic Fist, extraordinary potion in merely a few days. This was merely a fraction of the power available to an illegitimate daughter of nobility. It seems that in the future, when dealing with Muronian and Qianzihao, I must not forget to seize their assets, Sumu remarked casually before uncorking their Titanic Fist, extraordinary potion and consuming it in one swift motion. As for the notion of mental overload, that was inconceivable, spicy, excruciatingly hot. It felt as though he had ingested the base of a bubbling hot pot. A torrent of scorching heat surged through Sumu's body, rapidly spreading to every limb, causing his fair skin to radiate an intense warmth, flushed with a crimson hue, as if an inferno raged within him. Simultaneously, his consciousness soared to new heights, seemingly breaking through an unseen barrier, allowing him to once again perceive the omnipresent laws of bronze concealed within the infinite dimensions. At a particular node in this vast web, a star descended, illuminating the surroundings. He had connected with the bronze law of a Titanic Fist. A formidable force surged forth like a tidal wave, and Sumu could distinctly feel his muscles swell, strength multiplying, as a ferocious energy coursed through his limbs and bones. His muscles expanded further, hinting at a transformation reminiscent of the imposing physique of Typhon, akin to a frail scholar suddenly morphing into a fitness instructor. However, pure heart soon intervened, and a pristine radiance enveloped him, purging any impurities from his burgeoning muscles, which began to visibly shrink at an astonishing rate. After a brief moment, Sumu returned to his original state, his figure still tall and slender. Yet upon closer inspection, one would discern the once frail physique now bore a streamlined musculature, each inch brimming with untamed power. Exhaling deeply, Sumu felt a flicker of crystalline blue light in his eyes behind his brown glasses. Is this the essence of power? The enhancement of physical strength is indeed the most tangible. However, given that I have now amassed 3 distinct bronze laws, does this not suggest I could prepare for an ascension to silver? It seems that possessing 3 different systems of bronze lore may preclude ascension, potentially leading to mental collapse. How intriguing! I shall have to test this at a later time. With the physical augmentation bestowed by a Titanic Fist, he no longer needed to fret about the unbounded growth of his mental strength for the time being. He could afford to live a while longer, at least until the new year. Gradually, he rose from the sickbed, performing a simple stretch. His previously grievously injured body had completely healed, thanks in part to the vitality potion and the effects of a Titanic Fist. He shook his head, suddenly feeling a slight pressure in his cranium, as if it were filled to capacity with something. Is my mind overloaded? Sumu pondered, furrowing his brow. It appears that with my current mental capacity, I can only accommodate 3 incompletely digested bronze laws simultaneously. He dismissed the concern, knowing that the pressure was merely a transient issue. By tomorrow, as his mental strength grew once more, the sensation would dissipate. Dreamily, it has been quite some time. Your beauty grows ever more captivating. Do indulge. This is the exquisite luminous fish I procured at great expense from the frozen sea. Its flesh is succulent, melting in the mouth, worth its weight in mithril. Only such delicacies are worthy of your beauty. Qianzihao, weighing over 300 pounds, beamed with ingratiating smiles, his beady eyes, nearly obscured by flesh, fixated on the slender figure of Murong Mingli seated opposite him. Murong Mingli's countenance remained as frigid as ice, unmoved by the flattery. She stated bluntly, "Qian Zihao, withdraw your people from the vicinity of the bronze coffin immediately." Qian Zihao's smile did not falter. "That would be unwise. You are my Fianqi. Should any ill-mannered individuals dare to cross you, it is my duty to protect." Protect? Murong Mingli let out a cold laugh. No one in the Crimson Flame Empire would dare lay a hand on the nobility. Your insincere pretense is unnecessary. You were behind the incident in the ruined district, were you not? Qian Zihao paused, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. What ruined district? I am afraid I do not comprehend your words. Dreamly, have you encountered some troublesome matter recently? Speak to me. In Star City, there is no issue Qian Zihao, cannot resolve. As he spoke, he extended his plump hand toward Murong Mingli, attempting to grasp hers. A glimmer of unmasked revulsion flashed in Murong Mingli's eyes as she rose to evade his touch. Qian Zihao, given your relationship with Murong Yun, even if you were not directly responsible, you are still complicit. Withdraw your people immediately, and be forewarned, should you dare to harm anyone from my company again, do not expect me to show mercy. Qian Zihao's smile gradually faded. Your company's people. You mean that low-born from the lower district, Sumu, is it? Not just Sumu, you are to refrain from laying a finger on anyone associated with the bronze coffin. Dreamly, you have misunderstood me. Who in Star City does not know that I, Qian Zihao, conduct my affairs with utmost transparency? The bronze coffin is your company's. Does that not mean it is akin to my own? Why would I harm my own business? Hypothetically speaking, if I were to take action, what then? Murong Mingli's expression grew ever colder, a glint of murderous intent flickering within her gaze as she spoke with unwavering resolve. Then you shall await a corpse on your wedding day. With that, she turned on her heel, her elegant high heel striking the ground with a chilling resonance as she departed into the distance. Qian Zihao's beady eyes narrowed as he fixated on the alluring silhouette of Murong Mingli, her exquisite legs, partially revealed beneath her coat, ensnaring his attention. He elongated his neck, inhaling deeply where Murong Mingli had just sat, the fragrant aroma of the woman mingling with the scent of the luminous fish filling his nostrils, eliciting a salivary response. Without hesitation, he reached out with his hefty hand, seizing the entire luminous fish from the plate, disregarding the sauce dripping down his fingers, and gulped it down in one great bite, chewing voraciously. Before long, Han Yu appeared behind him, respectfully inquiring, "President Xian, shall we withdraw our people?" Chapter 97, Killing is all that matters. What evidence is needed? Qian Zihao greedily sucked on his fingers, seemingly unconcerned as he declared, "Withdraw, of course we must withdraw. Did you not hear my Fianqi's words?" A flicker of hesitation crossed Han Yu's face as he responded, "Did you not previously state that as soon as Sumu stepped away from the door of the bronze coffin, you would immediately send someone to eliminate him?" Slap. A resounding strike sent Han Yu crashing to the ground. Qian Zihao's furious voice echoed, "Is there a conflict between withdrawing and killing Sumu? That pretty boy has killed the unmemorable one that I spent a fortune acquiring and has disrupted my relationship with Meng Li. He must die." Trembling with fear, Han Yu covered his face and knelt on the ground, his head bowed in hurried agreement, though his expression was already etched with resentment. "Damn that fat man, do you truly have feelings for Murong Mingli? Curse it, when I rise to power one day, you will be the first to die." "But President Xian, you heard Miss Murong's words just now. I fear she may take some extreme action," Han Yu stammered. Qian Zihao scoffed, Her? Have you ever seen someone truly intent on suicide give advance notice? She has no leverage. All she can do is threaten me with her life. However, I am well aware that this woman will not take her own life. Not until the head of the Murong family is dead will she dare to die first." Han Yu's body trembled as his expression grew increasingly fearful. He felt as if he had stumbled upon some monumental revelation. Qian Zihao caressed the silver ring on his finger, recalling the intelligence he had inadvertently acquired, his mockery growing stronger. "You go to the Bronze Coffin Company and find an opportunity to deal with that pretty boy." Me?" Han Yu exclaimed, alarmed, pointing to himself. the memory of being intimidated by Sumu was still fresh in his mind, and he did not believe he could handle him. HMPH, useless. Qian Zihao sneered contemptuously. I did not ask you to kill him. Your task is to investigate that pretty boy's background. He was able to eliminate the unmemorable one, which means he must possess some hidden trump card. Did you not mention that he has a group of inhuman monsters under his command? I suspect his abilities are related to puppetry, likely relying on puppets to kill the unmemorable one from a distance, find out how many puppets he has. And find a way to lure him out of the bronze coffin. Does he not have a gang in the lower city? Approach it from that angle, ensure he leaves the bronze coffin, and once he does, Mr.Mu will naturally take care of him. At the mention of Mr. Mu, Han Yu instinctively shuddered. Yes, I understand, but my strength is limited. Now that Mu Rongmengli has begun to suspect us, if I go to investigate, I fear that, how did I end up with such a useless lackey? Bang! A stout leg kicked Han Yu hard, and he cried out in pain, rolling several times on the ground to appear more disheveled. She merely suspects, without concrete evidence. Does she dare to act against you? A mere noble bastard, she wouldn't have the courage. Did you not see that she only came to warn us today? If she does not dare to act, do you think that lowly commoner Sumu would? Furthermore, even if there were an investigation, it would first fall upon Mu Rongyun, not me, Qian Zihao. In this upper city, if there is no evidence, does a commoner dare to act against someone connected to the richest man in Star City based on a mere suspicion? Within the training room of the bronze coffin, the sounds of violent impacts echoed continuously as the dummies were utterly deformed by the tremendous blows. At that moment, a staff member of the bronze coffin, clad in work attire, hurried in. Chief, Han Yu has appeared. Sumu gradually ceased his actions, accepting the towel offered to him and wiping his hands. Bring him to me. He tossed the towel back to the employee and casually walked to a nearby table to pour himself some tea. Before long, Han Yu entered, a hint of tension on his face, though he masked it well. Mr.Su, I attended to some matters at the Mu Rong residence, and I did not expect such a significant incident to occur in such a short time. I heard you were injured. Are you all right? Sumu smiled faintly, gently placing his teacup down. I am naturally fine, but someone will soon find themselves in trouble. Upon hearing this, Han Yu immediately tensed, feeling as though he were being watched by a venomous snake under Sumu's seemingly playful gaze. Mr. Su, do you suspect there is something amiss with the appearance of the unmemorable ones? Sumu nodded. The news of the golden leaf was only known to the Mu Rong family's children, excluding Mu Rongyun. Thus, there must be something suspicious about it. Moreover, as far as I know, the unmemorable ones have only recently appeared in the wasteland city. Han Yu's expression shifted. You suspect Mu Rongyun. Not just Mu Rongyun, but also Qian Zihao. Qian Zihao. Han Yu was taken aback. Although he shares a good relationship with Mu Rongyun, there would be no reason for him to undermine his Fianki's company. Do you suspect him? Could it be that he possesses some evidence? Sumu smiled lightly and shook his head. No, I do not have evidence. Han Yu breathed a sigh of relief. No evidence was a good thing. After all, if this matter were to explode, it would mean Qian Zihao had simultaneously offended all of the Mu Rong family's children except for Mu Rongyun. He still relied on Qian Zihao to ascend the ranks and did not wish for this towering tree to encounter trouble. However, Sumu's next words caused his complexion to pale dramatically. However, when it comes to solving a case, evidence is paramount, but for killing, what evidence is required? This Han Yu abruptly looked up, only to be enveloped in darkness, realizing he could see nothing. The sudden blindness threw his mind into disarray. At that moment, a gust of malice swept in from behind him. Instinctively, the blind Han Yu attempted to evade, but suddenly, that malevolent wind altered its course and struck directly at his abdomen. Under normal circumstances, he could easily dodge such an attack, but the prerequisite was the ability to see. The human eye is the most relied upon sense. Unless one has undergone special training, it is nearly impossible to quickly discern external information through sound alone when blinded. Slish, the sickening sound of a piercing wound echoed as a sharp eagle's claw brutally punctured Han Yu's abdomen. Han Yu screamed in agony, desperately struggling to retreat as blood and entrails